Good morning and welcome. It's CNET Live from CES 2020. Got a nice round number this year. I'm Brian Cooley, and next to me is the affable, unflappable, inevitable Dr. Scott Stein, my colleague in CESness.
It's great to be here again.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And here we go.
This is it.
We're about to take you on quite a ride. We're coming to you from the CNET stage here in the lobby of the Sands Expo Center. I know a lot of you know Las Vegas, so we're in the Sands Expo Center. We call that Tech West in common CES parlance, and we've been here now for the second year in a row. Some of the most interesting tech is in this hall, a lot of wearable, smart home, health, that sort of thing, but we're going to be covering it all for you.
It's a lot of stuff that I tend to browse around. In the next few days, more than 170,000 people are expected to descend on Sin City, Las Vegas, and they'll come from more than 45 countries. That's a lot. And there are, in fact, supposedly, I mean, this is the number, more than 4,500 exhibitors here who will debut more than 20,000 new things.
I mean,
that is more than I will ever.
Are mind-boggling.
I say like because I cannot comprehend those numbers. I will never see that many things in my entire lifetime covering tech.
We've been coming to this thing for so many years, and you never really get your arms all the way around this show. If it looks huge as you're watching our stream the next few days, it is that big and much bigger, and we all struggle to come out of here and digest it. This trade show officially doesn't even open until tomorrow. Today is press day. We're giving you sort of the earliest look as the major early announcements take place. A lot of the big-name manufacturers. Today we'll give a preview of what they'll be showing off at their beautiful, elaborate stages all around Las Vegas in the coming days, and we'll take you there, too. It's a jam-packed lineup coming up today that includes LG, Panasonic, Hisense. In the afternoon, we'll have TCL, Toyota, AMD, Sony, Samsung will have their keynote as well. That's always a big one.
And we're going to be here throughout the day and the evening, all the time, to provide, get ready, buckle up, to provide analysis of all the big announcements. Plus, we're going to have floor reports from here at Tech West, which is over at the Sands, and also from the Las Vegas Convention Center, which is significantly farther away. And we're going to go behind the scenes at the LG booth. We're going to have an exclusive preview of all of Dell's new laptops, and we're going to see a robot that can make 300 pizzas an hour, just what we always wanted.
And robots is one of the trends we're going to be looking for here, one of our big picture trends we're going to discuss in a minute. Now, CES has 90 reporters, journalists, editors, and all their supporting staff exploring every corner of the show. We have a big team here every year. We bring you all the tech that matters, and most importantly, we filter out the tech that doesn't matter. Anything this big, there's going to be some hype, there's going to be some nonsense, there's going to be some redundancy. We're really here to cut that out as much as bring you the big stories. So from the big, beautiful televisions, there's one you can't believe the size of this year, to the smallest gadgets, we bring it all to you. And when CES officially opens tomorrow, we'll have a lot to show you right here on our stage. We bring all the best right here to get a custom look for you. Guests will be demo everything from folding screens to smart mirrors to the future of gambling, which is suddenly a tech story.
Executives from Dell, Intel, Lenovo, OnePlus, and a lot of others will bring the devices that they're going to be revealing today to this stage in the days to come. And we're going to have celebrities, too, like Pawn Star host Rick Harrison, Katie Couric, and football legend Joe Montana, who I still remember playing his Sega Genesis game. There's an exciting torture test, too, on ice with the NHL Las Vegas Golden Knights.
Just when you thought there wasn't one torture test left that someone hadn't thought of on YouTube, we've got a new one.
NHL torture test.
It's using the Golden Knights. And you're not going to want to miss the next big thing, Super Session. I'm always very intrigued by that one. Super Session is coming up at 3 o'clock tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific. We'll have that here on our stream. The topic this year is moving into an anticipatory tech world. Easy for me to say. What it is an idea that technology will start to do things for you. You won't have to always push or speak to make something happen. As easy as that is, it'll be easier and better when technology can front run what you need and get it done. We have a panel of experts who are really interesting to take a deep dive into how our devices will do this, and also a very ominous dark side once they do.
I'm endlessly fascinated by the attempts to try to do this every year.
Yeah, anticipation is the mega trend.
Yeah.
I think we're finally starting to get to it with devices, robotics, services, and a ton of data and AI.
We get there, and then we fail, and then we get there again.
Right.
I know.
Like many things at this show.
We'll start every day at 9 a.m. Pacific time with the Daily Charge, and we're going to wrap up all the day's news at 5 p.m. with the best of CES. That's going to be us and others. So follow CNET on Twitter with the hashtag CES 2020. There's going to be a lot of stuff there.
And I would say this even if I didn't work here. CNET is the only place to be for the most extensive, exhaustive, and most complete coverage of CES 2020. We've really been on top of this show for a long time. We know where the ins and outs are. We'll try and bring you the very best coverage as we do every year, and I think you're going to like what you see. Okay, so let's now talk about some of the trends we've seen so far in the early hours. If this is pre-opening day, yesterday when a lot of us were already on the ground was sort of pre-opening day. Rumors, scuttlebutt, early looks at things. There's an event here called CES Unveiled every Sunday night, and that's kind of your earliest barrel tasting of what's coming up. We're going to have LG, for example. They're going to be going live with us in just a matter of minutes. I think that's top of the hour. They'll be going live with their press conference. So let's talk about some TV technology, because that's going to be a significant part of what they're going to do. And this is, of course, every year we got to have something bigger and higher resolution. This is going to be an 8K year.
Okay.
The last thing we need is more pixels, right?
I feel like I just got used to my 4K TV. I'm not ready for an 8K TV.
And that's the interesting question. David Katzmeyer and Ty Pendlebury will tell you at some point we reach a level where the human eye can no longer perceive an improvement in the dot pitch, in the number of pixels per square inch. That's to me my number one question when we get them up here after we've seen this technology is, can you really see the quality of 8K? What do you have to do for that to be important? How big a TV do you need?
Right, that's to get the 120-inch TV.
I mean, this thing behind us, you'd almost need a TV this big, this giant screen in your house.
That could use 8K. I've always been interested in it mainly for things like, I keep going back to VR and AR, but that's an area where resolution, because of the size of your viewing area, 8K matters and more.
Yeah.
But that's, for displays.
And because you're right up against those displays, so you'll see imperfections really quickly.
Yeah, you get to the point where you want to have a retina level for the human eye, which is very fine grained. For a TV, maybe for people to make the highest quality videos, films, I can understand the idea you want to make the highest resolution possible.
Shoot 8K to cut
down.
To
have that.
To crop and push in.
And for theaters, we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see. 8K is going to be a big theme here. Whether it makes a lot of sense or not, that's the number one question we're going to be asking is where and how do you need it? We're also going to see, of course, a lot of giant TVs. I believe Samsung showed off one last night that we'll show you a little later that can be 290 some odd inches using modular high-quality panels. Not a display monitor like we have here. This is convention show stuff. But this is actually a high-quality, I think it's a 4K television in terms of resolution quality, but it's 290 some odd inches of click-together tile. It is the biggest TV ever shown at CES, and that is saying something.
We keep proceeding to the idea of covering every single surface with screens.
Yeah.
And we're just going to watch year after year where, this desk and everything else and our clothing are just glowing. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Everything will be display, and
we'll be bedazzled. In the 5-year, 2025.
It's a fabulous look.
Yeah.
The question around OLED remains very vital. A lot of folks still haven't purchased an OLED TV. We're watching to see how OLED is moving, perhaps into mainstream. It still has a most primary competition from LED televisions, but something called micro LED is something that's got the eyes of our TV experts as well, saying that, look, this is really good. It's challenging OLED. It doesn't have burn-in issues that OLED has, but it can also do a true deep natural black and all the vibrant colors, which is OLED's main selling point.
Right.
So micro LED, bookmark that one in your lexicon of TV tech, because that might be an important one to challenge OLED. And now you got another interesting decision you've got to make when you go buy a TV. It's like, okay, which of these cutting edge technologies do I want?
Definitely. And then again, I keep going back to the solving for TVs, solving for screens. It's for all things. It's for watches. It's for tablets. It's like, so when those companies are solving for that, you'll see different solutions pop up. You'll say maybe why a TV? Well, maybe they're thinking about something else.
It's funny. We often think when we talk about these technologies, because they often start with television demonstrations,
Sure.
we always think big TVs. But like you mentioned, there's a whole lot of small and mid-sized screens that might benefit even more from that core technology. So when you see a television showing a new tech, don't just think it goes in televisions.
Yeah.
It might go into something as small as a watch.
Yeah, your car or who knows what.
Yeah, automotive displays could really use it. Last thing before we dive into some details on what we think LG may have is there's something coming along called ATSC 3.0. Isn't that sexy? ATSC is the television broadcast standard we use here in the U.S., Advanced Television System something, and 3.0 is the new version of digital TV, the thing we cut over to in 2009. Remember, we all had to convert to digital TV. Now we're going to the next generation of that, which would be a 4K broadcast. It would also have a back channel for data. So just like your streaming TV is able to report back what you're doing on it, to advertisers, to be honest, in a lot of cases. This would be a broadcast-style TV that would also use a back channel to report, what are you doing with the broadcast stream? What are you watching right now? Did you pause it or whatever else it can do? So it's interesting how everything is going toward an interactive style of TV, even if it's over the air.
That's like originally what TV was meant to be. That was like the whole idea of television was supposed to be tele. You know, it was an interactive idea, and then it became.
And we're finally getting there after 80 years.
That's what we can think about for all technologies. Is that
Philo T. Farnsworth would be amazed at what we've done so far. Speaking of TVs, did you see this one from Samsung last night that rotates?
Yeah.
The Cero TV.
The giant monitor of TVs.
We got it right here. Here's Jason Heiner. He's the head of our reviews team at CNET, and you can see he's got a phone in his hand. The phone is casting. He turns the phone now to go landscape, and look what happens. The TV automatically rotates to a horizontal rotation, and then if he goes back portrait, little bit of delay, not much, it goes back that same way. What they're doing here is saying, look, so many of us are casting, or so they think. I do a fair amount of casting, but it's by no means the majority of my viewing, right?
Not mine, yeah.
Like when you cast your phone to a TV, usually what are you looking at?
I just don't use it much. It might be to look at my own videos, like things that you know, or something like that, because I feel like the TV's already got stuff that I'm looking for. So I'm not necessarily, but it could be that. Like my kid shoots a 4-minute slow motion selfie.
Yeah, you just want to stick it on a big
which
screen
is on
real
here.
quick.
Right.
Yeah. And so it's cast it to the screen.
The slow motion singing.
And he may have shot it in portrait mode, right? And so it'd be nice to have a TV that rolls that same way like this Samsung Cero TV does. So that's the idea. I don't honestly think it's a big idea. I don't think there's enough of a hunger out there saying, boy, I wish my TV would rotate. I get it. When you're watching a vertical video on a horizontal screen, it's really nasty. But I don't know if there's enough hunger to make people want to wholesale convert their TVs to this.
When you want to see Scorsese's newest vertical motion picture, you want to see it in the best possible
that production.
Aspect ratio.
That
right.
one, yeah.
Yeah, when everything goes Netflix vertical. And they developed that
Netflix vertical, yeah.
for watching.
A whole new format for the broadcast industry. Is that 16:9? No, it's 9:16, of course.
Yeah, no, of course. You get a TV that you could do a square screen,
so that or middle everything,
or do a
and it
circle,
never has to rotate.
Sphere.
Oh, now you're going spectacles on me.
Yeah, put on a headset and
no,
just
I break out in
hives.
hives. That's not a pretty.
I don't feel like I need it, but
yeah, I think it's a little bit just an idea. Yeah. I don't think this is going to be something you have to run down and pick up.
But like at the same time, monitors, like I always thought the flipping of a monitor was crazy, and it's like a super. Yeah, those are super useful. And
but
like
that's different. That's a work case.
It is.
Know?
We're not at that point.
Yeah.
But I think they're all working this out to say like maybe at some point we have screens that can handle everything in our lives.
Yeah.
But they're working it out, and then we're here to sort of say like I don't know.
I do like the idea.
I mean,
they're answering, great technology always answers a core appetite that you have that maybe you never actually thought someone would fix. It's a latent itch you've wanted to scratch, and all of a sudden someone comes along and says, oh, we made that itch go away. That's what this is doing.
Yeah.
We were all sitting there watching vertical videos on a horizontal screen and go, okay, the black bars on the side look ugly, but whatever, and the picture is too small. But obviously, this is going to be an expensive, high-end TV if it ever comes to production, and most people aren't going to want to invest that much money for that small itch.
They're all trying to figure out what to do with this big screen. It's like whether you tuck it away, roll it up, pivot, not have a screen at all, have it be virtual, have it be modular. You know,
LG
it's like
is the rollable folks we saw last year that came up out of that little coffin.
Yes.
Yeah.
That little table, exactly, the coffin table.
Here it comes.
This coffin-like. So I think this is like an industry figuring it out, seeing what will stick and what won't. Maybe it's like, laptops are still using keyboards. The modular stuff is there, but you still use old-fashioned laptops too. So I feel like that's an industry trying to
trying to
figure out what shakes
the
out.
next form factor.
Yeah.
So speaking of LG, which we're going to here in just a couple of minutes, they'll be the first of the live press conferences here at CES 2020 in our live coverage from CNET. We're going to take it now. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. We may get a look at some new television technology, and that's what we'll look now at LG.
Yeah, who knows?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our featured speaker this morning, the President and Chief Technology Officer of LG Electronics, Dr. I.P. Park.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CES 2020. Two years ago on this stage, I unveiled LG ThinQ as our global AI brand. Last year, my CES opening keynote was once again all about that ThinQ vision for AI. And it's been quite a success with a whole range of products taking on LG ThinQ brand, connected, AI-enabled, ready to learn, evolve with users. But that was just the start. We've already taken another big step by expanding the ThinQ brand to also include all IoT-enabled products and services. Why? Because we believe that digital transformation is about much more than a single device or two. We need to connect all aspects of our lives with intelligent touchpoints. And LG ThinQ represents our commitment to doing just that. Well, an ambitious vision like that needs a clear and structured roadmap, and I'm sure many of you will appreciate this need for clarity as you come across thousands of AI products and ideas here this week at CES. So this morning, I'd like to begin with our take on a framework for the future of artificial intelligence. As you can imagine, this is no simple challenge, so we thought it wise to team up with a leading powerhouse in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Element AI, Jean-François Garnier. Hey, JF, thank you so much for coming.
Pleasure.
Would you begin by telling us a little about this framework and how we've gone about developing it?
Yes, IP, as you said, this will map for the future of artificial intelligence and how we're thinking about it will impact the human experience. So we've identified key steps along that journey, which we're calling levels, where we're expecting to see qualitative jumps in AI capabilities. And to establish these different levels, we've studied the latest development in the academic field and examined a number of key domains that makes all of the aspect of our life and will be impacted in the future. We have then created 4 dimensions for each of these levels, and we've evaluated, the different criterias and what makes each level. Environmental awareness, collaboration, user understanding, and autonomy.
Quite right. And with key qualitative jumps along these 4 dimensions, we have established 4 levels of AI experience. You see that each level is defined in terms of both how AI works and what that really means to us. JF, shall we begin with level 1?
Absolutely. So level 1 is called efficiency, because that's essentially what it enables. So AI at this level allowed us to better automate device operation and user interaction. Most of voice recognition-based AI device today, you think of Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant, are level 1 because they're basically facilitating our interactions.
Great. And some devices won't even need commands because they can automatically adjust their operations with predefined input parameters. LG's ThinQ air conditioner, for example, uses smart detection sensor to know if there are people in the room, so it can automatically adjust temperature and the direction of the airflow.
That's exactly it. Already at level 1, we're able to create useful feature and new capabilities.
I believe we have a short video clip to show what a life with level 1 AI looks like. Many of you will find this quite familiar. Let's take a look.
What time is it?
The time is now 8:30 a.m.
Oh, we're out again. Can you order orange juice?
Sure. What kind would you like to order?
1 bottle of 100% orange juice. No pulp, please.
Okay, ordering now.
Thanks. Can you call a taxi in 10 minutes?
The taxi will arrive in 10 minutes.
So this feels pretty fairly commonplace, right? Well, at level 2, things get much more interesting. Here we're talking about pattern learning. AI-powered devices and services can now accumulate data, and through their interaction with the environment and the user, build and develop a memory. This memory enables AI to recognize patterns and use them to improve on future interactions. So from level 2 onward, AI really start to learn.
That's exactly right. Take the LG R9 robot vacuum cleaner, for example. The current generation of R9 can automatically scan the state of the floor and adjust the suction power accordingly. And that's really a great level 1 AI. But later this year, we'll see the next generation of R9, which can learn from its mistakes, like getting stuck in small gaps and corners. With level 2 intelligence, robot cleaners can learn about the place they get stuck as a patterns of spatial arrangements. So when they get to the same spot next time, they can safely just move out of it without getting stuck again.
And for your customers, probably the most important implication of this ability to learn from patterns is that AI can start to recognize you, distinguish you from another user. It can use your own individual trait, either your voice, behavior, preference, face, and then identify you and start to personalize your experience with the device or the service that you're consuming.
Excellent. Let's see how that personalization works.
I barely slept last night. Just 5 more minutes.
Olivia, not again. Have a glass of orange juice. That usually gets you going in the morning.
But there wasn't any left yesterday.
I ordered more last night. Your favorite, 100% no pulp.
Of course you did. Thanks. How much time do I have left?
45 minutes to get to the convention center. I'll call a taxi for 8:30.
Okay, I'll go take a shower. Put the news on in the bathroom?
Sure, playing your favorite channel.
All right, so in level 2, AI knows you and remembers your preferences. What's next?
So that's when things get really interesting. We get into something beyond pattern learning, and what we know is that correlation does not equal causation, and that's really the next step. So in the video that you just saw, AI may know what you think, what makes it difficult for you to wake up in the morning, but it doesn't know why. So from the steam of that idea, causal learning, which we believe will allow AI to develop reasoning to understand the why behind your action in order to create then better outcomes for you.
So we have reasoning intelligence. From LG's point of view, this is where we can really leverage the diversity of our product portfolio, because to understand why and establish causality, you'll need many more intelligent touch points around you. And all these devices will need to collaborate and share what they've learned, bringing together different bits of information to achieve an insight into cause and effect.
Yeah, so from level 3 on, AI is much less about one individual device and what it can do by itself, but more about the collective intelligence of a system of interconnected device and solution, all working together for us.
Sounds really fantastic. So my question is, when can we have this?
Well, we're just starting research on this topic. So as much as progress always make headways in some area, before it reach maturity, I'm afraid it's going to take a few years.
Oh, we need to get there faster, JF. Let's see what a life at level 3 looks like. Let's take a look.
Good morning.
You sound great this morning. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, it's been a long time. Thanks for the recommendation.
My pleasure. Olivia, can I also recommend a light breakfast before your presentation?
Oh, you're right. What should I have?
I've prepared a light green salad. Lettuce is good for reducing stress.
Thanks. That's just what I need.
Olivia, you seem a bit nervous.
No, this presentation is really important to me.
You'll be fine. What about dinner with Mark tonight?
Oh, yes. It's a special day for us, too. But where should we go?
What about the restaurant where you two first met?
That's a super idea. Can you please make a reservation?
Sure. Now relax and get some rest.
So, AI understanding why really makes a difference. Yeah. Okay, JF, what can possibly be better than this?
Well, now we need to look at a longer-term future vision. So for level 4. So the level 4 is based on what we're calling experimental learning.
Experimental learning. Now, that's a really new concept. Can you tell us more?
Yes. So experimental learning is the fact that we believe that AI can be able to design and improve continuously. AI will do this by formulating hypotheses around a specific goal, and then it's going to go out and test to learn new inferences. That process requires AI to draw from new data sources beyond the original training set, like it is the case for most models today. It's proactively seeking new information, integrating this knowledge into its operating parameters. I'd like to think of it as AI becoming like a scientist. Just like humans have become more intelligent by developing the scientific method. AI has the potential to become like a personal science lab that helps you constantly research and experiment with new ideas and knowledge.
And that's why we are calling level 4 exploration. AI and the user working together like a team to constantly try out new ideas to figure out what works best for you. So optimization becomes much more personal process and ongoing way of living, supported and facilitated by AI. That's really fantastic, JF.
It is. So from efficiency to personalization to reasoning and then on to exploration, these level of artificial intelligence experience are our attempt at mapping the future of AI and the relationship with human experience.
That's exactly right. A structured way of thinking and talking about how AI will change our lives, and this is only the beginning. Well, JF, it's been really great working with your team on this, so thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Jean-Francois Gagnier of Element AI.
Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste. How was the new routine?
So refreshing. I loved it.
Great. Before you go, can we review edit suggestions for your speech?
Sure. Let's hear it.
Good to go?
Yes. So much better. Thanks.
Olivia, you still look a little tense. What about a quick call with IP for advice?
That's a good idea. Connect me.
Hey Olivia, your rehearsals were great, so don't worry. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
What about that new mindfulness technique we tried last week?
Oh yeah. Let's do that. That's done.
You were excellent. Now here's a dress selection for tonight's date with Mark.
Okay. Let me see.
How about this one? It's a new color for you.
How do I look?
I knew that would look good on you.
This one's perfect for tonight. Thank you.
Enjoy your evening with Mark.
I think Olivia has a real great boss, doesn't she? So from efficiency to experimental learning, what does it all mean for us, for LG, and for our customers? I believe that this vision of AI innovation is meaningful because it enables us and encourages us to come up with more daring, more innovative ideas for our future. So this morning and throughout this week at CES 2020 will be all about a future where anywhere is home. This is a world where you can carry the essence of homeness with you wherever you go and whatever you do. Our CES booth this year is full of products and ideas that deliberately go beyond the traditional home domain. You'll see smart cabin solution for connected in-car experience, service robots in restaurants, and Think You Fit, a virtual fitting solution that will transform your fashion retail experience. All because we believe that with the progress in AI, we can make every aspect of our lives, every domain of our world really feel and work like home. And to make that dream a reality, we need to rethink and reinvent electronics from individual pieces of hardware to an integrated system of intelligent devices and services. That's why we're using ThinkU platform with its range of capabilities to enhance our devices and enable new services and solutions. Take proactive customer care, for example. It uses ThinkU AI engine with big data analytics to provide predictive maintenance for your devices. So you can preempt and performance issues, enjoy continuous optimization tailored to you and your living space. You'll hear more about this in a minute, but I just wanted to emphasize what this kind of innovation with AI means for us as an industry. Because this is not just an improvement on what we're doing already. It's a transformation of the very nature of our business, of our relationship with our customers, from selling to our customers to connecting to customers with products as a medium. And of course, our open approach to innovation is once again central to this notion of platform-based electronics. ThinkU platform is already openly available to developers through WebOS as well as other popular operating systems, because we know that we have to work together to create this ecosystem of intelligent solutions. The same goes for the levels of AI experience. And this is our invitation to everyone to join this exciting conversation about how we'll shape our future with AI. I can't wait to meet you all this week and talk about the way forward through causality learning towards that level 4 life where AI becomes a seamless part of our living, like anywhere is home. In fact, we've already begun sharing this idea with partners across the industry and academia, so I'll leave you with a quick summary of what they've told us so far. So please enjoy. Please do give us feedback. Make sure to visit LG booth and have a wonderful CES. Thank you so much.
This ability that we have to design experiments that allow us to build a better understanding of the world. It has transformed society. And this is something that is still lacking in computers. And I think AI research could be revolutionized by having this kind of ability.
I would strongly encourage all the other participants in the AI ecosystem to adopt this framework so that we together as an AI industry can provide further clarity and adoption and usability to the consumers of our technologies.
I think every industry will need its own roadmap, AI technology, which is why I'm excited that LG is coming up with its own categorization and prioritization for how AI can transform its business.
At LG, we're guided by a simple tenet: innovation for a better life. And we believe a better life starts at home, where your appliances make getting ready easier, help you look your best, make you the master of mealtime, and give you the confidence to enjoy whatever your day may bring. LG already produces the most reliable appliances. J.D. Power and the American Customer Satisfaction Index have recognized our leadership in customer satisfaction time and time again. But we're not stopping there. This year, LG is deploying new advancements in artificial intelligence and unprecedented hardware evolutions to help make sure life's good. Let's begin with LG's own AI, LG ThinkU. Throughout the appliance industry, AI has taken the form of simple voice commands to turn on your washer or check the status of your oven. LG is revolutionizing that with our new proactive customer care service. It's the first AI-powered customer service solution for connected appliances, and it delivers tangible benefits. Using big data and machine learning, it offers personalized customer care guidance, including maintenance tips based on your usage behavior to keep your appliances performing at their best. It also alerts you to potential issues, so you don't have to find out the hard way. And it can help solve service issues faster than ever before.
Proactive customer care is designed to give you peace of mind. When first connected, the service runs an installation report on your washer and dryer, refrigerator, dishwasher, or oven so that you can be confident that it's connected and operating at its best right from the start. It will also send timely maintenance notifications based on your specific usage. So for example, if you're using too much laundry detergent, The service will alert you to oversudsing and automatically send you specific instructions on how to solve that problem. The result? A better performing washing machine, cleaner clothes, and no unnecessary service calls. And to ensure you don't miss an alert, you can even receive voice notifications via Google Home, in addition to getting updates through the app or sent directly to your personal email. Proactive customer care can also alert you to potential problems before they occur. If your dryer begins to detect reduced airflow in the vent, the service will alert you and provide recommended next steps on how to solve that issue. This means faster, more superior drying performance.
With proactive customer care, you can potentially avoid an inconvenient service appointment. In fact, we found that 1 in 5 service calls could be avoided if the user had simple, at-home instructions. And if a technician is needed, the service will expedite repairs, and LG will call you to schedule the right technician who has the right parts right from the start. Nearly 2,000 LG smart appliance owners are already benefiting from proactive customer care, and the feedback says it all, 5 out of 5 stars. With advanced AI, proactive customer care is delivering tangible benefits that improve our customers' daily lives and give them the peace of mind that they're getting the most out of their LG appliances today and tomorrow. And only LG has it. LG Proactive Customer Care is rolling out now and will announce our expanded offerings in the coming months. In the next year, the service will be available on 1 million LG appliances.
And that's not the only way that LG is deploying AI. LG pioneered the direct drive motor in washing machines. This eliminated belts and pulleys for improved washing performance that's quieter, more efficient, and more durable. It's so effective that it's been copied by competitors around the world, and it's now the core technology used today. This year, LG has taken the direct drive motor to the next level with the inclusion of AI. Meet the next generation of laundry, the new LG ThinQ washer and dryer. With advanced AI, our new laundry products improve clothing care like never before, with precision washing and drying for optimal results without the guesswork. So how does this work? LG washers detect the volume and weight of the laundry, but with AI, they also identify the types of fabric used in each load using advanced sensors and big data. With this information, LG washers automatically select the optimal wash cycle for the best results, helping reduce clothing wear and tear by nearly 15%.
Now we know that most consumers select the normal wash setting, which uses standard wash movements to clean clothes. With LG's new washers, no normal cycle will be the same again. If our washer detects jeans, the optimal cycle setting will automatically be deployed. A mixed load of t-shirts and pants will be washed using customized motions, temperatures, and cycle times versus bedding or delicates. And auto-dispensing takes the guesswork out of detergent dosing. The result? The best wash with the most advanced fabric care. And when it comes to drying, we've taken the guesswork out of that too. With Smart Pairing, your LG washer automatically sends the optimal dryer setting directly to your LG dryer, so you don't have to.
And not only do our new washers and dryers deliver improved results, but they do so in less time. LG Turbo Wash 360 uses 3D multi-spray to clean clothes in only 29 minutes, thanks to its 5 powerful jets that spray water in 5 different directions. With 360 degrees of coverage, even the toughest stains are no match. And LG Twin Wash saves even more time by combining 2 washers in 1 footprint. You can wash small loads that can't wait in the compact LG Sidekick below, while tackling your normal to larger loads up top. LG washers are also the first to be certified by the experts at the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America for their ability to nearly eliminate allergens like dust mites, pet dander, and pollen from even the most delicate fabrics. Simply put, LG's new washers and dryers with ThinQ are not only better at doing laundry, they are quite literally smarter too. And we're producing these leading washing machines in the world's most advanced laundry factory in Clarksville, Tennessee.
Okay, and in the kitchen, LG is taking entertaining to the next level. To start, we're upgrading our industry-first LG InstaView refrigerators. Famous for their knock-on and door-in-door features that let you see inside without releasing cold air, our popular InstaView series has lots of new innovations for a better life. And when it comes to performance, our cooling system is getting an upgrade as well. It combines linear cooling to maintain a constant temperature and door cooling to cool the interior quickly to keep food fresher longer. LG is also redefining the art of home entertaining with the world's first refrigerator to automatically produce slow-melting craft ice. Meet the LG InstaView refrigerator with craft ice. Along with crushed and cubed ice and measure fill that enables precise water dispensing right from the door, our new refrigerator produces large, slow-melting round ice spheres right in the freezer drawer, so you can make upscale craft drinks at home without the hassle.
At 2 inches in diameter, they're the perfect size for standard household glasses. And our slow drip freezing technology nearly eliminates air bubbles that can trap odors and affect the taste of your drink. The freezer stores up to 25 ice spheres, making LG InstaView refrigerators with craft ice a true game changer for home entertainment. And it opens a new world for home mixologists, cocktail connoisseurs, but it also enables you to take things like sodas, lemonades, or even your iced coffees to the next level.
And for 2020, LG's popular InstaView technology will extend beyond refrigerators and to the oven. Introducing the new LG InstaView ThinQ oven. With InstaView, simply knock twice to check cooking status quickly and easily. No need to fumble for the light or open the door, which slows down cooking. The new InstaView ThinQ oven delivers enhanced usability along with new cooking innovation.
Inside our ovens, we're adding the new LG Air Fry feature, making it easier to cook healthy with less oil. With the feature built right into the oven, it keeps countertops free from the clutter of small appliances. Our new range combines LG True Convection cooking with air fry technology, helping to circulate heat at high speeds for crunchy on the outside, juicy on the inside meals that are evenly cooked throughout. And because no preheating is required for air frying, meals go much faster from your refrigerator to your kitchen table. Our LG ThinQ ovens also help you cook like a professional right at home by giving you access to hundreds of thousands of recipes from cooking platforms like Innit, SideChef, Tavala, and Drop, and the ability to send precise cooking instructions directly to your LG connected oven from your smartphone.
At LG, our mission is simple: to create appliances with thoughtful innovation that helps make life good. Through form and function, we're committed to helping our consumers reimagine the ordinary, be inspired to try new things, and to live a better life.
Good morning, everybody. As the TV people, we're a little biased. Nowhere is LG's commitment to innovation for a better life more evident than in home entertainment.
Today, many other brands are climbing aboard the OLED bandwagon, but it's LG that continues to lead innovation and expand the market. That isn't our opinion. Those are the facts.
LG OLED has been the best-selling brand for 7 consecutive years, thanks to innovations like advanced panels, powerful processors, and AI capabilities. These core technologies are critical factors in making our TVs the standard bearer in the OLED market year after year. And this commitment to innovation continues throughout our 2020 TV lineup with AI-powered picture and sound improvements, new form factors, and more. 2020 is sure to be another watershed year for LG home entertainment in the United States and all around the world.
Let's start with 8K, or real 8K as we call it. Once again, LG is leading the way while others seek to follow. Last year, we opened the era of real 8K by rolling out signature 8K OLED and 8K Now to Sell TV. In fact, Time magazine named our 88-inch 8K OLED one of the best inventions of the year. This year, we're expanding the 8K lineup with 6 new models, All that will deliver the 8K UHD viewing experience a consumer expects, real 8K. Tim, can you tell us more about what makes a real 8K viewing experience?
Sure, Michelle. Real 8K refers to the fact that resolution is not just defined by the number of pixels. We all know that an 8K panel has over 33 million pixels, but viewers also have to be able to see them in order to enjoy the benefit. The best measure of this is called contrast modulation, which refers to the ability of the eye to distinguish between adjacent pixels. All 8K TVs have a contrast modulation of about 90%, which far exceeds the strict parameters called for by the CTA's official industry definition. So they will all carry the new CTA 8K UHD logo, the one that matters. This protects the consumer against panels that may have the right pixel count, but use other treatments that could compromise how well they can be seen. Our sets will also offer more capability to play native 8K content with HEVC and VP9, and we're also working with partners like YouTube to create additional pathways for streaming native 8K content with AV1.
Well, that makes sense, but it isn't the panel alone that delivers a great picture. All of LG's 2020 8K TVs are driven by our new Alpha 9 Gen 3 AI processor with AI picture and sound enhancing capabilities, plus the ability to recognize and separately enhance specific types of content within scenes, such as faces and text. Our deep learning AI algorithms upscale virtually any content to take full advantage of the screen's 33 million plus pixels. With this kind of performance and future-proofing, LG 8K customers will have real peace of mind. And the good news for our customers doesn't end there. In 2020, we're introducing 4 new series of premium LCD models featuring our nanocell technology, 2 of which will be real 8K, with almost half of the new crop measuring a massive 70 inches or larger. Bigger screens and higher resolutions are what our customers are asking for, and that's exactly what we're giving them. In fact, we're offering a total of 18 different ultra-large models across our entire 2020 lineup. And LG's OLED range has plenty to get excited about too, with 13 new models arriving this year, including options from 48 to 88 inches.
Speaking of future-proofing, another key change in 2020 is the official US launch of Next Gen TV. Next Gen TV is the new ATSC 3.0 broadcast standard, co-developed by LG, which is the world's first Internet Protocol-based television standard. Next Gen TV represents the marriage of broadband and broadcast, giving local stations the ability to deliver enhanced picture quality such as 4K UHD, multi-dimensional sound, and even interactive content, among many other potential benefits. We expect local stations in more than 60 markets that could cover up to 70% of the viewing population to launch some type of next-gen TV services in 2020. LG next-gen TVs will be among the first on the market, offering 6 premium OLED TV models ranging from 55 to 88 inches with ATSC 3.0 capability, all of them earning the new CTA next-gen TV logo.
Now, we can't mention the incredible user convenience our 2020 TVs offer without talking about LG ThinQ AI. With ThinQ AI, users can monitor and control IoT devices straight from the intuitive home dashboard on their LG TVs. Through features such as hands-free voice control and routines, they can easily control multiple connected devices with just their voice, using natural language commands covering 144 countries worldwide. This feature will also be supported by Amazon Alexa this year. And thanks to LG's open platform WebOS, our TVs once again integrate the world's most popular AI services.
The TV with live lights, where every single pixel is alive, illuminating one by one. When millions of self-lighting pixels come together, have you ever imagined the whole new TV experience that it can deliver? See cinema brought home with films at their original best. Feel like you're on the front row with real sporting atmosphere. Game on another level with blazing fast speeds and immersive visuals. And elevate your space with groundbreaking design. Nothing compares to the brilliance. Nothing comes close to the experience. This is where TV comes alive. LG OLED TV.
As you've just seen, thanks to the winning combination of stunning picture quality, ThinQ, and our open platform, WebOS, LG 2020 TVs not only provide one of the largest selections of content choices available, they also deliver a new level of interactivity that fosters engagement and expands the viewing experience like never before. For years, from the days of HDTV to the 4K era and now the rise of 8K, one of the main goals for TV manufacturers has been to bring the cinema experience into our living rooms. And I think it's fair to say that the industry has delivered. But to truly experience movies the way the director intended, we're proud to be among the first to embrace the UHD Alliance's new Filmmaker Mode, which was developed with many prominent Hollywood directors and cinematographers.
Filmmaker Mode is a mode in which we can ensure that the original intent of the filmmaker, the technical aspects of the film, and the way in which we finished the film in the edit suite, in the color timing room, gets to the viewer the way that we intended. Modern televisions have all kinds of incredible possibilities in terms of their technical capabilities, but that also means that we need to be sure that the original intent of the filmmaker is carried through to the presentation in the home. And Filmmaker Mode is a way of doing that.
My first and foremost concern when I'm making a film, when I'm watching a film, when I'm editing a film is the audience. I can't help but look at a film through the audience's point of view. I'm watching my film through your perspective, not my own. And when I watch a film that's being displayed improperly, I recognize that there's a part of the experience that's being taken from you. And Filmmaker Mode is something that enables us to preserve that intention for you.
In 2020, consumers can enjoy movies using Filmmaker Mode on every new 4K and 8K LG TV.
Not only do LG TVs come with Filmmaker Mode, but for the first time ever, LG's latest OLED TVs will also support Dolby Vision IQ, which extends the benefits of Dolby Vision beyond HDR by intelligently optimizing picture quality experiences for viewers, regardless of ambient light or content type, all without consumers picking up the remote. Combine all this with the industry's best and broadest HDR capabilities and Dolby Atmos, film buffs, you gotta rejoice. In addition, LG OLED TVs have been recognized by the Hollywood Professional Association with the Excellence in Engineering Award as the first and only with integrated hardware-level calibration software, further solidifying LG's OLED TV as Hollywood's leading reference consumer display for use in content production. You know the saying, content is king. Well, LG's award-winning WebOS Smart TV platform will continue to deliver in 2020. LG TVs will provide a full range of content to entertain and inform any viewer, led by a plethora of shows and movies from Disney+, Apple TV, CBS All Access, and Netflix, as well as many other services. Now, while you watch your favorite shows, have you ever wondered where a scene was shot, or the name of an actor, or where you can buy that jacket that she's wearing? Well, now you can find out instantaneously. US viewers will be able to get real-time information about who, where, and what just by using the remote control or their own voice. This new functionality for LG 2020 TVs delivers a more interactive viewing experience, one we think our customers are really going to love. And LG OLED TVs are perfect for sports fans too. Sports enthusiasts will appreciate our new Sports Alert feature. It provides updates about their favorite teams, game start times, scores, and results, even while watching other content. And to start watching the big game right away, just click the watch button when the alert appears on screen and be taken directly to the coverage. Now, when it comes to exhilarating sports viewing experiences, big screen and fast response times is of course important, but sound is what brings total immersion. So to that end, LG TVs now have the capability to easily add Bluetooth speakers as rear channels, so you'll feel like you're in the stadium and part of the crowd.
That's all fantastic stuff, Michelle, but you know, gaming is one of the hottest trends in home entertainment today, and LG delivers the ultimate gaming experience on several fronts. starting with our LG Ultra Gear monitors and a really cool portable product that's taking the gaming market by storm. Check out our new G8X dual-screen smartphone with detachable OLED display. Mobile gamers love its extra screen real estate and multitasking capabilities. And now, TV is also joining the game. Looking across major social media channels and about 4 million websites around the world, the word gaming has become the most frequently mentioned topic when it comes to TV functionality. The bottom line is that more and more people are using their TVs as gaming displays. And when it comes to making a purchase decision, they're investigating the relevant specs and performance of the TV just as closely as they would when choosing a gaming PC or laptop. Here again, LG is leading this trend with technology from our partner NVIDIA that makes LG OLED TVs a great choice for gamers, guaranteeing the most immersive big screen gaming experience and including various enhanced gaming capabilities in all 2020 LG TVs. This technology was first introduced to LG TVs last year with our 2019 models. And here to tell you more about our continued partnership in bringing PC gaming to the next level from NVIDIA is Mr. Kaustubh Songhani.
Thank you, Tim. We know that every gamer wants a rich, immersive gaming experience. Silky smooth gameplay with no stuttering or tearing on the screen. Super responsive, so the input reflects instantly on the screen. And of course, beautiful, vibrant displays. But because gaming, unlike video, is real-time and has varying frame rates, this is quite a challenge. At NVIDIA, we started working on G-Sync to help gamers achieve this experience. And in 2013, we launched the first G-Sync gaming monitors. Since then, G-Sync has stood for a certified gaming experience, the best image quality, and smooth, responsive gaming. To this day, each display goes through hundreds of tests at NVIDIA labs, and only the ones that pass each and every one of these tests is considered high quality enough to earn the G-Sync name. See if you can spot the difference in this video. It takes a lot of effort to make a game look that good. NVIDIA and LG have been working together on display innovation since 2015. We partnered with LG's PC monitor team to bring G-Sync monitors to gamers all over the world, and the world's first G-Sync gaming laptop was based on LG panel. At NVIDIA, we are proud to partner with LG once more to bring G-Sync compatible TVs ideal for the big screen gamer. Engineers from both companies have worked together on the control electronics and the display characteristics to ensure that these televisions pass the G-Sync requirements. And the TVs have passed hundreds of G-Sync tests at NVIDIA labs, so gamers can be assured of an excellent gaming experience. They can play games at 4K, up to 120 Hertz, silky smooth on the beautiful, incredible OLED screens. With sizes ranging from 48 inches to 88 inches, they're big format gaming displays, or BFGDs, bringing an immersive gaming experience to your living room. I'm happy to announce that LG TVs are the first and only televisions that have been tested, validated, and approved as G-Sync compatible. Thank you.
Thank you, KS.
Thank you, KS.
As the first and still the only TV manufacturer to offer NVIDIA G-Sync capability, we're bringing this experience to more consumers in 2020 with 13 new models in our OLED lineup that support G-Sync in the coming year.
Designed for immersive gaming, movies, and sports, our OLED TVs prevent eye fatigue thanks to its low blue light emission, which many experts believe contributes to eye strain. It's also flicker-free and provides exceptional image quality from any angle. It's been verified by the trusted international testing body TÜV, which awarded LG their Eye Comfort Display certification. LG 2020 premium TVs come with all of the company's latest core technologies and features, but they also offer a multitude of possibilities to curate your space the way you like it. With leading picture quality and design, these TVs elevate their surroundings regardless of whether they're turned on or off.
All of LG's advanced technologies are included in our premium designs, including wallpaper OLED and the super premium LG Signature rollable OLED model, which will be introduced in the market this year. And all new for 2020 is LG's latest OLED design innovation. Meet the art-inspired G10 OLED Gallery Series. This extremely thin and minimalist gallery series, paired here with one of our matching sound bars, takes design to a new level with an ultra-thin form factor. The 65-inch model is a mere 20 millimeters thin without the need for a separate connection box. And used with a specially designed wall mount, which comes with the TV, it mounts completely flush to the wall, providing a dramatic appearance as if the OLED set was a piece of art. No gap, no shadow, just the brilliant picture quality and beautiful design you've come to expect from LG OLED.
LG's game-changing TV innovations for 2020 are ready to bring a next-level entertainment experience into homes all over the world this year. And our innovation for a better lifestyle doesn't stop there, as you're all about to see. Thank you.
Good morning. With our LG Signature brand, our philosophy is to take LG's technological breakthroughs and wrap them with exquisite design. In other words, to make innovation into a work of art. And nothing represents this unique combination of power, grace, and precision than ballet. And today, we're proud to announce our new LG Signature global partnership with the performance art of the American Ballet Theater.
Good morning, CES. My name is Misty Copeland, and I'm a principal dancer with American Ballet Theater and the newest brand ambassador for LG Signature. I think that ballet is one of the most exquisite and expressive art forms. All the beauty that you see on the stage comes as a result of incredibly hard work, long days, and endless practice. It is something that I do with tremendous passion and pride. I work hard to make the complex look simple and beautiful. That same passion and dedication to making the complex simple and beautiful can also be found in all of the extraordinary products that my partner at LG Signature makes. There is a dynamic parallel between the creation of a dance and the LG Signature lineup. They are both about power, passion, and performance, and I am just so thrilled to help bring the artistry of LG Signature forward, and I look forward to making magical art together. Bye.
Thank you, Misty. Her impact on the world of ballet and the new generation of dancers demonstrates a measure of commitment and grace that we at LG Signature are proud to be associated with. And along with Misty, our new brand ambassador, we're expanding our super premium LG family of products for 2020. Today, we are introducing the new LG Signature wine cellar with unique features like the InstaView Knock Twice technology so that you can see your wine collection without opening the door. Plus, the smart sensor near the bottom allows you to open the doors hands-free. The LG Signature wine cellar also has a multi-temperature control that sets specific storing conditions for each level, and its optimal vintage technology preserves the wine collection with the precise control of temperature, humidity, light, and vibration. The benefit of all that is every bottle is enjoyed as the vintner intended it. From advanced appliances like this to the super premium rollable television that Tim showed earlier, LG's signature truly represents LG's best of the best, designed for the most discerning consumer. So ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That's our press conference of today. To wrap it up, here's what you heard. You heard about our vision of the exciting AI future from CTO Park. We showed you how LG is reinventing customer service and product development to get the most out of your home appliances, as well as elevating the home entertainment experience. And of course, we unveiled our 2020 TV innovations, new models, new features, new partners, and new AI capabilities. That's what we call AI-powered innovation for a better life. So please come see how this all comes together in our booth, where anywhere is home. Have a great show, and life's good.
Okay, we just heard a lot from LG.
That was quite a bit.
Yeah, right.
Woo! Big, bold, everything.
Okay, I'll let you go there.
Yeah.
Big, bold ice balls. Let's just leave it that way.
Yeah.
They had big, bold ice
There were
balls.
lots of ice balls in this
So
press conference.
one of their high-end refrigerators has a freezer that will make what they call craft ice, which is what all the craft bars do, where they have those perfectly clear, bubble-free balls of ice.
Beautiful balls of ice that I don't know if I need in my house.
Right.
To cool whatever. Yeah, I want those in like a fancy cocktail.
I thought they were going to have like some kind of a built-in hacksaw where it does those craft cut square pieces of ice, and then it comes falling out.
That should happen. If they look
Sure,
like
that should absolutely happen.
They're magician's props. I want those to go do crystal ball tricks. I could disappearing ice.
If it weren't for Scott Stein, we wouldn't have enough attention to magic here at CES.
Always, we're in the city of magic.
We are in the city of magic.
Think about the tricks you could do with ice balls.
We're going to hold it right there.
I mean,
so there were 4 levels of AI, similar to autonomous vehicles, which I thought you and I were intrigued by. Level 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not going to get deeply into them, but they are levels of how their new AI, which is part of their ongoing ThinQ platform. They're working with Element AI on this. From very simple stuff today where you tell Alexa you want something, all the way to full anticipation in level 4.
Yes, and this is the dream that we seem to keep shooting for over and over again.
It's one of those.
You see this in health coaching and where this is stalled out. This is in your phone in terms of anticipatory things. Google, Apple with Siri, they try to do this increasingly to try to predict what your interest is. There are a lot of holes there. There's a lot of breakage. I can't tell that this is going to be any better.
But I like seeing a framework, at least, that shows that it needs to go through layers as opposed to let's just get into anticipation.
Right.
This is a stair step.
It is recognizing, like all AI, that there are levels, and this stuff really is a complex interaction, I think, between what you have in your mind versus what the suggestions are. It's not a fully, it's like with cars. It's not a fully guided thing that's driving you through everything. It's more of just presenting like autotype
and there's
suggestions.
An interesting turn where you go from it pre-solving things that you would ask for to it suggesting things that you don't initiate. That's an interesting tilt that happens somewhere around level 3 or 4, as they described it, where it starts to front-run you as opposed to being right alongside your needs. I find that to be an interesting tipping point.
The problem is this stuff, when it gets annoying or inappropriate, I will silence it all the time. And then it's over. Game over. You know, like
and that's a dangerous chasm they
especially
could
if you're
fall
driving,
right into.
right? Like one time, 2 times in real life, you go, I didn't want that.
Yeah, and the stakes are high
Stop.
when you're in physical movement. That's a whole bit different arena.
And then you might be happy never using it again. So I don't know. I feel like the acceptance rate for that is very slim.
Got to be careful. They talked a lot about InstaView door tech. You know, that's the refrigerator door where you knock on it and the thing goes clear so you can see what's in it without opening it. They brought that to their oven, and they brought that to a new wine fridge. I keep looking at that, and my question is, why have the door be dark in the first place? Just give me a clear door, but maybe I don't mind looking into things.
Yeah, I feel like when I visit anyone's house who has a wine fridge,
they want to see it.
I can see through to the beverages.
See all that cheap, crappy wine that they put in the bottom and all the good stuff they put on the top, so they think that's all they drink.
Glass is an amazing innovation. It's transparent. It seals things.
Their ice balls are right there.
I don't need the opaque trick, which I feel like is there was a phone that also had a camera that was doing that experimental. Like OnePlus, it was like,
oh right, the interior cameras to peek inside.
Everybody wants
that was a micro trend that came and went.
Yeah.
Last thing they talked about, of course, were televisions. Now, they talked a lot about 8K. You were filling me in on something, because I'm not a gamer, on this idea of G-Sync.
Yes. So, I mean, NVIDIA G-Sync is great on monitors. I think that's exciting, because if you have an OLED television and you want to have it be great for gaming, that type of low latency for frame rate, that sounds like
this
a really
is not
great.
A wireless connection.
No, it's for optimizing, like they showed, avoid screen tearing. I mean, like, it's kind of thing you assume when you're buying a good monitor for playing games. And now, let's say you're getting a next-generation console, you're getting one of the, the new Xbox or PlayStation 5 or whatever.
Wicked powerful.
Yeah, you're getting a big screen TV, one that can do split screen, one that can play everything well, run it well, not tear. And that sounds really practical and appealing to me.
Yeah, because if I'm a gamer, I imagine the era of having the 3 monitors around me is dead as a doornail now. Give me the big single monitor. This is the real immersion.
You could set it up on your desk or something, but then for your living room or anywhere else you're setting up to play a console or a PC,
yeah.
Just get a
and
big
I guess
screen.
with today's high number of pixels, 4K is a lot of dots. You got to move a lot of dots. You need a really powerful bus and transfer technology. And like you say, I can't tolerate any latency anymore, because those consoles are so powerful. I want literal, real-world lack of latency.
It's also helpful for branding. I think we'll have to see how this stuff works with the next-gen consoles too. But I think just when people are shopping for this stuff and they can recognize that, and we'll see how it works.
Yeah, the branding program is great, because everyone says great performance for gaming. Okay, give me a badge program that says
pretty confusing,
this is the good stuff.
If you're buying an ideal TV for gaming.
Last couple things, you remember the roll-up OLED from last year that came up out of the box? They say that will actually go to market this year, so apparently not vaporware. We didn't expect it to come out immediately, so that's interesting. They're working with YouTube to work on some 8K content to be streamed to their new 8K TVs, in case you're wondering where that'll come from. And they also announced that they will have a number of their 2020 television sets will have ATSC 3.0, which is the new interactive version of digital broadcast TV in 4K. That's a summary of that also has a back channel, so it's truly interactive, and that's called Next Gen TV now. That's the new brand name, and they'll have a number of sets that support that this year. So a ton of stuff in LG. Let's leave it at that. We're going to come back now. As this is the first presser of a whole bunch of them today. When I come back here, we're going to take a quick break and have a whole lot more, including an expansive look at what's coming at CES this week. So don't go away. It's CES 2020 right here at CNET.
Spherical Eye.
Okay, welcome back to CNET's live coverage of Press Day here at CES 2020 in Las Vegas, Nevada. We just wrapped up, myself and Scott Stein, the coverage of the LG press conference. It was chunky. But let's check in with Lexi Savitas now to see what's going on about a mile away. She's over at the Las Vegas Main Convention Center. Let's go to Lexi now.
Hello and welcome to the Las Vegas Convention Center at CES 2020. I'm Lexi Savides and you are a very lucky person right now because we're going to take a sneak peek inside the central hall here at the Convention Center, and no one else is allowed in except for the people that are setting up the booths and exhibiting and a few lucky people like us. So come on through, let's take a look. Now, bear in mind, this is an active construction zone where all of the booths are currently being put together. So you're going to see me like looking around, trying to dodge, forklifts and things like that. So keep an eye out because lots of things are happening. As you can see, take a look at in here. All of these booths are currently under construction for the world's largest tech show, and we have one day until the masses open up and come into the convention center and the Sands or Tech West. So all of the big companies are here. I'm talking Samsung, LG, Sony, a bunch of the camera companies. We have Sharp. Everything is still under construction. And when the show floor actually opens tomorrow, expect around 170,000 people to actually walk through those doors, which is kind of crazy. And let me tell you, this is actually the best time to experience CES because there's not that many people here, as long as you're good at dodging cranes and forklifts. Okay, so something to show you over here. Samsung booth. Now, Samsung hasn't had their press conference just yet. So as you can see, everything is kinda like, coming over here. This is just like some cladding and some fabric. It's all black because they don't want you to see anything that's going on inside. Over here, past the Samsung sign, that's going to be where the entrance to the Samsung booth is going to be. Actually, you know what? Let's see if we can sneak inside. Just a little peek. I'm not going to go right inside because nothing's officially open yet, but I want to see if we can see anything to give you a sneak peek. The curtain's open. You can have a sneak peek inside. Oh, I can see, okay, so I can't see too much. I can see lots of different signs, intelligent robots. I can see some massive screens. There's an 8K lounge, so lots of 8K TVs are going to be on show. And over here is the wall. Now this is cool. Now Samsung just announced this yesterday. It is a 292-inch micro LED screen, so it's all modular. It's currently being put together on this wall, as you can see. It's going to look amazing when it's put together, I'm sure. If it's anything like the Samsung booth from last year, it's going to be bright, it's going to be bold, it's going to be massive. Okay, so that's a little bit of a sneak peek of Samsung. I'm actually surprised they let me look inside because previous years I've been here and done that. They've been like, no. So you're very lucky you got to see that. Now further up in the hall, LG is all the way up the other end. I'm not going to take you all the way up there because it's a bit of a trek, let's be honest. But it's all cladded up just like the Samsung booth is. Watch out, forklift coming through. I'll let this pass. And then we're going to take a little bit of a walk down here. So as I mentioned, here at CES, there's lots of the traditional tech companies that you imagine. Obviously Samsung, LG, Sony. But there are a couple of other surprises in store this year. Some non-traditional tech companies, such as Delta Airlines, such as Impossible Foods. So CES is definitely growing into something that's not just a tech show anymore. There are like bikes thrown around here on the show floor. There's all the construction happening. So this is really fun. You get to see behind the scenes before everybody else comes in. Okay, let's walk down a little bit. So this is still the Samsung booth here on your left. Still things coming through. This is the Nikon or Nikon booth. I say Nikon because I'm Australian. And they usually have a couple of different cameras on show, as well as some very Instagram-friendly areas. Another sneak peek inside the Samsung booth. This is going to look really sick when it's fully decked out, I can imagine. It's already starting to look really good right now. Okay, let's come a little bit further down and see what else we can see. So did I mention that CES, the show floor, is huge? So all up here, the Sands and all of the other areas around CES, it's around 3 million square feet. So this place is huge and there's over 4,500 exhibitors. So that's a lot of things to see. Wish me luck because I'm going to be running around this place like crazy. Okay, still Samsung. This one, whew, This is really exciting because you get to see it with me the first time. I actually haven't really walked around. This is literally my first time in here because it's Monday. It's really cool. IBM's over there, and that's it for now. That's just a sneak peek inside CES 2020 live at the Las Vegas Convention Center. Stay tuned for more from CNET at CES 2020.
Hey folks, we're back with CNET's live coverage of all the big press conferences here at CES today, because this show's not even open yet, but there are a lot of major names rolling out what they're going to have at their show floor. Their elaborate stages that you've seen in the week ahead. Show opens formally tomorrow. Now, before we get to Panasonic's press conference, that's coming up top of the hour, 10 o'clock, about 54 minutes from now, we're going to talk about what to expect here at the show. This is your master class session right now. And joining us to do that are three of the great editorial leads from CNET who I have the honor of working with every day. Starting on my far end on the left there, Roger Cheng, he's executive editor of CNET News. He's our news guy. Jason Heiner in the middle, he's our editorial director of CNET. Reviews and advice go through him. And Connie Guglielmo's next to me. She's our editor-in-chief overall of CNET. So if you have a question about tech, I'm going to try and answer it for you now, ask it for you now, because the answers are here. And if they're not, they don't exist. Let's talk about the big six, guys, the big six trends that we figured out are going to define CES this year. Starting here at the top, number one is services. That sounds like kind of a broad bucket. What do we mean by this being a big services year?
Yeah, I mean, services is everywhere. A lot of the interest, investment, and energy in the tech industry is happening in services. We saw it last year. Apple had its big event in March that was just focused on services. We saw Disney Plus. You know, those are the most prominent. But when you think about what's going to happen here at CES and what's happening in the industry, it's a lot of things. There's a service or a subscription because that's a better business model for a lot of companies, right? It's a more sustainable business model that are happening for everything. You know, you can now get meal kits. You can get any restaurant you want delivered, you know, through Uber Eats and Postmates and others.
And tangible services.
Yes.
Okay.
So things that will do everything. Get your house clean, get your yard mowed, get all of these things are turning into apps now that are powered by these back-end services. And so everything as a service is what's happening. And like I said, that's where a lot of the interest in investment in energy and tech is happening.
And let's talk about why that is. The reason is that we all have as many devices as we possibly could want. And that's not to say you don't want to buy more, because there's going to be more devices that are coming out. But companies recognize that we're kind of tied into our smartphone ecosystem or our laptops or even some TVs. And so they're figuring out ways that they can make more money off of you. Subscriptions is the way to do that. And so if you've got a phone that you love and maybe you update every generation, or maybe you wait 3 or 4 years to update, how are they going to make money off of you in between? Well, we're going to start giving you interesting services. And also, some of those services are about trying to get you to stop thinking about it as technology, but how you live your life.
And so much of this service trend is really upsetting a lot of tangible business. Restaurants, retail, and getting around. Those three in particular have been upended by service challengers, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like companies like Seamless, right? I mean, Amazon is a core example of a service that has destroyed a whole bunch of businesses.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's sort of taking advantage of, frankly, our laziness, right? For a lot of folks, we don't want to leave the home to do a lot of things, and services is a perfect way to address a lot of these needs. Meal kits, I've gotten into meal kits because I just don't have time with 2 kids. So it is a perfect example of just how they're looking to build a recurring revenue stream off of these different services that we, back in the day, would just go off and do on our own.
Yeah, and it's a whole different relationship with those products and services the way we used to get them the old way. Ambient computing is interesting to me because it ties in to the topic of our Next Big Thing Super Session, which is coming up tomorrow here at CES. Every year we kind of try and set the weather vane of the next big thing in tech, and myself and Lindsay Turrentine, who runs CNET and all of our technology sites here at CBS Interactive, are going to say that anticipation is here and really starting to direct so many avenues of tech, and ambient computing and ambient sensing of where we are, what we want, and what might be our next appetite is a big part of this. What's an example of ambient now people can relate to and say, oh, I got it, that's what ambient is?
Well, the most basic example of ambient computing is our Google Assistant or Siri or Alexa, our smart speakers. But basically the way we interact with these devices is starting to evolve. It's not just tapping our phone, it's talking to our smart speakers. Eventually it's using haptic feedback. Basically it's all the ways we interact with all the different devices around us. There's been a lot of talk about how these devices kind of work together to make our lives better, but this is more about how we interact with these devices and tell these devices how to make our lives better.
Yeah, 20 years ago, when the way you interacted with technology, and especially the online world, was you sat in front of a computer with a monitor and a mouse and a keyboard, and you went and purposefully went to things and did things.
Is the key.
Yes. 10 years ago, all of that sort of went, or almost all of it, went into our pockets, right? And now ambient is about, it's starting to fade into other parts of our lives. Speakers, other, it's gonna move into things like, the front of your refrigerator, the windshield of your dash, other parts of your life. Even there's a company that's going to come to the CNET stage this week, UltraSense, that's going to be about putting these sensors and surfaces that are now touch sensitive, and you can use those to activate things in your life. So, and then you combine that with data, it's going to know your preferences, and it's going to surface you information and say like when you can see it now when you have like CarPlay and you use Google Maps or Apple Maps, and it says, oh, I know it's Tuesday, Jason. At this time every night, every Tuesday night, you take your daughter to dance class. Here's the directions.
But here's the interesting thing about this. I think what gets a lot of consumers nervous. We're tech-forward people with an appropriate skepticism, but we might see it as 1,000 servants waiting to help us. But you can see it as 1,000 spies, too.
Yeah, absolutely. So the cool thing about ambient, as my co-editors here have said, is that it changes the way that you interact with tech. There's voice, there's swiping and touch, there's eye tracking. You walk into a room and you look over at a light and it might go on. It's that Star Trek vision of the future where you're not thinking about tech, you're just thinking about doing things, and the environment around you interacts with you in a natural way.
And that's so interesting because I don't know all the time that I'm revealing something.
Absolutely. Yeah. And now we get to the scary part. In order for us to do that, we have to know a lot about you, right? We have to know that you have a daughter, that she's a certain age and she goes to dance class, or that you stop at your favorite coffee shop on the way to work and what route you take. So they have to collect all of that information for it to be helpful and meaningful to you. At the same time, they're collecting all that information about you. And that opens up concerns about the surveillance economy that we have covered so extensively that is being driven in part by Ring cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There's over the last year, Ring has faced a lot of controversy over its partnerships with local police, this idea that it's creating a surveillance state. But it goes back to that core principle, right? These are companies that are looking to collect data on us for whatever reason, whether it's serving ads or, in this case, trying to prevent crimes. But you've seen a lot of folks, even regular consumers, start to realize, wait a minute, this is the data you're taking from me, and then this is violating my privacy, and you're starting to see a big pushback. Years past, that hasn't been as much of an issue, but over the last year or two, people are starting to get a lot more savvy about how their data is being used and exploited.
And I think what's interesting also, what you're pointing out, Roger, is all these, Connie, all these camps of data have to come together. And that's different than saying this one mono collection, let's say it's Facebook, is doing this with me. But now data from multiple places might come together into a dossier that is of a scale we've never seen before.
Right.
That's different.
And it's also why you're starting to see 2020 will be a big year in terms of privacy regulation. California
one of our big six.
Is the first state, we'll talk about that, that has implemented some regulations so that you have access to the data that's being collected about you, and that's great. But you really, to Roger's point, you need to understand what they're collecting and why, because maybe you don't understand the implications. Okay, you go into a retailer, they know who you are, and just by showing up at the store, they'll give you a discount. And if the facial recognition doesn't work and you don't get your discount, no big deal.
Yeah.
But if someone is looking for a criminal and 1 out of 10 is a fail and they're misidentifying you, and you're the 1 out of 10 and you end up in jail, briefly, until all of that is sorted out.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
It's life-changing, and all I know is the whole weight of that landed on me. I don't see this low stat. 1 in 10 means nothing when I'm the 10, or I'm the 1.
You're the 1.
Okay, among our other topics that we won't dive into deeply, streaming and cord cutting obviously is going to be a major one here. We're getting to a tipping point, depending on what research you look at, that we have now gotten to a cord cutting or streaming world, or at least blending it with traditional cable and broadcast, and of course a lot of 5G going on at the show. Not a lot of necessarily new innovations, but the maturation that is finally starting to happen in 5G devices and services we're looking for here as well. I want to get into some specifics that we brought to the fore here, and that's going to include taking a look at what's happening with some of the devices out there that may surprise us. I want to go to the one that I think is the most trivial in some ways, but not necessarily, the Y-brush toothbrush. Why do we keep seeing toothbrush innovation here?
I can keep talking about that. I will talk about that all day long because, well, last year I was days off of a dental surgery when I was at CES.
Okay.
So I 100% appreciated this thing. I checked it out. I didn't try it out, obviously. They wouldn't let me.
What is it?
It's basically a mouth guard with bristles. You stick it in your mouth.
Great way to put it, yeah.
5 seconds top, 5 seconds at the bottom, and you're done. It's supposed to replace a full toothbrush session and flossing, which for me, it takes like 10 minutes or so. It's a bit of time, but adding up over days, that actually saves a lot of time. And it's like $120, which seems excessive for a toothbrush, but I would be all for it because my teeth are in terrible condition.
We're taking a look at it here on the stream now. That's exactly the way you described that. I think that's a great way to put it. A mouth guard with bristles, and the handle does the vibration.
You push the button. It's like an ultrasonic vibration.
But it's all your teeth at once on the top and then all the bottom.
Exactly.
Let's face it, this is one of those great technology answers that is like, look, most of us still don't brush right. Enough with trying to teach people to brush right. We've done that for decades. Just fix it with a device.
And they modeled the Y-brushes brushing action to a recommended dental toothbrushing technique.
The angle's right.
Yeah, which I don't do. I know I don't do.
None of us do.
My dentist tell me that all the time. So having this and ensuring that I actually have clean teeth in 10 seconds, that's technology I can get behind.
I'll take back in half an hour to an hour a week in time.
And it doesn't take my data, so that's nice too.
Let's talk about the voice assistants. We alluded to them a little bit during our big summary here. What's going on in the battle of the various smart assistants, Siri, Alexa, Google? Is there an overarching trend here?
I'll start, but kick it over to Roger. Amazon is winning. Today
on what criteria?
How many people have devices? Amazon told our reporter, Ben Fox-Rubin, that there are now hundreds of millions of devices out in the wild that use Alexa, their voice assistant. It took them how many years to get to 100 million?
It took 4 years. They announced that last year at CES that they got to 100 million. Now it's a couple of 100 million. They more than doubled the number of devices out there. Yeah. And they are the clear leader. Google actually last year lost share because a bunch of the Chinese makers actually surpassed them. So Google's actually kind of fallen behind as Amazon has surged ahead.
Interesting. On the global front.
On the global front. And it's interesting because you see here at CES, if you kind of look at everything around, and especially the signage, you would assume that Google dominated everything because Google is all over the place. The Hey Google signage is everywhere. And Amazon's got a small booth just actually a few feet from here. But
they don't need to yell.
Exactly.
Right?
The
They got
global
200 million
stage.
devices.
Exactly.
And you're talking to them already.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I guess I'm surprised a little bit by that. I don't doubt it, but I'm surprised because it shows, I think, the strength of Amazon's integration, partnership, and marketing efforts. Whereas Google, you would look at it on paper and say, this is their battle to lose. They own this sector. They are the information company above all others. And that's what powers a smart assistant. And yet, here's Amazon with persistent leadership. They didn't just get here. They've been here from the beginning.
Well, let's just say it's a moment in time. Amazon's advantage is that it's got hundreds of millions of devices out in the wild. They won't say exactly how many, but we'll have to assume more than 200 million. And they're on Alexa integration in something like 100,000 products, if I'm correct.
Number. Wow.
Which is huge. So that advantage is their ubiquity. However, the value of those devices is that they do what you want them to do. When you talk to them, they give you a correct answer, and they fulfill your need. That's where Google has an advantage. They have the search engine. They have all of these queries. So over time, their smart assistant might actually end up being smarter.
My gut tells me that, yeah.
Well, that's the bet that they're making.
But the numbers make me feel, have I got it wrong?
Well, you know, we still don't use VHS recorders, right? So technology waves come and go.
Beta was better than VHS,
There
too.
you go.
Right?
So I would say that's why I started by saying it's a moment in time. And at this moment in time, Amazon rules.
Let's talk about this, an extension of this. What have we seen with Alexa in automotive integration? One of the car makers, I think, has shown.
The Lamborghini. There's a Lamborghini with an Alexa.
Oh,
now.
well, good. So it's a mass market announcement.
Exactly.
Good.
Everyone's going to get this.
Excellent. Okay. To Tim Stevens, that's an everyday car.
They've had a number of integration partnerships with Alexa into automakers. I think with gas stations like Exxon, you can actually tell Alexa to pay for your gas, which I don't actually know if saves that much time, but it's one of those things that they can talk about and say, hey,
One
you
of those
can do this
clever
with
tech
Alexa.
laterals.
Yeah.
So I did a look at the Amazon Alexa Auto standalone device recently, and they have a couple for Google Assistant, and they work relatively well, Alexa in particular, or the Amazon Echo device. But I was just puzzled. It's just my phone. It's a subset of my phone, and I think a little bit of the smart speaker, whether it's in-car or on your counter, is a little bit of sleight of hand to get people to embrace voice functionality and then eventually say, oh, I always had it. And it works great in my phone, and I don't necessarily need another product. Am I crazy?
I mean, I think that's part of the pitch with the Ring and the glasses. It's just to get Alexa out there, not just in the home with the smart speaker, but just everywhere, to basically tie it together. And that's the thing. That's why I think Amazon has a real edge, is because if you are using Alexa, embracing Alexa, you're a lot less likely to make the wholesale switch to Google Assistant, because that means buying a whole new set of products, right?
Yeah.
So you're kind of committed at that point.
Gets to the ambient argument a little bit too.
Big
Of
part of that.
people not wanting to pull out their phones, 150 times a day, that kind of thing.
These little micro slices of time savings. I mean, why do we like swipe to pay versus phone swipe versus card swipe? It's a millisecond, a tenth of an ounce of labor saved.
What is that Carrie Fisher line? The problem with instant gratification is it takes too long.
I hadn't heard that one. That does sum it up. Interesting. Let's talk. We're at CES. We got to talk about giant TVs because they are such a huge, visible part of this show. If I had it right, Samsung rolled out a modular television in the 290-inch class.
292.
Class.
292.
Don't
shortchange them those 2 inches.
Okay, we're showing our viewers now. Here it is. Yeah, it's a big boy.
I mean, look, I feel like this is what the state of television at CES is like. It's like we just can't do anything innovative, so we're just going to make it bigger. Because it's essentially the same TV as last year. They just stacked more of these micro LED panels. This is kind of like a Lego setup, right? It's modular. You can keep building it out, so they just made it bigger.
I mean, look at the person standing next to it. You can see in our feed right now. The person's tiny.
That's our own David Katzmeyer.
Oh, is that Katz?
And he's a tall guy, by the way.
He's not a small guy. No.
Yeah, he's 6'4".
He's dwarfed.
So, and the thing is really impressive when you see it, and the blacks are beautiful, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
They can't really manufacture these at scale. These are definitely a boutique product. They cost reportedly hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, okay. This isn't even tens of thousands.
No, this is not even tens of thousands.
This is institutional industrial stuff.
No, this makes the $60,000 roll-up display look like a bargain, from LG.
Well, speaking of that one is now announced for going to market this year. They just said, with not a particular date in mind. I understand it's about $60,000.
That's right.
For that, that's a budget TV compared to what we just saw. is anyone really going to be interested in something so esoterically elegant?
The competitor is
Do
2000.
we all read Dwell magazine, or is that just on the coast? I mean, really.
I mean, I like to say when you come to CES, it's not really just about the products, although we obviously show them and talk about it. It's the trends. And for years, the trend has been looking at these large screen displays and how they're getting thinner and more flexible, and that they can be manufactured at scale. People want to manufacture them with a high rate of success so that you're not throwing products off the assembly line. So there has to be work and investment in the manufacturing process. One day you will walk out and there will be buildings wrapped in Corning's flexible willow glass, and the surfaces of this desk will all be a touch screen that will be tapping on or not if we're ambient talking to it and projecting.
Just gesturing
so
over.
It's about making the investment in how to produce and manufacture this stuff at scale.
Okay, so that's the idea behind the LG Rollable, is to say, look, you can buy one for 60 grand now if you're in that niche market, but it shows where we're going to be able to push the core technology, that it's ready. And even though it's not necessarily going to have a lot of scale, we're showing our viewers now. There it is. This is, again, not changed from last year. This is coming out of a long, narrow cabinet that you put low in your room, and the whole thing rolls up kind of like a reverse slide projector screen, if you're old enough to know what that is. And it can also drop down to an eyebrow display of about 8 inches in height, as I recall. There it is there, in kind of a control console, if you will. So it's got a lot of, really interesting modes that declutter the room. But that does speak to a pretty small bunch of very design-conscious, well-heeled individuals. But like Connie says, it's a core technology that they're saying, look, it works. We'll get it on the market in sufficient scale to say that it's real. And then where does it go from there? Maybe it upholsters the world, right?
5 to 10 years from now, it may be less than $1,000 if people like that concept. Or maybe it's built directly into your wall. You just have this sort of sheet of plastic or glass that is built directly into your wall. It sort of takes us there, from a trend perspective.
Having just hung the new TV I got for Christmas after... I shouldn't admit how long I have my last TV. Let's leave it at that. As a CNET editor, I should never say I had a TV that long. But it was there in the house for a long time. I was putting the thing up on the wall. I had to move the mount. It's a bigger TV. I'm sitting here screwing around with studs and drywall and doing stuff like that. Why are TVs still so horsey and clumsy and require you do stuff with tools and sheetrock that most people, don't want to do? Got to call the Geek Squad. Got to go. One day we will look at TVs and they'll just be something you put up with 2 pieces of adhesive tape or
command strips.
That's
command strip. Command strip
TV.
There it is.
No, they'll be virtual, and it'll just be a projector. There will be no glass.
There's the ultimate.
There'll be magnets.
There's the ambient. Okay, let's take a minute in our discussion here with the CNET Brain Trust to see what's going on here on the floor, not far from us, here at the Sands Expo Center. We also call this Tech West. Floor reporter Claire Riley has been watching this place come to life as they're beginning to assemble it before the doors officially open tomorrow. Let's see what Claire's got for us in a sneak peek.
Thanks, Brian. I'm here on the show floor. It's super exciting. The whole place hasn't even opened yet, but I have special access because I've made friends with the people who run the show. So I'm going to show you inside. Now, we're expecting about 100,000 people tomorrow coming through these doors. And it doesn't quite look crash hot yet. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a lot of. I hope you have your fork truck license. What we're seeing is a lot of plastic everywhere and a lot of boxes, but by this time tomorrow, this whole place will be showing you the best of tech for your lifestyle. Now, the Sands here is just part of Tech West. We've also got the Venetian, the Palazzo, the Encore, the Wynn. In fact, CES is spread across the whole of Las Vegas. We saw Lexi in the LVCC before, covering the big brands like Samsung, LG, Sony. Over here, you might not see some of those really, really big names, but you're going to see some really cool stuff. Now, upstairs, we've got tech for health, tech for well-being, tech for sleep. If I take you down this way a bit further, once again, a lot of rubbish. Just step over the cans. Connected wellness is going to be really, really big this year, and it's all about how do we make your life better with tech in ways that you're not going to notice. So maybe it's going to be a smarter bed. We've seen Sleep Number for a number of years at Tech West. They're just over there behind these lights. We've also got things for like heart health and maybe your heart rate, making sure that you're just keeping your health and well-being at 100% all the time in ways that you can't really tell. Now, if you can see, just next to Sleep Number, we've got the likes of Philips, and behind them, Body Friend. Now, last year I had a super deluxo massage in the Body Friend Lamborghini massage chair. If you need me at any point throughout the day today, that's probably where I'm going to be. On the outside, we've got smaller brands that you might not have heard of and you might not hear from again. But over on the other side of the room, let's see if I can show you from here, we've got smart home. So smart home is obviously massive at CES. Ring, you've probably heard of them. They've had their share of issues around privacy, but they've got a huge booth here this year. Really excited to see what they have on show. And also behind that, over in the far corner, we have Kohler. Now, I went through the Kohler booth last year. Super slick. It's, I think, the only booth that has fully functional plumbing. They have things like smart faucets, toilets. This year they have a very cool smart shower head that has an inbuilt speaker that you can pull out, just in case you're like me and you want to do a bit of singing in the shower. Okay, I'm going to try and lead you past all of this stuff. Mind the plastic on the floor. It's really hard to believe that these guys put on a massive show and it's still looking like this the day before. Now, underneath me, below us where we are now, is Eureka Park. So Eureka Park is kind of maybe a bit more of the offbeat brands. You've got startups from countries like Korea, France. They're all in these kind of dedicated country sections and they bring the best of their startups here to CES to kind of show what they have on offer. We saw some of that last night. I was at CES Unveiled, saw a really fantastic urban mobility solution. Now, you might have seen an e-bike, but have you seen an e-trike? Yeah, 3 wheels. It's covered over, you can fit the kids in the back if they're really, really small. That's the kind of thing that we're seeing the likes of French startups bring to the show. They've had Kickstarters, they're really big in their own countries, but can they make it on the CES show floor? It's a whole other matter entirely. Upstairs here, we also have Procter & Gamble. Now, Procter & Gamble were really big last year. I saw some amazing stuff in terms of makeup, SK2, as well as a kind of a handheld makeup printer that prints on your face. That's actually going to be available to buy soon. It was on show last year. We're seeing it now again. Procter & Gamble is also going to have some slightly unusual offbeat stuff, shall I say, in the toilet space. I didn't think I would become the toilet reporter, but I'll be heading there this week to see what they have from Charmin. There's some kind of novelty tech from them. Also, I'm going to be testing out a little later today some connected sports tech. So if you're into boxing, as I am, you can have an augmented reality opponent, and we've also got a connected ski machine that I'm going to be trying later. So I have to go and warm up for that. Thank you so much. I'm going to keep showing you the rest of the show floor. I'm Claire Riley for CNET. Stay tuned, we've got more after this break.
2020 from CNET. The show doesn't even start yet. This is a pre-day of major press conferences from some of the largest names in technology. But we're here getting started to lay the table for you and get it ready so you know where things are going to be coming from, if we do our job right, in the week ahead. I got the brain trust of CNET here with me. I got Roger Cheng in charge of our news. I got Jason Heiner in charge of our reviews and advice, and Connie Guglielmo, who's our editor-in-chief of CNET. So we have the answers here. Let's talk about some things that came out at Unveiled last night. First of all, Connie, can you give us in a nutshell why Unveiled is so popular? It's kind of inside baseball amongst us reporters.
It's a preview of kind of the interesting and quirky and unusual products that you're going to see at CES. It's a preview for the press.
Yeah, press only.
It's a mad scramble. They're small tables, and it's really just to get as close to these products and devices as quickly as possible so you can get the word out ahead. It's also a place where people do kind of a preview, a sneak preview of tech to come, which we'll talk about. Samsung had a very nondescript table there, but that represents a big technology that we'll be talking about. So it's to give you a heads up on some of the themes and some of the investment that people have been making as kind of a precursor to what's coming out in the future.
So the one you mentioned there is called Samsung Neon, which, as I understand it, is an intelligence, an AI base. Is that the right way to describe it?
Yeah. So it's kind of an interesting mystery because, as Connie alluded, that there was a very nondescript table, 2 posters, and just people with some flyers, and no Samsung signage at all.
I walked right past it.
They were very clear that Neon, here we are.
Yeah, we're showing it to you now on the stream.
Neon is, it's actually its own independent company that's fully invested by Samsung.
Oh, it is?
Well, that's what they claim, but it is fully invested. It's owned by Samsung. It is the CEO of Neon is basically the head of Star Labs, which is Samsung's innovation unit.
Okay.
So clearly there's a tight connection there. We all thought this was going to be artificial intelligence, like a Bixby. They made that clear that it wasn't. This is actually more, you see the folks here in the poster, they're artificial CG humans meant to mimic real humans. And so it's
the ones that are printed on those side panels.
The ones printed on these posters are actually CG.
Okay.
They are teasing demos for later this week where you'll be able to interact with these folks, and they claim that you'll be able to, you basically won't, you'll be fooled by the fact that they're completely CG, that they look and they sound completely human. The idea is, I think, to get them into Hollywood, they mentioned teaching, business applications, banking, which sounds absolutely horrifying, by the way.
It sounds like sci-fi come to life, right?
Totally.
It's
like the movie Her.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the digital personas of the future that you're going to interact with. Virtual assistants, your concierge, your teacher, which I do think is kind of scary.
That is, yeah.
And it's Samsung, so we have to take seriously because they have a little bit of cash.
Right.
And what kind of investment they're making, I mean, they have said that they're going to hire, thousands of AI experts to help build this out. And it's been a tease, basically, on social media. So we don't really know how it's going to manifest itself, which is why it Unveiled, people took a second look and were like, what's going on?
Yeah, it wasn't until, I think, half an hour into it that folks started to realize, oh, wait, this is the Samsung thing that Neon was teasing. Although, to be clear, they kind of disassociated themselves from Samsung, so that they're doing their own thing. But it's clear that the resources that Samsung has put in AI will likely filter down.
So
here's an example. This is the CG human, the artificial human. They've coined the term artificial human. Again, another scary sounding term. And oddly enough, this woman looks like she's dressed as Steve Jobs, which is the weirdest thing. But this is an artificial human. This is not a real person. In the demos, they promise that we'll be able to interact with these artificial humans and have limited conversations. The idea was they stressed that this wasn't like an AI that would have a long, lengthy conversations. Wasn't going to mimic a human, but that it was more about the visuals at this point. But I think the long-term game is to make this basically a replacement for a human. The term deepfakes got thrown around a lot.
Right. This is the
ultimate
deepfake.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's like a lot of dark territory that this can go into. A lot of negative implications that this can go into. We're gonna have conversations with them later this week. But it'll be interesting to see if it's just artificial humans or if they start replacing humans.
There's a lot of
CG accurate. They already do it in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Not quite as well, but we'll see.
There were a lot of highfalutin ideas that they used when talking about this. About like technology that makes you feel more human, technology that helps you understand what it means to be human, things like that, language like that. So that makes it clear that they are a little worried about the reception of this, that they're worried that people are going to have some of these fears, the AI fears, right? We think AI and we think Terminator. And
so let's talk about the underlying trend here. And Brian, this is something that you talk about all the time with robots. Why are they cute? So that we invite them into our home and get comfortable.
Yeah, that relatability before
right?
capability.
And why were the first smart home gadgets thermostats? Because who cares? You're automating my thermostat. Sure, I'll invite that thing into my house. So it's about trying to take these baby steps. I mean, your point about making it look like Steve Jobs is kind of funny. Because all of the tech people will be like, yeah, cool. I'd want Steve Jobs to answer my questions about how to make chicken for dinner. I mean, sure. So it's about laying the groundwork for us accepting this and not being so put off by it, although we're all put off by it right now.
Yeah, I mean, here we are on stage. We're all put off by it. But again, details to come. We'll be reporting on it, investigating more of what exactly will this go. What are the use cases, as we say, in the biz? A couple of quick hits here of things we saw at Unveiled. L'Oreal, they showed off an interesting mix of skin care and makeup. Appearance and self-care is what it sounded like. Who saw that?
When did you take that?
Well, I mean, yeah, the idea is that you can mix your own color. I'm not really a makeup expert, but all the folks that I talked to, there you can see Claire kind of working on that right now. You can sort of create your own custom color, and it'll actually mix the colors for you.
To start. Yeah.
And you'll actually get physical makeup that matches the color that you're programming in digitally.
Okay, interesting. So this is also this kind of ties into a interesting trend because the skin care. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
What's it doing? It's actually exuding the custom
makeup?
Yeah,
mixing
that's
the
the
pigments
color.
together to
Oh,
match
that's
the
wild.
color. Yeah.
So what I understand is they can also put skincare products in the tanks, if you will, along with pigments. So you can get something that looks good, but is also good for you.
Again, it's personalized, so it's going to your personal preference, and it's collecting data about you, your skin type. Do you have oily skin? Do you have dry skin? I don't know what your color preference is, because maybe I might want to sell you scarves or clothes or umbrellas in the future, and I know to send you pink or orange or green polka dot, whatever. So it's the start of personalization, and we're seeing that happen across a variety of areas, but a lot in healthcare and tech, because that's personal to us, and we see the immediate benefit of 10-second teeth brushing.
Yeah, no better way to get someone's attention than to do something that's really personal and let's say it goes on some selfish levers it pulls. I want to look good. I want things that are all about me. Selfish always sells, right?
And I want it now.
We're used to the hyper-personalization on a digital level. So think of this as like it's bridging that hyper-personalization from a digital level to actually physical products and,
And this is
real
similar
stuff.
to what a lot of things that Nestle is working on. A really big picture is to say future foods will be tuned to you to be good tasting and good for you after we somehow find a way to, at scale, assess everyone's gut biome and say this food works for you, this doesn't. We're going to mix and match. Honestly, we have it in the pet food industry. I mean, anyone who's got pets probably has some kind of prescription food for their animal, and they're highly tuned and very specific. We don't have that for humans. We go buy what tastes good or what we think is good for us, but it's not prescription formulations. So a lot of companies are trying to go this way of good and good for you on a custom-tuned basis. So there's kind of a meta trend there. What is Wello? I don't even know what this is.
Wello is a solar-powered tricycle. It's got a battery that you can charge. It actually goes, I think, like 100 miles.
Okay, you lost me at tricycle.
It's a tricycle for grown-ups. Sorry, I need to clarify that.
This?
It is a tricycle for grown-ups.
Okay.
You look at it, it's like a cart. It actually has room for a passenger in the back.
Oh, it's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it got a battery, so it's powered. It goes as fast as about 25 miles an hour.
Okay, you pedal it?
You do pedal.
Okay, you just took me from the 21st century back to Gilligan's Island. I'm going everywhere with this one. Wow.
It's got a storage compartment that folds down into a second seat.
Okay.
You see the array of solar panels there.
All right.
And it's an alternative form of transportation. If you're sick of your giant clunky car, and you just want to get around somewhere close.
Sure.
Wholly unpractical in big cities, I imagine. Like New York, I can't imagine this thing wheeling around the streets of New York.
Well,
it will get
terrifying.
crushed by cabs, or it will run over pedestrians. But in a small town, in rural areas, rural communities, I can see this being pretty useful as an alternative form of transportation. Obviously, no gas. So
I think it solves a big question a lot of people have around bicycles as part of their multimodal future is, I'm going to get wet. That's a huge one. Yeah. Having an enclosed vehicle is a major game changer when you're talking about micromobility. Scooters and bikes don't solve for rain and snow.
Well, if you go shopping, where are you going to put your
stuff,
right?
Right,
Exactly.
So storage also.
Yep.
there's a lot of problems, and I love cycling, but it's just there's a lot of places where it does not replace the car in this one-to-one way that a lot of people would like to see it do. All right, so that's Wello. I want to get a couple others in here. We saw there, and again, we're doing our sort of a scene setter for you here with our head of news, head of reviews, and our head of CNET joining me to talk about where things are going in the week ahead. This is kind of our main weather vane session. The Bosch visor, they collared us and said, no one's ever solved for the last dumb thing in the car, the sun visor. You guys have got to see this. And I thought, okay, what is it? But it's kind of cool.
It actually is kind of cool. It's like a digital board. Basically, it'll map out where the sun's shining and hitting your face, and it'll block out those specific
Just
parts
that.
of the dashboard. Yeah.
So I still see traffic lights.
Exactly. Which
Simple
is
but
actually
brilliant.
amazing. Yeah, it's
Totally smart.
It is such a big problem that we didn't really think about until they came up with this. I'm like, oh yeah, the sun visor is kind of big and clunky.
Yeah.
Why haven't we done anything about this before?
Totally smart.
It also sort of makes you look like a superhero. Like that's kind of like a superhero mask, like Robin, or the Green Lantern or something.
Depending on if you're sort of, wanting to be that. Yeah, you'd have a certain inkling to want to be seen as a superhero. Apple was here. Well, is here kind of, Connie. How important is this subtle arrival of them at CES?
I mean, it's super interesting. Apple, for many, many years, has not participated in CES. And last year they had a billboard, which was what happens in Vegas, stays in Vegas, a nod to the fact that Apple has taken a very strong stance on privacy, more so than many of its rivals, including Google and Amazon. And this year we know of 2 executives speaking on a panel, and we saw a guest appearance, an unusual guest appearance of an Apple iPhone that I'll let Jason tell you about.
Yeah, so the Sero TV, the rotating, spinning TV that 40% of video is now created is in portrait mode, is vertical.
Yeah.
And so they have this new TV that you swivel it, right, from portrait to landscape and back again.
Yeah, Scott and I took a look at it about an hour and a half ago,
and it automatically
just follows you as you're casting.
Yeah, so very cool, understandable. But one of the interesting things about this demo was this product has already been in Korea. It's now coming to the U.S. in the second half of this year.
Yeah, we're seeing you do it right now on our stream. There you are with it.
You're
casting your phone.
It's really aimed at Gen Z and millennials, right?
Sure.
This is like the TV for the YouTube.
Folks who can afford this TV, by the way.
Right.
Who don't buy a lot of TVs, so they tell us.
Exactly. Right now they watch, for that reason, they watch most of their content on their phone or maybe a tablet.
Yeah.
So this is sort of giving them a better screen to put that content on. All makes sense, but in the U.S., where they're bringing this TV, which is what this announcement was about, most of those millennials are even more iPhone-centric than the larger population. So a prominent part of this announcement was that it also works with the iPhone, not just with Galaxy phones.
Interesting. Connie, do you see anything bigger than what Apple's presence here is? Is there a greater attractiveness to the broader tech industry show venue for Apple for some reason?
Sure. Apple is making 2 big plays. Services, as was mentioned. They want to add new services so that if you're not upgrading their devices at the frequency rate that they would like, you start investing in some of their services. And one of those big services is their Apple TV service. And so they have one of their execs, the creative director of Apple Music, which is a subscription service, who will be speaking on a panel here. So a big play around that. Last night we saw Tim Cook at the Golden Globes because one of their shows for Apple TV was up for an award. It didn't win. But Apple wants to be in your mind as a streaming alternative to the many streaming services that are out there and are making a big splash at this show in particular. We'll see a new service from Jeffrey Katzenberg on Wednesday. Quibi.
Yeah.
Quick Bite Video. The other thing that they are passionate and they think is their competitive advantage is privacy. So their privacy person is going to be on stage with someone from Facebook. Why? Because everyone is concerned about all this data that you're collecting. I want to know that it's safe and secure, and who's got my back? Apple wants you to think that they're the ones.
And I remember last year was kind of surprising to see how much Apple's streaming services were announced as being integrated in lots of other companies' platforms. Does Apple briefly see that the walled garden needs to get a broader fence?
They need eyeballs.
Okay. It can't just
Absolutely.
keep you in the vertical world of this thing forever, especially as average selling prices on phones are coming down. Number one selling iPhone in the last couple of quarters, I think, has still been the 10R.
Right.
It's not. They're not moving the top flagship primarily. Let's do another live hit over at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I think we've got Lexi Savitas there. But again, today is a pre-opening day, guys, and let's take a preview of what's cooking over there at the expo.
Welcome back to the show floor at CES 2020 here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. As you can see, construction is going on all around me as all the booths are put together. But I wanted to give you a sneak peek of one of the many cool things that is here at the Convention Center. Now, I am at the GE Appliances booth, and this is all about the kitchen of the future, and specifically we're going to check out right now the wardrobe of the future. This is Wendy from GE Appliances now.
Hi guys, welcome.
What is this? This looks like my dream come true. Now, do you remember the wardrobe from Clueless, the film with Alicia Silverstone? Cher's wardrobe, basically, you could actually select everything that you wanted to wear during the day and it would just like magically rotate. We're not quite there, but this is kind of similar, right?
Back up a little bit.
Okay.
We're going to use you as our model.
All right.
You're going to place your feet right there. It's going to take a scan of you. And then in the comfort of your own home, you can virtually try on your own wardrobe, or it will make suggestions on what you might be missing from your closet, because we all have that, little bit of satisfaction we need to get in our shopping. So it's going to scan your image, and then depending on the weather or what you're doing for that day, it's going to suggest an outfit that you might like to put on, whether it's in your closet or you want to select some new pieces. And the benefit of this technology, there's also RFID tag recognition, so once you put something in your closet, we're going to help you clean it, and when you put it in the washing machine, it already knows. And
Oh, there I am. Wow, it thinks that I have this gown on and my eyes are sort of a little bit closed. This is the sultry getting ready for dinner, not quite giving you the little squinch look. Yeah, perfect. So this is what it thinks that I should be wearing for my event based on the weather, based on it scanned me, right? Like that's the RealSense camera that's basically given my dimensions and everything.
Yeah,
right?
so if you want to purchase this item, you can add it to your cart, and it already knows your sizes. You've already put in all of your data, and so it's an easy upload, and they'll direct ship it right to your door without ever having to go anywhere. You're in a vacuum when you're shopping online usually, right? You're not sure about sizing. This now has a perfect image of you and what you're going to wear, and then makes additional outfit selections for you.
Okay, so I'm going to look at the other outfits that it's selected for me with my very sultry look right there. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. $200. Thinks I probably have a bit more money than I'm probably willing to spend on that sort of outfit. And this one, it looks very like Titan schoolgirl there. Okay, nice. I don't think I would choose that personally, but okay, good to know. All right, so this is the wardrobe of the future, the smart mirror of the future, but not available in the US, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to wait a bit longer. Not yet. But
That's right. This is brought to us by Haier, our parent company of GE Appliances, so we're seeing a lot of their global innovations come here to CES and tantalize us all with what the future options might be.
Okay, great. So now let's take a look at another part of the GE Appliances booth. Now, this is quite intimidating when you walk in. It actually looks like, you've got the plants coming from the ceiling. It kind of looks a bit like a kitchen. Now, what are we seeing here? We have like a hydroponic wall over here with some plants. We're talking about AI and artificial intelligence in terms of cooking and planting using food, right?
But it's not just all about the tech. We want you to feel good in your space. And so this was created by our innovation team of industrial designers that know that the local farm-to-table movement is only going to keep growing. We all want to know where our food is coming from, so why not grow it in your own home? And we're going to assist you with that. So this is aeroponics and hydroponics, and we also have soil systems here too. It'll use the gray water from your faucet and from your dishwasher, and a composting station within your sink to fertilize and moisturize your plants. And it's all going to be done with UI as well, so that you don't have to have a green thumb to live in this kitchen. On the screen over here, you'll see a demonstration of what the growing season might be like, when you need to water, what's actually ripe for harvest so that you don't have any food waste, and help you along in that process. And then once you have your tomato that you've just grown in your own kitchen,
very fresh,
you can scan it. How ripe is it, and what can I cook with it? So it's going to give you the nutritional information, and then also suggest recipes for you. And so if we wanted to explore the recipes, and say, well, I'm kind of sick of just eating raw tomatoes, so could I then make a tomato salad, or should I make a soup? And it will give me those recipes, and then it's synced up with the refrigerator to know what else is in my kitchen to make a meal, give me the nutritional information, and make sure that I'm eating that food when it's ripe and perfect for harvest.
Okay, so one thing, before we head on to the rest of the kitchen, can I eat one of these? Because this is all real, right? This is all real. This is
lettuce. Yeah, have some lettuce. I mean, we can feed you as well when you come visit us.
Tastes like lettuce. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so this is the kitchen concept, one of the many kitchen concepts that you have here.
Yeah, this is about hyper-localization of your food and doing it with UI.
So next up, we're going to take a look at actually a stovetop that can actually predict and help you with cooking. If you're not very good at cooking, this is actually going to use AI and cameras to actually recognize what food is here and help you along the way. So, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Why don't you just show us a little bit about what we're seeing here on the cooktop? So this is a microwave with a screen and a camera built into it, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, there's going to be 3 cameras in this product. So there's one that's forward-facing, one that points down to the cooktop, and then there's one that's actually inside the oven itself, so you can see what's cooking within the microwave on the screen. And so what we've actually developed here is a prototype that leverages computer vision, which is a form of artificial intelligence, and we've trained some models that can detect objects as well as when food items that you're cooking are done. And so what we'll show off here is how, when we click this camera button, it'll actually detect these objects. So if you think about, when you're prepping in the kitchen and you're thinking about, what you want to make for dinner, we know that the average American family spends 2.5 hours a week to prep a meal.
So now it's recognized what ingredients I have. Right. I can click select recipe, and then choose any old recipe, steak with blue cheese sauce, start cooking, and then I will go through the process of, okay, so I'll put the pan on. So now I have my ingredients. Let's put the pan on.
Right.
Click through. Say yes. Cook the potatoes, yes. But the cool thing is, though, here, it's actually going to use the camera to recognize how done your steak is. So, for example, it's going to scan using AI and work out that once you tap AI doneness, it's going to actually scan. If you have a look at the camera up here, and you'll see that it says done, it's cooked. I mean, obviously this isn't a real steak, this is plastic, but when you are cooking a steak from raw to cooked, it's going to tell you. And this is a concept at GE Appliances at CES 2020. Throwing back to you at the stage for more things CES.
Okay, we are standing by for just about 4 minutes to go before we have Panasonic's press conference. Number 2 of the day of a pre-open day here at CES 2020. So we got a couple last topics to talk about with Roger Cheng of CNET News, Jason Heiner, CNET Reviews and Advice, and Connie Guglielmo, who's our editor-in-chief. There's a new Chromebook you saw, Jason, that has Galaxy branding. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so Samsung Galaxy Chromebook. So they're taking that Galaxy brand, which is a very famous and well-known in phones, and bringing it to laptops. So this is a device that really is like the spiritual successor to the original Google Pixel. Remember that, like really expensive Chromebook?
And we're seeing it there. Is that it?
Yeah, except that, and now they're releasing it in red. They showed it off at the show. It's really slick looking, and it's like as thin as the MacBook Air, very flashy looking Chromebook, because they say that they have now reached 20% of the consumer market with Chromebooks. That's separate from the education market. They have 60% of that market.
I was going to say, if they have education, that's a cheat, but that's
separate.
civilians.
So they've passed MacBooks for a couple years, and so they say that there's demand at the high end of the Chromebook, and they also have the only LTE-powered Chromebook as well. So
are we seeing
Samsung
some other innovations in laptop form factors also that we expect as a trend?
Definitely.
We are definitely. The foldables was a big trend in 2019, but with phones, I think at the show we're going to see a lot more laptop form. I just walked past the Lenovo booth, whatever they have. They've closed off a bar for their own little press conference, and they did tease a foldable laptop right there. We don't have the details yet, but You can imagine that this is going to be a big trend for this year, not just phones, moving all foldables going to all kinds of different devices.
And
Interesting.
Those laptops, what they see is, two screens, right? One is the keyboard, one is the actual screen, but you can also pop it out and have a kickstand and a keyboard, and it becomes
so it's like a big full monitor like this,
exactly,
or it's a virtual keyboard and a monitor like this.
Yeah, and some of them even have physical keyboards that can sit on top of that if you prefer a physical.
I like to hear that because virtual keyboards aren't working for me. Last thing is we saw this is not a big phone show. A lot of you know about Mobile World Congress in Barcelona in March. Late February.
Yep.
That's coming up pretty soon. That's where the phones arrive and a lot of automotive connectivity, all kinds of connectivity. However, OnePlus did roll out a concept phone with an invisible camera. I'm not sure I understand why that is.
Yeah, we're going to see it later. Actually, it'll be on stage tomorrow, so we can talk about it a little more. But the idea is there is a camera, and there's a clear screen, and with some electric pulses or whatever, it actually goes dark. It basically blocks out the cameras, matches with the rest of the back of the phone, makes the camera a little bit invisible.
Why do they do that?
Because
what do you think they're going for?
This is a concept phone, so
and there's CES in a nutshell. Thank you for joining us.
But it's an interesting point. You mentioned that there's a bit of paranoia when you have your phone up and the camera's showing. So
right. So if I'm sitting here and I happen to be looking at a photo with Connie, but you don't know if I'm taking a picture.
I'm a little creeped out right now.
You just see a lens aimed right at you, right? Whereas I guess if it was blank in the back, this looks innocuous.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
These cameras have gotten really big, right? The lenses, you think about these lenses on these cameras, they're huge
the
now.
Bolex turret sitting up there
It used to be that one little dot, right? Now you've got things that are huge. So it's even more so.
Again, what's underlying all of this? It's experimentation in a device that people are holding on to longer. Form factor hasn't really changed. That's why there was so much excitement about foldable phones this past year and into the next year. So people are experimenting with ways to get you engaged and interested in wanting to upgrade to the next thing.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of an incremental battle, though, isn't it?
It's going to be embedded in our hand one day, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we'll just lose all of these devices and just hold our hands up.
The nanorobots in your eyeballs.
That's ambient.
All right, folks, so let's see. Coming up, Panasonic's live press conference. In fact, that'll be any moment now. We'll be cutting to it as soon as it goes live. I've been chatting with Roger Chang, head of CNET News, Jason Heiners, head of CNET Reviews and Advice, and Connie Guglielmo, who's our editor-in-chief. We are with the, 90 editors we have here this year, all over this show. And is there anything new in terms of how we are approaching this show? Is there anything that comes to your mind, Connie, that is an interesting nugget of the inner workings that you might share with the audience?
I mean, for many years, we're always dazzled by new events and new gadgets, but we are consumers just like all of you. And so we're trying to cut through the hype for you. And the mandate this year to all reporters was, it's great, go find new tech, you want to write about it, but remember, we're real people. Do we want to buy it? Cut through the chase. Is it real? Is it BS? Does it have a future? Is there a trend behind it? And bring that kind of context. So that's our focus.
That's that key filter we talked about as we started our coverage when Scott and I were here kicking things off this morning. We're going to show you what's happening at the show that you need to know about, and we're going to filter out a whole lot of noise you don't need to know about. There are 185,000 people here. There are, 40,000 products? The numbers are mind-boggling. You can never get your arms around CES, and many of us who've been here for many years, we don't come out of here feeling as if we digested the whole thing. As a group, we do, but that's an institutional knowledge spread across 90 people. So if this boggles your mind as you're watching it, it's okay. It's that kind of a show. There's nothing quite like it in the world of technology. So we're continuing our live coverage here as we stand by for Panasonic, and we're going there live now. This is Panasonic live from CES 2020 on CNET.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Marketing Officer, Panasonic Corporation of North America, Lauren Salata.
Who run the world? Girls, girls. Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world? Who run the world? Girls. Who run the world?
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at CES 2020. And thank you, Sakura. The kata is such a beautiful display of karate principles and concepts. The passion, dedication, and discipline required to become such an accomplished athlete in this sport is both inspiring and amazing. Just as passion powers world-class athletes through obstacles, and dedication and discipline are what enable them to continue to push even harder as they reach those goals tirelessly, we at Panasonic are driven by our founding principle of untiring effort for improvement. Every day we look for new ways to make things better in the world, working boldly to make change happen. And how do we do this? From the roads to the skies, from entertainment venues to homes and businesses across major industries. We are moving customers toward a world that is smarter, safer, more connected, and more sustainable. We believe in the power of technology to move us all forward, and this morning we'll share with you some of the incredible new ways that we are delivering on that promise. Building on our brand platform of technologies that move us, this year we will be sharing stories of how passion fuels progress in a campaign under the hashtag #WhatMovesUs. Stories of our partnership with incredibly special athletes that embody that sense of passion and purpose. Stories of our passionate employees who bring their creativity to every challenge and every resulting solution. And most importantly, how all of them share Panasonic's commitment to contributing to a better world. I'm proud to announce that the first of these stories will be with our new partner, Olympic legend Michael Phelps. Breaking world records and winning 28 Olympic medals, 23 of them gold, requires tenacity, patience, and dedication to the goal at hand. He's a perfect example of the idea that progress is powered by passion. Let's take a look.
I struggle the same way just like anybody else does. The failures experienced in my career have probably given more fuel to help me accomplish what I did more than anything. I love working with kids. It's really powerful when you see a kid put his or her mind to something and overcome that challenge. It's goal setting. It's believing in yourself. It's never giving up. Dealing with mental health struggles if you have that. The biggest thing that I was really able to connect with Panasonic was we're both trying to make the world a better place. We have the opportunity to literally change the entire world. Panasonic, what moves us?
Please join me in welcoming Michael Phelps to the stage. Well, welcome to CES, Michael. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, Lauren. I'm excited to partner with Panasonic, and I appreciate your support of the Michael Phelps Foundation.
Absolutely. So can you tell us all about your foundation and why programs like I Am are so important in the lives of children?
I get asked a lot, how did you do it? How did you win all of those medals? And the short answer is dream, plan, reach. This is a mantra that I've applied to my swimming career and have attempted to carry over to my post-competition life with establishing the Michael Phelps Foundation. We want to inspire children to use their imagination and dream as big as you possibly can. With their dreams in mind, it's important to put a plan in place by setting goals that are going to help you pursue your dreams. Then, it's just a matter of putting it all into place, going for it, reaching for it. We want all children to know that anything is possible when you put your mind to it.
So it sounds like the foundation really gives these children the encouragement and opportunity that they need to move forward in the world with confidence.
Exactly. And the earlier people can learn these skills, the better. Our signature program, I Am, was named after my signature event, the individual medley. Just as importantly, it reflects as the self-affirming I am.
We are so honored to be working with you this year to expand your IM program in conjunction with the Boys and Girls Club of America. And we know that you've reached more than 30,000 children to date, and we're very dedicated to helping you expand this program this year.
Thank you so much, Lauren, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the support. What I am really proud of for the IM program is the comprehensive life skills curriculum, using the basic principles that I use throughout my career, by using water safety as a catalyst to encourage healthy lifestyles and the pursuit of dreams. Most recently, we expanded our I Am Healthy by offering an emotional health curriculum that is available for everybody, free on our website.
So Michael, it's because of you and your great work that so many now know that it's okay to not be okay?
Yes, I appreciate that. And there's so much stigma associated with mental and emotional health. It means a lot to me personally that organizations such as Panasonic are helping us reach more and more kids and making a bigger and bigger impact.
Well, we're thrilled about everything, and it's only natural with this kind of leadership that we've asked you to be the captain of Team Panasonic.
Thank you.
All of the athletes on the team embody the same spirit that we've been talking about, possessing the passion that has driven you to overcome adversity and the discipline and dedication to be your very best. And in the process, each of you have made a really positive impact on the world.
I agree. Thank you, Lauren. And let's meet the rest of this team.
Sounds good.
I'm pleased to announce that I'll be joined on Team Panasonic by Katie Ledecky, Olympic medalist and world record-breaking swimmer, Sakura Kokamai, who you saw perform earlier, a U.S. and Pan American karate champion, and Lex Gillette, Paralympic medalist, long jumper, and motivational speaker.
Thank you so much, Michael. I know everyone here is looking forward to seeing you this week in our booth and meeting other members of Team Panasonic, so thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So right now there's another important Michael that I'd like to bring up on stage. Please welcome our CEO, Michael Moskowitz.
Thank you, Lauren. Good morning, everyone. Michael, thanks for being here today and for being part of Team Panasonic. We are truly honored. I mean, the athletes like you, Sakura, Katie, Lex, inspire us all to strive for better, to live up to our potential.
Thank you, Michael. I'm looking forward to partnering with Panasonic this year, and I can't wait to see you all in Tokyo. Not in the pool, though.
We'll be there. Thanks, Michael, awesome. And thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was great. You know, listen, creating a better life and a better world for everyone has been our brand promise for over 100 years, and it continues to be our purpose. Since stepping into the role as CEO of North America in August, I've dedicated myself to that promise and to moving our customers to better experiences, whether it's in the entertainment, mobility, or our working and living environments. For me, the desire to always be moving towards better has been a career-long obsession. And it comes with an understanding and a willingness to embrace change, because change is the spark of truly disruptive and enduring innovation. When I was at XM Satellite Radio, people asked, why would anybody pay for radio? And when I was at Palm Computing, where we were building a new industry around mobile computing, people said it was impossible to put the internet in your hand, but we all know how that turned out. So if we're going to disrupt markets and support our customers' digital transformations, we must be wide open to the possibilities that come with change. And at Panasonic, we are. Our enduring partnership with the Olympics as we head towards Tokyo 2020 is a great example of how we've embraced those possibilities. We recognize that the Olympic Games stand for unity and social good and commitment to excellence that shows the world as its very best. And we proudly support that mission through our technologies and our partnership. In fact, we've been a proud Olympic partner for over 3 decades, first providing broadcast technology support to the Calgary Winter Games in 1988. And today, we are one of only 14 top Olympic partners. In London and Rio and Pyeongchang, our high brightness projectors and projection mapping created experiences that are part of the Olympic game history. And for the upcoming Tokyo Games, the experience has already begun. In July, our projection mapping technology was used for a highly innovative performance as the 1 year to go ceremony at the Tokyo International Forum. And now, with less than 6 months to go, we're thrilled to be bringing our technology not only to the Games, but also to the Panasonic Center in Tokyo, which will be transformed into the Panasonic Pavilion for the Tokyo Games. And here, we will welcome visitors around the world to the pavilion to enjoy immersive sports experiences and share the Olympic and Paralympic spirit. Panasonic is also Japan's first official worldwide partner for the Paralympic Games. Our technology solutions were contributing in our Attune Power Assist suit. These will be worn by the assistants during the powerlifting competitions, already making a positive impact to employees such as airport baggage handlers. These wearable support robots will now help to make it easier and safer for parasports personnel who will carry thousands of pounds over the course of the event. We're also involved in keeping the memories of the past Olympics alive. We've been a partner with the Olympic Museum in Switzerland for over 20 years. And through technological innovations, their interactive displays allow nearly 300,000 visitors a year to celebrate the greatness and the humanity of the Olympics. And just a few months ago, the Japan Olympic Museum opened near the new National Stadium in Tokyo. Our technology is a key component of that experience, which will be the center of the Japanese Olympic movement. And this spring, right here in North America, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum is opening in Colorado Springs. Panasonic supplied both the sustainability and technology solutions to the museum, including a 5-projector, 180-degree display that delivers a uniquely immersive and inclusive experience. By self-identifying upon entry, all visitors, regardless of any disabilities, will travel through the galleries and the exhibits that adjust to meet the particular needs. And beyond 2020, we're providing technology to Japan's new iconic venue, the National Museum. Our solutions will create a better environment for athletes and spectators alike with lighting solutions, stadium speakers, digital signage, broadcast cameras, and large monitors that capture and share the excitement and action. Panasonic is proud of the work that we've done. From the field of competition to the museums and to the stadiums, we not only supply technology solutions, but the creativity and passion of our teams to constantly move to better experiences. And now I'd like to share with you 2 other examples of partnerships that demonstrate that passion. But first, let's go somewhere truly out of this world with our friends at Disney. Please welcome Technical Director Paul Bailey. Welcome, Paul, and thank you for all of your great collaboration with Panasonic. We're so proud to be the official projection technology of Walt Disney World and Disneyland Resorts. Together, we're pushing the boundaries of storytelling.
Thanks, Michael. We've worked with Panasonic for many years, but we're really taking it to the next level with these latest attractions. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is our largest single-themed land expansion. It features 2 outstanding attractions, Millennium Falcon, Smuggler's Run, and Star Wars Rise of the Resistance.
Paul, we're so excited that you've decided to work with Panasonic's 4K laser projection technology to help create these amazing experiences.
That's right.
This is occupied. Okay. Hey, I'm Vi Marati, agent with the Resistance, and I have valuable intel that I need to get to the Resistance command. This parameter needs to be clear, so if I were you, I would have a seat. My partner's already hacking an uplink, but we're expecting a little bit of company. So, does anyone here know how to be a distraction or make the sounds of a porg? Yes? No? Okay, that's a no. Yes, thank you. All right, so we don't have any time for lessons. It's just I have to wing it. Oh boy, here we go. Pardon me? Remember, remain calm.
Recon 12 to command. Requesting all units to sector... What sector is this?
Sector 3.
Secure the perimeter.
The Resistance fighters will be found.
Understood.
Hold it right there. Don't move.
Perimeter's clear.
What was that? Sounded like those weird little birds. A port.
A porg.
There it is again. All right. Who's got the porg? Someone does. Let's go. We've got a sector to cover.
Move.
Next time, we get Cantina Recon.
Roger that.
Thanks for the cover, everyone. What's important is that you all remained calm under pressure, except for you two. Don't think I didn't notice that, but now we know what you need to work on. Hopefully you'll get it together. Come on up. My partner seemed to upload the link. Ready for transmit? Hey, buddy. 1 data card stolen and ready and accounted for. Nice work with the screen, by the way. Time to upload the link? You're right. You've all played a valuable part in helping the Resistance today. Thank you for your assistance, and I'd be honored to work with you recruits anytime. You know, all it takes is one person to ignite the spark, and you can light the fire. All right, BB-8, let's roll.
Wow. I guess you'll never know when the Resistance may show up.
And now we've all been a part of our very own Star Wars story. That's exactly what our guests do every day at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Our guests can pilot the most famous ship in the galaxy, the Millennium Falcon, and in Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, guests will find themselves in the middle of an epic battle between the Resistance and the First Order.
Amazing. It sounds like Disney is reaching new heights.
Exactly. Our guests' view of space must be consistently in perfect focus. That's even while their ride vehicle's in motion. And with the help of Panasonic laser projection technology, we were able to bring the galaxy to life pixel by pixel. Our guests are experiencing it right now at Disney's Hollywood Studios in Orlando, and it opens January 17th at Disneyland in Anaheim.
I want to thank you, Paul, for being here, and Disney for the amazing collaboration.
Thank you, Michael.
And today I'm also pleased to announce they are working with Princess Cruises to help provide their passengers a truly immersive entertainment experience on board. We are installing our laser projectors, one of the world's smallest, with 50,000 lumens and native 4K resolution. It's compact, easy to transport, and easy to install. The color is incredibly vibrant, and the reliability is impressive. 20,000 hours of maintenance-free projection. I mean, that's over 2 years at the sea. Amazing. So let me switch gears for a moment. You know, for the past 40 years, Panasonic has also been enhancing the experiences of another type of passenger with our industry-leading innovations in avionics. Everything we do is designed to make flying an experience that everyone looks forward to. We do this by pioneering the passenger experience, which makes our airline partners the most valuable, desirable, and differentiated in the sky. With over 2.7 billion passengers that use Panasonic avionics solutions every year, we work with the airlines to make every piece of their in-flight entertainment and communication system deliver maximum customer satisfaction. But while defining in-flight entertainment is our legacy, redefining the passenger experience is our mission. The new ARC in-flight map platform turns the static in-flight map into a geographic entertainment gateway, delivering in 4K resolution, bringing personalization and interaction to the flight experience. But what we offer goes beyond entertainment into wellness. Our wellness suite is a collection of care and comfort technologies that helps our airlines promote well-being. Premium seat lighting brings customized programmable lighting schemes to the individual seat to aid in time zone changes. Airlines can install Serenity in-seat to their premium cabins to reduce fatigue and causing low-frequency aircraft noise without the use of headphones. And Nano reduces odors and improves air quality around passengers through ultra-fine electrified water nanoparticles, which are 15,000 times finer than the width of a human hair. ARC and Wellness are just a few examples of how we're now the world's leader and supplier of in-flight entertainment solutions, but we're also a company dedicated to redefining every aspect of the passenger experience. And now, I'd like to share how we're equally committed to developing solutions for better mobility on our roadways. Please welcome the president of Panasonic Automotive Systems Company of America, Scott Kirchner.
Michael, appreciate it. I don't know if I'm lucky or not. First time on stage at CES and I'm following stormtroopers in Michael Phelps. On the other hand, my kids think I'm pretty cool right now, so that's pretty good. So thank you all for being here. We're really happy to have you. I wish everybody a really happy new year and a great week here at CES. As you know, Panasonic is constantly looking for ways to make travel something people look forward, no matter what your mode of transportation is. We do this through relentless innovation, with a focus on end users, and with partners who are equally committed to excellence, like Klipsch, Tropos Motors, and the Utah Department of Transportation. Moving to better mobility means smarter vehicles to create more enjoyable driving experiences. To put it simply, we're more than just the leading automotive battery supplier to the automotive industry. Panasonic is a trusted provider of technologies in the cockpit, around the vehicle, and in end-to-end mobility. We partner with some of the leading vehicle makers and a few select startups in mobility to deliver legendary solutions to the auto industry. We've got a great introduction here that I'm really happy to announce. So Klipsch has been known for being a highly efficient solution provider to the audio industry, providing more accurate sound with less power and less distortion, resulting in audiophile sound quality. And we're happy to be bringing Klipsch's sound principles into the car. We're very similar companies, Klipsch and Panasonic. We're both founded by mavericks. Panasonic 101 years ago in Osaka, Japan, and Klipsch in a tiny shed in Hope, Arkansas more than 70 years ago. But don't let me tell you about it. Let's listen to what Paul Jacobs from Klipsch has to say.
In my 26 years with Klipsch, I have been asked for 26 years, when are you getting into the car business? And our answer has always been the same: when the right time comes, and we'll know it. You know, when you work for a premium brand, it becomes ingrained in you. You understand where we came from. And so I carry that torch. And when it comes to the partnerships that we're looking for, we said no 10, 20 to 1, just simply because we don't have to have partnerships. But if we're going to have a partnership, we want it to be someone that shares our values and performance and experience and the way they treat their employees. So when Panasonic approached us, we spent a lot of time doing research on it, and we found that of all the car companies, of all the OEM suppliers that have ever talked to us, Panasonic lined up their values, their history, how they came about, the founders' passion for their industry lined up with us perfectly. And, you know, we believe that we can bring something very special to the in-car experience. And we've waited my 26 years until now to be able to make an announcement like this.
So we're very proud of this, and we're very confident that together with Panasonic's premium auto global experience, we're going to deliver truly moving sound and immersive experiences to the vehicle. Klipsch joins our family of audio partners, including Fender and ELS, an ecosystem creating new opportunities and shaping the future of mobility. Fender is the premium audio brand of choice for select Nissan and Volkswagen models, and Acura launched with ELS Studio in 2003. And in 2018, we launched the new ELS Studio 3D with Acura. We couldn't be happier to welcome Klipsch to this ecosystem of great audio brands, and we look forward to working on new opportunities with Klipsch. So Klipsch, thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. The listening experience is just one critical experiential element in the cockpit, which is continually adapting and changing in real time. This year, we're going to introduce our next generation infotainment system, SkipGen 3.0. It's running Google's Android Automotive operating system, Android 10, and when paired with our cockpit domain controller called Spider, and wrapped in what is a stunning SC1 vision concept from Karma Automotive, we will be able to run 11 displays in the vehicle, including safety-oriented augmented reality head-up displays. Come check that vehicle out in our booth. You'll be pretty amazed. It's beautiful and it's fantastic. We want to thank Karma for providing a great technology incubation chamber for our leading infotainment innovations. Innovation truly is a journey that takes us to a lot of exciting places, but nothing is more exciting when that journey lands you at the crossroads of innovation and purpose. One example is our partnership with Tropos Motors, who is changing the way work is done with their compact utility vehicles. Let's take a look.
Tropos Technologies is a developer of electric vehicle technology. We develop components, parts, systems, and full vehicles for the electric vehicle industry.
Tropos and Panasonic are working together to address the needs of this small commercial vehicle business with the right technologies and the right electrification solutions to make the world a better place.
Panasonic is a global leader in automobile electrification. One of the things that we bring to them is the ability to take their technologies and put them into practical applications very quickly and very efficiently. If you have a vehicle that has all the capabilities of a larger truck, but in a smaller package, that gives it more utility. That makes it more appropriate for the job. You have a lower cost of ownership. You have a lower cost of overall maintenance. Value doesn't come from a vehicle that's just parked in your yard. Value comes from a vehicle that you're using every day for every job that you possibly can.
The utility vision is to pair Tropos with our proprietary OneConnect business, diagnostic and prognostic services to maximize commercial value.
Our vehicles are more right-sizing than downsizing. The fire response vehicle is typically around $50,000. A pumper truck is about $500,000. So there's obviously a huge cost savings in that way. The cost is so low that a private fleet can position a small fire response vehicle on site full-time without having to spend a lot of money.
If we can bring work trucks into a quiet campus environment like this and peacefully coexist with the people that are walking around, it's a better solution.
We're looking to bring in advanced levels of connectivity, efficiency, performance, any benefit that we can get reaching into this vast resource of technology that Panasonic is going to reap great benefits.
Talk about these great vehicles. Please join me in welcoming the founder and CEO of Tropos Motors to the stage, John Batista. John, welcome.
Thank you, Scott. The Tropos Ables are purpose-built, compact electric vehicles capable of handling large payloads and towing capacity. They address the needs of businesses that depend on small commercial vehicles with the right mix of technologies and electrification solutions, allowing fleet managers to build up exactly the capability that they need.
And these vehicles, they're a cleaner choice for the planet. Let's check some of them out. So that looks like a fire truck that's ready for just about anything.
Well, Scott, this is our Able FRV, which stands at 6'5" tall. All the Kimtech features that are on it meet the NFPA standards. The FRV has a low profile, a low center of gravity, a tight turning radius of 12.5 feet, so it is ideal to operate in tight spaces. And to help with emergency response information, we've equipped it with Panasonic's Toughbook detachable pad to ensure the latest emergency routing and neighborhood status. All in, it is a great option for tight metro areas and budget-minded operations who need the capabilities of a full-size pumper truck in a small, economical, compact, and environmentally friendly package.
With a 12.5-foot turning radius, I might even be able to drive it. I think I might be able to handle it. So John, hey, thank you for your collaboration. It's been great working with you. We really enjoy it. Innovative companies like you just fit our DNA, and we're really happy that you've partnered with us in these great vehicles. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Look forward to seeing more of the vehicles in our booth on the floor. So
yes, thank you. Please come by.
Besides technologies in the vehicle, we're also providing our OneConnect global platform that offers unparalleled connectivity for monitoring and providing performance analytics 24/7. In addition to analytics, Panasonic's OneConnect cloud and communication platform offers over-the-air updates to deliver new content to the vehicle directly. So vehicle usage metrics and analytics provide data on how vehicles and features are used, and they give us the basis to form the next generation of specification. So in fact, in the last year on this stage, we helped Harley-Davidson introduce the first electric motorcycle, the Livewire, and with HD Connect, powered by Panasonic's OneConnect platform. Now, a year later, HD Connect has expanded to the majority of their touring models. It's a great partnership with an iconic American brand building new segments globally. You can check out a few of their new models on the show floor in our booth, and I just want to thank the Harley-Davidson folks who are here today who have been working with us on it. So thank you, Harley. We really appreciate it. On the topic of two-wheel mobility, there's another exciting announcement we want to make, but I think I'll just show you about it.
We're in the UL eMobility Battery Lab in Northbrook, Illinois, and we're here to test Panasonic's e-bike system.
Up until now, there hasn't been a unified standard for e-bikes for North America. So we partnered with UL to create a standard. Now it's our job to make sure that our own system meets up to that standard.
In this business of testing and evaluating and certifying, it's basically taking a product design and putting it in front of those that were not involved with designing the product.
We always have a high confidence in our engineering that we're going to meet the standard.
After all the testing, after all the construction reviews are done, UL will enable Panasonic to put the UL logo on its e-bike systems.
So I just want to thank UL for the partnership, allowing us to work with them to develop this new standard and certifying our e-bike system as the first system in North America to be certified. So UL, thank you very much. We appreciate your support. And speaking of safety, as connected vehicles become the norm, the transportation infrastructure is going to have to adapt. And to tell you more about that, I'd like to welcome to the stage our very own Chris Armstrong, along with the Executive Director of Utah's Department of Transportation, Carlos Braceras. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Carlos.
Thank you so much, Scott. Carlos, welcome to CES.
It's great to be here, Chris.
We are so excited to have you here today. Thank you for making the trip. So, Carlos, as you know, we've been head down for about 3 years at Panasonic, working hard to build the Cirrus by Panasonic platform, which is the nation's largest intelligent transportation data network. And we've made great progress so far in Colorado and in Georgia.
I sure know about what's going on. This is really an inflection point in transportation.
It is. It's an exciting time, and now Cirrus is being deployed in Utah with a 5-year partnership to implement Cirrus on your roadways. Can you share more about why Utah wants to implement Cirrus in Utah?
Well, for us in the state of Utah, our population is just exploding right now, and with more vehicles on the road, safety becomes an ever-increasing concern for us. In fact, in our country, we lost almost 40,000 people on our nation's roadways, and that's not acceptable at all. So just several years ago, we launched the Zero Fatalities campaign, working with partners to try to decrease those fatalities. And we've also, 5 years ago, started building out our connected vehicle infrastructure. And now with Panasonic, we're going to be able to take this to a whole new level.
Absolutely, we're so excited about it. We're building Cirrus to share real-time data between vehicles, between infrastructure, roadways, and traffic operators, which has the potential to dramatically reduce roadway crashes and, most importantly, fatalities.
I know that. And we also share a common vision on how Cirrus can help us reduce the environmental impacts and increase the quality of life for all Utahns and for people across this country.
That's right. It's really important. There is an environmental advantage. The system can reduce pollution from traffic and from idling due to increased roadway efficiencies. So, Carlos, at this point, we're about 6 months into the project. Would you be willing to share any highlights with us?
Yes. You know, as we work here towards the end of phase 1, we're going to have outfitted about 30 vehicles and with sensing and communication technologies. We're going to outfit 40 sites around the state so that we're going to be able to communicate with the vehicles.
So great, and we're so excited about the progress. And in fact, by May of this year, we'll begin testing everything with phase 1, and in our continuing work with UDOT, we'll expand that system to 220 installation sites and over 2,000 vehicles, which is going to drive our data platform. So Carlos, will you share and tell us a little bit about what this means for UDOT in the long term?
Yeah, this really allows us to accelerate our statewide system to prepare us for the future smart vehicles that are coming at us right now. And it helps us achieve our goal of 0 fatalities on our roadways and what we call real-time situational awareness.
Thank you so much for being here, Carlos. We are happy to partner with you, and we can't wait to see the progress that we make together.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. So moving to better mobility is all about innovation, and connected highways are a great example of how Panasonic's innovation strategy is now going beyond our heritage of advanced hardware and moving towards connected platforms and solutions. Now to share some more amazing new product advancements, please welcome back Michael Moskowitz.
Thank you, Chris. The innovations that we have been talking about this morning all support our customers' digital evolutions and help them create better experiences for their customers. The spirit is evident in the next products that I want to share with you. As you know, Panasonic has a rich heritage in consumer electronics. In fact, Panasonic is the #2 in sales of the leading consumer electronics companies worldwide. Our Lumix full-frame digital cameras represents the pinnacle of mirrorless video, producing image quality that makes it the only Netflix Post-Technology Alliance mirrorless camera. It's loaded with industry-first innovations. 10-bit internal 4K suitable for HDR video, 4K at 60 frames per second, and even 6K video, just to name a few. And to bring things full circle, we're once again the official camera sponsor of the 2020 Olympic Games. And for the first time, Panasonic will host the Lumix Service Center for Tokyo 2020. It will provide to all Lumix professionals with press credentials and will serve as their on-site service location. We encourage you to visit the booth where you will have the opportunity to learn more about our amazing cameras and 3 of the industry's smallest and lightest 4K 60p professional camcorders. They meet a wide variety of needs, from shooting on location to news gathering to live streaming directly to YouTube and Facebook. Now, the demands for high quality sound in wireless form is really increasing. In response, Techniques will be releasing what we call true wireless headphones. Let me show you these. They may be small, but let me tell you, they're the world's first true wireless headphones to use a combination of both the best noise cancellation technology. Whereas other headphones use either feed-forward or feedback-type cancellation, these Technics headphones use a hybrid of both to deliver what we think is the industry-leading level of noise cancellation. Most importantly, they also deliver the sound quality that you expect from Technics. You really must use them to really understand how good they really are. Our Technics brand of audio continues to receive kudos from audiophiles. We hope you've been enjoying the music today by DJ Chris Carnes, who's spinning a pair of Technics turntable. Thanks, Chris. In addition, today we're also announcing the wireless headphones from Panasonic. These also feature dual hybrid noise cancellation technologies to enjoy the sound that fits your lifestyle. In recent years, bass-heavy genres such as trap and rap have been shaking up the pop music scene and dominating the top of the global hit charts. With Panasonic's proprietary bass playback technology, Extra Bass System Deep, our M-Series headphones make it easy to enjoy low frequency to the fullest. And also, the rise of video gamers worldwide is increasing with an estimated 2.6 billion active users this year. Well, gamers, better sound is coming soon with our new Dolby Atmos compatible gaming speaker. It supports 3 advanced technologies for dynamic 3D sound. We developed this speaker innovation together with Square Enix, the developer of the epic gaming sensation Final Fantasy XIV. And we'll be releasing a dedicated gaming speaker in North America this summer. It specializes in gameplay and delivers a sound field that heightens the experience. But don't take our word for it. It's so good that Square Enix recommends it when playing their iconic game. And lastly today, we're announcing the launch of our flagship OLED TV in 2020. And with it, prove that not all OLED TVs are the same. Featuring a custom-made Master HDR OLED Professional Edition panel, it's able to achieve significantly better peak and average brightness levels that other OLEDs on the market can't. In fact, it'll be one of the first TVs in the world to support Filmmaker Mode, the new picture mode developed by the UHD Alliance and supported by the who's who in Hollywood directors. At Panasonic, we're embracing change and the possibilities that come with it. It's what brought the innovations we shared this morning, and it's what moves us all to better experiences and ultimately better lives and a better world. We all joke about the timing of CES. It's right in the middle of the holiday season, but I think it's a perfect springboard. We're in the first days of the new year, it's a new decade, and only 200 days from the opening ceremonies in Tokyo. I'd say the possibilities ahead are endless. And in closing, I'd like to thank Team Panasonic as well as our customers and our partners who are helping us continuously move to better. We look forward to sharing more over the next few days in our booth demonstrations, our tech talks, Team Panasonic, and other guest appearances. Thank you for being here and have a great show.
Okay, folks, that was the Panasonic press conference. Got off to a little bit of a nebulous start. By the way, I'm Brian Cooley. He's Scott Stein.
Hey.
Are you farther away from me now?
Each press conference. My goal is to eventually float off into the distance.
Eventually we're going to be at the far ends. Can you see this surfboard we're sitting at here? We're eventually going to be at the far ends of this thing.
Yeah, we're going to drift different positions each time.
Pay no mind. Pay no mind. It's all good. So we are here moderating some of the big brand pre-open press conferences, of which we just saw Panasonic. Got off to an interesting start with a bunch of conceptual, we are great, Olympics tie-in, Michael Phelps, blah, blah, blah. Then we got a couple, and really quick now, then we just got a couple of product sort of integrations there. They're talking about, they talked a lot about Galaxy's Edge, the Disney Star Wars world.
There's a lot of Star Wars because they created worked on a lot of the projection tech for.
Which is total industrial stuff. I don't know why they were touting that here.
I love Imagineering, but that's already opened, and then they went into this whole live action Star Wars Stormtrooper.
Okay, say it with me. We don't know what the hell that was, but sometimes that's the joy of CES. You just don't know what it is sometimes.
We hadn't had that moment yet.
They also announced their very strong car audio division. You know, many of you, maybe most of you, I'm not sure the statistics, are driving a car right now that has Panasonic audio in it. They are a massive maker of in-car audio systems for new cars, for car manufacturers. They're doing a partnership now with Klipsch Audio, which will start being a branded integration, and they already are the ones behind Fender. If you've got like a VW product with Fender speakers, Fender branded audio, that's Panasonic stuff. They talked about an interesting little micro truck maker that they're going to be powering the batteries in. They say they're the leader in electric car batteries. I'm not sure they're number one in volume, but somewhere between them and LG probably is. And that's about all I took away out of it.
Yeah. E-bikes, and the e-bikes continue.
Of course.
Yeah,
of
the
course,
e-bikes continue.
It's 2020.
It feels like a report card, like a Panasonic, what we've been up to.
Yeah, there's a bit of a report card to it. Here's our update on what we've been doing this year.
Yeah.
But not really so much product announcement.
Good that they're doing lots of things. It was hard to make takeaways.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Coming up in a moment, we're going to be looking at Hisense. That's at 11 o'clock Pacific, 10 minutes away. But before we go there, let's check in again with Claire Riley. She's standing by to show us what's going on as we are building up and getting ready to open this Sands Expo show floor at CES.
All right, guys, I'm at the Sky Tech Sport booth here in Tech West, and I'm about to do a skiing simulator. Now, I haven't been skiing since primary school when I got stuck on a mountain. I'm pretty terrified about this, but my friend Millie Gavorkian here assures me that everything is going to be okay and we can start off nice and easy. Now, this is just one of the examples of the connected sports tech that we have here in Tech West. We've got things like boxing from these guys also. They won a Best of CES award last year. They've updated that machine with augmented reality, but I am here for the skiing. So, all right, we've got two kind of regular ski boots here that I've clipped in just like you would with regular skis. And inside these skis, there's a bunch of sensors that'll sense how I'm moving on them, how I'm twisting and turning, and update my speed and angle on the screen in front of me based on how I move. So these planks here, they can rotate. You can see them rotating. That's kind of like regular skiing, I'm led to believe, right? Pretty simple, no crashing and falling. These skis are going to communicate with the screen in front of me, so I'll be able to seem like I'm actually on a real mountain. This is just a simulated mountain, but these guys create a whole bunch of different mountains from around the world that they can allow professional skiers to train on. So, all right, Millie, I think I'm ready.
All right, are you ready?
I feel like I'm good. I'm going to hold the bar.
Yeah, hold the bar. It's
Okay.
always there for you.
Okay.
So let's try to edge your skis a little bit and make a turn.
Well, okay. Well, yep. This is good.
There you go.
This is good.
So
Okay.
let's do a couple of turns so that you get used to it and you understand how the machine senses your movements and moves according to you.
I can feel it. Like it's really smooth. It feels like I'm on just a really fancy piece of exercise equipment. But
Well, you know, sometimes the snow, it's not always smooth. So that,
Yeah.
and we know that. And that's why we have different snow conditions that we can
okay,
add to.
different snow conditions.
So,
All right.
If you're at the beginning of the season or the end of the season, you know, there's a lot of ice on the mountain.
Okay.
So
Do you want to try ice? Let's try ice.
let's do
it.
some. So right now, I just made the machine to feel like it's
Yeah, okay,
icy
so
slope.
I can feel like it feels different. There's actual sort of the feeling that I'm getting up through my boots actually feels like I'm on a different kind of ski slope compared to the easy level. Can you throw up some of those
Yeah, let's put some
stick
gates.
What are they called?
Gates.
Gates, great. Gates,
Yeah.
not stick dealies.
So the red number you see, that's your speed in kilometers.
Okay, so I'm going at 30 k's an hour.
And right now, I'm
gosh.
controlling your speed.
Okay.
And I can change your speed according to how well you're doing
I'm
it.
not good at this, Millie.
Or we can just put interactive speed.
Interactive,
And
let's do that.
Now the speed depends on you. Every time you make a good turn, the speed is going to go up, as you can see.
Oh, I made a good turn. I'm not going to be making many good turns.
And then when you make a mistake, your speed is going to start going down.
Okay, I'm getting fast. Oh, and I can feel like I'm getting faster, and I feel like the sort of the sensation coming through the boots is changing as I get faster. Oh gosh, and oh gosh.
And there you go. You see? Now
This
it's
is
letting
just
it.
like year 4 ski camp. So you guys, I'm just a regular person here. I would buy one of these for my house, but it's how much am I looking at for the 13-foot model?
So the machine starts at $30,000 for this kind of model, but
Okay.
we have different varieties because we train professional athletes and beginners and kids. So it starts from $30 and goes up to $130,000.
All right. So, and you guys also train the US ski team.
Correct. It's been over two years we've been partners with US Ski Team.
Oh,
They
gosh.
have our machine in Park City, Utah.
Okay.
And
So-
they always train off season or when there's no snow around there.
All right. Well, maybe this is something that I might not personally have in my home if it's going up to $130,000. But it's certainly a lot of fun. I could see using this in a rec center. And while I'm not doing great now, I feel like this is good. If I don't want to go out to the slopes on a regular day, it's snowing. This is a good solution. All right, hopefully more stuff that'll be a little bit easier on my legs for the rest of the day from Tech West, guys. Thanks so much. Claire Riley will be back after this break.
Hello, everybody. We're back with live coverage at CES 2020. I'm Brian Cooley with Scott Stein, somewhere over there. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Great.
Good. You in Vegas?
Should I move a little closer to you? I should like shift.
Apparently they want us like this.
I'm in Vegas West.
Do we? Right. And I'm over here at Table East. Anyway, This is our live coverage of CES 2020 as we do every year. Great to have you back with us again. This is a pre-opening day at CES. It's a day when the show floor is still being built. We're taking you to repeated live hits around here and the Las Vegas Convention Center to show you that. Here is the Sands Expo Center called Tech West, where we are based at our CNET stage. If you're coming to CES, make sure you come by here and see us. We have constant programming, both coming in here, you can watch on giant screens and comfortable little stools. Well, maybe not so comfortable. And you can also see a lot of the best products coming right here for a nice up-close view, as opposed to being on the show floor and in the scrum. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to have Hisense, which is a company a lot of folks still don't know and is a very credible and emergingly important maker of a fairly wide array of typically screen-based products, TVs in particular. And we also have TCL coming up, which is interesting.
Yeah.
They're the two emerging companies in TVs and such.
Last year, Hisense had a Roku TV that competed with TCLs. They also make short throw projectors.
Yeah.
there's a lot of different, they're also looking at laser projection, laser TVs. They're trying to compete on resolution. So there's, a lot of TVs that are trying to fit that middle ground.
That's the thing. The middle ground's the key. I'm glad you brought that up because you're never, if you're a company, even Hisense or TCL, it's very hard to catch up with Samsung and LG or to even equal them with the sheer amount of money, the R&D momentum they have. They can blow you away with that. But as we've seen already in a couple of press conferences today and yesterday, a lot of what that might brings out is not necessarily practical. You can make the world's largest, highest resolution TV, and it's more of an R&D experiment. Whereas these other guys, Hisense and TCL, we are typically going to see much more tangible, buyable stuff. I believe TCL, if I'm not mistaken, had the first Roku TV integration a few years ago. They're the first with that idea. That is now their Series 6, the overall #1 rated TV on CNET.
Right.
With value and performance and functionality combined, #1.
No, it's amazing to see where that went because I have a TCL Roku TV that I bought because it was affordable.
Same here. And we buy this stuff with our own money, folks. You don't get free gear because you work at CNET. We buy this stuff out of our own pocket.
I bought that $400 50-inch one. It's like the deals are great. But it has become a really high-quality TV on its own, other models. And so they've bridged that gap.
Yeah. It's no longer a discount brand. And this is the same trajectory we've seen with a lot of, we saw with LG. LG was Gold Star when they first came to the U.S. market. And it was a cheapo, low-end alternative to Panasonic and Sony for audio and video gear. And you just kind of sneered at them. This is 20-plus years ago. What a change. So I look at Hisense and TCL, both coming up here later this morning, and say, okay, is this the future LG Samsung that could rise above? It seems perhaps inconceivable today. But that was the same thing we said about Panasonic and Sony 30 years ago. No one could replace them.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened.
It happens.
In many fronts. So we'll be watching them with great interest when you see these guys. If they look a little pedestrian, don't turn away from what they're doing. They're going down the home run of the real electronics consumer.
Can I also just say that I liked Claire's coverage of what I'm going to call CES? I've been sitting on that.
You sat on that
for a long time.
Yeah, that
was like 5 minutes of having that in my head.
You've been perking on that one, CES.
Yeah.
So she was on, if you just joined us, Claire Riley was on this skiing mock-up where you actually are sitting in boots. They slide back and forth on rollers, kind of like one of those dollies we use for slider shots with our DSLRs these days. And it has a lean detector.
Right. And you just kind of
on the screen
swoop like an arcade game or like cruise ship tech.
It was very
That's going to be on a cruise ship.
Cruise ship tech was the interesting part. I think we're going to Hisense now. Okay, live now, the Hisense press conference at CES. Here's our countdown, Delio. 7 seconds and such to go. And man, watch this. And we're going to be bringing you also after this another LG special look. And then we're going to be going into TCL. So a couple of nice bookends starting now.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Lan Lin, Executive Vice President of Hisense Group, Chairman of Hisense International.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. 2019 is the 50th anniversary of Hisense Group. We celebrate the birthday with a new record in sales revenue and profit. TV sales reached to 20 million units. Throughout the whole year, Hisense continuously ranked as the #1 market leader in China, South Africa, Australia, and Japan. Here in the US, the sales of Hisense TV increased more than 50%. Through the successful acquisition of the Toshiba TV, Garnier and ASCO brands, Hisense officially formed a multi-brand strategy. The Hisense brand family is getting stronger than ever. As a result, Hisense overseas sales revenue increased over 20% last year. In 2019, Hisense expanded its global content platform for operation centers has been set up in North America, Europe, Australia, and Asia Pacific. The VIDA AI platform successfully launched and received a great support from top global content such as Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, and more. By end of 2019, the number of content connected households is over 50 million. We are confident this number will continue to grow to reach 65 million this year. Hisense achieved many breakthroughs in 2019. First, the world's first dual-cell TV was announced at CES. Comparing with the traditional LCD technology, the dual-cell TV can bring a better viewing angle, improve the contrast ratio to the OLED level, subjectively with a better blackness level. The first social TV was launched. This TV allows users to have online video calls with friends or family members, up to 6 lines. Even in different places, users connected with each other, watching games or play cards. TV is no longer an audio-video device, but becomes the real smart hub of your home to shorten the distance between the people. 5 years has passed since the first time Hisense laser TV was released here in 2015. We continued the progress last year by growing the size from 75 all the way to 150 inch. The picture quality increased from single color to a full color. Hisense continued to improve the display and image technology and remain a leader in the industry. Last year, Hisense successfully acquired a global Toshiba TV brand. With both Hisense and Toshiba, we are ambitious enough to challenge a target of 40 million TV sales per year and aiming at the #2 position globally. There are various display technologies currently, such as LCD, OLED, or micro LEDs. We firmly believe laser display will dominate the future. In 2020, with the cooperation of strategic partners such as Texas Instruments, laser TV will be strongly positioned to grow in the United States. Hisense will continue developing the global VIDA platform to provide consumers a smarter operation system, richer content, and better product experiences. At last, I'm excited to introduce a new development, the first connected life platform for home appliances, which was released at IFA last year. This smart platform is not only cloud and AI based, but also IoT capable and upgradable in its life cycle. Even better, a bridge will be built between the TV and appliances. So TV will become a window to control and operate all our Hisense, Garnier, and ASCO appliances. So let me share a video with you later about the connected life and why we strongly believe Hisense will be the top smart life solution provider. Thank you very much for joining us. Please enjoy the video.
Presenting the Super Connected. They create parallel worlds. appear out of thin air. They master the power of woof woof. They have the skill to do things from afar. They have the sixth sense. They have the ability to alter the world around them. Anyone can have superpowers with Connect Life. Smart technologies, smarter living. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Shenrong Liu, Chief Scientist of Hisense Laser Display Company Limited.
Dear guests, media friends, everyone, I am very honored to share with you the latest progress of laser TV. At CES in 2012, Hisense exhibited the world's first prototype of laser TV. It was immature and the display performance was less than it is now, but its new form caught people's attention. Since then, every advancement in laser TV has been shown to the world at CES first. Now we are very happy to see that more companies have products with the same concept, and CES has become the home of laser TV. Since laser TV was introduced by Hisense, it has achieved great success in China. According to China Market Monitor, in 2019, the overall sales of laser TV increased by 107%. It is the fastest growing TV category in recent years. On China's TV bestseller list in 2019, the first place is not LCD TV or OLED TV, but Hisense 80-inch laser TV. 4 factors contribute to the great success of laser TV in China. First, laser TV meets consumers' needs for large size. According to IHS, the largest growth potential lies with 65-inch and above. It is expected that they will grow to 40% in shipment in the next 3 years. Second, laser TV uses reflective imaging method. It is a more natural way for human eyes, especially for oversized pictures. It can significantly reduce viewing fatigue and is more comfortable and healthy for consumers. Third, laser TV has a large color gamut, which can restore natural colors better. And finally, the laser TV consumes 40% less power than LCD, which is far more energy efficient and environment friendly. These 4 factors, large size, natural viewing, natural coloring, and energy saving, have made laser TV highly successful in China. This is a stepping stone into the global market. Consumer interest is growing, and we are confident that we will successfully bring laser TV to more countries. Today, we are excited to share the latest technology. 3 themes have been the driving force of our innovations. The first is color. Hisense believes that trichroma laser technology is leading the future of color display. The second is sound. When it comes to audio and video combination, sonic screen sounding technology is the future. And the third is form. Laser TV provides the opportunity to blend television into your home. And now it's time to tease a glimpse of what's to come. As you can see, the future is very exciting. I'd like to tell you a bit more about what makes each of these new laser TVs so special. First, let's look at color performance and the new Trichroma L9 laser TV. Looking back, the laser phosphor technology has taken the color gamut of laser TV beyond that of HD TV. Dual color laser, introduced by Hisense first, exceeded the color standard of digital cinema. We are now introducing Trichroma laser. It enables the color performance to surpass all colors existing in nature. It can reach an incredible 90% of the colors recognized by human eyes. And Trichroma laser TV is the only product that can meet the future standard of TV color, BT 2020. In other words, the color of all TVs in the future will be mirrored by the color of laser. Laser TV will produce colors that were never seen before. Trichroma laser technology can further enhance viewing comfort. As we know, in order to produce an excellent picture on LCD TV, the lighting must dramatically increase, while laser TV uses color purity to produce an even better picture without added radiation. For example, the red luminance radiation is 50% lower than LCD. In other words, the bright and vivid picture of the Trichroma laser TV comes from the pure spectrum, not the strong radiation. Therefore, its viewing is more comfortable and healthy. The Trichroma laser technology saves more energy than before. A 100-inch Trichroma laser TV consumes only half the power of an LCD TV of the same size. It should be noted that this is just the beginning of Trichroma technology. With the improvement of laser efficiency and optimization of optical engines, the power consumption of laser TV will be reduced by another 30% in the next 5 years. At Hisense booth, you can see our new Trichroma products. 75-inch Trichroma laser TV, which was launched in China in the fourth quarter and have become a best-selling model. The other is a newly designed 100-inch laser TV. It will bring a top-level product experience. Hisense will also use 100-inch Trichroma laser TV to demonstrate the world's first technology showcase of Dolby Vision content, played back on a 4K laser TV. In addition to innovation in color, Hisense has also developed new sonic screen sounding technology. We believe it truly realizes the combination of sound and picture and is leading the future of laser TV audio technology. LCD TV cannot achieve screen sounding, as we know, while OLED has screen sounding but cannot achieve good performance in the bass, so they added a subwoofer. Ultimately, sonic screen in laser TV is the best carrier of screen sounding technology. Hisense has developed a specially designed honeycomb bionic structure together with motors. These exist in the back plane of the screen and give it the ability to pronounce sound. After fine-tuning, the entire screen not only has excellent picture, but also incredible sound. Each inch of this sonic screen is an independent sound unit. The total screen contains thousands of these units, which produces a complex sound field. This makes the sound clearer and more accurate. It can spread farther than traditional audio system, and the distortion is lower. Sonic screen performance surpasses other screen sounding technologies, as this data shows. We believe screen sounding is an essential feature for all panel TVs in the future, and a sonic screen in laser TV is the best carrier. We invite you to see our 88-inch sonic laser TV at Hisense booth, so you can enjoy the audio display for yourself. In addition to color and sound, Hisense was inspired to think even further about the form of laser TV. consider how a TV exists in the home. Hisense believes the ideal is that a television will only appear when needed. As we can see, manufacturers are trying various forms to make TV slimmer, more discreet, and blend into the home. Today, Hisense introduces the new concept, Rising Laser TV. It is able to fold while keeping peak display performance. It brings us closer to the ideal design of TV. Hisense will exhibit a 70-inch Rising Laser TV at our booth this week. Because a rising screen does not emit light, it is far more reliable. Therefore, we believe Laser TV will take the lead in achieving the ideal form faster than any other TV technology. Hisense believes Laser TV is about to open a display world beyond imagination. With advances in trichroma, sonic screen, and rising form, Hisense is presenting the future of television. Thank you for your attention today. The future is exciting, but the present is incredible. And I can't think of anyone better than David Gold to show you what's coming in 2020. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage David Gold, Vice President of Consumer Electronics, Hisense America.
Good morning, and thank you all for joining us today. It's been an incredible year for Hisense, especially here in the United States. I'm proud to be here to share our progress and give you some insight into what's coming in 2020. Hisense continues to grow rapidly in the United States, and we're proving to be a major force in the consumer electronics industry. According to NPD, in 2019, Hisense achieved a critical milestone by becoming the 5th largest brand in units in the United States. And we continue to be the fastest growing of the top 6 brands in both dollars and units. Our products were very well received in 2019, and the numbers support that. But this is only the beginning of our growth. We plan to push the boundaries of viewing experience even further this year in our product quality, our performance, and innovations to provide even more value to consumers. More and more consumers are streaming content at home. In fact, according to a 2019 study by Vindicia, 70% of US households have at least one subscription to a content streaming service. Consumers are also increasing screen sizes, ultimately aiming to bring that cinema experience into their living rooms. However, bigger screens in home theaters come with obstacles, higher price points, complicated installations, heavy equipment, and inefficient energy consumption. This year, Hisense is bringing an affordable, big screen experience once only seen in movie theaters to almost any room in your home, introducing the new L5 Laser TV. The L5 brings a big screen cinematic experience home at an incredible price of $5,999. The L5 delivers true-to-life images that exceed standard 4K color range. A blue laser light produces razor-sharp images with stunning detail in any ambient lighting. Fast-moving images appear smooth, making the L5 great for sports, action, and gaming. The lightweight, easy-to-install 100-inch ambient light rejecting screen is far more energy efficient than any LCD technology. Embedded speakers with DBX TV audio result in incredible sound, and a fully immersive viewing experience is now a reality for nearly any room in the house. Over the last year, we elevated our product offerings, bringing quantum dot and our proprietary ULED technology to an impressive lineup of premium TVs. Quantum Dot brings an element of realism and beautiful picture quality. But Hisense's proprietary ULED is what takes it to a new level. Because Hisense invests annually 5% of our global sales back into research and development, we're able to bring and create new viewing experiences that are entirely unique to Hisense. ULED, along with our HiView engine, enables a seamless working relationship between hardware and software to enhance the 4 pillars of picture quality: color, contrast, motion, and brightness. The result, as many have recognized, are the best TVs for under $1,000. Our ULED lineup included the H8F and the H9F in 2019, which were extremely successful in the US market. We expect that momentum to continue with the newly available R8F, our first ever ULED Hisense Roku TV. We experienced high demand both in-store and online, and I know many of you experienced them for yourselves and were impressed with the picture quality and performance. We are serious about bringing high-performing products to market and continue to challenge ourselves to build upon our successes and further push them. This year, we've taken a consumer favorite and added even more premium features and upgrades to make an incredible product even more groundbreaking. Hisense is thrilled to introduce the newest addition to our Android TV lineup, the H9G Quantum series. The H9 features Quantum Dot for true-to-life color, but Hisense's proprietary ULED technology is what truly sets it apart. We pushed the H9 even further this year, increasing dimming zones from 132 to up to 180, complementing Dolby Vision, HDR, and up to 1,000 nits peak brightness in order to deliver an even better contrast ratio. With the addition of Dolby Atmos, viewers will not only be blown away by the picture quality of the new H9 series, but the audio upgrade will also provide an even richer listening experience, truly making content come to life in your home. With the 120 Hz panel, viewers enjoy smooth clarity and motion that provides the foundation for fluid movement, giving fast action gaming, sports, and movies exceptional details. As smart home interests and integrations continue to grow, we're also giving the H9G a major smart home upgrade, making it a true hub for your home. With in-bezel microphones, far-field voice control, and integrated Google Assistant, the H9 series can control the lights, the thermostat, add an item to your grocery list, or pull up and play your favorite shows or movies, all without needing a voice remote. With the added benefit of the Android TV content platform, offering access to thousands of movies, TV shows, games, and more, the H9G Quantum will be a series that's tough to beat in 2020. Over the last 12 months, 18% of LCD TV revenue was coming from those with Quantum Dot technology. We heard the consumer demand, and so Hisense is excited to introduce the H8G Quantum series. Featuring Quantum Dot technology alongside ULED, the H8 series reaches up to 700 nits peak brightness and now offers even more local dimming zones, increasing from 60 to 90. Dolby Vision HDR makes the picture more realistic than ever and pushes the H8 quality and performance even further in 2020. The addition of Dolby Atmos elevates the audio quality to provide an even deeper immersive experience. The H8 is also perfect for gamers with an incredibly low latency of 14 milliseconds. With game mode, commands from the controller are almost instantaneous on the screen. Also, according to the NPD Group, From November 2018 to November 2019, TVs 75 inches and over grew by 26% in dollars and 58% in units. With declining ASPs for these screen sizes, we don't see this trend changing. Consumers not only want an incredible picture, they also want bigger screens. This is why we're adding a 75-inch option to our HAG Quantum lineup in 2020. By introducing more screen sizes spanning from 50-inch to 75-inch, Hisense is offering viewers an array of choices and price points alongside richer colors and even more detail. The 2020 H8 and H9 Quantum series will be coming to the US this spring. Standing by our mission, Hisense is committed to delivering advanced product performance and quality that will provide even greater value to consumers. There will be a variety of additional options for US consumers. We recently expanded our lineup to introduce the R8 series, the first ever ULED Hisense Roku TV. The R8F provides incredible color, a detailed picture, and endless entertainment from the Roku TV platform. The R6 and H4 Roku TV series and the H65 and H55 Android TV series not only bring more platform options to consumers, but also an array of screen sizes and price ranges for every room and every budget. We invite you to see our full global product lineup for yourself this week. Each of the US products I've mentioned today will be at our booth in Central Hall, along with the impressive new laser TVs, several more new TV innovations, such as our ULED XD dual cell television, and our suite of home appliances, all for you to experience firsthand. For over 50 years, Hisense has been driving breakthroughs in the consumer electronics industry. We have proven time and again that Hisense is not just a growing force in the US, but a major global leader. Hisense's 80-inch laser TV is the #1 television sold in China. We are the first company in the world to bring dual cell technology to market. We are not only redefining picture quality and TV performance, but we are also introducing new home appliances, including smart refrigerators, and continuing to acquire global brands such as Garania and Asco. We are relentless in our ambition to discover and bring new technologies to consumers. And Hisense will continue to be a leader in the industry due to our commitment to innovation, quality, and performance. Thank you all for joining us today, and I wish you an exciting week ahead.
Here at CES 2020, I'm Brian Cooley with Scott Stein.
Scott Stein, I'm closer now.
Right.
I'm edging closer to you.
Every time we come back from a press conference, it's going to be a matter of like a drinking game / a money wager. Where will they be sitting this time? Because they're moving us around. So you're not seeing things, nor are you cross-eyed. Editor at large. We're all over the road.
We're exploring.
That's what we do. So we're here to kind of put all the CES together. We just saw the Hisense press conference. Hisense, along with TCL, are kind of two of the new rising large electronics companies, but their conference was very much about televisions. And they talked about their laser TV. This is not a screen-based TV like a panel. This is a laser video projector TV, short throw. Mm-hmm. What they showed that I thought was interesting was they took LG's rollable OLED and said, that's too complicated. Let's just make the screen that rolls up out of the box a screen, a plain old projection screen, and have a short throw laser built into the very front and make it a lot cheaper to build, but you still get a roll-up coffin-style television.
Coffin style.
Slick,
I like this. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I feel like whatever you can, the highest quality you can get without spending too much. And if it's
I don't
easy
care where
to
the
set
picture
up,
comes from.
Yeah.
Projector, pixels, whatever. Just give me a good picture.
Yeah, if it's good, if it rates well, passes the David Katzmeyer test.
And Katz, I'm sure, would immediately say, guys, ambient light can be an issue.
Right.
You got to work on ambient light when you're dealing with a projector like that. They also had sonic screen technology. They have, which they've been talking about. They're not the only manufacturer to do this. LG, I think, a year ago, or in the last year.
They have this crystal sound, or this OLED that produced sound through its
Now, I believe that the LG screen, they have a phone, I forget the model number. The screen is also a speaker. That's what we're talking about here. And the speaker technology at Hisense is called Sonic Screen. Hisense says it'll reproduce from 40 hertz to 18 kilohertz. That's virtually all of human hearing. That's ambitious. I thought the LG one was more of a center channel voice or a low-frequency augmentation, not a full-spectrum speaker. So if this is true, that's pretty good.
If it's this comes back to if it sounds good. You know, I feel like
I don't mean true. I mean if it sounds good. Yeah, I know it's true.
They describe these things, and it's like, okay, like do I care if my screen vibrates and creates the sound?
Yeah. And I've never used one of these, so I don't know if the image gets slightly blurry while it's vibrating. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they're taking that same approach, I guess, to be more compact to make it.
It makes sense. The best center channel is always the one right in the middle of your screen, and you can never put one there unless you have a sound transducing display, of which are still pretty rare. Anyway, that was Hisense. So there we are on that one. Let's see. Now we're going to be shortly taking you on a very interesting special tour of what's going on at the LG display area. Now, LG, like Samsung and Sony and a few others here, have these enormous, to call them a booth is really not to describe them right.
No. Well, they're like sensory experiences on the show floor. Yeah. And then they have these areas where they will also showcase some of their emerging tech. Where LG's stuff, whether it's bendable, foldable, all that stuff. A lot of what LG's done in the past few years at these previews has shown where a lot of devices have gone. It's previewed folding devices in a sense, curved things. So I'm always curious about that.
Yeah, and these are vast, vast areas. They're the size of a large store. And you've probably seen them in our past coverage, and we're going to take you to one of those here shortly over at LG. And we've got David Katzmeyer and I believe Claire Riley are going to be joining us over there shortly on the backpack cam, and we're going to give you a very early look at what they're setting up. Now, after that, we're going to be taking you to TCL's live press conference, an interesting bookend to the Hisense one that we just saw. As Scott and I were talking about, Hisense and TCL are candidates, if you will, to be the next Samsung and LG. So that's going to be very interesting when we hear what TCL's got. We just wrapped up, of course, what we saw there with Hisense. So anyway, check in with LG Display in a few minutes. But first, let's roll in some of our freshest first-look videos of products that our editors have seen at the show so far, which hasn't even opened yet. Take a look at these early looks we got.
All right, so it might look like I'm playing a weird version of Dance Dance Revolution, but actually what I'm on is called the NeoFX Smart Connect, and it involves this pad and this video game here, and it's designed to help people who've suffered a stroke rehabilitate the lower part of their body, their legs and their balance. You wear this and it helps guide your balance, so if I'm playing a game with an airplane, it tracks where this is. Right now, I'm just going to try to match these steps here, and the idea is over time, this becomes more and more challenging. It uses software AI to see what my results are and make it more difficult next time. I also like the graphics. It kind of looks like my high school jazz quintet I had called the Slow Peas. Great name for a jazz band. All right, so here again, I'm just trying to step on the, the footprints. Now, this is another product from NeoFX. We've seen some of their other rehab products before, the NeoFX Mono, and also their Smart Glove, which is used for rehabilitating people's upper bodies and lower bodies. But this is the first product they ever launched that gamifies physical therapy for the lower body. This isn't something you're necessarily going to buy. It's going to be for clinics and for therapists. In fact, right now it's going through clinical trials in the US, and it'll be launched to clinics somewhere between February and March is what I'm told. What's also neat about this is there's an app called NeoFX Connect that uses this product as well as some of their other products and has all the gamification there. Later on this year, anyone's going to be able to use NeoFX Connect on their iPhone or Android phone, whether or not you have the device or not. And it might help you do stuff like lift a glass up or stuff like that. The idea of turning physical therapy into something fun and engaging means the user are going to get more out of it and have more development. Now, what's also neat is the more I do this, the software itself is going to make this more and more challenging for me. It's just going to judge it in one session here. Also, these results that we see at the end of these sessions are stored locally on the device but a therapist can access it. So if they see I'm improving quite a bit, they might assign me some different movements and different apps to play next time. So as far as the NeoEffect Smart Balance, this is going to be hitting clinics sometime this spring, maybe February, March, and it might come into your home someday later this year. As far as the NeoEffect Connect app, you'll find that on the iPhone and Android later this year. But if you currently have a NeoEffect device, you probably already have it and are using it for therapy. But this is one of the reasons we love CES. Hey, if you liked hearing about the NeoEffect Smart Balance and you want to hear more about CES, make sure you click subscribe on our CNET YouTube channel. Until next time, I got another round to do. I got to make up. I did not do too well.
Samsung surprised us by announcing 2 light versions of the Galaxy Note and the Galaxy S10 respectively a few days before CES. And now that we're here, we have our first opportunity to look at them. So this is the Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Lite, and in my other hand, we've got the Samsung Galaxy S10 Lite. Right away, you can tell that they have a different shape, different design. The camera mounts on the back of both of them are square and stick out, which is a harbinger of things to come if the rumors for the Galaxy S11 phone prove true. We're going to take a look at these 2 devices. Since this is a Note phone, of course, you've got the S Pen stylus here at the bottom that you can just pop out. I really love using the S Pen. I think that it helps keep the screen a lot cleaner for my fingerprints. It's also my favorite way to take a screenshot because instead of taking a picture of the entire screen, I can just capture really precisely exactly the area that I want to, and it's very fast. What's extra awesome about the Lite version is that next to the USB-C port, we have a headphone jack. This is something that has been absent from Samsung's high-end phones, and so it's nice to see it here because sometimes you just want to use your wired headphones. There is one more important difference. The Galaxy S10 Lite does not have a headphone jack. Wah, wah. You guys ready to see a close-up of that camera on the back? There it is. We've got a flash and 3 camera lenses, 12 megapixel main camera, ultra wide angle, and telephoto lens here. And on the front, we've got a 32 megapixel lens. Storage is 128 gigabytes with 8 gigabytes of RAM, and there is dual SIM support. It also runs Android 10 and Samsung's new One UI version 2. I'm pretty impressed with the battery capacity too. This is 4,500 milliamp hours, and it runs an Exynos processor. So you're probably wondering what's the difference between the Note 10 Lite and the Galaxy S10 Lite, apart from the fact that one has a stylus and one doesn't. Well, they're actually pretty similar. They both have the same screen size, storage, battery capacity, Android version. One thing that is different, though, are the cameras. You do have a slightly different camera mount. There's a different shape to it, and it protrudes a lot more. The cameras themselves are different, too. You've got a 48 megapixel main sensor, a 12 megapixel ultra wide, and then a 5 megapixel macro lens and that flash. But it's kind of weird to me, not only that it sticks out a little bit, but that you've got a lot of blank space here. So you think, like, why make it a square when all you're going to do is house the flash there? I don't really know the answer. It just looks different. You also have a different processor in here. You've got Qualcomm's Snapdragon chip instead of Samsung's homegrown Exynos. Because of these differences, I can also assume that the S10 Lite will be a little bit cheaper than the Note 10 Lite. The Galaxy S series is always a little bit less than the Note series anyway, so it makes sense, and it's possible they might be offered in different markets. The Note 10 Lite comes in 2 different colors, and the S10 Lite comes in 3 different colors. Beyond that, we don't know anything about the pricing or availability anywhere in the world, but stick with us and we'll get you that information as soon as we have it, and be sure to subscribe to CNET for all of the news coming out of CES.
Okay, folks, welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2020. This is the pre-show, if you will. The show doesn't open until tomorrow. I'm Brian Cooley with Scott Stein.
Yeah, as it really doesn't open until tomorrow.
No.
It's impossible to believe that.
It's impossible to feel
at
this
way.
point.
We're 5 days deep.
We've been ambushed already.
Yeah.
Last night, there was an event called CES Unveiled. It's this crazy scrum of every company, little and small, shoulder to shoulder, on cheapy, crappy-looking pipe and drape tables. But there's a lot of good gold there, and we brought a lot of it to you.
Sometimes, yeah. You
and a lot
really
of crap.
have to sift, yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got the big pressers today from the big guys.
Yep. And we're looking at a lot of TVs, and we're still waiting for other companies to swoop in all over the place.
Yes.
Is what happens increasingly at CES.
And now we're going to one of the big names. Lexi Savitas is standing by with David Katzmeyer, our TV expert guru. They're at LG Displays section. Invite only at the Las Vegas Convention Center. Guess what? You just got invited. Let's take a look with them live.
First class, but with this concept from LG Display, trust me, that dream just got a whole lot bigger. So this is the lap of luxury. Let me tell you, this is full-on LG Display. So take a look. This is a concept, first-class cabin. So we have our curved screens providing an image of the sky to make us feel less like we're trapped inside a metal tube and more like we're just floating in the cosmos. Of course, the seat itself, a screen right here next to me that I can use to adjust settings such as the chair itself as well as the screens. Here is a panel that's actually a transparent OLED and you can actually see through it. But it's a privacy screen as well. So at a tap of a button, take a look. It's now totally private. Now you see me, now you don't. Maybe we can turn it back through again so we can see, yep, there we go. Hi. So that's not all in this first-class luxury suite. Take a look at this screen over here. Now, this is a 65-inch bendable OLED. Now, at the touch of a button as well, it's an immersive experience because it suddenly starts to bend, and that movie you're watching, or even the flight map, if you're a nerd like me and like looking where the plane is, that suddenly becomes a whole lot more in your face and immersive as you're watching it. This is a pretty stellar concept, I have to say, and it really makes you feel like you're not in a plane. So just going to have to work a little bit harder to get that first class ticket. Anyway, fingers crossed. But let's talk a little bit more about the tech here at LG Display. And David Katzmeyer, CNET's guru of all things televisions, is here to talk me through. Now, David, what did you think of the cabin? How cool is this?
I can't believe you got first class and I was back in coach that whole time, you know, crunched into this long flight in Korea. But you know what? This is amazing. I've never seen anything like this, and I'm going to have to get some upgrades.
Right. So now these panels, obviously, we've seen the transparent OLEDs before from LG as well as the curved screens. But this is kind of the first time that we've seen them all come together in the way that we have in this concept here. Let's talk a little bit about the resolutions and stuff of all of these.
Yeah, so anyway, this, you know, transparent OLED, they've used it for signage and things like that for a little while. You know, you can imagine in a storefront or something like that, you can display these things and then the actual item is behind it. This is a new thing that I've seen them do. I've never seen them do before. The transparent privacy screen you can switch on and off. Really cool, really slick. So much neater than, you know, raising it up and down, and obviously so much more luxurious to have all of this. So, of course, the screen itself, these curved TVs have been around for a while. I've never seen one curved in quite this tight of a radius. I mean, you can see this. It's really a strong curve here. Now, the jury's still out. I wasn't a huge fan of the curved TVs, but for a monitor, for example, it's really nice if you're doing computing, things like that. You can imagine this being the kind of thing that, you know, you really get a lot of immersions, being able to see everything from either side. With this, you also can put it back into flat mode if you want, you know, so having that option is pretty cool.
Exactly. And it's pretty quick too, and it's pretty quiet. So if you think about, you know, sitting in first class with your noise cancelling headphones, you're not going to hear a thing probably.
No.
So as well at LG Display, we have the rollable TV. Now, LG Display every year has a rollable concept, at least for the past 2 years, right? Since 2018.
Yes.
But now, instead of rolling up, it's rolling from the ceiling down. Let's take a look at this over here. This is something else to look at.
Yeah, you've seen these movie theater kind of screens that come down, but this is an actual television. So again, the OLED technology allows it to be rolled up relatively tight. You can see this bar along the top where it's kind of slid in poster mode, but of course LG has put in the background this really nice image, so it almost seems like you're looking through a window here. It's really cool.
It does. That's pretty neat. So, I mean, the idea is that it's supposed to be sort of not blocking your view if you have a beautiful window or something behind it. So in terms of like, we're talking real talk here. Like,
Yes.
this is not available to buy.
No, this
in
is a
current
concept, although it's worth mentioning that LG Electronics announced earlier that they're selling the roll-up TV, the one that sits on the floor and rolls up. Again, the idea is it rolls down away if you have a really nice view. So this is the one that's ceiling mounted, and you get this great, idea of, if you have this kind of window or whatever, you can imagine them making the roll even smaller to be even more discreet. And, again, a concept, you're right, not available for sale yet. We don't know how much it's going to cost, of course. It's worth mentioning that LG Electronics talking about $60,000 for the one that comes up from the floor. So these things aren't going to be cheap. This is, once again, like that first-class seat, a luxury item.
We've got to work hard for this, and we're just watching it. We're just watching it roll up. Look, a girl can dream that this will be in my house one day, but maybe something that will be. I just want to show you quickly over here. These are really cool. Now, this is a speaker on the right-hand side with a display wrapped all the way around it. So it's dynamically changing and responding. This is something, I don't know if it's going to show as well on camera, but in person, this is crazy. And what's next to it is absolutely wild.
This is like a hologram almost. This is their light field OLED display. They use a filter over the top of it to kind of create this 3D effect, and it really does look like a hologram inside here in person. I'm not sure how it shows up on the camera, but this, with the glass in front of it, it's like you have a little fish tank,
It's adorable. I want one of those in my home. I want the rollable TV and to travel first class.
Yeah.
And have to be working really hard to afford all this. So LG is not only talking about displays for planes, trains, also automobiles. Let's go and take a look over here.
Let us out.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. All right.
I did this before.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Lexi.
Of course. Okay, this is also something I just want to show you quickly. This is called the weaving. Now, this is 8 panels all woven in. Just take a look over there and just see them all. It's kind of like a tapestry, I guess, because last year LG Display had the rose, which was a bunch of curved panels, and now this one is a nice like waving. It's very relaxing and mesmerizing to look at.
And they're able to, again, curve the screens to get this effect of them all meeting in the middle. And, of course, they have this really nicely produced piece of custom video to kind of show off how they all meet in the middle. 55-inch OLED TVs. And just the concept to see what they can do with this kind of, curvature display.
It's really something else to look at. I just hope it comes across on camera. Okay, let's take a look into the car field. So this is some really interesting stuff that's happening over here at LG Display. So we've been talking about POLEDs and versus OLED. Tell me a little bit about what POLED is.
So I guess it means plastic OLED. Again, it's a smaller display. It allows them to roll it up nice and tight, and also to get these amazing shapes. So you can see here, we have this display on the back of the seat right here. It rolls right up, and this display can disappear right behind the seat, so you don't have one of these camera, or big screens there right behind it. Instead, it just disappears completely.
That's so cool. It's going straight up. I guess, like, if, a kid's in the back seat or something, and all of a sudden they're like, how much longer have we got? You'll be like, well, roll down the screen, and you can see, and then watch your movie.
And they even have a small little display here. Maybe you can get this. It's just this is when it's just rolled up, and again, you have like a tiny little information display. You can imagine them putting news headlines, things like that on it. And, of course, expand it to full screen when you want to watch. These are touch panels, too, so you can interact with them. So that's pretty cool. But again, that's just for the passengers.
Right, and the driver is really where all the fun stuff starts to happen, right? Okay, so obviously, can I take a seat in here?
Please.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I have to ask permission. I'm polite like that. Okay, in we go to the driver's seat. Now, let's take a look. Now, this is very overwhelming and amazing. I can see so much information about what's going on. So right directly in front of me, this screen here is, again, a transparent. So there's information behind and in front that I'm seeing. So this is giving me a bird's eye view of everything that is happening around here. Now, on the sides as well, now these are kind of like to help me get information about what's in my blind spots. And these POLED screens are also interactive. So come over here, see if you can see what I'm going to do here. So if you touch on the screen here, this mirror is active on my left-hand side. This one. And now you can move your finger around and actually change the view of what you're seeing in that rear view mirror. So you can see pretty much all the way behind what's happening. And if you tap this side and you flick around to the screen on the right-hand side, over here, I'm going to be moving my finger to see what the view looks like up and down, left and right. That's pretty neat. Okay, now there's also a curved screen in front here. Now this is also going to be giving me some tactile feedback when I'm adjusting the things like the seat height. So I don't know if you can hear, you probably can't hear it, but I can definitely feel it, the haptic feedback from the screen as I'm adjusting these features. And the screen itself has just got this gentle curve. You can take a look at the sort of profile here, really gently curved right there. And then the display up here. Tell me a little bit about what this particular display is.
Yeah, so again, they're able to use the curvature of the plastic display. It's a custom shape. You can see it goes all the way across the dashboard here. And this one doesn't have that sort of 3D effect, but it's just kind of a static look. And you got your music here, your maps for GPS, your callers, your contacts, everything that you'd expect on a modern car, but in this case it's so slick and modern looking on the front of your dash here. But Lexi, the thing that really blew me away was the windshield.
This is wild. This is crazy.
Another
Look at
use
this.
for transparent OLED, and this is almost completely transparent.
Yeah, that's amazing. So just put your hand behind there again, like this. So I've got like a heads-up display. Oh, say hi.
Right,
Woo!
right. Look at this.
So I can see all the information, and then I can also see through really clearly as well. This is crazy, and so much cool stuff here at the LG display booth. Make sure to stay tuned to CNET for lots more CES 2020 coverage. David, thanks for joining me.
Anytime.
Stay tuned for more.
Hello, gang. Welcome back. It's CES 2020. Well, almost CES 2020. That'll start tomorrow. This is preview day.
Yes.
Ooh.
We're getting there.
This is a preview?
This is
bigger than most shows.
Yeah, we're digesting this all, and then there's going to be thousands of other things and all of the other
right, just a few thousand
areas.
other
just
things
a few thousand other
are
things
coming
to check
tomorrow.
Yeah.
So Scott Stein, Brian Cooley, your CNET editors at large. We are here bringing you the early drop from the show. Major press conferences today. We've got behind-the-scenes live tours we're taking on. We just saw one with David Katzmeyer and Lexi Savitas. They got an invitation-only look, and you did too, to go to LG Display's suite. This is the display division of LG. That's all they do is concentrate on display technology. As a result, they started off with a look at display tech for aircraft fuselage outfitters, how you can put screens all over the cabin, one of which, and this is a trend I've heard in the airline industry, or the aircraft industry, is to get rid of windows and to upholster the walls to some degree with curved display. So you, in some modes, have a huge display powered by cameras, or you could put anything else up there, I guess.
I like the idea of curved displays. I don't like the idea of getting rid of windows.
I hate the idea.
I don't want it to be.
You and I are polar opposites. So I'm the guy that hates having the window shades down.
Yes.
You are that guy who I hate.
Oh, yeah. I need the window shades down, and I need to have a little screen.
Because you're on your little device the whole way. Oh,
but I want to still be able to look out once in a while.
You're 30,000 feet above the earth. Look at the glory below you. Your phone will still be there when you land.
Oh, yeah, but it's also going to be running while I'm flying.
while you're flying.
It'll be there and throughout the flight.
I'm losing this one. I know that. History is not on my side.
I just don't like the extra light, but
yes.
I'm worried about the lack of control on the screen because you feel like it's just going to get peppered with like ads or weird things.
You think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Are you kidding?
Right.
It'll be nothing but ads all up and down the fuselage if they upholster that thing in screen instead of windows.
Then it's the Black Mirror episode, and then also like how much of that will start creeping overhead so you're coffined into a little curved.
Yeah, the whole thing could be a tube of display.
Slide
all the way down
yourself
to the floor.
into the curved string tube. And
yeah,
just
it's a horrifying vision, but you don't have a different take on that. Well, let's go to TCL.
It is a little scary.
They've got some screens also. Here's TCL live from CES 2020 on CNET.
Now, 2019 was another huge year for TCL. We launched the world's first mini LED TVs. We launched new categories, including our first TCL-branded smartphones. This afternoon, we will update you on the success that TCL has had, the major investments to continue that growth, TCL's strategy for the future, and of course, the new products and technologies that will drive our success. So let's get started because this year, after the press event, we will have some hands-on opportunities with our TV, mobile, and audio products right along the stage here, right over there. So you'll want to stick around after for that, for sure. Without further delay, please welcome Harry Wu, Vice President of TCL Electronics.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your coming. My name is Harry Wu. I am Vice President of TCL Electronics, and I am very excited to be here with you today. Every year, TCL delivers happiness, joy, excitement to millions of people around the world through its range of TVs. Our belief is that TVs should be the focal point of the home, where they can create bonding moments with families and friends, where they can help you explore the magic world. Providing consumers with the best virtual experience has always been important to us. 8K high resolution, mini LED sprites with quantum contrast, and QLED's rich color list are three technologies we are using to provide high-quality imagery. Out of this, we believe that mini LED is by far the best display technology for large screens. So we are putting this technology into mass production. We also want to make it easier for people to enjoy their TV moments. TCL's AI In is our one-stop solution that integrates with our smart technology but also connect people around the world. Over the years, we have engaged with younger generation through our vast range of sports and entertainment partnerships. here in the US. We are working with many famous icons. We are an official sponsor of Hollywood's TCL Chinese Theater and the official smart TV partners for the Island Show. Last year, globally, we partnered with Copa America in Brazil, the FIBA World Cup, and we have also worked with ESPN. So, 2019 is another fruitful year for TCL. We maintained our position as a top 2 global TV brand and continued to get stronger. In the North American market, we were the USA's fastest-growing TV brand, and we ranked #1 in nationwide sales in both March and July 2019. Our business in Europe also grew significantly, particularly in France, where TCL ranked 3rd in market share in the first 3 quarters in 2019. We also grew very fast in Brazil, India, and Russia. We are confident to say that 2019 has given TCL significant momentum towards delivering even more exciting products in the year to come. Today, I am excited to say that TCL will unveil its next generation mini LED display technology. You will hear more about that later. In 2020, TCL will keep on embracing AI technology and the Internet of Things with our latest strategy, AI times IoT, to offer an extensive range of products and solutions, such as smart TVs, smartphones, audio products, and white goods. We want our users to have more intelligent experience and more immersive interactions at every touch point of their lives. To help achieve this, we are launching the TCL Home app in select markets. TCL Home offers connected service to our users through applications and after sales and e-commerce channels. TCL Home also serves as a smart home hub that links different kinds of devices, help to make our users' lives easier and better. We are proud to say that where these great products and exciting innovations have affirmed, once again, that TCL is a global leading company in intelligent technology, and that through our technology, we are making our consumers' lives richer. TCL is grateful for the love and support that our global consumers and partners have given us over the past year. Our goal is to continue to offer products and services that will bring joy and excitement to more families around the world. And with that, I hope that you enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harry. We truly appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Now, to update you on TCL's growth and plans here in the US market, I'd like to introduce TCL North America Senior Vice President, Chris Larson.
Thank you, Allison. And thank you, everybody, for coming today. You know, when people ask me what I do for a living, I typically tell them that I sell TVs. But the truth is, we're not just selling a television here at TCL. Our focus is on solving those changing needs of our users. This was brought to life for me just a few weeks ago when The Verge published the top 100 gadgets that made a difference in the past decade. They showed products that changed our daily lives, like backup cameras, video doorbells, and the portable battery packs that we all need these days. There was gadgets that changed our fitness levels, the Peloton bike, a Fitbit band, or the Apple Watch. They discussed innovations that changed transportation, like the City Bike, electric scooters, hoverboards, and Tesla automobiles. But the part that interested me most were the devices that changed how entertainment is created, delivered, and consumed. Revolutionary devices like the iPad, Roku Chromecast and Fire TV sticks, the Amazon Echo, and of course the myriad of phones optimized for capturing and consuming video content instead of focusing on voice. In the television category, only 2 devices made that list of top 100 gadgets. The 2012 introduction of OLED TV was eclipsed only by the 2018 introduction of the TCL 6 series. It was pointed out that these 2 devices set new benchmarks for what people expect from their television. That impact was driven by the fact that TCL is so much more than a TV company or even a hardware company. TCL is focused on being a brand that provides a much broader promise to our users, a promise that goes far beyond just selling a product. It is our vision to deliver joy and simplicity to our users through the thoughtful execution of technology. It truly doesn't matter to us if that product is a television, an air conditioner, a phone, a toothbrush, or a service. Now, of course, that journey must start with great product. Without great product, we can't expect to deliver that great experience. While the experts in this audience tend to agree that we provide a great product in your many reviews, to me, the true measure of our performance is what our users have to say. Are we delighting them as we promised we would, or are we just delivering a mediocre experience? In an age of peer reviews and social media, a happy customer is incredibly valuable to us, and a disappointed user can create unrest. PC Magazine performs a robust survey of their readers each fall. For the 2nd year in a row, TCL has earned the Reader's Choice Award for television. Their overall satisfaction with their TCL TV purchase was second only to Sony and well above the industry average. When it comes to our users recommending our product, TCL takes a clear lead. I cannot stress enough how rewarding it is for us to know that our users are willing to recommend TCL to their friends and to their family. And when it comes to the ever-important Net Promoter Score, PC Magazine's readers were very supportive of the TCL brand. We earned a Net Promoter Score of 67 compared to an average of 42 for this business. And if market share is any indication of success, I would have to say we're headed in the right direction. In just 5 years, the TCL brand has gone from 0 to the #2 selling brand of television here in the United States. Well, of course, we're very proud of that. It's also important to remember that developing a brand means we must become your primary set. As the number of televisions continues to decrease in a household, it is more and more important that we earn that spot as your main television. I'm thrilled to tell you the TCL brand has now achieved the #3 share position here in the US in 55-inch and above television. While our success here in the US took us 5 years, we're much more optimistic and aggressive in Mexico and in Canada. We launched TCL televisions in the Canadian market this last spring, and we've already achieved a top 5 position. We are seeing similar growth in the Mexican market. And now that we have North America covered in terms of retail partners and distribution to serve our consumers, we see tremendous opportunity to offer additional product categories under the TCL brand umbrella. We plan to grow our appliance business on the reliability and simplicity that those users demand. By adding Wi-Fi connectivity to the majority of our home comfort offerings, we will be helping our users save energy while increasing their comfort levels simply by giving them the ability to control their air conditioners from their mobile device. I'm also very excited about the headphone business. TCL has already demonstrated that we can provide sound quality that exceeds everything in its price bands. In 2020, we will focus our attention on what we consider the mega trends of the headphone industry. Things like true wireless, active noise canceling, voice control, mobile gaming, healthier lifestyles, and environmental sustainability. For example, users are demanding a truly carefree and uninterrupted listening experience from their headphones, so TCL will allow you to be untethered for 33 hours before you need to find a charge. For our users concerned about healthier lifestyles, biometric sensors like heart rate monitors help them know more about their body and therefore achieve their goals. In the home audio business, We're moving forward in a couple ways. First, we're introducing more advanced devices. Our Alto 9 Plus is a 3.1 channel soundbar featuring both Atmos and Raydance technology to deliver an immersive cinematic presentation without all the wires, the speakers, and the complexity that's required of our competitors. The second initiative is about improving the user experience. As we entered the soundbar business, we quickly found that what should be simple wasn't. Connecting a soundbar to a television should not require any complex maneuvers. However, that is not really the experience with today's soundbars. We found that the simplicity of HDMI ARC was anything but for our users. So to address that situation, we partnered with our friends at Roku on their new Roku TV Ready program. This makes setup and operation of your soundbar super easy. Just connect your TCL soundbar to your Roku TV via HDMI to activate it. The Roku TV Ready devices are instantly recognized, and the TV configures itself for soundbar operation. With Roku TV Ready, the key features that you would use a soundbar remote for, volume, changing the settings, are now easily accessible on the television just using that TV remote. You won't have to juggle remotes ever again. And consumers will notice the integrated sound settings from both the TV and the audio device in one place. Both settings available just by hitting that star button on your remote. It's really an incredibly easy way to add audio to TCL Roku TVs. And I'm proud to say that all TCL soundbars with HDMI ARC capability will include this functionality this year. Once again, we're improving the user experience by adding simplicity to our users' lives, allowing our users to simply enjoy more. And now, we have some really exciting news about a new category for TCL here in the USA. Stefan Streich, Head of Global Marketing for TCL Communications, will explain our mobile product strategy right after this short video. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Today is not just about launching a couple of smartphones with the TCL brand on it. It's a very important milestone for us, introducing a whole new category to the TCL portfolio. This will allow us to build further the TCL ecosystem, as Harry has explained to you before, and it will be instrumental that we reach more consumers. But also specifically for the US market and for the North American market, where we have a very strong position with our TV business. It's gonna be important and critical to launch these devices as well in the US market. I'm very happy and I'm very excited to announce this new portfolio, which will further build the brand of TCL in the North American market, but also globally. In our mobile category, what we are introducing is a very strong display performance. We want to take all the experience and the expertise we have from our TCL display and panel manufacturing and the technologies, and we want to bring these into the mobile devices. We believe we can bring something new and something additional to the market. Display greatness. This is our philosophy when we design products, when we design marketing. And let me explain you quickly how this works. Display greatness, of course, talks about TCL as our brand, as the expertise of display manufacturing and technologies. But also, it will talk about the direct product benefit. We will make sure that each of the TCL smartphone in its price segment will have an outstanding display performance. And then it's also a call to action to the consumer. Think about what you're all doing when you post something on Facebook or Instagram. Isn't this every time a moment of display greatness? So it's also talking to the audience, okay? So let me now show you the first two products for TCL, and please enjoy that short. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the two new babies, TCL 10 Pro and TCL 10L. Okay? These two products will come to the market in around second quarter this year. We will release more details and more specs and channel availability around Mobile World Congress. We are very proud of these two devices, and we'll release them more. Okay? So all the TCL products, they will carry our own proprietary display technology and visual technology, which is called Next Vision. Next Vision does a number of things. Next Vision, of course, does enhance the display performance. We have a dedicated chipset and the hardware, but not just that, also software, which will make a lot of good things that you have a better display performance. Having a great display doesn't help you a lot if you wouldn't have a good camera. So in the combination, Next Vision will also have multi-camera experiences, and we work with AI technology to enhance the imaging experience as well. All the products will have this Next Vision technology. Okay? Now we have one more product. I'm going to show you that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to show you our first TCL 5G device, which is called TCL 10 5G. This will carry the Qualcomm 7 series chipset, and it will allow us to bring this 5G device into more affordable segments. This is what TCL is about, to bring the latest technology and make it available for mass markets. Okay? Part of the Next Vision and display greatness obviously is also about the camera experience. You have noticed that all our devices have 4 cameras. We will talk about more what these cameras are doing around Mobile World Congress, but this is very critical, as I said before. Having a great display requires as well that you have a fantastic camera experience. Okay? So now, let's talk about these 3 products. TCL 10L, TCL 10 Pro, and TCL 5G. We will release the specs and the details around Mobile World Congress. It will be available in early Q2. And in true TCL style, what we are doing is all these products will be available below $500 retail. Okay? We want to bring these technologies into the market for more consumers, and not just for the people who can afford a lot of expensive devices. This is TCL. Okay? Now, let's take one more minute to show you a little bit about the future. Of course, you know we are working a lot with foldable and flexible displays, and we have a lot of prototypes and concept phones. And of course, we're going to showcase as well here, devices, and we have working displays and everything. And then we show you how we have built a hinge that you can close it completely. So these are not yet commercial products because we don't want to rush to the market. For us, it's very important that we're going to build a very good user experience, software and hardware. And our engineers, they're working day and night to create a lot of new product form factors. This is bringing display expertise and display greatness in the future to the market with a lot of new product form factors and new product use cases. And now one more product, we showed that in Berlin. Thank you, Jason. We can do a lot of crazy things with displays, large displays, foldable, flexible displays. But there is moments where maybe you cannot bring your 110-inch TV when you're going on the move, right? So this is Project Archery. And what this is actually a wearable display, okay? So if you want to watch a movie, you just take these on, okay? And actually, you have a cursor in here. You cannot see that right now. But I have a 110-inch, cinematic experience. This is another concept phone where we show our display expertise, where we're going to bring displays as well in other ways to make it wearable and maybe a lot of new things in the future, okay? This is a product you can show at demo, and you can experience it on our booth at CES. And I'm wishing you all a very good and strong, successful CES. Thank you very much. I'm now handing over to the Director of Product Development, Aaron Dew. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Stefan. Some amazing plans for mobile in the year ahead. As we start this new decade, I'm still thinking about Chris's comments about The Verge's top gadgets of the decade. To have a TCL Roku TV, recognized together with the iPad, the Tesla Model 3, and the selfie stick, is an amazing accomplishment. And it's a testament to how we're making life more intelligent for our customers. But we have a lot more to accomplish in the decade ahead to deliver powerful TV technologies that enable our customers to enjoy more. So today I want to share with you some TV technologies that we will launch this year. I always like to start with news for the year ahead that will impact customers here in North America that already have a TCL Roku TV in their home. TCL Roku TVs get a little better each year without having to buy a new TV. You're not going to hear that from many other TV brands at CES this week. That's because at TCL we think a little differently. We think about our customers. To deliver joy to our customers, a TV shouldn't just be great for the first week that you own it. An exceptional smart TV should grow and adapt during its lifetime. So, together with our partners at Roku, our customers enjoy regular software updates that can deliver new services, new experiences, and even new features that can make their TV a little better each year. So, the first news I want to share is about a software update that will be coming later this year to enable new HDMI 2.1 features on select 2019 TCL Roku TVs. This automatic update will enable HDMI eARC to deliver better sound and more convenient control with compatible AV receivers or soundbars. In addition, for select 2019 TCL Roku TV 6 Series screen sizes, a software update later this year will enable a powerful new feature for enhanced video gaming, variable refresh rate. This feature will allow the TV's frame rate to exactly match the gameplay speed on compatible game consoles. For serious video gamers, this just means awesomely optimized gaming performance. Another way that TCL is improving the TVs that our customers already own is through an automatic TV calibration app for select mobile phones. Until now, TV owners that wanted to maximize the color accuracy of their TV would have to hire technicians or use expensive equipment to calibrate their TV. We thought there should be an easier way to get the best accuracy from a TV. That's why we developed a simple, free tool that's compatible with select mobile phones that allows anyone to keep their TV looking its best. That tool is an app called IPQ Engine Mobile Calibration App. The IPQ Engine Mobile Calibration App is compatible with 6 Series and 8 Series TCL Roku TVs and was first launched in the Google Play Store late last year. It offered accurate TV calibration when used with Pixel phones. Today, we're excited to announce that the app is available for the first time through the Apple Store for compatibility with iPhones. So, some exciting announcement for our loyal TCL Roku TV owners. With easy voice control, users can conveniently talk to voice assistants through third-party smart home speakers to control the TV, or control the TV directly by voice with the available advanced remote. But we're not stopping there. In the year ahead, TCL will bring more easy voice assistants and smart home control directly through integrated microphones on TVs launching in select regions. When I use a TCL TV in my own home, being able to walk into a room and just ask the TV to stream my favorite show without having to find a remote or navigate a menu, it's pure magic. With TCL's wide global footprint, we've partnered with voice assistant leaders in top regions. With smart platform voice assistant partners such as Roku, Amazon, and Google, TCL TV customers will have convenient access to the highest performance voice assistant services in the year ahead. We're excited to continue to deliver innovations that make it easier than ever to interact with our TVs, but we're just as excited to deliver new performance that makes TCL TVs even easier on the eyes. For people of a certain generation who grew up with fewer entertainment choices, a high-performance TV usually meant that it looks great with movies or TV shows. But for many millennial TV customers who are maybe just now growing into their first real TV, a big screen has a more important job: helping to win video games. With sharp 4K clarity and deep HDR dimensionality, video games like Call of Duty Modern Warfare provide a totally immersive visual experience. And when paired with the lightning-fast response times of TCL TVs, gaming not only looks spectacular, but you've got an edge over players on a slower TV with more input lag. Don't just take my word for it. Let's hear from leading game creators and competitive players in this short video.
Hi, my name's Taylor Kurosaki. I'm the studio narrative director at Infinity Ward. Our eyes see reality in high dynamic range. It's much of a greater range of blacks to whites than normally is captured just in video. With wide color gamut, things like quantum dot technology, we're able to deliver them the entire color spectrum, what they're used to seeing in the real world, and that helps immerse them more, because now it's almost indistinguishable if they're in the game world or in the real world.
Both games and especially TVs talk about response time. I didn't realize what that was until I actually started playing this on my TCL. I had a friend we were playing online, and they're like, dude, what are you doing? Did you change your internet speed? What's going on? Because I started winning.
The player needs a beautiful image, but more importantly, the player needs a responsive image. And so a TV that can give you a beautiful image and a responsive one at the same time is always going to be the best for players. So with Modern Warfare, when you are playing on the stick, as we like to say, that's 60 frames per second all the time, no exceptions. However, when you're watching the cinematics in the game, when we want to immerse you in the world of cinema, those assets are rendered at a slower refresh rate. And what's great about a variable refresh rate TV is it can natively give you the game, exactly the frame rate that the game is trying to display while you're playing it, and then it can scale back to the language of cinema to give you that filmic look that our players are used to going and seeing in the theaters.
I want to experience something that I'm passionate about on something that was made with passion.
It's inspiring to hear about those experiences, those great gaming experiences. So now we've got some powerful innovations to announce that are going to be an excellent fit for big screen, fast twitch gamers. With high-performance gaming features such as variable refresh rate for select 2020 TVs, or more widely available performances like auto game mode, HGig compatibility, LED motion clarity, and 120 Hz decoding, the game experience on TCL TVs will be unrivaled in the year ahead. It's for this reason that we've partnered with the experts at THX to define a new standard in big screen, high-performance TV gaming. THX is a company started by a well-known film director who, many years ago in a galaxy far, far away, wanted to use the latest tech to make sure that his audience got the best possible theater experience. THX has continued that tradition of audiovisual excellence through the years and have recently moved to tune and certify some of the highest performance gaming products. So today, we're proud to announce, together with THX, a new standard in gaming performance for big screen TVs, THX Certified Game Mode. TCL TVs are expected to launch later this year in North America with a dedicated game mode in the TV. So when customers select the THX certified game mode in a TCL TV, they will know that the TV is optimized to deliver an impactful visual performance that reveals every detail in a game while keeping that fast response time that serious gamers demand. So as you may have noticed, at TCL, we care about delivering a great TV picture quality for our customers. And if you also care about great TV picture quality, you know that color and clarity are important for a powerful TV image. And at TCL, great color comes from quantum dots. TCL has been a long-time leader in QLED, first introducing that technology on TCL TVs more than 5 years ago. As QLED color technology has matured, we've brought it to a wider range of TVs in more regions. In the year ahead, TCL will deploy QLED color technology on more TV lines in North America and in other regions. The wide colors driven by QLED color technology are impressive, but nothing is more fundamental to how you see the world than contrast. It's no different for TV screens. Contrast is critical. It's the foundation of a great TV image. That's why last year's launch of Mini-LED backlight technology in TCL TVs was so important. Mini-LED backlight technology is critical for delivering powerful contrast performance. When we launched the first high-performance 8 Series TV here in the US, and different models in other regions, they were the world's first to use this new Mini-LED backlight technology for brilliantly unrivaled contrast. That innovation isn't stopping this year. TCL is going to deliver even better performance with a powerful new development in Mini-LED technology. And we will make Mini-LED technology more widely available through the TCL TV lineup this year. If you know a little bit about the TV business and know how TVs work, you know that about 97% of the TVs sold in the world last year have two main parts of the display: an LCD screen that makes a picture and a backlight that lights up the picture. For LCD TVs, it's the backlight technology that is the key to high-performance contrast. This year, some TV brands may try to create better LCD TV contrast by adding new filters while still using standard LED backlights. We don't believe that these dual-panel TV designs with more light-blocking filters can deliver the brightness that today's TV customers expect. This type of extra filter TV with standard LEDs will be darker and less efficient. So that kind of TV design doesn't seem to have a bright future. Other TV makers have worked to create self-emissive displays that deliver perfect contrast. But after nearly 10 years in the market, that old generation white OLED technology has still not delivered perfection. With OLED TVs representing only 3% of global sales, TV shoppers still face questions about long-term use, lower brightness, and big screen value of those TVs. We believe there's a more intelligent way to bring TV performance closer to perfection. TCL's innovative solution for brilliant brightness, exceptional contrast, thinner design, reliably long life performance, and efficient operation is simple. Why not take the two components of the traditional LED LCD TV and meld them together? What if we took TCL's powerful Mini-LED backlight technology and infused the semiconductor circuitry and tens of thousands of micrometer class LEDs directly into a crystal clear sheet of glass? This would dramatically change the equation for TV design. More brilliant luminance, not less. Longer and more stable lifetime use, not less. Using true innovation to deliver the simple joy of powerful picture performance. This is what TCL has done before, and we've done it again this year. This is the revolutionary new Vidrian Mini-LED technology from TCL. With tens of thousands of micrometer class Mini-LEDs and all the driving circuitry directly infused in a glass light blade, TCL TVs with Vidrian Mini-LED technology will deliver a home theater experience with brilliant clarity, unrivaled color, and above all, unmatched contrast. So, we've talked today about how TCL is delivering TV contrast innovation. Contrast and color are fundamental to a great image quality. But another revolution is already happening in TV image clarity. That next stage is 8K resolution. 8K is simple. 8K means more pixels packed into a TV screen, about 33 million. That's 4 times the number of pixels available in today's high-performance 4K TVs. And more pixels means more image clarity, closer to reality at any distance, especially engaging at the biggest TV screen sizes. In the year ahead, we expect that the fastest growth in TV sales will continue to be in screen sizes of 65 inches and larger. And we believe that TV shoppers will naturally choose 8K resolution in those biggest screen sizes, just like consumers so quickly adopted 4K TVs. Only a few years after the first 4K TVs were launched, essentially all TVs 55 inches and larger sold in the US last year were 4K TVs. This same natural transition to better resolution for bigger screens will gain momentum with 65-inch and larger 8K TVs this year. So we're proud to announce that TCL has joined with the 8K Association to develop a new 8K Association certified program. TCL plans to launch TVs this year that will exceed the high standards established as part of the 8K Association certified program. And we believe that the 8K Association's powerful alliance of the leading players in the 8K ecosystem and this new certification program will be a catalyst to more quickly grow this exciting big screen technology. In North America, we are partnering together with Roku to launch the first 8K TCL Roku TV later this year. In other regions, the first TCL 8K TVs have already been launched, with more to come this year, including the new X915 series outside North America. Each of those TVs will feature powerful upscaling performance to skillfully convert today's 4K content to deliver more depth and clarity. And with support for the latest HDMI standards and onboard 8K decoding, those 8K TVs will be ready for new 8K game consoles and 8K streaming services coming this year. So we're excited to bring so much great TV technology and joy to our customers this year. Bigger, more colorful, brighter, sharper, and more intelligent than ever. Thank you so much for your attention and all your support.
Okay, that was the TCL press conference from here at CES 2020. I'm Brian Cooley from CNET and Scott Stein.
Hey.
We are your editors at large. And yet here we are. If you're at large, shouldn't we be somewhere else? And no one know where it is?
Maybe we are, and we're just virtually projecting here.
There he goes again.
You can't
there
tell.
he goes again. I can always count on you to go
never
virtual.
know if we're really here.
Right, so
Yeah.
TCL rolled out basically announcements in the baskets of TVs, but most importantly, I thought they're about to launch their own line of phones under their name.
Yes.
Alcatel is a division that they own. They acquired Alcatel, I want to say a handful of years ago, 3, 4, 5, but they never had a phone under the TCL brand, so these will be new.
Yeah, and there have been a ton of Alcatel phones, but these are really aiming for a premium competitive but affordable phone thing, and they're trying to put that name forward and make these look really nice. Samsung competitive.
Yep, but without the price, like you mentioned. They say these will all be below $500 retail. That's ambitious if there's a premium phone in here.
So it kind of goes into that like OnePlus territory, although OnePlus is getting premium as well.
They're higher than that.
Yeah, they're getting premium.
They've had some creep.
Right. So interesting, and also they have a folding phone, which has been shown, previewed a little while for over a period of months.
Yeah.
Jessica Dulcourt looked at that. She looked at this version, which wants to be more affordable than the Motorola Razr, but that's like a $1,500.
Yeah,
these are still expensive phones, but they're trying to come up make a more affordable folding phone.
And they're doing
that's 5G.
Because when you do foldables, you got to discuss what kind of fold is. This is a center fold design, from what I could tell.
Right.
2 interior screens.
Yes.
Nothing outside. The Razr is a matchbook design.
Yeah, that's about like taking a screen, making it smaller. This one feels more of the expansive
phone to tablet
screen, right.
As opposed to phone to pocketable.
And then there's the laptop foldable tablet,
which we also were seeing are
all
expecting.
Different forms, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can go when you fold a screen. It's like you got to ask, how are you folding and why?
Yeah.
Because it's not just, they all do that.
This looks like more of the Samsung Galaxy Fold, or like other ones that have been trying to do that type of book-like design.
Yeah. So that was their phone, the TCL 10 Pro, the TCL 10L, I think that's the discount one, or the less expensive, and the TCL 10 5G. What's interesting on that is I saw they just gave a quick little flyover of the cameras. There's an array of 4 lenses as opposed to Apple's little cluster of 3. And this one is, I saw a zoom lens, a wide lens, a macro lens, and stenciled on there was 64 megapixel. So that gives you some idea. There's an ambitious camera somewhere in the mix on the Pro.
Macro is kind of like the new extra camera.
Yeah.
I like macro. I mean, at some point you're getting to a lot of cameras, but maybe I don't know. Maybe people are okay with more and more cameras. I can't I can't read the room on that.
I don't think we've petered out on camera interest. It's such an endless appetite.
I think it's great you compress the amount of cameras and so they don't take over the phone. But macro is really interesting.
Yeah. To the true photographer especially. There's a secret world when you zoom in tight. Just leave it right there. Okay, next up is going to be our Toyota press conference coming here on this pre-day of CES 2020. Show's not even open yet, and look how much stuff we've got live and coming to you that is unique and custom to CNET. Like right now, we're going to Lexi Savitas at the Las Vegas Convention Center just down the road, and what is always one of the coolest places to visit, the LG booth.
We're here at the LG booth at CES 2020, and we're talking big, bold, and showstopper. This is incredible. You're getting a sneak peek right inside before the crowds come in on Tuesday morning. But let's take a look around, because LG has always had one of those showstopper things to greet people as they come into the Central Hall here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. In previous years, we've had an OLED tunnel, we've had an OLED waterfall. But this year, this is something else. Come inside. This is called the OLED Wave. 200 OLED screens, curved and flat, wrapping around. I'm just going to stop talking and let you experience this. You're seeing this firsthand live here on CNET. The OLED Wave from LG. So this goes through a couple of different sequences. There are the planets. I've also seen a jungle and a forest scene, and the ocean. The ocean is absolutely spectacular, but it's on a rolling loop. So what we're seeing right now is going to change. It's got about a couple minutes that it goes through. Take a look at this one though. The screens are curved around so much. It's such an incredible experience. I hope that you can feel what it's like, the scale of it on camera, because this is really something else. And of course there's like really dramatic music as well, and the sound is just coming from all angles. So it's absolutely incredible. This is what's going to greet people. Whoa, the roaring waves. Just take a look up here just before we head out. My goodness, look at this one. The ice and the waves and underwater. This is amazing, this one. I'm sorry, I have to show you this one. It's so big. Me for scale. I'm 6 feet tall. This is how big this thing is. Okay, you've experienced the wave. Now, I'm going to show you something else from LG. This one is called the Fountain. Whew, that was an experience. I need some time to calm down. That was intense. But LG is known for rollable TVs for the past 2 years, 2018, 2019. We've seen rollable concepts, but now this is the LG Fountain, the OLED Fountain, with rows coming from the bottom and the top of the rollable TV, the OLED R. Now this TV was actually, just recently, we found out how much one of these cost, $60,000 US, but the price may change, and availability is going to be later in the year. But this is quite a really cool experience, watching the TVs come up and down to meet each other. like this. The TVs as well have the integrated Dolby sound underneath in the paneling, and so you can also listen to it without needing the screen up. You can just keep it rolled down and use it as a regular speaker. But it's so pretty. You're going to want to have to keep it rolled up all the time like this. It's a pretty cool effect too, because they have this like surface. I think it's water. It's actually water. I touched it. It's actually water, and it's so slick. It's so slick. You can see the reflections. Yeah, things I do on camera. I touched the water. I don't know where that's been, but hopefully it's clean. Okay, so also with LG, you know that OLEDs, big screen TVs, and of course 8K is huge. And take a look at some of the selections of 8K TVs that we're seeing here in a lot of different sizes. This way still, so these ones are the LG ones. They're OLED 8Ks, 77, 88 inches, a 75 as well. So obviously with 8K, you know, there's not really that much content, to be honest. In fact, pretty much zero. So these will all upscale, so the picture quality is going to be potentially as good as an 8K resolution if you're upscaling from 4K or potentially even 1080. I've been looking at them for a little bit and do look pretty beautiful, but you know, that's all just content that's been made for the TVs. So have a look at the scale of this booth here at LG, here at CES 2020. Getting a first look inside before the crowds come in on Tuesday. We have the fountain of TVs that we just saw. We have some more concepts here and other ways in which the TVs can coexist in your house, obviously with some artwork on them, like so. But this is something very interesting that's smack bang in the middle of the LG booth. Now, this is a connected car concept. You probably think, okay, when you think WebOS, you're like, you know, TVs. Well, actually, this is a car that's running WebOS. And inside you'll see it's the lap of luxury with some soft felt fabrics. We can also see a couple of different surfaces. Also, have a look at this curved screen that's going up and down to give you some information about your journey. But the whole idea is you can actually keep watching something in your car that you've started watching at home. Say you have a really big football match that you cannot bear to be away from, but you have to go somewhere. So you can get in the car and you can keep watching it. Also, there's something really cool I want to show you. There's like a refrigerator and clothing area in this car. So I'm going to just sneak in. Refrigerator down here and swing around 180 degrees. Take a look at this. This is where you put your clothing when you want to change in your self-driving connected pod. Just change into something more comfortable. Perfect. Get ready for a business meeting. Amazing. There are a lot of different settings as well. There's also gesture and voice control up here. You can say things like, obviously, hi LG, which is, you can check things like the highlights, like it's coming up right here on the screen. So that is the connected car from LG. There are so many more things. I haven't even scratched the surface of what's here at the LG booth. I have so much more to show you, so hopefully we can come back and revisit it. But that's all live from CES 2020 right now, but stay tuned, there's plenty more coming up right after this.
back to our live continuing coverage at CES 2020 from CNET. It's press day here at CES. This thing doesn't open until tomorrow, but we're bringing you the behind-the-scenes look now. And so far, we've seen LG, Panasonic, Hisense, TCL. We're missing one or two. It's been a busy morning.
You've got, what else?
I guess that's all of them. Yeah. Oh, and a couple of LG booth tours. We just finished up one with Lexi.
We got both. We got the behind-the-scenes one and also the one that's on the show floor. Both behind-the-scenes because they haven't opened yet.
Wild.
Big curving, floating screens.
Yeah, that was impressive, I got to say. Nothing to do with consumers whatsoever, but sure does show off the core technology.
Well, that's the future of, like, Vegas hotels. That's the future of convention centers, theme parks.
Yeah. Everything will be upholstered in completely malleable, high-res display. It'll probably by then be relatively low energy, low heat. That's always a concern with those things. Even if you could bend one of these now, it throws off more heat than a room heater. But with the new technologies that are OLED-based, low heat emission, and high flexibility and thinness.
How far are we away from buildings that just construct themselves to be all screens so that interior designs can just be changing the wallpaper?
That's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Why would you paint and do textures when you can just represent them? Yeah, and use materials when you can just represent them, and they can do a really good job with look at your Apple Watch. Look at the faces, or the what do they call them? Fascinations, I think, in the watch industry. Look at the
complications.
Look at the quality of those. You almost, unless you look really hard, you can't tell that's not a real display. So imagine that kind of thing in not too many years becoming the way we do interior design.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, there'll be an overload for that. But I think we're heading towards a point where we're going to explore how far we can get away with covering everything.
Isn't that always? How far can we get? What can we get away with?
Yeah.
Yeah, before it gets
We're not there yet. We're not saturated yet.
All right, so let's see. We're waiting now to go with Toyota. Toyota is going to be with us with their press conference. We know very little about this right now. For the most part, we know that they're going to be focusing a lot on mobility. This is Toyota's thing. Since 2 or 3 years ago when they planted their flag at a major conference in Athens, Greece, tied to the Olympics and a mobility future, and they said, look, we are a mobility company. Yeah, we make cars, but start to work that out of your definition of what Toyota is. That's a pretty bold statement. And Akio Toyoda, the family heir and scion of the company, he's the one who's really out in front of this. So look for some real serious mobility stuff. I know you can look at mobility from some car companies, and sometimes it's like, all right, that's not going to happen. Toyota's really banking everything on their mobility chops, and they'll be showing a lot off at the Olympics in Tokyo. And so this will be relatively tangible stuff they should be showing by now.
Last year they had their Guardian semi-autonomous system at CES.
Exactly.
Which was admitting, like many car companies, that it's not going to be fully self-driving. It's a relationship
and
between
very
the driver.
Smart on their part, because it's turned out that history in just the year since has proved them right. We're not ready to get to autonomy the way a lot of car companies thought. And the other thing that they've been showing off is called e-Pallet. They showed that, I think, last year. A series of little vans that run around, and they say instead of us having mobility that gets you to the stuff autonomously gets to you. Yeah. And they say that's going to be rolled out at the Olympics as well. So let's see. We're getting ready to go to Toyota right now. This is Toyota live at CES with their major press conference. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Until then, let's see what one of the world's largest automakers wants to wow you with here on CNET.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president and CEO of Toyota Motor Corporation, Akio Toyoda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks so much for joining us. As evident from everything you see and hear at CES, virtually every industry is trying to predict the future. And from my perspective, no one wants a crystal ball as much as the automobile industry. Everyone wants to know, when will cars truly drive themselves? When will they know what I'm thinking? When will they fly? And more importantly, when will cars actually transform into giant robots? Now, we might not be working on the Toyota Transformer, but we are focused on the future of connectivity, autonomy, shared mobility, and electrification, or CASE, as we call it. In addition, we are pursuing the future of artificial intelligence, human mobility, robotics, material sciences, and sustainable energies. Currently, we research and test this technology in various labs around the world, such as the Toyota Research Institute and Toyota Connected. But it occurred to us, what if we had the opportunity to do it all in one place, in a real-life environment, instead of a simulated one? This was on our mind when we were making plans to close a factory in Japan, and we were wondering what to do with this soon-to-be available land near Mount Fuji. As a matter of fact, I took these pictures. How about that? Thank you. We considered creating another testing site for autonomy like MCT in Michigan, but when we had one of those aha moments, like Oprah does, we thought, why not build a real city and have real people live in it and safety test all kinds of technologies? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm here to announce today on this 175-acre site in Higashi-Fuji, Japan. We have decided to build a prototype town of the future where people live, work, play, and participate in a living laboratory. Imagine a fully controlled site that would allow researchers, engineers, and scientists the opportunity to freely test technologies such as autonomy, mobility as a service, robotics, smart home connected technology, AI, and more in a real-world environment. This will be a truly unique opportunity to create an entire community or city from the ground up and allow us to build an infrastructure of the future that is connected, digital, and sustainable. Powered by Toyota's hydrogen fuel cell technologies, it will be a chance to collaborate with other business partners and to invite all interested scientists and researchers from around the world to come work on their own projects for a few months at a time or however long they please. This was the idea when we called upon the legendary Danish architect, Bjarke Ingels, to help bring our vision to life. Bjarke and his team, the Bjarke Ingels Group, also known as BIG, have created some of the most exciting and groundbreaking new architecture currently being built around the world. From skyscrapers in Vancouver and in New York, to the #2 World Trade Center, to Google's new headquarters, to museums for companies like Lego, to communities of the future on water and even on Mars. Our collaboration and friendship was immediate and intense, and we bonded over a mutual inability to speak English without an accent. After 8 months of research work and collaboration, this is our vision. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell a bit more about our Toyota Woven City, please welcome Bianca Ingalls.
Thank you, Akio. And just for the record, to my ears, you speak the most beautiful English. So let me quickly take you through our thinking as we designed the master plan with Akio and his team. So basically today, the typical street is a mess with everything and nothing everywhere. So we started by splitting the typical street into 3 separate forms of mobility. The first type is for faster transportation, and every vehicle is autonomous with 0 emissions, and street trees create the necessary distinction between people and vehicles. The second type will be an urban promenade shared by pedestrians and slower personal mobility. And the final type of street will be a linear park with paths for pedestrians only. So imagine walking from one part of town to the other, moving only through a park. So these 3 types of streets will then weave together into a woven grid of 3 by 3 city blocks, each framing a local park or courtyard. This not only creates a more serene living environment, but also provides a wide variety of intersections between various kinds of users, between humans and animals and vehicles and even robots. And this also helps accelerate Toyota's testing of autonomy and smart city infrastructure. So this is one of the city's typical blocks. The roofs are clad in photovoltaic tiles to power the city. All of the buildings are made primarily out of carbon-neutral wood, and they combine the traditional craft of Japanese wood joinery with new robotic production methods. In a way, we can preserve and evolve the old traditions through new technology. And each block is home to a mix of spaces for living and working and playing. Below ground, we find the entire infrastructure of the city, including its hydrogen power storage and water filtration systems. A network for the autonomous delivery of goods also takes place underground and connects directly to the buildings above. Homes in the woven city will serve as test sites for new technology, such as in-home robotics to assist with daily life. So these smart homes will take advantage of full connectivity using sensor-based AI to do things automatically, like restocking your fridge, or taking out your trash, or even taking care of how healthy you are. And of course, the best part is that these homes will have spectacular views of Mount Fuji. So if we go back on the ground, a major piece of the puzzle in the whole city is the Toyota e-Pallet, an autonomous vehicle that will serve for shared transportation and mobile retail. It is also going to make deliveries to the research and development labs, which rise above the central plaza. And the e-pallets will also help create flexible programming in the central plaza, making the plaza the rebirth of the marketplace, the town square, or even the fairground. So in an age when technology, social media, and online retail is replacing and eliminating our natural meeting places, the woven city will explore ways to stimulate human interaction in the urban space. After all, human connectivity is the kind of connectivity that triggers well-being and happiness, productivity, and innovation. So here you have it, nested at the base of Mount Fuji, the Toyota Woven City. Thank you.
So, Bianca, I'm sure everyone here is wondering, when can they move in?
Exactly. And that is, first of all, very much up to you, boss. But for now, the thinking is to break ground in phases, with the first groundbreaking happening already in 2021.
You do know that's only a year away, right?
I am very much aware of that.
Hey, well, get going.
Yeah, for sure.
Bianca Ingalls, ladies and gentlemen. So here's who we envision living in our woven cities. Toyota employees and their families, retired couples, retailers, visiting scientists, industry partners, and of course, all of you. Roughly 2,000 people to start and more as it grows. I suppose you could say this is my personal field of dreams. You know, if you build it, they will come. But having the opportunity to build an entire city from the ground up, even on a very small scale like this, is in many respects the opportunity of a lifetime. We plan to build our city in the virtual world first, creating a digital twin that will allow us to test our theories before we build. This in turn will create a one-of-a-kind digital operating system for our city, one that perhaps others will be able to use, with people, buildings, and vehicles all connected and communicating with each other through data and sensors. We will be able to test AI technology in both the virtual and the physical worlds, maximizing its potential. We want to turn artificial intelligence into intelligence amplified. In a world where the negative aspect of artificial intelligence seems to be on the rise, this will be an opportunity to apply it with integrity and trust. We also view this as a chance to work with like-minded companies and individuals. In fact, we plan to roll out the welcome mat to anyone interested in participating in this project with us, to anyone inspired to improve the way we live in the future. So by now, you may be thinking, has this guy lost his mind? Is he like a Japanese version of Willy Wonka? Perhaps. But I truly believe this is a project that can benefit everyone, not just Toyota. If you didn't know, Toyota actually began as a loom manufacturer. We didn't start by building cars, began by weaving fabrics. And now we hope to use the technology to weave together a new kind of city and a new way of enjoying life as a company committed to mobility for all. And as global citizens, I believe it's up to all of us, especially corporations like Toyota, to do our part to help make the world a better place. It's a responsibility and a promise we don't take lightly. And this woven city is one small but hopefully significant step toward fulfilling that promise.
By our booth in the North Hall and experience our woven city.
CES 2020. I'm here in Samsung's booth, and this is a 292-inch television. That's how big this screen is, diagonal in inches. This is as big as it gets. This is micro LED, Samsung's technology. Really ridiculously expensive. We won't get into that, multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the idea here is that you can take modules, put them together, and grow the screen pretty much as large as you want. So last year they showed this at 219 inches. This year, yeah, why not, 292. This thing is incredible. It looks great. You can see it in person. It looks just as good. The thing that strikes me is the incredible brightness of the screen, the fact that you have really good contrast, black levels, and color, even from this close. Of course, when you get back, appreciate the resolution. I don't even know what the resolution is on this. It's higher than 4K, probably higher than 8K at this size, just because it's so big. You're just putting together these modules, creating the screen. Now, unlike a standard LCD TV, this thing uses direct micro LEDs, which are tiny LEDs, millions of them packed close together, without any LCD. This is just the LEDs themselves. That creates this brightness. The LEDs can each turn off individually. That creates the blacks, and the result is incredible contrast. Really, really great picture quality. You look at a projector, for example, at this size. This looks so much better in person. Of course, you got to be, a millionaire at least to get one of these things and have the space for it. But if you can do it, this is kind of a glimpse of what the future of wall-sized TV is. Now, Samsung does have on the other side here some smaller examples. I'll show you real quick. A little bit less impressive, but still pretty cool. Right here, we have a regular comparison of a standard QLED TV 8K next to the micro LED. You can see the difference in brightness. I don't know how much it shows up on the camera, but in person, the vibrancy, the light output, the color, everything on the micro LED just pops. And it just shows what this direct LED technology is capable of. And it's the kind of thing, wow, you look at this and go, okay, the QLED looks really good, but wow. In person, it's pretty cool. And again, this is a bunch of modules packed together. Toward the end here, I'll take you to the smaller one real quick. This is the 75-inch version. So what they're able to do here, this is kind of more of an engineering feat than the large one. Because the issue with these things is getting them small enough to be commercialized, to be the kind of thing that people can put in their houses, as opposed to their gymnasiums or whatever. This thing, they showed it last year, it's a 75-inch version. Again, they increased the pitch to be a lot smaller between the LEDs, tinier LEDs, less space between them. You can get the screen smaller and still keep a 4K resolution. So that's the goal here, to get these things small enough so that they actually work for normal walls. You have a similar version here, I think this is 93 inches. So again, similar technology. Actually, they showed us around the other side, there's an 8K version of this, which is the same television, 75-inch, but they just put more modules together to create 8K resolution, right? So again, when you have this modular technology, kind of make it as big as you want. Anyway, I'm David Katzmeyer. This has been a quick look at micro LED, the latest version, 292 inches and a little bit smaller at CES 2020. If you like these videos from CNET, go ahead and subscribe.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I normally buy one lipstick, throw it out, get a new shade that's virtually indistinguishable, keep that for about 2 years and never use it. Well, L'Oreal's Technology Incubator has a solution if you're like me and you buy 500 products that you can't decide between. They've created this new makeup and skincare mixing range that actually takes all of your favorite colors, mixes them all together, and creates a perfect shade just for you. So I'm going to show you these little cartridges go inside this machine, and in there is one lip color, but maybe you want to mix this guy, and let's say some bright orange. I'm feeling a bit tropical. All of those go inside this machine, and you can use the app to choose the color yourself. So I'll show you how the app works. You can choose it by trends, or maybe you want to just create your own custom lip shade. All right. I'm going to choose the palette, and I can change it here. I'm not much of a pink neutral. I don't really like that. All right, let's go for a deep red. Once I press the drop button, down here, it dispenses my color. So I chose a pretty heavy red. It's given me a lot of the red, but mix it all together. You can blend it exactly how you want it. I'm going to call that shade Coral Sands. Over here, they've also got foundation and skincare. So the same thing applies here. Foundation, you're probably going to stay mostly the same color, but say you've tanned over summer. I've just come back from Australia, feeling pretty tanned right now, so it might choose a different color range, and you can do it all in the app. But my favorite is the skincare. So this takes geolocation information and it'll tell me the temperature outside, the UV index, the weather, air quality. It takes all of that data, mixes it all together and tells me exactly what I want for my skin on a particular day. I can also put in my own analysis here. So take some selfies. Side of my face. Hideous age spots over here. All right, analyzing. Gosh. All right, so it's telling me that I don't really have a major problem with deep wrinkles, but dullness, that's always been my problem. So maybe I'm going to need something that focuses on dullness. So I can save my progress, and it's going to chart it across the app. Once I'm ready to go, it can show me the cartridges that are inside. So there's normally a mixture of a serum, a moisturizer, and a sunscreen, and you can mix and match them. So there's a bunch of different serums, moisturizers, sunscreens to fix all of your problems. Each of those go inside the machine, and then when I am ready to blend, oh, how's the humidity today? Okay, good. It can also take data from this other L'Oreal product, which is a little skin sun detector that tells you how much sun exposure you've got. So I'm going to try mixing this together. Now, I'm not going to lie, I've been doing CES for a number of years now. If someone had brought this product to me early on, maybe I wouldn't look so tired and haggard as I do now, but I feel refreshed. I feel like my fine lines and wrinkles are just deteriorating, and I don't have any dark spots anymore. Of course, you know, you can't see that in my eyes, but they don't actually have a price for the cartridges or for the actual machine itself yet. It's still a prototype. As I say, it's coming out of L'Oreal's Technology Innovation Lab, but it's the kind of thing that could show you what your makeup and skincare looks like in the future. No need to go to some fancy dermatologist or choose 700 lip colors. You could just choose it all yourself.
When is a gaming laptop not a gaming laptop? Lenovo is going to show us with the Legion Y740S here at CES 2020. At first glance, this looks like a fairly standard 15-inch slim laptop. You can get either a full HD or a 4K screen. It's got 9th gen Intel CPU in it, but it's part of Lenovo's Legion line, which is their gaming brand. And I go, okay, that must mean it's a gaming laptop then. But is it? Because inside, the graphics are just standard Intel integrated graphics, not an NVIDIA card, not an AMD card. So you say to yourself, what makes this a gaming laptop then? It's because you combine this with the new Lenovo Boost Station, which is an external GPU box. Now, we've seen these a couple of times over the years. They've never become especially popular, although now that you can connect a device like this to a laptop like this via USB-C Thunderbolt, it becomes much more universal and perhaps more interesting to more people. So what is an eGPU, an external GPU box like the Boost Station? It's basically a big metal box. Inside you've got a slot for a graphics card and you've got a power supply. So you can do 500 watts of power. You can put pretty much any graphics card you can think of in here, just connected via a single thin USB-C Thunderbolt cable, and it can power your laptop, and it will take all that graphics power, that graphics card, and make the laptop feel like it's built right in. It doesn't even know the difference. It doesn't know that it's not an internal graphics card. So when you combine all that, you have a very thin gaming laptop that you can pick up and take with you if you have to take it to work, or take it on the subway, or go to the coffee shop with it, where you're actually going to do regular laptop-y stuff and you don't have a big, gigantic, gawky-looking gaming laptop. Then you come home. This is sitting on your desk. You plug it right in, gives you your power, and then gives you the graphics. And my favorite part is if you open this box up, inside, again, you got room for the graphics card, but I love that there's also a slot for a hard drive in there. So you can put in some extra storage, you know, a big, gigantic hard drive, just pop it right in there, and then you slide the whole thing back in. and then you've taken your fairly slim, fairly lightweight, fairly inexpensive 15-inch laptop and added a ton of extra capabilities to it. Now, the Legion 740S, it's going to start at $1099. If you want the 4K screen, that's going to cost more. And then the external box called the Boost Station, that's $250. And of course, you have to supply your own graphics card, whether it's one you already have sitting around or you go out and buy a new one. I'm sure they'll be happy to sell you a bundle. Both of these are going to be available in May. So it's interesting to see the different ways that companies are playing with the concept of a gaming computer. Some of them are making them smaller, some of them are making them bigger. I like that this makes it modular so that you don't have to have a full-time gaming machine. You can have a part-time one that becomes a gaming machine when you add this, or you could just use this box on, frankly, almost any other laptop you have that supports USB-C and Thunderbolt. We are just getting started here at CES 2020, but that is some of what is going on with PC gaming at the show.
Welcome back to the CNET Live stage at CES 2020. It is press day. I'm Scott Stein, and with me is our laptop guru, Dan Ackerman, who's going to give us a look at the future of computing.
That is right, Scott, and I'm here with Justin Lyles. He's the VP of Advanced Design at Dell Technologies, and he has brought not only some of Dell's new laptops from CES 2020, but some fantastic concept pieces that we are seeing here for the very first time ever, and we are going to take a look at some new stuff that is really defining the future of computing. So I'm going to give everybody just a little tease of the different products we're going to look at so they know what to expect, and then we'll come back and do some show-offs and some demos and talk about them some more. So this guy right here is the Duet, is that right? That's correct. And this is a dual screen Windows laptop. So screen on top, screen on the bottom. Next to it is the Ori.
Concept Ori.
Concept Ori, and it is a folding screen Windows laptop. And then next to it is something that really blew my mind. It's called Concept UFO from Alienware.
Correct.
And it's basically a Windows gaming PC, but kind of also looks like a handheld game console. And it does a lot of cool stuff with the components coming together and taking them off and putting them back on. And next to that, out of the concept phase into the real world phase is the latest Dell Latitude, and that is the
9510.
The 9510.
That's right.
It's 5G, super long battery life. Yep. Qualcomm or Intel?
Qualcomm.
Qualcomm. And then at the far end, the latest version of the XPS 13, one of my favorite laptops that for this year is bumping up the screen size a little bit, getting a little bit smaller, and just kind of refining, I think, one of the ones we call out every year as being awesome.
Absolutely.
But I think everyone is very excited to see these concept pieces. So why don't we start? You know what? Let's get to the fun part first. Show me a little bit of this Concept UFO. I really want to hear more about this.
Absolutely. Very exciting. Alienware is focused on the most immersive PC gaming experience, bar none. We asked ourselves a question. How do you make that mobile gaming experience even more mobile? The ultimate approach to that is a handheld gaming experience. Now, handheld is very unique. It's very intimate. When you put something in your hands, it's got to feel just right.
I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to hand hold it.
Please, please.
Look at that. Okay.
And what you see here is, again, I want to emphasize, this is a full PC experience. This is not just a mobile console. This has a full PC effect. You can actually see it's a PC desktop in here. Going into this, we have a launcher of all the games, so your full AAA PC titles from all your gaming titles are here, as well as on your desktop PC. Going into these, jump right into a game here.
And it kind of looks a little bit like, I mean, obviously it looks like a Nintendo Switch, but it also reminds me, Scott, do you remember a couple years ago?
Of the Razer Edge.
Yeah, the Razer Edge,
the gaming
which
tablet.
was kind of too early for its time. Here, let me see if that does something. I'm gonna go nuts here.
Sure.
And use the trigger, which I assume is the gas. There it
Yep,
goes.
yep.
Oh, this is how I drive in real life, being a New Yorker. Nice.
So this is F1 2019. Again,
Okay.
this is a full PC AAA gaming title, high performance product. The challenge here is actually getting this full performance for gaming into a handheld size.
Right.
It's really took a lot of technology, a lot of innovation that we brought to this, really focused on the absolute best immersive gaming experience for the user for a mobile experience.
But it's also the physical design. It's how it has a kickstand in the back that comes out. I don't want to miss messing up. How do you do the kickstand?
No, absolutely. You just pull this down.
There you go. Okay.
Again, so you can set on the table, hands-free gaming. Let me show you something very special
but
here.
you know what I love about the Switch? You can take the side controllers off
Yes,
and hold them.
exactly.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. So I'm going to set this down for a second. I'm going to pull these off.
and you put the side controllers onto a little
yes,
middle
it's
piece.
a little bridge middle piece. It's actually got a built-in battery
It's got a
to
little
it.
battery in it. Okay, and then you have
You can
something
see
that
this
looks like-
activate.
That's
Everything
cool.
comes together,
Yeah.
so you actually play from a distance. You can set this back, more comfortable, more relaxed state. But again, on the go, these can attach to the main unit. You can actually use it on the train, taxi, on the go. It's a really great experience. This is a concept today. It's an exploration of how mobile can we make gaming. A great, immersive, Alienware-worthy gaming experience. We're really close with this. We're excited all the technology we've brought to this. This is not ready for shipping as is. We're looking in the future of where we go next. This is really, really important for us. Some really interesting
I've seen
stuff.
a lot of concepts, and a lot of them look a little rough around the edges. This feels very polished, like it's something that's almost ready to be your first sale
Be
product.
an actual product. I assume that this looks like pretty much almost ready to go.
It's more polished than a lot of actual products I think that we
Yeah.
see at CES.
So Dell has a long history of doing concept work. What's really special about what we're showing you today is this is the first time we've actually shown it publicly. We're giving you a glimpse behind the curtains, if you will. This is work that we do. We bring it to a very high fidelity. This is a learning vehicle for us. This is actually what we do to teach ourselves things. How do you actually put this much power in such a small size? How do you actually achieve the ergonomics necessary for such an immersive, amazing gaming experience? A lot of the concepts you see here is actually how we do our innovation, our R&D behind the scenes, and actually learn things. Most importantly, though, is actually the best value for the customer experience. We really want to make sure we can deliver something amazing for the customer. That's why these are concepts today. When they are ready, both hardware, software, when the experience is intuitive enough and intelligent enough, we will put this in the hands of our customers. Today, we're not announcing these as products, but yes, the fact that it's such a high fidelity,
so far
working,
along in the process.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is how we do things.
Because PC gaming is a constant arms race.
Absolutely.
To have the
Absolutely.
newest and the best and coolest stuff. And some people get bigger, and sometimes you have to get smaller. Away from gaming, and really one of the hot topics here this year is folding and flexible screens and how you can reimagine what a clamshell laptop looks like. And that's why I was super excited about this Ori. So how does building how big is the screen on this?
13.4.
So it's like a 13-inch laptop screen, and you fold it in half, it becomes kind of like a mini clamshell.
About an 8-inch tablet.
Okay. And then when you open it up all the way, then you can put a little keyboard in front of it and make it like a little all-in-one kind of thing.
That's right.
How does designing something like this different than making like a folding phone?
So Dell doesn't do phones, so that's not a good comparison for us. But I will say,
what if you learn from the mistakes other people have made making folding products?
Well, that's another reason why this is a concept. We are not announcing a shipping product today. Part of the learning aspect of this is deciding not only the screen size that's appropriate, how big, how small it needs to be, but also the durability of the screen. How can you fold it thousands and thousands of times without having any damage in the middle? Really, really important, as we learned recently from some of the phones. Also, the infrastructure, all the rest of the architecture behind the screen. How do you actually build a hinge that can do this reliably, repetitively? How do you build the actual hardware into this to actually make this product that can fold in half? All those learnings are really, really key, and we don't do that in the hands of our customers. We do that internally through concept vehicles like this. Once we feel it's right, it's durable, it's the right experience, we'll put this in the hands of our customers.
Now, what's the toughest thing to protect about the screen? Is it the Is it the edges? Is it here? I'm going to do a little fold right here. And you can see it's an actual flexible screen. There's really no crease in it when you open it up all the way. And is it the sides you have to keep safe? Is it the front? Is it the back? What's the toughest part?
Actually, I would say the folding method in the middle of the screen. The fact that actually you have these multi-layers of polymer screen that actually has to fold repeatedly, thousands and thousands of times, making sure we can do that reliably and you don't delaminate or lose pixels or get any errors in the middle, it's really, really important. So all the durability testing we do here is really focused on everything you mentioned, but the gap of the screen, that's really the bend point. That's the real challenge around how you do foldable products.
It's almost like taking a 13-inch laptop with you. This is about the size of a 13-inch laptop screen, and you just go like this, and you have a mini thing, or you go like this. I'm going to risk closing it, and hopefully it doesn't shut itself off. And then you have a much more portable device. You can take a smaller bag with you, and I really just think
I feel
it's
like
interesting.
It's like the return of the netbook, and in a good way. I feel like this is like the thing, the size I like
bumps
before.
up and becomes like a tablet.
Yeah, and then you get a convertible. I'm more curious about the software challenges with this too. Like, at what point are you waiting for the software to catch up with it and find ways to modularly shift to add the keyboard and connect all those parts?
That's a good question, because Windows 10 doesn't really understand folding screens and dividing a folding screen into two parts yet. So do you guys do something custom to say, oh, it's in folded mode?
To create the concept here that we can go test in high fidelity to make sure we have everything right, we do some custom things. Ultimately, the software and the hardware will catch up together, and once that nexus happens with the hardware and the software at the right place, that's when we're ready to launch a product like this.
Right.
But yes, to actually create the high fidelity units, to go test this, to show to customers, to show publicly, there is some secret sauce we have in here that we do ourselves. Ultimately, we'll make sure that we have the right software load from an OS standpoint in here to do what we need it to do.
It's like that work you're doing now so you can get there when everything is all finally together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, it's learning. We want to learn these things before actually these pieces are ready. We're helping to guide our suppliers along these paths as well. We learn a lot, and we feed those back to our supply base to help them guide down this path to achieve the right things that we need ultimately.
And you feel like flexible screens are going to be something that's here to stay in the Windows PC space?
Absolutely, absolutely. I have a long history in the mobile PC space and the mobile phone space prior. Always in history, we've always had a product size is defined by the screen size from a diagonal standpoint. We all know this. It's historical. This is the first time in history the actual diagonal size of a product is separate from the actual diagonal size of the display. That's an interesting pivotal moment. Like you say, this is a 8-inch basically product size that you can put in a bag or something like this. But you open it up and you have a full 13-inch size screen. That's pretty amazing. When you disconnect the actual product size from the screen size, some magical things really happen there. Learning what all that means and what that means for the future, amazing things are going to happen.
Now, I don't know what's in this, but is this something that would run on like a mobile Qualcomm-style platform or on a regular Intel platform?
To be decided. To be decided.
And would you consider this to be an always-connected style device in its optimal form?
Ideally, yes. Some of the PC trends coming with things are always connected. Connectivity is such an important thing. We're always looking to put the most connectivity we can put in our devices. Yes.
Do you feel like people... Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned that Dell doesn't make phones, and Microsoft's not calling it smaller foldable a phone. But yet, it seems like an always connected thing, and even if you make a slightly smaller size, there's an overlap here where, what is a phone, what is a laptop, what's anything, you could be in that space.
So what's the year when people will really be able to go out and buy foldable PCs? Not just from you, is it 2020, 2021, 2022? What level of preparedness are we at overall?
We're getting really close.
Okay.
By the end of 2020, I think you'll be able to buy foldable PCs. I think initially they'll be in small supply. They'll be very high priced, obviously. As the industry catches up and larger foldable screen sizes become more mass market, the price will naturally come down. These will become more attainable to more mass market. I think it'll gradually get bigger from a market standpoint.
Now, the other concept besides the foldable screen is the dual screen, and I've seen people try this different ways over the years. Screen here and a screen here, a keyboard and a little tiny screen on the side, a screen here and a screen on the back. What brought you in the Duet to two full screens like this, and how are you getting past some of the obstacles that some of the earlier versions of this type of design from other companies haven't quite been ready yet?
Sure.
They were too early. Why is this the right time for the Duet, and what does it do that shows us that?
So again, I'll bring the conversation back to this is a concept only. This is really important for us because, again, we know that multi-screens are going to become a thing in the future. We're seeing products, as you say, today. We are learning, we're teaching ourselves exactly what's the right experience for the customer. We could do a 1.5 screen. We could do a 1.2 screen. This is actually a 2.0 screen, which is two full-size screens side by side together to look at the maximum screen you can get in a certain size product. Now, again, we're teaching ourselves, we're learning things here about this. I'll pull up a couple of demos on the screen as we go through this. And I will say, as we go through this and we learn about what this means to have this much productive real estate, this much to look at, you can do stuff down at the bottom, stuff at the top, you can multitask on this. The fact that we went to two full-size screens is, we know that, let me just say this, Dell has been on a journey for years now. XPS is the best example. We call it a celebration of the screen. The screen is the hero component of a product. It's the center of the experience. It's what you actually look at. It's how you manipulate your data in all aspects. The fact of growing that screen larger and larger to get the highest screen-to-body ratio is really important. By putting in two screens, you actually turn that whole paradigm on its head.
Almost no body, all screen.
Exactly. You're getting really, really high screen-to-body ratio and having almost a see and a do surface. You can actually multitask here. You can view something passively. You can actively do something down here. Bringing this level of multitasking to the user is really, really interesting.
And
so
I know
for
there's
us,
got to be a way to do an on-screen keyboard here that you would type on, and I'm pretty good at on-screen typing, but a lot of people don't love it. So there you go. There's a little physical keyboard right there that clips on. Is that like magnetic?
It is magnetic.
Okay.
There's some locating magnets to put on there, so you can type while actually either viewing something or you can be transcribing something. Again, multitasking, different modes you can do on this product.
And now show me why the keyboard is not the same size as the bottom screen.
So let me go to one more demo, show you how this comes up here.
And where was that hiding?
This was actually magnetic on the bottom.
Look at that.
So
here, let's tilt that up a little bit.
Great storage place for the product.
Okay, yeah.
And then you just pull
I
it
like
off.
the idea that the whole thing is modular, that you could replace your keyboard. And
Right,
that
you
you
get a
could,
new, more advanced keyboard.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be bonded in.
So it's not coming up in the demo now, but this basically, by putting it at the top, you transcribe down here, you get a touchpad zone down here.
Like
so
a
actually you can
virtual
manipulate down
touchpad.
it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So there's actually a couple different modes for the keyboard.
Okay, and then if you slide it down here,
exactly.
you
get
could
a
put,
zone
you
up
could
here
put
that
some
actually
stuff up there, some controls.
You got it. Exactly.
Okay,
and again, we're trying many different things here. How big should the keyboard be? Where should the keyboard locate? How does it interact with the rest of the product? These are all really important ways for us to
try
learn.
typing on this for a second, just for kicks.
Would you also explore like modular types of keyboard accessories? I mean, once you can remove the keyboard, you could put other things
You
on.
could make anything.
You could pick your own. Yeah.
Exactly. It opens up a wealth of different opportunities for us. Different accessories to do different things for the product.
I just love that
Stands,
the
things like
magnet
that.
is kind of strong, so I feel like I won't lose it immediately like I do with any accessory that I have. And then it just hides down there. That's awesome. So what would you say is further along in the thought process? Something like this or something like the folding screen? Or are they in the same sort of race to be the first to kind of be complete in its design process?
Well, in the PC space, since we don't have any shipping folding screen products today, but we do have multi-screens, I would say a multi-screen product is much further along. Now, two full screens, that's a whole new set of challenges we have to go solve for. But the experience this provides and the attainability of just rigid screens, but having multiple, is very easily to do right now in the PC space. Folding screens, the technology to enable that is a bigger challenge for us, and the interfaces are needing to catch up with us on that. We're getting really close to those right now.
So it could kind of be a stepping stone where you make products that are like that as a way of exploring how those will be.
I actually think there's room for both of these.
Yeah? Okay.
But yes, you can actually see the evolution of this.
That becomes a very
one
big
screen,
once you
one screen that
unfold
just
it.
wraps through the middle.
Right.
This will be a stepping stone to that, but when it happens, I think you'll still have multi-screen products at the
That's
same
what I mean.
time.
Those will be kind of like first to market, and then these will follow, and they'll find. This seems like the tablet replacement or the tablet evolution.
That becomes an actual productivity tool that all the other tablets
can
want it
actually
to
use
be.
as a laptop,
I want to make sure we take just a minute and talk about a couple of things that are actually available or will be available very soon. So slide the Latitude over here. When I first saw this, I'll admit I was a little blah. I was like, okay, another Latitude, that's fine. But you know what? Then when we looked at the specs and we saw it's 5G, you promised something like 30 hours of battery life. Why do all these interesting new technologies go into something like this first rather than a consumer laptop?
Good question. This is actually our ultra premium new 9000 series. This is the 9510, the first one of this new series. This ultra premium series is a new place for us to actually bring a lot of the design inspiration from XPS into the Latitude space and bring a lot of this really high technology in as well. So this is the world's smallest, lightest, most intelligent 15-inch commercial PC we have today.
That's right. And then let me see the XPS 13 for a second, because we want to wrap up on a real high point. This has always been one of my favorites, and I love that the new one went from a 13, I know this, I've memorized this, went from a 13.3-inch screen to a 13.4-inch screen, which is a little bit bigger, but it got a little bit smaller in the process. And you did the same thing that a lot of the TV manufacturers do, which is you increase the screen-to-body ratio, and a tiny little bit makes a huge difference there. I mean, look at that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Reduce the bottom border. It's now a four-sided true, what we call infinity edge display. Really exciting, large display. It's beautiful. Precision CNC aluminum. This is the woven white glass. This is the frost colorway we have here. We also have a black carbon fiber, which is traditional XPS.
And previously, like last year or the year before, you guys put the webcam back on top where it belonged, but now it's a IR webcam.
As well, that's correct.
So you can do the facial recognition login.
Absolutely. Fingerprint reader is in the power button on the keyboard. The keyboard now goes edge to edge on the product. We've basically taken the important parts of the product, the display, the keyboard, the touchpad. We've made those bigger than the previous generation. Try to minimize everything else, basically trying to deliver the absolute best PC computing experience we can.
It looks like a 12-inch. It looks.
It really does.
Yeah, it looks a lot
And
smaller.
this is a
than
product line that's evolved so much over the years. Like
Absolutely.
every year, just gets a little bit better. I mean, I'm all in on the facial recognition login now. I'm too lazy to even type in a password. So there you go. Dell XPS 13, Latitude
9510.
9510. This is the Ori.
Concept
Ori. This guy was the
Duet.
Concept Duet with the keyboard magnetically on there. And of course, I think the one we're probably all going to be talking about is the Concept UFO. The gaming handheld PC. Here, Scott, give that a...
This is the thing I thought when the Switch came out, that next CES, I thought there were going to be concept products like this. I'm surprised that it actually took this long,
the right time,
but
you know?
Yeah, it's an idea that I've been waiting for.
Because people have played with Windows gaming tablets
Sure.
before, and the hardware wasn't there yet, and the design was not there yet. Well, that is awesome.
I mean, it feels like a regular product. It feels like it's ready. Make it ready. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Justin Lyles, for bringing us these fantastic concepts and showing us the first look at the future of computing.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much for this. And that was a great chance to look at some amazing, cool tech. Next up is AMD's press event at the top of the hour. But first, we got to check in with Claire Riley once again, where she's met a new friend. Or is it a cooking pal? We'll find out.
All right, guys. Well, it is an absolute hive of activity here in Tech West in the Sands. Everyone is doing the final touches on their stands, but I'm here about to see a fully fledged meal be cooked in front of me, which is not something I'd expect on a tech show floor. I'm here at the Cooking Pal booth, and I'm taking a look at the Julia. Now, it's an all-in-one chopping, boiling, kneading, cooking, steaming appliance. The idea is that you can make an entire meal in one pot without having to do anything, which is a real win on washing up in my book. So if you take a look inside, before we actually start cooking, I'm going to show you how it all works. We've got a blade in there that's sharp on one side, but then blunt on the other side, so you can do mixing and slicing and chopping. And there's a scale built in underneath the unit. There's a cooking element and a motor to get it all going. So we're going to start a recipe today for creamy salmon pasta. We're going to throw some zucchini in, so let's get the zucchini going and chopping. And this appliance actually works in tandem with a tablet that allows you to control the whole process. So I'll let you, there we go, lock it away. I'm told the chopping only takes like 7 seconds, so you won't have to wait very long. Now, I'm here with... Okay, it's done. That's chopped everything. Let's take a look inside. Okay, that's quite remarkable. I didn't see this in person beforehand, but that's just taken all our zucchini pieces and chopped them super quickly. Now, Anna from Cooking Pal is here to talk me through the whole process. Why have an appliance that does everything? I'm a bit of a chef. I like cooking. I like considering myself a pro in the kitchen. Why would I want something that does everything in one?
Well, first of all, you can take the rest of the appliances out of your kitchen.
Okay.
So you literally just need Julia. It's for those who don't like to cook or don't have time to cook. It comes with the Smart Kitchen Hub that has the collection of recipes. So you can browse through the recipes, select the one you want, and it's going to guide you step by step, doing the chopping, the cooking, the kneading, all in one.
Okay, so we've got things like mains, sauces, dips, sides and snacks, soups and salads, desserts. So I'm going to go up to our, we've got one that's actually connected to the machine, but I'm going to show you the process for our pasta dish that we're making today. So this is the spaghetti and cream, and I can't believe I'm cooking pasta while there are forklifts going around us. All right, so it's got all of my recipe ingredients here, and in the future you said that we should be able to shop the ingredients.
Exactly. So you'll be able to, once you enter the recipe, you'll be able to see the ingredients, you'll be able to see steps and estimated time. You'll be able to shop the missing ingredients and start cooking.
All right, so when we start cooking, it guides us through the whole process.
Moreover, you'll have photos and videos.
Photos and videos, I like that. So this is great. So at the stage where we might be weighing something, there'll be actually a live display that shows us how much of the particular ingredient is in there because of the scale in the bottom.
Exactly.
Which is super simple. I hate having to pull out my scale. So we've already cooked the pasta. We've done a little bit at home beforehand. This is true cooking show style. And I love that there's videos to kind of guide you through the whole process. We were taking a look earlier. You can also do a manual mode. So there we go. So customize how you cook it.
Exactly. So this is for people like you, right? You said that you like cooking, so literally you could get creative with it.
Okay.
And you'll be able to create your own recipe by setting up the temperature, the speed, the rotation, the time, the way you like.
Okay, fantastic.
So we don't, we don't push our recipes upon you, but you literally can do it yourself.
I like that. So there's about 50 recipes in here at the moment. It's also got Alexa capability, so I could call out for more instructions. I could even actually dim my lights and get things going through this actual tablet. So I like that it's kind of connected not only to this appliance, but all throughout the home. So while this is cooking, I love that we've also got a kind of a situation that's just being made over here for us. I kind of want to taste it. So this will be available in Q3. We're expecting a price of under $1,000, and we're starting off in the US, hoping to sell through Amazon. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you don't like the idea of cooking, if you don't like the idea of having 17 appliances in your house, if you like the idea of having a steamer built in, this could be for you. Also, if you don't like washing up, because I'm not a big fan of washing up. So, all right, it smells pretty good. I think this could be a very good solution for people who aren't big fans of cooking but really like the eating part. So I'm excited to see more of this kind of tech here at Tech West. We've got a lot of really awesome wellness, cooking, smart home. It's all here, even though it's still kind of being constructed. Tomorrow the show floor opens and we're going to have way more exciting stuff like this. So thank you so much. I'm going to throw to a break. We've got way more exciting stuff coming up this afternoon, so stay tuned. All right.
We're back with our live coverage of CES 2020. I've been here many, many hours. I'm Scott Stein, and I'm here with Dan Ackerman, and Brian Cooley's gone, and we're going to keep trading out people, and we're in the middle of press day.
But we all have beards. We're just swapping one beard for another.
Different beards, different evolutions of beards. You're going to see the whole spectrum. Next up, we have AMD's press event. Now, NVIDIA's coming later on. AMD is going to be competing with them on a lot of the same fronts. Dan, what should we expect?
AMD is interesting because they compete with NVIDIA, yes, when it comes to graphics, but they also compete with Intel when it comes to the actual processors.
Right.
And, of course, we're always locked into kind of an arms race, both in processor power and features and in gaming graphics. Yes, on the PC side, but this year especially on the console side where Sony has a new PlayStation coming out.
Right.
It's going to be called the PlayStation 5. And Microsoft has a new Xbox, which I forget the convoluted name of it. It is the...
There's a lot of X's involved.
The Xbox X, Project X, Model X.
Yes.
Something. But both of
them
like
it's going to change again.
Are going to have AMD-provided CPU/GPU cores. So that means this particular company has a lot of potentially interesting things they could talk about today. I just don't know in January if they will.
And they're also, of course, their PC graphics and all the other stuff they're going to talk about. They're prying that. But that is interesting. How much of this will be a preview of the console wars
Will they be
to come?
allowed to talk about any of the work they're doing on the game consoles, which will be the big technology holiday story of 2020 at the end of the year, because both of these game consoles are due to come out, November-ish.
I feel like they're going to talk a bit about that and take the advantage, because these consoles have already been discussed in so many different ways, the breakdowns, and it's time we learn more about that.
Right beforehand, you always want to get into the nitty-gritty. People always do like the specs, like which one is more powerful on paper versus in person.
I'm always curious if AMD will compete with NVIDIA in the area of like the GPU AI type stuff, the neural engine
Right,
things.
the stuff that goes in cars and things. They compete more on the strict graphics for gamers and creatives market, where they really do own a big chunk of the high end of that, as opposed to Intel, which owns most of the higher end CPU market, and AMD chips are more often found in kind of mid-range and budget systems. But on the graphics side, they're killing it, because that used to be ATI, which used to be a separate company, which AMD bought, and that became AMD Graphics.
I'm curious also how much they'll talk about like kind of like a portable type of graphics, or will it all be high-end? Will it all be kind of pushing that envelope? I guess we'll have to see.
Things that can drive tablets, things that can drive smaller laptops, things that can drive, frankly, game consoles are pretty small.
Yeah.
And they run really hot. You have a lot of thermal concerns there, especially in something that might sit in a cabinet under somebody's TV and just get a lot of heat going on around it.
Why, look at that little Dell thing. Yeah. Here we go. We're about to start AMD's presser. Let's watch.
Oh, look at that. There they are.
Welcome. It's great to be back at CES, and so great to see all of you here in Vegas, and for all of you who are joining us on the webcast. Are you ready for a good week? Last year, we started here at CES with our first ever keynote, and we told you that 2019 was going to be a phenomenal year, and it really was a phenomenal year. But so much has happened over the last 12 months, and I'm thrilled to be back here today to really talk about 2020 and how excited we are about all of the tech we have coming out in 2020. So let's go ahead and get started. So, some of you may be new to AMD, and when you think about AMD, I want you to think about one thing. It's all about high-performance computing and how we bring high-performance computing to every market and to our everyday lives. And we do focus on three things to do that. It's really about our products, and always focusing on great products. It's about our partners who really bring our technology to life through deep partnerships. And it's also about great technology. And for those of us in the technology industry, you guys know it's about making the right bets 3 to 5 years in advance and making sure that they come to fruition in actual product. So with that, just a little bit about 2019. If you take a look at our products, it really was a huge, huge year. If you look across all of these market segments, we introduced new 7-nanometer products. Whether you're talking about the desktop market with the introduction of 3rd-generation Ryzen, or you're talking about the high-end desktop and workstation market with Ryzen Threadripper, or introducing the new Radeon RDNA graphics technology that really brings gaming to the next level for our graphics users, or you're talking about the data center and the tremendous amount of innovation in the cloud. And the fact is, with 2nd-generation EPYC that we launched last year, we doubled the performance from generation to generation. You don't double performance very often, and that translates into a tremendous amount of capability for our customers in terms of overall total cost of ownership. So all of that together gives you an idea of what 2019 was. Now, products are nice and technology is nice, but really bringing that into systems is what brings technology to life. And we are so honored to be partnered with some of the most important brands in the industry. Whether you're talking about Microsoft with their Surface and Xbox lineup, or you're talking about Sony with their PlayStation lineup, or you're talking about the Apple Mac lineup, or you're talking about Google's data centers. All of these and many more are deeply partnered with us to create great technology and great systems. So I'd like you to hear directly from some of them as to what they do with AMD technology.
So let's talk about our next console. The most powerful and highest performing console we've ever designed. Together with our partners at AMD, we have co-engineered and custom designed a state-of-the-art processor.
This is the new Mac Pro. For a big upgrade in graphics performance, the Mac Pro can be configured with AMD's Radeon Pro Vega 2. This is, quite simply, the world's most powerful graphics card.
This is Surface Laptop 3. The team has been working with AMD for quite some time to build you a custom experience. I'd like to introduce to you the AMD Ryzen Microsoft Surface Edition processor. We co-engineered this entire platform alongside AMD. It is incredible.
I just couldn't stop thinking maybe there was a different path. Maybe there was a hardware that could be made where it would be more natural to make the games. Ultimately, it's all about having the best games on the platform.
Our data centers actually process hundreds of millions of tweets on a daily basis. That's why we're so excited about the EPYC processors. We're able to get a 25% reduction in the TCO, or total cost of ownership.
Stadia is built on infrastructure that no one else has. We've partnered with our friends at AMD to build a custom GPU. This architecture is the foundation for this new generation of gaming.
Google operates data centers around the world. We have to optimize across many dimensions, and it's the reason why we chose EPYC. And together, I'm confident that Google and AMD are going to continue to push, and I think that's going to be to the benefit of the entire industry.
So what makes these products so amazing? It is really the underlying technology and the combination of technology choices that you have to make. And when you think about it, for us, it's all about pushing the envelope. So it's investing in high-performance CPU cores with our Zen roadmap. It's about investing in high-performance GPU cores with our RDNA architecture. It's about putting them together in the smartest possible way using innovative technologies like chiplet designs, which allow you to really mix and match the best that technology has to offer in a single package. And it's about using the best manufacturing technology that's available in the industry today, which is 7-nanometer manufacturing technology. So if I just tell you what we've done with all of these, it's really about bringing a tremendous amount of innovation to market as fast as possible. And I'm happy to say, if you look at the combination of products that we've launched over the last year and will launch in 2020, you will see over 20 products in production or in development in 7-nanometer. So that gives you an idea of just how much innovation we're putting into the high-performance computing market. Now let's turn to 2020. So I said 2020 is going to be a bigger year than 2019, and I mean 2020 is going to be a bigger year. Now, our theme for 2020 is all about the best, bringing the best to the market. And given this is a consumer electronics show, today we're going to focus on what does the best mean for a gamer or a creator, and ensuring that we give you an idea of what types of technologies we're bringing to market. So, for gamers, it's all about higher performance CPUs and higher performance GPUs. So we have a couple of those for you today. And for creators, it's really about bringing more capability and more productivity to all of these new workloads. And our idea is to enable new things to be created. So if you think about how much technology you needed to allow 4K and 5K to get out there, one of the big themes of this show is 8K. And when does 8K become real? And how do you really have the ability to create the content for that? And you're going to see some amazing technology for content creators today. So let's start 2020 with the laptop. Now, when you think about the laptop form factor, you can really say that there are over 180 million laptops that are sold every year. And when you think about that, there actually hasn't been a lot of improvement in the laptop form factor. Now, we're in the mobile space, but you really have to say there's a lot of technology that you have to pack into the laptop form factor. And frankly, from our standpoint, we wanted to change this. And so in 2020, we will be introducing the best laptop processor ever built. And how do you do that? How do you do that? The way you do that is by incorporating the right technology elements. So it's about putting high-performance Zen 2 CPU cores into the laptop form factor. It's about using 7-nanometer technology, which is extremely beneficial from a power performance standpoint. And it's about doing really innovative design on the SoC front to ensure that we're as power efficient as possible so that you can fit into these small, thin, and compact devices. And when you combine all of these technologies together, they really enable disruptive performance. So I'm very happy to say that today at CES, we're going to launch the 3rd generation AMD Ryzen 4000 mobile processors. You know I love showing off chips. So this is the very first 7-nanometer x86 mobile processor. And in this form factor that fits into ultra-thin laptops, we have 8 cores and 16 threads in a very, very, very powerful device. Now, let me tell you what I mean. Thank you. Let me tell you what I mean when I say this is disruptive performance, okay? We always say that every generation looks better than the previous generation, but this is really special. And what you have here is actually the last 5 or 6 years of laptop performance, both from our competition as well as from ourselves. And this is looking at a typical processor that would go into a 15-watt ultra-thin design. And what you can see is that there have been improvements each year, incremental improvements, but you haven't seen that big performance leap, that big jump. And what we've done with the 3rd gen Ryzen and the Ryzen 4000 series is we've created just that jump. We wanted to be above the historical curve. We wanted to push the envelope. And that's the combination of all of the technologies that I talked about earlier. And what that means is you get a lot more capability in the hands of users when you're using the Ryzen 4000 series. And the way you should think about it is this goes across a number of different markets. So, the ultra-thin laptop is perhaps the sexiest form factor when you think about laptop form factors. And we're always trying to make them smaller and thinner and lighter and longer battery life. But we also have a very growing segment in the gaming and the creator segment where you want desktop-like performance in a mobile form factor. And you'll see that in our H series products, as well as the very important commercial space. So at the end of the day, there are lots of businesses that need new notebooks. And what we want to ensure is that not only do they have the performance capability, but they also have the manageability and the security and all of those other features. So you will see Ryzen 4000 series over a number of different markets and form factors. Now, just a little bit about specs. When you look at the specs of the Ryzen 4000 series, we'll start at the top of the stack for the ultra-thins. So this is the Ryzen 7 4800U. And what you see is it has 8 Zen 2 cores, 16 threads. It goes up to 4.2 gigahertz. It has 8 Radeon cores. And when I spend a minute on the graphics cores, we've actually done a tremendous amount of optimization around these graphics cores. So they're based on our Vega architecture, but they actually have 59% more performance than the previous generation. And that's all the design optimization that's been done. And all of this fits in a 15-watt envelope. So that's an incredible amount of technology in 15 watts. And if you take a look at how we perform versus our competition, what we're comparing against here is the competition's latest generation, 10th generation Ice Lake in 10 nanometer. So this is what they have in store right now. And what we show is the Ryzen 4000 series is higher on single-threaded performance. Higher on single-threaded performance. It is 90% higher on multi-threaded performance. And it is significantly higher on graphics performance. So when I say it's simply the best laptop processor that's been built, I think I've shown it in these numbers. Now, when you move over to the creator land, think about this, still 15-watt form factor. There are lots of productivity tasks that you want to do in this form factor. You can see that computing power really comes to life. So whether you're talking about video transcoding, video editing, other large compute tasks, what we're showing is greater than 25%, in some cases close to 50% more performance in these tasks. And what that means is you can get a lot more done in a lot less time. And that's really the focus of all of this technology innovation. Now, one of the important things, obviously, for the laptop market is battery life. And battery life is about an optimization of so many different things. And so I'm really pleased to say that in Ryzen 4000 series, we've really optimized the overall power efficiency of the device. And what you can see is more than double the power efficiency, so the performance per watt compared to our previous generation. And that's really coming from the 7-nanometer process gains, as well as all of the work we've done in design and architecture. So again, what you can expect is leading performance with all-day battery life with Ryzen 4000 series. Now, let's talk a little bit about systems. So there are going to be lots of systems in market with Ryzen 4000, but let me show you one of the first, which is the Lenovo Yoga Slim 7. All right, so let's take a look at this guy. So Lenovo this morning actually launched their Yoga Slim 7. This is the world's thinnest and lightest 8-core laptop. It actually has the flagship Ryzen 7 4800U. It's less than 15 millimeters thick. It has DDR4X, and it has a FreeSync 14-inch Full HD display. So you can see really a beautiful form factor, but it's just an example, if you can imagine, 8 cores and 16 threads in this type of device. Okay, so it's all about systems, and it's all about putting this technology into action. I'm very happy to announce today that in the first quarter of 2020, you'll see over a dozen designs with our Ryzen 4000 series, and you can expect over 100 designs across ultra-thin, gaming, as well as commercial throughout 2020. So how does that sound for transforming the laptop market? Now, you're going to see a little bit more about Ryzen 4000 in action later on when we show you some gaming performance. But for now, let's transition over to the graphics market, where we're going to talk a little bit about what we're bringing to the gaming market. So for that, let me welcome Laura Smith to the stage, who runs our Radeon product line. Laura?
Thank you, Lisa, and welcome to CES. It is a great privilege to be here and talking with you today. I've been an engineer for about 20 years now, and I've really learned to appreciate how it's the gamers and the creators that keep pushing us forward to bring you better and better solutions for your creative ideas and those expert workloads. Let's start by looking at the gaming industry in 2019. 2019 was a fantastic year for gaming. We saw exciting titles launch, Those titles drove over $35 billion in PC content revenue. And gaming continues to be a great form of entertainment. We saw last year over 1 billion hours of gameplay were watched every month. And this excitement around gaming translated into a 15% year-over-year growth in esports-related revenues. These are monies from league play and media contracts, showing once again that the gaming market is strong and an exciting thing to be a part of. For our part, over 500 million gamers and creators are using AMD hardware. We have a variety of products across desktop and mobile, including the discrete graphics products most recently released by Apple. We're also very proud to be the #1 in game consoles and expect to continue this position as our partners, Microsoft and Sony, launch the new generation of consoles next year. At AMD, we know that gamers and creators experience through their displays. They rely on high-performance hardware, and they expect world-class software to bring it all to life. We invest heavily in every part of this ecosystem. We're excited to talk to you about each one a little today. If you're a gamer, any stuttering or tearing can absolutely remove you from the gameplay. And so we believe very strongly that all gamers need to have a great display. We're very, very excited that this January, the FreeSync ecosystem is growing to over 1,000 displays. These displays range from 1080p to 4K and cover price points from $89 to $4,000. With such an enormous ecosystem, we would like to help customers navigate the retail and e-tail options. To do this, we're showing 3 designations. First, FreeSync, for a tear-free and stutter-free experience all gamers need. And then AMD FreeSync Premium, which designates support for high refresh monitors at 120 hertz and higher, and also support for LFC, low frame rate compensation. And then finally, we have the AMD Premium Pro. This adds HDR support with twice the perceived color volume and depth of SDR. HDR really brings those games that support it to life. Now let's talk about software. At AMD, we believe that every major software release should be an upgrade for everyone. We work hard to ensure that you get exciting performance, new features, and technologies with our software. Just last December, we launched the AMD Adrenalin 2020 edition. It delivered an average of a 12% performance uplift and over 20 new and enhanced features. The modern UI that came with it provides a new updated view across desktop, mobile, and PC. Some of the features included integer scaling, which allows you to play your old retro games with a brand new view, and Radeon Boost. Radeon Boost provides higher frame rate in high movement scenes so that you have a smoother experience there at that part of the game. A lot of our feature development comes through our engagement with the community. We really appreciate the engagement that we have with you and the feedback you give us. And we are thrilled that over 3.4 million people have downloaded and are enjoying this software since it launched on December 10th. Now that we've talked about the displays and the software, let's talk about hardware. On behalf of all of AMD's engineers, we are very, very excited about the market reception of RDNA. RDNA is a brand new grounds-up architecture that we built to fuel the next round of product innovations. It delivers a 25% performance per clock increase, a 50% performance per watt increase. We led with 7 nanometer, we led with PCIe Gen 4, deployed new media and new display hardware and GDDR6. This broad architecture is the foundation for great products to come. The first product that we released with RDNA was the RX 5700 last July. It is the ultimate 1440p card, and it's great for maxed out gameplay at that resolution. We followed it up in Q4 with the 5500 for an affordable, great experience on modern games in 1080p. And today, we are excited to welcome the newest member to the 5000 series. Please help me welcome the Radeon RX 5600 XT. The Radeon RX 5600 XT is the ultimate 1080p gaming card. It's built on RDNA, has 36 compute units, a game clock of 1375 megahertz, and a boost clock of 1560 megahertz. It's configured with 6 gigs of GDDR6. So now that we've covered the specs, let's look at how it stacks up in games. These are 3 recently released titles that are being enjoyed around the world. As you can see, in Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the 5600 is winning by 10%. In Division 2, we're winning by 15%, and Gears of War 5 is just as strong. So if you're a big fan of AAA gaming, at 1080p, you want to play it all maxed out, no, the recent titles and the upcoming titles, the 5600 is a clear winner. Now, we already talked that most of us play esports games as well. Looking at 3 very popular esports titles, Apex Legends, Fortnite, and World of Warcraft, you can see that the 5600 beats the competition. We are very excited about delivering the ultimate 1080p card for you and are happy to welcome it to the 5000 series. If you're a gamer that games from 1080p to 1440p, we have you covered. We have the 5500, which is an affordable, great card for 1080p on all the modern titles. We have the brand new 5600 XT for the max 1080p ultimate gameplay. And of course, we have the 5700, the ultimate 1440p game card. Now, my guess is that you're wondering, when can I get one and how much is it going to cost? We are very excited that from all of our AIB partners, the 5600 will be available January 21st for $279 worldwide at all of your favorite retail and e-tail sites. We are also excited that the 5600 is going to be coming to mobile. In the first half of 2020, we're working with our OEM partners to launch the 5600M and the 5700M to notebook so that you can enjoy the same great performance and feature set in mobile. 2020 is definitely the year of the gamer. We are really excited about all the great creative titles that are coming out, the broadening of the display ecosystem, the 5600 coming to desktop, new RDNA-powered notebooks, and the upcoming consoles that are going to include RDNA architectures. This year is going to be fantastic for everybody that loves gaming, and we're excited to spend it with you. With that, please help me welcome my friend and colleague, Frank Azor.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Lisa. How's everyone doing today? Yeah. Happy CES 2020 and Happy New Year. Really, really excited to be here with you guys. What an incredible time to be a gamer and a creator with so much going on around CPUs, around graphics, around cloud, around games themselves, and then what's going on with consoles is really exciting as well. These developments are pretty exciting to me. I've been doing gaming and focusing on gaming my entire career, and to think about how far we've come from that first gaming notebook I helped pioneer over 15 years ago, which was thick, heavy, and loud, to the incredible processing performance we have in a processor like the 4800U, which makes all types of thin, ultra-thin, and light form factors suddenly gaming capable. It's unimaginable to me how far we've come. And I'm so happy to see us with our Radeon graphics getting back into mobile systems again. It's something that we've needed as an industry for a long time now, and we're finally back in the game again. So really, really excited about that. So most of all, though, I'm excited because this is my first time on an AMD CES stage as an AMD team member. Those of you that I know that I just love making products. It's what fuels me every single day, and I've had an incredible opportunity over the last 21 years to make some great products with the team at Alienware and at Dell. But I came to AMD because only AMD has all of the core components that we as gamers and creators rely on every single day for our computing needs. The high-performance processors that we depend on, the software and technologies necessary, and the incredible graphics that we depend on every day to power those visual experiences and to do our rendering for us. Today, I'm going to share with you how we're bringing some remarkable performance to laptops, something that is breaking tons of new ground and that I've been dreaming of for a long time now. And I'm going to show you what we're doing with our CPUs, with our graphics, and with our software and technologies in bringing them all together to build an even better experience than anything we've seen before in laptops. So let's get started. For those of us that are gaming and creating on laptops out there, there's about 90 million of us doing so. And those of us that know this market know that we are the most finicky, kind of highest performance users that are out there when it comes to laptops. There's just never enough performance that you can give us. So who better than AMD to deliver a processor that gives you uncompromising desktop-class performance, but with mobile-class efficiency? I'd like to introduce you to the Ryzen 7 4800H processor. So I made a pretty big claim, right? Desktop caliber performance for gamers and creators in a notebook processor. 8 cores, 16 threads, a higher base clock speed than the 4800U that Lisa spoke to you about. This thing was built for the most demanding content creation and gaming workloads out there. But I said it performs like a desktop, right? Well, I've spent pretty much my entire career, ever since we made that first gaming laptop over 15 years ago, trying to deliver desktop-class performance into a mobile system. The advantages of mobile systems, the ability to take your content anywhere with you, everywhere you want to go, in a nice, thin form factor with great battery life, has always been a dream of mine to give you that kind of performance in that kind of a form factor, but without all the compromises that come associated with it. Those compromises being thickness, weight, poor battery life, and a huge fan noise, plus they tend to be pretty expensive. So what we wanted to do is build a processor that gives you that kind of performance, but it doesn't come with all of those compromises. To give you an idea as to why this has been a dream for me for so long, let's look at 2 leading processors in the market to understand what the performance delta is between a mobile CPU and a desktop CPU. And what you'll see is there's a performance delta of about 26% between 2 of the leading processors. But to get that 26% performance improvement, you've got to more than double the TDP to do so. That results in a thicker, heavier, louder, and more expensive laptop. And nobody wants that. So what's really remarkable about the 4800H is that it's delivering even faster performance than a desktop processor, and it's doing it at 45 watts. It's an incredible accomplishment. So you're probably wondering, when can you get your hands on one of these processors? Oh, by the way, content creation workloads, it gets even better for content creation workloads, 46% uplift. But you're probably wondering, hey, when can I get my hands on this incredible processor? So I'd like to introduce you to a really cool product that you're going to see coming up soon. So this is the brand new ASUS Zephyrus G14 notebook. Now, some of the things that are notable about this product, it's going to have the latest AMD Ryzen 4000 series processors, of course, but the form factor is pretty remarkable. Only 3.5 pounds for all of this performance, over 10 hours of battery life, and a sub 18 millimeter Z height. It's pretty incredible. But probably my favorite feature about this product is what you'll see on the backside. It's absolutely really, really cool. And you can customize the whole interface. ASUS is creating a really cool interface for you to personalize this however you'd like. They even have the ability for it to respond to music that's playing on the notebook. The next best thing about this product, you're only going to be able to find it with an AMD Ryzen processor. So make sure to look out for this in February of this year. So, as I mentioned earlier, AMD is unique in the industry. It's the only company that makes a portfolio of high-performance components that we rely on as gamers and as creators. We're the only ones that make all of the key components: processors, graphics, and the software and technology that you depend on. So we've been asking ourselves, what could be possible if we combined all of these technologies together and focused on delivering an even better experience than what's been done up to now in our industry? We call that the AAA advantage. And today I'd like to show you one of the latest technologies that we've developed across that AAA advantage. But first, we have to go a little bit back in history. So AMD was one of the first companies to combine high-performance CPUs and high-performance graphics into forming the high-performance APUs that you see in the market today. APUs like the Ryzen 7 4800U. And that's translated into incredible performance, but also incredible efficiency, depending on whatever workload you're running. If you're running a CPU-intensive workload, the CPU portion of that APU accelerates, and it delivers the performance that you need. And if you're doing a graphics-intensive workload, the opposite happens. So we've been working and thinking about how do we take those lessons learned from the APU work that we've been doing for over a decade now and apply that to our discrete graphics. And what we've done is we've created kind of like a virtual super APU, if you will, by bringing the discrete graphics into the equation and shifting the power from the CPU to the GPU so that it overclocks that graphics card when necessary, and then vice versa when CPU-intensive workloads require extra CPU performance. It's something that we call Smart Shift. It does it seamlessly to the operating system, and it does it very, very quickly. So quickly, in fact, that we're saving power when we shift those workloads over from the CPU to the GPU versus an architecture that doesn't have Smart Shift integrated into it. So you're probably wondering, how does it perform? So we're still in development, and these are preliminary results, but in the Division 2, in just our early development, we're already getting over 10% performance improvement when you turn on Smart Shift. Now, the key thing to remember about this technology is it's basically free. You don't have to increase the form factor of the notebook. You don't have to give it more thermal capacity. You don't have to buy a higher bin of the CPU or the GPU to get this 10% performance uplift. You just have to design it in from the get-go. It's turned on, and you get the 10% performance improvement in the same form factor as a notebook that doesn't have it enabled and that isn't going to be getting the performance benefits. For content creators, you're also going to see a big uplift in performance with up to 12% faster performance right now in Cinebench. And again, these are just preliminary early results. It's only going to get better from here. So, you're probably wondering, when can you get your hands on this? So, very excited to share with you that you're going to be able to get your hands on SmartShift, as well as the brand new Ryzen 4000 Series H processors and the Radeon 5600M graphics that Laura spoke to you about in Q2 of this year with this brand new Dell G5 Special Edition laptop. This laptop incorporates all of the state-of-the-art technologies that AMD has to offer right now. It not only features our latest processors, our latest Radeon graphics, our brand new SmartShift technology, but it'll also come preloaded with our Adrenaline software that Laura spoke to you about. And you'll get all the great features that come with it, including our image sharpening technology, our boost technology, and so on. You'll also get, for the first time ever, a feature that will allow you to see SmartShift operating in real time. So you can see your performance shifting from the CPU to the GPU. And we're going to be including a power profile in here to give you that better battery life while you're gaming and while you're content creating. There hasn't been a lot of focus on battery life during those heavy intensive workloads. You're going to get incredible battery life out of this product when you're gaming or you're creating on these products. So stay tuned for more information on this. Dell just announced it at the show, and you're going to be able to purchase it yourself in Q2 of 2020. Thank you. So, like I said before, AMD is the only company that has all of the key technologies to give you these incredible gaming experiences. And we're just getting started. Okay, this is the tip of the spear, what we're showing you with SmartShift and how we're integrating all these technologies into a product like the Dell G5 Special Edition. You can rest assured you're going to see a ton of more AAA advantage technologies and solutions from us in the very near future. But for now, I'd like to thank you very much for your time. Have a great CES 2020, and I'd like to welcome Lisa back on the stage. Thank you.
Okay, was that fun or what? Very excited about the Ryzen 4000 series for gamers as well as for creators. We're very excited about the Radeon 5600 XT coming to desktops and coming into mobile. And we're very, very excited about what we can do with AAA. And it's the idea of putting all of the best technologies, CPUs, GPUs, and software together to build the great systems. But we can't just quite leave it at that. I have one more product to share today, and for that, let's go back to the world of desktops for a moment. So, look, we said 2019 was a phenomenal year, and it really was. And it was particularly a huge year for the desktop form factor. We introduced our 3rd gen Ryzen, as well as our Ryzen Threadripper parts, and we just had incredible reception from the user community, whether you were an enthusiast gamer or a creator, or just someone who liked to build your own PCs. We just saw a lot of excitement around desktops. And these are some of my favorite pictures. When we launched these products on July 7th for the 3rd gen Ryzen, and then for the 3950X and Threadripper just here in late November, we actually saw people line up and wait in line such that they could get the very first processors. These are some pictures from some micro centers in the US, as well as from the Akihabara shopping district in Tokyo. And they just give you an idea of how much excitement there was around 3rd gen Ryzen and Threadripper. And when you really look at why, the data speaks for itself. So just take a look at the data just for a second here. If you start at the bottom of the chart, that's our competition's best. That's what they're offering in the mainstream desktop market today. And when you look at the 3950X, 16-core mainstream CPU, you see over 70% higher multi-threaded performance. That's really, really significant. And then when you go to the 3rd generation Threadripper and you see what we do with the 24-core and the 32-core device, there's just simply no competition. But of course you knew we couldn't stop there. Now, we could push this even further, and why not go above 32 cores? When you can have the technology to do even more, why not? So, take a look at this. So I'm really happy to announce today the 3rd gen Ryzen Threadripper 64-core processor, our 3990X, the very first 64-core processor in the mainstream, in the desktop form factor. 64 cores, 128 threads, up to 4.3 gigahertz boost, 288 megabytes of cache, all for $39.90, which is exactly what you would expect. Now look, let me just show you the performance of this guy. I actually need 3 screens to show you what you can do here. And now you might ask, is this technology for technology's sake? What do you need all this computing performance for? So let me show you an application, because this just gives you an idea of what we mean by disruptive technology. So what you're seeing here is a demonstration. We're actually comparing the Ryzen 3990X to 2 Xeon Platinum 8280s. So this is the top of our competition's server stack. It actually retails for about $20,000 for the pair of processors. And what we're showing is a popular rendering application. So this is V-Ray, and we are using content from our partners at Blur Studio from their work on the film Terminator Dark Fate. And what we're showing is time-lapse in about a minute, what would normally take about an hour to complete. And it's going to take a little while to complete. But what you'll see, hopefully you'll see, is that the Threadripper 3990X is much faster. You complete the render in an hour and 3 minutes. Our competition's still going. But when it does complete, what you will see is that that same workload, if you are doing it on the top of the line server products today, will take 30% more time. And that means an hour and 30 minutes. So if you are a content creator who's trying to push the envelope, you will save 30 minutes on a render like this. And just imagine what that can do in terms of your creativity and your productivity. It really is game-changing for these types of applications. So what do you think of that? It might also be just slightly cheaper, just slightly. But look, we want to see this technology in action, and we're all about how do we bring technology to the user. And so with our early 3990Xs, we actually gave a few of them to our partner, Red Camera. Now, Red and their digital cameras have really changed the way feature films and TV are made. They've always pushed the envelope. They were leading in 4K and 5K, and they are leading in bringing 8K content to the industry. So let's hear from the team at Red as to what they can do with Threadripper.
Well, Red, of course, is a camera company. Every product we do, we just push ourselves forward.
When we first came with the Red one, no one was really shooting 4K because they didn't understand the benefits at the time.
And it's just been an evolution of that to 5K and 6K and 8K. The ultimate goal is to be able to shoot, pull that into your system at full resolution, and just edit. The data footprint of 8K RGB is pretty massive. So we have to develop Red Code Raw. Problem with Red Code is it was very CPU intensive.
The first time I saw the 64-core Threadripper playing back 8K real time and transcoding fast in real time, it blew my mind. The idea of being able to not worry about a workflow because my system can now handle the highest quality footage I can throw at it.
You hear 8K and you're like, yeah, no problem. Next, what else? And we couldn't do that on the CPU until the 64 Threadripper. That's the crazy thing, is we will take every single core you give us. Thank you very much. And when we saw the results of the 64 core Threadripper, it was the first time where you felt, oh my God, this is massive.
I like massive. That sounds pretty good. So look, we are extremely excited to complete our third generation Ryzen Threadripper. And what you'll see is globally, we will have 3990X on shelf February 7th. So just a few weeks away. All right, let me finish up here at CES. What I can say is I hope you've gotten a good sense of why we're so excited about 2020. It is an extremely exciting year for both AMD and our partners. And I started with, we are absolutely committed to delivering the very best in high-performance computing. So whether you're talking about mobile processors, or you're talking about desktop graphics, or mobile graphics, or you're talking about high-end desktops, there is a lot of technology we have in store for you. And you can expect there will be a lot more from AMD this year, including the next generation consoles that will also be launched here in 2020. Our goal will be to continue pushing the envelope in high performance. Have a wonderful CES, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CNET stage at CES 2020. I'm Ashley Esqueda, and joining me, as always, we've been reunited, and it feels so good. Ayaz Akhtar, Bridget Carey, hello.
Hello. Howdy.
So that was AMD. 64 cores. I can finally start that deep fake company I've been eyeballing. Why does this matter? This is the Consumer Electronics Show, and if I'm a consumer, I'm seeing 64 cores in a computer and thinking, why?
Yeah, I just think this is all about trickling down. Eventually, 5 years from now, everyone's going to have something like this. But right now, this is for like professionals. It seems like a crazy price at $4,000, but they're comparing it to a $20,000 setup. So in the long run, when this is the most basic things that'll end up in your phone or your laptop, that's when we're going to see it, I think, as regular people.
And there was a lot of talk about gaming, right? It's the year of the gamer. We've heard that from other presentations, too.
Yeah, that's very true. And so we're going to see this trickle down. We're going to see this kind of technology showing up in, like you said, consumer laptops, things like maybe our cell phones in the future, and we're going to be able to have all that amazing processing power, hopefully a little cheaper than $4,000. But maybe for the professional market, it's a little bit of a bargain, like you were saying, $20,000 versus $4,000. If you want to save a couple bucks.
Yeah, when they were also talking about their mobile processors being a lot more powerful, I thought that was really important because when you want performance in a laptop, usually you're going to sacrifice size, right? You're going to get a heavier laptop so it can handle all the power, bigger batteries, that kind of stuff. But with the newer processors, it's supposed to be thin and light, ultra light laptops with incredible power, and I think that's going to be really useful if you like things like gaming or you like video editing or anything that's really intensive.
And you have to be on the go.
Yeah,
you got to be on the go. I want to ask you, Bridget. There was the Ryzen G14 notebook that had 10 plus hours of battery life. It's only 3.5 pounds. It's got a great processor in it, and then it also has this custom cover, so where you can customize your, you can have a little message there. Is that something that you would be interested in? Are you gonna?
I like pizzazz in my tech.
I know you like pizzazz in your tech,
Yeah.
so it's like I feel like you're the person to ask. Like, is that something that you would look into buying?
If I can, we are carrying all this tech around all the time. It is part of our personality, our fashion. So it was a smart move to be able to offer something that stands out between all the silver that you see all the time.
I'm looking forward to seeing what message you have next year at the show. I want to see you with a little banner right there. All right, everybody. Robots are always a big deal at CES, especially the walking kind. And we have Lexi Savitas standing by live with a super cool one that she wants to show you from UB Tech.
When you think personal assistants, you probably think something like Siri, Alexa, maybe even the Google Assistant. But I want to introduce you to a very special robot friend of mine. It's called Walker, and it can do a lot of cool things, including this. Let's spin around and take a look. Say hello to Walker. This is a humanoid robot, and it's moving pretty fast, walking like a human does, almost. And this is actually the third version of Walker that we've seen at CES. In 2018, it was just walking around with no arms, but on 2 feet, so a bipedal robot. In 2019, it got arms, and in 2020, it can do this. So the idea is that Walker is going to pick up the basket and is going to bring it towards me, just like my own very personal robot assistant, you know, good old robot butler, because I need my basket of bananas in the morning or the afternoon. Need that potassium. This is amazing. Walker is, it just feels totally normal that this is happening. It's walking around 2 kilometers an hour as fast as it goes. Enjoy my food. Thank you so much, Walker. Its fingers release and I pull the basket up. And there are my bananas. Amazing. It has a screen with a face. Oh, this is excellent. Okay, so there's a bunch of different motors. There's 36 motors inside. And it has a lot of similar actuations and degrees of freedom. So it is able to move in a fairly similar way to what a human can move. But now, I'm kind of thirsty, you know. It's CES, it's dry, the air is, you know, thin here in Vegas. I need a drink, so it's gonna open a bottle of Coke for me. Wow. So not only does it have the dexterity in its hands to able to open the actual bottle with the bottle opener, watch this. It's gonna pour. This is wild. The fact that it can actually grasp it, not crush the bottle, crush the glass, drop it. This is really nice. And now a refreshing glass of my favorite cola beverage. Thank you. Thank you, Walker. It's a drink. I'm gonna need this later. All right, so that's not the only thing that Walker can do. Now that my thirst is quenched, it's saying, I'm gonna do some light movement, light exercise. So I believe I'm gonna do yoga with a robot. All right, I'm in position. Let's see, I'm gonna try and follow Walker's moves. Let's begin, it says. Got some music too. I don't know if you can hear it from my microphone, but I'm jamming out. Okay, little squat. Oh, what is this? What is this move? Walker, what is this? Is this Tai Chi? I don't know what this is. This is, okay. I'm feeling it, all right. I think it can balance better than me, honestly. Like that is one of the skills of Walker. Wow, I can't do that in one solid move. I mean, robot is doing a much better job than I am right now. This is a real test of balance. Look at it. I'm like struggling to stay on one foot and it's just totally fine. Okay, 2 feet back on the ground. What is this? What are you doing? Oh no! No, I can't do this. This is so hard. Okay. All right. Slow. Oh, that's one for the core muscles. I don't need to do Pilates anymore. I just do a couple of these with Walker. Okay. All right, what is this? What is this? What are you doing? Okay. Here. Oh, take a bow. Oh, take a bow. Oh, well done. Well done, Walker. Okay. That was pretty fun. I have to say. What are you going to do next? I'm excited. Ready? Great idea. It's going to do something involving a pen and a piece of paper. All right, here we go. Now the idea is that Walker is designed for a range of situations. It could be in your home and integrate with your family, bringing you things, opening things, maybe elderly care, maybe a service robot. It has a bunch of sensors that help it understand the amount of force that it's applying, so it could do something like clean down a countertop, or do something like this. Wait for it. I think we're going to see some art here, aren't we, Walker? I bet you it's going to have neater handwriting than me too. I just bet you. Oh, wow. Look at that handwriting. That's impeccable. Well, what do you know? It's spelled out CNET. I didn't tell it what to do, it just knew what to do. Just kidding, we told it to say that. But the fact that it can write really, really clearly and legibly is amazing. Thank you, Walker. Thanks for watching. Make sure to stay tuned to CNET for lots more CES 2020 coverage. I'm going to do yoga again.
I love robots. I love robots. I love robots.
I'm so happy.
No, I mean, just everybody wants a robot friend, I think.
2 years ago at this show, I saw Walker. He had no arms. Now he has arms. This is the progress we're making. I mean, this is like, it seems like UB Tech is picking up where we left off with Honda Asimo, and and this is for the idea of having that robot assistant, like that movie Frank and Robot.
I was going to say Asimo
Yeah.
walked so Walker could also walk, but I guess
He's
he's still walking.
He's
He's still walking very slow. All right, guys. Hyundai is next, and Hyundai always shows some really cool concept car. Last year, it was of Elevate, which is a robotic car that can climb walls, which I thought was pretty amazing. So what are we guessing they might have this year? What's a thing Hyundai might just roll out this year? No pun intended. Don't point at me, Ayaz. That's Elevate. Okay, so we're looking at Elevate right now. So this is the car. This is the concept car that can. It's terrifying looking, and it can drive up walls, and it's intended to be a rescue vehicle for
getting around with those big rocks. And
right. This was last year. So again, this was last year. So now we're about to see Hyundai's press conference. What could they possibly have? Could it be a flying car? Could it be an underwater car? What type of car do you think Hyundai is going to roll out?
I think we're going to see the Elevate without wheels. It's going to be a walking car. We saw the walking robot. Why not? Just go full on ATAC.
Just give it feet?
Yeah. Forget it.
I mean, but then does it qualify as a car if it doesn't have wheels?
I don't know.
On those old school cars where like you're just driving and you drive right like a cartoon into the river and it's a boat.
And then it just turns into a speedboat.
An amphibious car?
That's what I want.
Honda.
Look, it's 2020. I'm ready for the Jetsons to begin. I don't know what happened, but we now, as I have mentioned multiple times, we now live in a timeline where the events of Blade Runner occurred in the past. Mm-hmm. And so we need to just start hitting the pedal to the metal here, and we need to get on our flying cars. I got to see those VTOL drones. I'm ready. So let's go to Hyundai and see what's going on there.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome to this revolutionary Hyundai Motor Press Conference. I'm Laura Schwartz, and I am honored to lead you through the exciting news we have to unveil today. So let's get started. First, please welcome President and Chief Innovation Officer of Hyundai Motor Company, Dr. Youngcho Chi.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Welcome, everyone. It's really great to be here, surrounded by people shaping the future as we speak.
Youngcho, as Chief Innovation Officer, you are going to talk about the leading edge of Hyundai today. What do you have in store?
Well, Hyundai is well known around the world as for its cars. But today, we won't be talking about the conventional cars at all. Instead, we will be talking about this new world where a mobility service goes beyond its traditional role of simply providing a transit solution.
So car production has been at the very heart of Hyundai Motor. Is your strategy now changing?
Our mission has always been progress for humanity, and that gives us a broader perspective on mobility. In earlier days, Hyundai focused on addressing a simple need, which was providing reliable cars to our customers. As we expanded, we turned our attention to providing something more than a car that you can trust. As people are increasingly seeing the cars as an extension of themselves and become more user experience focused, we have recalibrated to build a brand that provides a unique yet satisfactory user experience for our customers in enhancing their quality of life.
You know, you talk about recalibrating, and people absolutely do expect more, and you've adapted. So what comes next?
As we all know, there has been a tectonic shift in our industry, and Mecca has disrupted our industry in a big way. We had to consider how we can continue our mission of progress for humanity as a smart mobility solution provider.
So what is Hyundai working on now to continue that really great legacy?
We wanted to understand how a mobility service could enhance the quality of our lives by analyzing how a city really works and how each one of us goes about completing his or her daily routine. To do that, we undertook two insightful projects to help us foresee and plan for these human-centered future cities. First, we have set up a human-centered city advisory group composed of prominent experts from various fields, such as engineering, architecture, urban design, political science, and of course, psychology. And second, we developed these future city scenarios. By meshing these two projects, we could better understand how to address the problems and the needs of future cities, all with human-centered perspective.
And it's really that human-centered perspective that brings us all here to stay. And to start talking about that perspective, I'd love to invite a guest up onto the stage right now to share more details on the first project. So please welcome a member of our Human-Centered City Advisory Group, Professor of Cognitive Psychology at the University of Texas at Austin. Please welcome Dr. Art Markman.
Good job. Welcome.
Oh, it's great to be here.
Welcome. It's great to see you.
Good to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Great. Well, to start off, could you tell us about the work of the advisory group and the progress you've made?
Yeah, absolutely. The group members started by discussing which human-centered values we should focus on, and many factors were brought to the fore: equitability, vibrancy, walkability, and much more. However, after extensive discussion, we decided to focus on three key values: how to care, enable, and vitalize.
How do these values actually work in the context of a human-centered city?
In terms of care, we believe that a city should care for its people by presenting visions and new opportunities. For example, providing training to the labor force to adapt to new technology, or pursuing inclusive and equitable services for all citizens. As for enable, a human-centered city should provide infrastructure and services that enable citizens to allocate more time to productive activities and to make smarter decisions. And technology will also benefit citizens by delivering data transparently and boosting quality time. And all of that empowers individuals to achieve their goals.
What about Vitalize?
Well, cities should have public spaces that vitalize connections between individuals. This connection could be based on common interests or the contents of the space, and therefore it would be best for a city to have a story or an activity for individuals to form a bond, a sense of belonging and an identity, all of which will help to build a lively community.
So among these three values, let's just focus on Vitalize for now.
Sure. Well, so while all three values are essential to building a wholesome, human-centered society, Hyundai is exceptionally well positioned to vitalize communities with new forms of mobility.
Well, then could you elaborate more on that?
Well, we may not notice it, but mobility can vitalize communities in a very natural and organic way. It can provide a place of mediation or enable different people to meet and interact. People can connect based on a common set of interests.
Right.
Or the mobility service itself can provide spaces and contents for people to enjoy together. If these positive attributes are enhanced, urban residents will spontaneously form bonds, feel a greater sense of belonging, and that can help communities to develop identities and an improved sense of dynamism.
So, based on the advice from the group, we have been developing mobility solutions that will act as catalysts in vitalizing communities in a meaningful and imaginative ways. Before we move on any further, I want to thank you, Art, for you joining us and offering insightful comments. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Now, let me share you with our second project, which is this future city scenarios. We created different archetypes to identify how these major urban centers will evolve and the solutions that would be suitable to address various mobility challenges. To give you an idea, there is one archetype that we call legacy leader. This archetype is characterized by a high degree of private sector innovation. A prime example would be San Francisco, where population is growing rapidly and overwhelming the existing mobility solutions and the infrastructure, and there is a clear need for new thinking. And our pioneering smart solutions can help. Now let me show you a short clip of our solutions. Please enjoy. How was this short clip? Did you find it interesting? Tomorrow, at our booth, you will see an ecosystem of smart mobility solutions that will help vitalize the cities. Urban air mobility, purpose-built vehicles, and a hub. that connects the air to the ground and the people. San Francisco, as wonderful and vibrant as it is, will have to address certain pain points in the future. The city has been faced with urban sprawl and aging infrastructure. And this has led to decreasing community activities and tougher access to the infrastructure within the city. We can help address this problem with urban air mobility. San Francisco is also known for its traffic. Prolonged driving time or transit time reduces our productivity. We can help address this problem with purpose-built vehicles. And while San Francisco has a wonderful feature, such as privately owned public open spaces, there is still much room for improvement. Our new hubs will connect air and the ground-based mobility solutions while providing new public spaces that will further facilitate human interactions. These types of solutions will help alleviate some pain points of legacy leaders like San Francisco, while maintaining its reputation for diverse and vibrant communities. I will now give the floor to our experts, who will add more flavors to each of these three solutions. Please give me a warm welcome to our Head of Urban Air Mobility Division, Dr. Jae-won Shin.
Well, thank you, Dr. Chi. Hey, Laura.
Hey, Jae-won.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be up here with you. And since you're here, would you tell us a bit about Hyundai's first solution that Young Cho just outlined?
Sure. Well, modern aviation has brought the world closer by providing safe and affordable flights, enabling citizens to travel coast to coast in just a few hours. Now we're looking at the dawn of a completely new era that opened the skies above our cities. By point-to-point air travel, we can reduce travel time drastically by averting ground traffic congestion. Also, we will be able to fly on demand, just imagine that, rather than fitting our lives around an airline's schedule. I would like to call this new era an era of liberation from gridlock and the democratization of flight.
I think we look forward to that liberation from gridlock. You know, there's a lot of sophisticated technology involved here, but what will it actually mean, Jae-won, for people?
Right. Urban air mobility will connect communities, bringing them closer together. It will also claim time, which people can invest their times in activities they care about and enjoy. With this in mind, I'm super excited to announce Hyundai's solution for this new era. I proudly present to you our first eVTOL concept vehicles, SA-1. It can carry up to 4 passengers with a pilot, and it's ideal for inner city travel, but can also serve rural residents.
That's pretty amazing, Jae-won. Is there a specific area of focus for the SA-1?
Yes, we have 4 very important principles. Our vehicles will be safe, quiet, affordable, and passenger-centered. Above all, safety is our primary focus. As an example, you will see that our SA-1 has multiple rotors to ensure multi-layer redundancy, and if one fails, the others take the load. It will also have a parachute deployment system for safe landing in an emergency. Do you know why commercial helicopter operations are banned in most urban centers?
No.
Well, the primary issue is noise. So to provide on-demand urban air mobility at scale, noise must be at an acceptable level for communities. The SA-1 will be much quieter than conventional helicopters with smaller and multiple rotors rotating at much slower speeds than the main rotor of a typical helicopter. A quiet cabin is equally important for passenger comfort. The SA-1 will achieve external and internal noise levels that are much lower than what is just simply acceptable to communities and passengers.
Wow. Now, is this urban aviation something that can ever be enjoyed by the masses?
Yes. I already mentioned that UAM will bring democratization of flight. This means that the overall cost to produce and operate UAM vehicles should be really low enough for everyone to enjoy the freedom to fly. There are currently about 25,000 commercial airplanes flying around the world. The UAM community, we believe that the sector will well exceed this number once it matures fully. At Hyundai, we know how to mass produce high-quality vehicles with cost efficiency and reliability, which is a key enabler for reducing overall operating cost. We are confident that our experience and insight as a mass producer of our vehicles will give us a significant advantage to achieve affordability of our UAM vehicles. Hyundai's human-centered mission will carry on in our passenger-centered UAM development. We will integrate our industry expertise in cabin design, vehicle dynamics, and customer comfort to ensure an enjoyable, safe, and convenient means of air travel. Now, I would like to invite all of you to our CES booth to experience what it would be like to sit inside our SA-1 via virtual reality.
So the question, Jaewon, remains, is Hyundai going it alone with this urban air mobility strategy?
Well, certainly not. While we are extremely confident that we can become a major market force in the UAM community, we want to collaborate and build strategic partnerships with other key players. To build such a partnership, we've been working with the global leader in this sector, Uber Elevate. Now, I would like to welcome my good friend, Dr. Eric Ellison, head of Uber Elevate, for him to share his thoughts about our shared vision. Eric?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you, Laura, and great to see you, Dr. Shin.
Well, Eric, we are so excited to announce this partnership today because Uber is a brand known around the world, but taxi rides are just one part of it.
Indeed. Our platform is actually becoming the operating system of cities all around the world. We exist to help you move. Since Uber's founding nearly 10 years ago, we've been relentlessly building technology to connect everyone to the mobility they demand. Today, Uber's app can serve you a ride in minutes, unlock a nearby electric bike or a scooter, and as of this morning, you can use Uber Transit to ride the Deuce, operated by RTC right here in Las Vegas.
And with Uber Elevate, you are taking things to another level, quite literally.
Well, Uber Elevate has spent the last 3 years working on what we think is the next evolution of transportation, weaving everyday flight of people and things into the Uber platform. And this year at CES, we're excited to announce with Hyundai a major step forward in that vision of taking Uber's technology into the sky. Our core insight is simple. People in large cities face major problems due to congestion. And by taking transportation out of the two-dimensional grid on the ground and moving it into the sky, we can offer significant time savings to our riders. So since that time, we've been making steady progress towards a goal of launching Uber Air by 2023. An ambitious timeline, but made possible by combining what has made Uber successful on the ground with cutting-edge new innovations that enable safe, quiet, and green aerial mobility in the sky. Our technology platform is at the center of this future aerial ride-sharing ecosystem. Only Uber can seamlessly connect riders from cars, trains, and even bikes to air taxis. And only Uber has the massive demand necessary to build large-scale and efficient networks.
Okay, so Eric, maybe perhaps you can share how Hyundai and Uber came to work together.
Well, we're not an aircraft manufacturing company, and we have no intention of becoming one. Our ecosystem model is based on collaboration with best-in-class companies like Hyundai, who will ultimately manufacture the safe, reliable, high-quality Uber air taxis that we'll deploy on our platform. And that's why we are thrilled to be announcing this partnership today. Hyundai is Uber Elevate's first vehicle partner with capabilities to manufacture at automotive scale. And we believe Hyundai has the potential to build Uber air taxis at rates not possible in the current aerospace industry. Building on their investments in mass-market, all-electric vehicles, Hyundai's manufacturing muscle, combined with Uber's technology platform, presents a giant leap forward for launching air taxis at global scale. As we announce this partnership, we are excited to unveil Hyundai's first vision of an Uber air taxi, which will be on display, as Dr. Shin said, at CES starting tomorrow.
So what do you think of the SA1?
Well, I like it a lot. Hyundai has developed a bold new design, optimized for the Uber Elevate mission, and we're really excited to see that their approach builds on many of the innovative design concepts that we've explored at Elevate and released publicly to show the potential of distributed electric propulsion. And this is particularly fitting because openly releasing reference designs to spur collaboration and spur innovation is a play we learned from NASA, as you know well.
So what comes next?
So as we progress our partnership over the coming years, Hyundai's investments in vehicle and manufacturing technology will be a perfect complement to Uber's investments in airspace management, skyports, and the rideshare platform itself. The final version of the vehicle revealed here will be produced at automotive scale, and when deployed into our shared ecosystem, we expect it to achieve quiet, safe, reliable, and efficient performance in markets all around the world. I know Dara is excited to formalize the partnership with EVC Chung here at CES, and Jaewon, I'm excited to pursue a future together as partners with a shared vision for the future of mobility. I believe the day when Hyundai air taxis are moving Uber riders across the sky is much closer than anyone thinks.
Thank you very much, Eric Allison of Uber, and thank you also, Jaewon. Ladies and gentlemen, Jaewon and Eric. And yes, the SA1 is to scale on the show floor starting tomorrow and is not to be missed. Now, our next speaker is the head of Hyundai's Global Design Center, Sang-Yup Lee. But before I invite him out to the stage to talk about vehicles of the future, let's watch this short clip.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be here in Las Vegas. I'm so excited to talk about our mobility vision and a great story with you today, which is much bigger than what happens here that stays here. With UAM, our 90-minute commute can cut down to just 10 minutes. I'm sure that any one of us will make a good use out of that extra hour and a half. And that's not all the future holds. UAM represents an innovation in mobility. To really experience this, the people must have easy access to UAM. So we completely redesigned the concept of mobility to offer seamless mobility. Our new concept, PBV, the S-Link, that embodies Hyundai's human-centric value as one of our many mobility solutions. In design, the S-Link we focus on 3 key concepts: city icon, the living space on wheels, and cluster mobility. Let me take you through each of these concepts. The first, the city icon. We want the S-Link to become a city icon, just like San Francisco's iconic cable cars. The progressive, the reinterpretation of the DNA, incorporation into urban scenery, that make S-Links a design come to life and make us feel connected to the way we get around. The second is the living space on wheels. PVVs are highly versatile, and the under and upper body can each be tailored to individual needs. The underbody can expand from 4 to 6 meters, while the upper body can be assembled to the demand using modular parts. The modular nature of the body means that PVV can transform into the mobility of your choice. Let's say home delivery vehicle, a mobile restaurant, or even a medical clinics. By accommodating diversity in life, S-Link guide us towards a more refined lifestyle. Let's say we need medical attention. Get ready to skip the long lines by having some of the tests and the treatments conducted in the comfort of your S-Link on the route to the doctor's office. The third key concept is the cluster mobility. We observe insects, such as ants, traveling into the formation of large groups. Likewise, a group of autonomous PVVs traveling together can self-navigate to the best route. For instance, luggage-carrying PVV can travel behind the passenger unit while maintaining safe distance and formation. And the artificial intelligence of PVVs also allow in-transit charging through the charger PVVs. Now, let's talk about what happens when you bring multiple PVVs together into one place. We call this space the S-Hub. The S-Hub has the potential to create an entirely new community depending on how PVVs are connected. For instance, if you connect PVVs functioning as a coffee shop and retail store, we have shopping arcade. The connect doctor's office, labs, and pharmacy, and we have professional medical center. PVV and Hub can even help addressing major urban issues like housing crisis by offering an alternate residential space to those in need of a home. PVV and Hub are not just mobility solutions, but the platforms for the new lifestyle in the future cities. Hyundai, we believe in the power of the design to bring the real meaning and the emotional value to people. And I believe these new designs have the power to vitalize the city by providing the space where people can share interactions and truly connect. I hope you join us on this exciting future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sang-Yup Lee, thank you. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our last speaker to the stage. Please welcome the Executive Vice Chairman of Hyundai Motor Group, Uisun Chung.
Hi, Laura. How are you?
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Uisun. So we heard about 3 new mobility solutions from Hyundai today.
Yes, today we have shown you our future vision through three new smart mobility solutions, UAM, PVV, and Hub. Before that, I'd like to apologize. We didn't prepare enough seats, so maybe next time we'll prepare more.
It's just that exciting.
Okay, yeah. This solution built on Hyundai's automotive strengths and take us into a new chapter of future mobility. Urban air mobility will expand horizons by dramatically reducing transit time and redefining urban boundaries. Purpose-built vehicles will reinvent transit time and to more productive and meaningful time that people can spend to pursue their goals. The hub will connect ground to air, create new space that accommodate all lifestyles.
You know, so Uwe-san, what can we expect after all this today from Hyundai going forward?
Yeah, well, what we've seen here today is only a glimpse of what Hyundai will offer in the days to come. As we transform into a smart mobility solutions provider, you will hear a lot more about innovative devices and services from Hyundai. One of the key drivers enabling our goal is collaboration with industry leaders. That is why we work to work with a world-class company like Uber for UAM. And we will continue to partner with the top players from various fields under the spirit of open innovation. It's important to remember that what we are doing is greater than us. At the end of the day, our work is all about making progress.
And yes, indeed, that progress for humanity is what we heard about as far as Hyundai's legacy earlier today.
Yeah, the evolution of mobility is about creating quality time to enrich people's lives. We want to shape a future where cities are vitalized with the help of our mobility solutions. We want to join in people's lives by connecting people in meaningful ways and liberating them from limitations. CES 2020 is only the beginning. Please stay tuned as we continue our legacy of progress for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yui-san.
Thank you.
And thank you all. Thank you all for your attention today. This year, the Hyundai booth is located at the Las Vegas Convention Center, North Hall, number 5431. You can't miss the to-scale SA1. So to close, I'd like to invite all of our speakers here to the hub for a photo session. And to the rest of you, on behalf of Hyundai, thank you and good afternoon.
That was Hyundai. Welcome back to the CNET live stage at CES 2020. Ashley Esqueda with Ayaz Akhtar, Bridget Carey. Guys, let's talk about the SA1 because, first of all, they have a to-scale model on the show floor this year, which is pretty amazing.
It's a lot of propellers.
Yeah, so this EV vehicle is supposed to be able to handle, what, 4 passengers, 1 pilot, and I said the thing wrong. How do you say Hyundai?
Hyundai.
Hyundai. I keep saying it wrong. Hyundai. Their vision of the future sounds insane because it sounds like a great idea.
It's very optimistic.
If you're starting from scratch, but they kept talking about essentially retrofitting San Francisco.
Yeah, I want to think about the positive of the future tomorrow community that we all should be thinking about, especially when we have to really change our habits and not have these gas guzzling issues. But how are they going to pull this off? And currently, Uber Copter can hold more people, so it's going to be very interesting.
So maybe if we get to a VTOL situation where we have a vertical, takeoff and landing vehicle that can, like a flying drone, where we can carry more passengers. That's an electric vehicle, so no emissions, things like that. Maybe that's kind of a compromise. nice.
Yeah, obviously that copter could be implemented before the Japanese lunchbox bento boxes, for cars that they have.
That was really interesting to me. These sort of living spaces on wheels, and also they were kind of pods, self-driving pods that would get people around. This is always, if you're not familiar with sort of the last mile problem with self-driving vehicles and public transportation, that's always the issue. Is like, how do you get people that last mile? How do you get deliveries that last mile? This pod seems like a trolley for all intent and purposes.
And essentially they could connect to each other. If you want to have luggage in one of the pods, it could follow you around while you're in your pod that's taking you to the hub, so then you can get to the EV plane.
There's got to be something in between then, but that is a cool vision, but there's no windshield.
Well, that's what
for
you buy wheelies for on your
Right.
shoes. You buy shoe wheelies. You just go. But I mean, my big thing is, as I'm watching this, I'm like, okay, let's say in a perfect world, Hyundai does pull this off, and they can do something like this in San Francisco or Manhattan. But I live in LA, and LA is a lot more spread out than these really tightly packed urban areas like SF and Manhattan proper.
Or like we were talking during the presentation, Miami, like how do you do this? You have to just totally like redo an entire area, right?
Right. Yeah, and it's just, I think we were discussing the SA1 during the press conference, and it's like, okay, maybe the SA1 can get you from, let's say, one hub to the other, so LAX to Union Station. Like look, no one's going to complain about that. People would be very happy with that solution, but also how many of those can you get transferring people from an airport at any given time, especially when something like Uber, again, the copter, more people. There are a lot of kind of questions about how something like this could be implemented. I love Hyundai for thinking really big and optimistically about the future.
Yeah, we need to be having these conversations and thoughts. And there needs to be more action on cities to do something about it. Maybe we need a small city to start.
Like a little test city? I know that Alphabet's got Sidewalk, and they're working with Toronto to come up with a future city, exactly how that's going to work. I could see if Hyundai was crazy enough, they could almost start like an experiment near a major city. Perhaps that would actually bring people over to it, because if they can use that, build a hub.
Medium-sized city.
Right.
Kind of
bring
experiment.
people to that and see if you can experiment in a small kind of scale. See if that's possible. That's a huge endeavor. But the fact that they're even working with Uber is pretty interesting as well, because it's not like just, maybe a ride-sharing company will work with us. This is a real ride-sharing company that's been around for a while.
We'll do it. They're like, we will do it.
Yeah, they already have copters. So it's like, why not have another way for people to get from A to B? And actually, we were talking about the idea of ownership. Like, I was thinking people aren't going to give up their cars, at least previous generations. And you were saying that people like younger than, me, are going to say, hey, look, I'm totally fine with this. I can totally live in a pod, and I can go to the plane, and this is fine.
I'll live in my house, and it'll drive me around. And I just, man, what a world. It's going to be an interesting world in 50 years. I can't wrap my brain around 50 years ago. It was so different than it is now, and how much more accelerated technology is now compared to what we're going to see in 50 years. Like, who knows what's going to happen. Okay, we've got a few minutes until Intel's event, so let's head out to Claire Riley, who is at the South Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center with something a little different.
Hi guys, I'm here in the South Hall. It's getting late in the day and I'm feeling pretty hungry, so it feels pretty appropriate that I have come to the picnic booth where I'm about to see a pizza get made by a robot, because this is CES 2020 and we shouldn't make pizzas with our hands anymore. We need robots to do everything. I'm here with Clayton Wood, who's the CEO of Picnic, and he's going to talk me through this pretty impressive modular machine behind me. So why a Picnic pizza robot? Why do it?
Pizza is a very popular food.
Sure is.
And food service providers worldwide are seeing a huge labor shortage.
Yeah.
And that labor shortage means pizza gets made badly, and sometimes it doesn't get made at all. Sometimes it gets made the day before.
All right, so this one is going to be consistent.
This system makes it consistent, makes it in real time, makes it faster than any human can make it.
Okay, all right. So shall we get an order on?
Absolutely, let's do it.
So I've got the system here, and you can kind of control everything. So I'm going to add an order, and I feel like a pepperoni pizza. You down with pepperoni?
That sounds good.
Okay, so pepperoni. I'm going to submit the ticket.
That's right.
All right.
All right. So now
And then it's gone onto the order system.
Yeah, it's in the backlog.
It's in the backlog. All right. And over here we have some bases that I'm going to throw in.
Yep.
And I just load it up myself.
Just place it in, and the camera will read the size and shape and the location on the belt of the dough, and then once it's read that, it takes about 2 seconds,
Okay.
and it starts moving down the line.
All right, so the camera's detecting it, and then it just moves on a conveyor belt, and then we go over to the canisters, and this is where it gets all modular. This is where we can control every element of the pizza process. So
That's
we've got,
right.
I think we've got a sauce tub here, and we've got cheese, and then we've got all of our toppings.
Exactly,
And
that's
you
right.
can keep adding units for more toppings. So what
That's
kind of
right.
things would you add in here?
You can add mushrooms, peppers, anchovies, any topping you want. Our system uses the chef's ingredients. Whatever the chef's recipe is, that's what we put in our system. So we don't limit the type of pizza that gets made. We'll make anybody's pizza.
Okay, fantastic. All right, this is pretty amazing. I can smell the sauce, and it's all... Oh, the cheese has started. The cheese has begun. And it's all coming out so perfectly. Like, it's all a perfect rows of cheese and red sauce.
It's very consistent, and that's one of the things the operators value is the consistent pizza. And if it's consistent pizza made to the recipe, that's with good ingredients, that's going to be a great pizza.
Okay, fantastic. This is my favorite part. All right, this is the pepperoni. So we have this set up in the actual South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center, so people will be able to come in and actually eat pizza made by this robot?
That's exactly right. I mean, even though we're in a convention center, we aren't an exhibitor. We're actually a working station working for Centerplate, our partner, who is the food service provider for CES. And so we're selling the pizza. We're just producing it here.
Okay, this is amazing. I'm gonna pull this out now. Oh, I don't want to.
I think it's done.
Okay, so the idea is that one of these canisters, you could have this one filled with things like peppers, onions.
Exactly.
And you can have multiple toppings
You
in one of
can
these
have
canisters.
six granular toppings in one of these.
Okay.
And these modules are also, you can add to it, so you have an extensive menu. You could add 2 more of these and add 12 more toppings
Okay.
to the options.
All right, so this is what a robot pizza looks like. That's pretty perfect when it comes to consistency. I see what you mean about wanting it to be exactly right. I mean, it smells like a pizza.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm assuming it tastes like a pizza. And you can make how many of these in an hour?
So a 12-inch pizza, we can make 300 12-inch pizzas in an hour.
300 12-inch pizzas in
And
an
each
hour.
one of those 12-inch pizzas will be customized as to size, shape, and toppings.
Okay.
So one after another, each one is an individual order, has customized ingredients.
That's amazing. So the idea is that people could be walking through the show floor here, or you've also done stadiums, that kind of place?
That's right. We're working at a Major League Baseball stadium in Seattle, and we've supplied all the pizza for the stadium for the Winter Carnival event that just concluded. And in the future, what we project is that you'll be able to order the pizza as you approach the stadium, just pick it up on your way to your seat, no waiting in line.
Okay, so the idea is I could be walking through the show hall, I could be starving, which I kind of am, and I could just go and like order it on my phone or come into the console and just type it in there.
That's right. That's the goal.
How many anchovies can you physically fit onto a pizza with this machine? Because I'm pretty demanding with my anchovies.
You know, that question has eluded our R&D process so far, but
Yeah.
it's a great question. We have to get to that.
Okay, so what do people say when they think of maybe, you know, a really classic, beautifully made Italian pizza, and you're replacing that artisanal craft with a robot? How do people feel about that?
We've heard that criticism before, and the fact is, good pizza is good when it's quality ingredients and it's got made in the right proportions, and that's what our pizza does. And so all we're doing is we're assembling the pizza that someone else has designed. And so if we're using great ingredients like a hand-tossed dough and with great fresh ingredients, and it's well distributed, well proportioned, that's going to be a great pizza no matter who touched it.
Okay, so you could feasibly have a system where it's kind of loaded in. You mentioned that you had a system where you could kind of load the bases in a fairly automated way and then just
That's right.
zip them right out into the oven.
That's right. We could stack up a bunch of doughs ready to go, and as the orders come in, just grabs them and they feed in one after another.
I mean, that's amazing. I don't know about you. I'm pretty keen to get this stuck in the oven so I can eat it. I'm very hungry. So this is a CES robot pizza. I think I'm going to get tucked in, guys, so I'll leave it to you. Make sure you stay tuned to CNET. After the break, I can't guarantee more pizza, but I can guarantee more cool tech. All right.
When is a gaming laptop not a gaming laptop? Lenovo is going to show us with the Legion Y740S here at CES 2020. At first glance, this looks like a fairly standard 15-inch slim laptop. You can get either a full HD or a 4K screen. It's got 9th gen Intel CPU in it, but it's part of Lenovo's Legion line, which is their gaming brand. And I go, okay, that must mean it's a gaming laptop then. But is it? Because inside, the graphics are just standard Intel integrated graphics, not an NVIDIA card, not an AMD card. So you say to yourself, what makes this a gaming laptop then? It's because you combine this with the new Lenovo Boost Station, which is an external GPU box. Now, we've seen these a couple of times over the years. They've never become especially popular, although now that you can connect a device like this to a laptop like this via USB-C Thunderbolt, it becomes much more universal and perhaps more interesting to more people. So what is an eGPU, an external GPU box like the Boost Station? It's basically a big metal box. Inside you've got a slot for a graphics card and you've got a power supply. So you can do 500 watts of power. You can put pretty much any graphics card you can think of in here, just connected via a single thin USB-C Thunderbolt cable, and it can power your laptop, and it will take all that graphics power of that graphics card and make the laptop feel like it's built right in. It doesn't even know the difference. It doesn't know that it's not an internal graphics card. So when you combine all that, you have a very thin gaming laptop that you can pick up and take with you if you have to take it to work, or take it on the subway, or go to the coffee shop with it, where you're actually going to do regular laptop-y stuff and you don't have a big, gigantic, gawky-looking gaming laptop. Then you come home. This is sitting on your desk. You plug it right in, gives you your power, and then gives you the graphics. And my favorite part is if you open this box up, inside, again, you got room for the graphics card, but I love that there's also a slot for a hard drive in there. So you can put in some extra storage, you know, a big gigantic hard drive, just pop it right in there, and then you slide the whole thing back in. And then you've taken your fairly slim, fairly lightweight, fairly inexpensive 15-inch laptop and added a ton of extra capabilities to it. Now, the Legion 740S, it's going to start at $1099. If you want the 4K screen, that's going to cost more. And then the external box called the Boost Station, that's $250. And of course, you have to supply your own graphics card, whether it's one you already have sitting around or you go out and buy a new one. I'm sure they'll be happy to sell you a bundle. Both of these are going to be available in May. So it's interesting to see the different ways that companies are playing with the concept of a gaming computer. Some of them are making them smaller, some of them are making them bigger. I like that this makes it modular, so that you don't have to have a full-time gaming machine. You can have a part-time one that becomes a gaming machine when you add this, or you could just use this box on, frankly, almost any other laptop you have that supports USB-C and Thunderbolt. We are just getting started here at CES 2020, but that is some of what is going on with PC gaming at the show.
Hey, we're here talking about the Samsung Sero TV, which is a portrait mode TV, but it does something a little special. It turns. So it also is a standard landscape mode TV. This is aimed at Gen Z and millennials who are running their content off of their mobile device. So let's take a closer look. The Samsung Sero TV is a 43-inch QLED 4K TV, and it's aimed at people who use their phones to power most of the video content that they watch. But instead of just having to watch it on their phone or a tablet, they have a 43-inch TV to watch it on. And since 40% of all videos are now in portrait mode, especially because of things like Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, that's why this TV makes a lot of sense for users who want to look at their content on a much bigger and better screen. So you're going to see some interesting things from this TV for that millennial and Gen Z crowd. Another interesting thing about the TV is it takes some lessons from the Samsung Frame TV and the Serif TV. It has an ambient mode where you can look at other things on the TV when you're not using it. On the screen becomes a piece of art, essentially. You can have photos on there, you can have a calendar, there's even some little videos with different kinds of scenes, a window scene with some books, a fireplace scene, all kinds of options that you have with this. There's even a little thing you can put in the corner that shows the time, that shows the temperature outside, the weather, those kinds of things. It not only supports Galaxy devices, which you can just tap to the side of the TV, it also supports Apple AirPlay 2 devices, so you can use iPhones to work with this as well. This product is already available in Korea, and it's coming to the US in the second half of 2020. All right, for continuous coverage of CES 2020, subscribe to the CNET YouTube channel. Thanks for watching.
Everybody, we're back live at CES 2020 with our continuing coverage at the CNET stage here at Tech West. I'm Ashley Esqueda with Ayaz Akhtar and Bridget Carey. Intel's event is next, so let's talk about that. What do we expect? Interestingly enough, Intel has chosen to forego its very large footprint on the show floor this year. Usually they are front and center at Central Hall, one of the first things you see when you walk in. Not so this year. What do you guys think Intel's got up their sleeves?
Well, it's got to be something good. I mean, they saw AMD's presentation. They're kicking so much butt when it comes to processing. And out of nowhere, essentially, because AMD used to be like this also-ran for so many years. And Intel was always locked in. But the amount of partnerships AMD's made, it's kind of must be disconcerting for Intel. But we also see a lot of really weird futuristic stuff from Intel, like this is what a car is going to be like, and this is what your network's going to be like, and this is what the future looks like.
That's what their booth has always been. It's been like walk through and see your life of the future. 5G, cars, you know, but they also do those showy things like the drones. You know, in the past CES, they've also put on some shows nearby with what their drones can do. So. Yeah, will there be that showy thing if they're not investing in a booth?
I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see. I mean, obviously, we're going to see more than likely new processors, things that, you know, are going to make our computers lighter and faster and stronger, and, you know, all of the things that we like in having these really ultra-thin laptops that are super powerful. But Intel, to me, is interesting because they're so reliable in their unreliability, or in their ability to surprise us. Like the year they brought the spider dress to the stage, that was amazing, and it's something I would have never guessed. Intel would have brought
It's that
out.
whole application thing, and how it can be used in fashion. You would never think of something like that at CES.
I'm looking at your face, and I'm like, okay, walk us through what you're thinking here.
Okay, so one of the things that Intel has shown in the past, I'm just thinking of all the different form factors for PCs. We've seen a lot of different things, from folding tablets to folding phones to folding computers, double screens, triple screens, e-ink on the back, all of these weird little things. That's what Intel's booths used to have as well, these little odd concepts of where computing is going to go. And I think for a lot of this, like, Intel's almost kind of stepped back. And we're seeing a lot of different companies trying out weird concepts. I'm hoping that they're going to show off something like that. Like, okay, this is where we think PCs can go. Will they be scrolls? Will they be like they can fold into fours? What exactly are we going for? And how can Intel actually be a part of that? Because they sold off their modem division to Apple. They're really not doing that great as much. They used to be like, buddy with Microsoft. Microsoft's booth used to be here too, right next to them. They're gone, and now Intel's gone. So it's just, I'm really hoping they have some really fun concepts for practical use, not necessarily like the spider dress.
Okay, so that being said, previously we've seen Intel kind of not go all in, but get very interested in virtual reality applications in practical everyday situations. So they had the helmet that was designed to, or actually I guess that was an AR helmet, that was designed to help people do repairs from long distances when you could see what the other person was looking at and sort of train them. I think that we might see more AR than we've seen previously from Intel. I think that might be a thing that we see this year.
We haven't seen a lot of AR on at the press day so far yet. You know, like one of the things everyone likes to talk about is themes, and one of the themes is using artificial intelligence in new ways to kind of predict what we're going to be thinking about next. Like, could Intel's technology aid in that idea? But then that also has the creepo factor of all the data that's being collected to be able to be predictive of what we're doing. So,
which is, you know, I think there is a much larger and more important conversation happening right now in technology, and even in households that have never discussed the importance of their data and their privacy, I think people are really starting to become more interested in, hey, what are you doing with my data? What are you doing with all this information you're collecting about my house, my kids, my dog, my toast, whatever it is, you know? And I'm very curious. I think you touched on something important that maybe has not been overlooked, but that we're sort of seeing some companies sort of take a step back and say, okay, how can we move forward cautiously? Because now we're seeing states like California passing privacy acts here in the States. I mean, Europe has the GDPR. We maybe will have something like that in the future, and maybe companies are really taking a hard look at what they're doing, what they're making, and how that relates to us as consumers, and not how they can sort of get around the loopholes, but how they can sort of get around loopholes.
Yeah, I mean, technology is so pervasive at this point where it's in everybody's life in every single way, and you don't even know what has a processor. And you're like talking about toast. There are smart ovens. You're totally right. There's smart toasters. There's smart everything. The amount of data that can be collected, that is a bit disconcerting.
It's wild, man. Like yesterday at Unveiled, I saw, I believe it was Pampers. They have a, and we saw this last year. They had the diaper sensor where it tells you if your child has gone to the bathroom. And I'm like, guess what? I have a new baby, and I know when he's gone to the bathroom.
I don't need a sensor for that.
I don't need a sensor for that.
But they have like connected to cameras and how they're sleeping.
But where is that data going, and what is it being used for? I think that's an important thing. I think Intel has a responsibility as one of the biggest companies in technology to answer that question in some way. I mean, obviously, this may not be the exact forum for that. I mean, we're going to see new products, but, it looks like they're starting, so let's see what they have, everybody. Here's Intel.
The new Azera's cabin space, the largest in its class, flows seamlessly to the back seats. My lifetime companion, the Azera.
Capabilities that combine to improve our readiness to adapt and change, to recognize and solve problems, to benefit our learning experience, to acquire and apply knowledge. All of which means digital intelligence isn't so much
Pulses that awaken my life
as
now
it is a
begin.
new kind of electricity.
There are no limits to smart driving.
Generation of new technologies that improve the world for individuals.
I can feel the radar readings in my hands through the steering wheel, enjoying a safer and smarter life. Read my message. It analyzes my driving pattern to alert me of danger levels. And the third eye is always watching whether I'm driving or parking. Every day is a revolution with the Azera.
Happy New Year. Good afternoon. Welcome. And thank you very much for spending some time with us. My name is Bob Swan. It's a pleasure. For a while. Since our founding 51 years ago, Intel, with its ecosystem partners, has been leading this computer revolution. And over that time frame, we've gone from a mainframe to a PC to a mobile device, to a server, to the cloud. To a world today that increasingly everything looks more and more and acts more and more like a computer. And that's happened through relentless innovation. Relentless innovation to bring new things to life by developing Moore's Law and the scaling abilities and new architectures that allow us to introduce new technologies never thought to be possible. Let me put it into context a little bit, just in terms of the devices that exist today. In 2019, there were 38 billion devices connected to the network. And that's expected to grow to 56 billion devices by 2025. So a lot of devices and a lot of growth in those devices over time. Roughly 75% of those devices will be Internet of Things. So think about 56 billion devices. That's roughly 7 per human on the planet of devices being carried around or being leveraged to enrich the experiences that we have. To put it into context, 7 devices per individual, billions of devices creating things. And those things that are being created is called data. Over that same time frame, our expectations is there'll be 175 zettabytes, growing at roughly 25% year on year between now and 2025. 175 zettabytes of data in 2025 being created. Now, I'm sure a lot of you over the holidays spent a little time consuming HD content. Anybody in the room consume some HD content? A couple of you. 175 zettabytes of data created is equal to 6.5 billion years of HD content. So a lot of data is being created by these billions and billions of connected devices. And over this time frame, roughly 50% of that data will be created by devices at the edge, spanning smart devices, wearables, smart industrial factories, technology being deployed to make retail shopping experiences greater, and connected cars. 50% of the data that will be created will be from these billions of connected, intelligent devices at the edge. And only 1% of that data today is being processed by artificial intelligent models. We are only just getting started in terms of the amount of data that's being created and leveraged to create new and better experiences around the globe. All this data that's being created, something needs to be done with it. And the implications for silicon and for the technology that we develop is the data, everything needs to be processed. It needs to be processed to make the data more relevant, more useful. And more data needs to be stored. And it can't be stored for retrieval over time, but readily accessible immediately. And third, more and more that data needs to move faster and faster within and between networks so that it can be processed again. And this is a world where we have been playing for 51 years. Process everything with advancements in compute, store and retrieve things faster and faster, and move data around networks more and more. And if you take the incredible growth of data and the need to process, store, and move faster, those are being enabled by what we characterize as 3 emerging technologies that we believe will have an incredible impact on the technology of today and the technology platform for years to come. And those 3 technologies are 5G, artificial intelligence, and intelligent edge, or intelligent devices at the edge. And these technologies are not standalone technologies, they're actually reinforcing. For example, 5G increasingly is a part and required because of the billions and billions of connected devices at the edge. And AI is making 5G and this convergence of compute to communications to be more and more relevant. Secondly, these billions of intelligent devices at the edge need to be able to have more and more compute closer to them. So not only are 5G is an enabling intelligent devices, but intelligent devices are putting challenges on developing the technologies for AI and for 5G. So they're not independent technology inflections. On the contrary, they're self-reinforcing for each other. And the challenge and our role is to fuel silicon technology and software at the core at each and every one of these key technologies. So what we've been focused on is how do we embed intelligence into everything that we make to enrich the experiences for consumers and the capabilities of our enterprise clients and ecosystem partners. We're simply embedding intelligence across everything that we do. And we're investing in technologies across all three of 5G, AI, and intelligent edge organically and acquisitively to ensure that we can meet the needs and the demands of our global ecosystem partners and consumers around the world. And we feel like we're only just getting started. And our capabilities have been enhanced by acquisitions we made along the way. Nirvana, or neural network processing, a couple years ago, the acquisition of Mobileye and computer vision, an acquisition of Movidius to add consumer vision technologies at the edge, and most recently an acquisition of Habana. We are making investments across all three of these technology inflections because the expectations that we have for us is to make the world a better place and to enrich the lives of every consumer on the earth. I want to give you just a couple of examples before I hand it off to Naveen and GB that underscore what we characterize as world-changing but even life-saving technologies being deployed at the edge. So I want to kind of start with transportation and where compute-based intelligence can literally be a matter of life or death, or bringing technology to society for good. We acquired Mobileye back in 2017, and the intent was to lead a transportation revolution with the goal of saving lives. And we've been using a unique approach combining what we call our RSS model, which is a publicly available framework that standardizes the decision-making process of a robo-car. And it's been made publicly available so the universe can adopt the same kind of standards over time. And that RSS technology, coupled with true redundancy, in which we build robocars with independent sensing systems, cameras, radar, and LiDAR technology, is what we've been able to do and build. And I want to just show you a clip of what we believe is the power of the approach of RSS and redundancies in bringing autonomous driving to life. Now you'll see, hopefully you can see a video behind me. And this is our robocar navigating a challenging intersection in Jerusalem. Has anybody driven in Jerusalem or been in a car in Jerusalem? I've had a chance to be in a car in Jerusalem, and fortunately, I was not driving because it is not safe. But what you can see here This is a Mobileye car pulling up to an intersection. And you see it coming in, sensing, RSS, sensing what's going on around it using cameras and technology to make a determination of when do I move out into this street and when is it safe for me to move forward. Now again, I had a chance to do this and they told me I was going to get in this car and I said, not on your life am I getting in this car. But we went through the highways of Jerusalem, the city streets of Jerusalem, and all the chaos around it. And I was much more comfortable letting Intel Mobileye Technologies move this car forward than I would have ever been sitting behind the wheels of a car. So it's been pretty impressive what the team has been able to do. And we're not stopping there. We're building an entire stack to become a mobility service provider. And our goal is simple. To bring innovative technologies and intelligence to revolutionize transportation by deploying the power of compute and of AI. That's one example. The next example I want to share with you is applying intelligence to disaster relief. Intel has partnered with the American Red Cross, essentially to improve disaster relief around the globe. Many developing countries today do not have complete digital maps, things that we increasingly take for granted. And therefore, it's extremely hard for rescue workers to use information to be able to get to the danger zones. It makes the relief work extremely difficult without having these maps. Well, we've deployed our second-gen Xeon scalable processors, combined with intelligence of Intel employees who volunteered over 1,000 hours, were used to improve the relief efforts by the heroes on the ground. I want to share a video with you about how.
After Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico, I was on the ground in 24 hours as part of the first group of Red Crossers that went down to the ground. And one of the very first things that we discovered was that everyone was trying to navigate using their phones.
As somebody who's been on the ground using mapping software, it's extremely important to have accurate maps. We've run into situations where roads have been destroyed, and what could have been a 20-minute drive for one of our drivers was a 5-hour drive. Trying to get food to communities where there isn't food, those are some big challenges for us.
So the reality is, we're blessed in the United States, we're blessed in Europe, we have a map. I've been to villages in Africa and in Asia where we are literally for the first time digitizing that map. A couple years ago, we got together with Intel and they were curious about how they could help us, saying, hey, I think a computer can do this better.
We set out to build up what we would call a computer vision model that can be used to take in as an input a satellite image and then spit out on the backside the location of a bridge if there was a bridge in the image. We started off with Uganda. When we look at the amount of time it takes an individual mapper to hand draw all the roads, waterways, and bridges in that tile, that time period is roughly around 13 minutes. However, if we run that tile through our model that's already been trained, we can generate predictions in seconds per tile. So for us to scan the entirety of southern Uganda and generate those predictions, we did that in just a couple hours.
Technology and AI in particular is making things just that little bit faster. Disasters are changing. They're getting more complex, they're getting bigger, they're getting faster. They're getting harder to respond to. And that's why we need more tech tools to help us out.
This is just another example of how we can use technologies to have a real impact on the world. Today, the challenges we face in a global society are just getting more and more complex. They're getting bigger, they're getting tougher and harder to solve. It's just worth pausing for a moment to recognize the efforts when we're talking about rescue missions, the efforts of the first responders in Australia, and the role that they're playing to try to eradicate the situation in Australia that's having a real impact. So I think it'd be remiss if we didn't just pause to recognize the role of the first responders, to thank them and send our prayers and well wishes for their safety. At Intel, we recognize the responsibility that we have for groundbreaking technology and to deploy technology tools, and to do so in a way that enriches the lives of every person on Earth. That's our ambitions. That's what we've been focused on for the first 51 years of the company's in existence, and our expectations we have of ourselves as we deploy technologies going forward. So now Naveen and GB are going to come and tell you more about how we're innovating through intelligence to positively impact society, to positively impact business, and to positively impact people. So join me, give a round of applause for Naveen to come out. Good pace. Good pace.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Hey.
Oh, we got it. Okay, yeah. Happy New Year. Great to see you. Let me just add my welcome to CES. As Bob mentioned, I want to talk a little bit about the economy that we live in today, the data economy, and the way in which it's transforming businesses in profound ways. One of the behind-the-scenes forces that makes the data economy happen is, of course, the data center. And Intel technology has been at the heart of the data center for decades. Over the last few years, we've been investing to expand from the central data center to the network, to the edge, to every person on the planet, across every industry imaginable. And I'll take you through just a few examples of that today. And I wanted to start in the first example in intelligence transforming the way we experience entertainment. Just 10 years or so ago, most of us had cable or satellite TV, and many of us would head on a Friday night to the local video store and rent a movie. Fast forward to today, and I don't know about you, over the holidays, we could binge watch just about anything we wanted, any number of TV shows, movies, and user-generated content through streaming services. In fact, the creation, consumption, and transmission of video represents about 80% of internet traffic around the world. And as more people cut the cord and 4K and 8K services combined with 5G with higher bandwidth and lower latency, we expect that video will continue to be the killer app of the internet for a long time to come. Now, one of the most recognizable names in video content delivery, of course, is Netflix. Last year, Intel and Netflix announced a collaboration for our next generation open source encoding and decoding technology optimized for second generation Xeon scalable processors. This is incredibly important to ensure that the quality and the cost of these services continues to improve. To share more on the partnership that we have with Netflix, I'd like to welcome Netflix's Director of Encoding Technologies and one of Forbes' top 50 women in technology, Ann Aaron, to the stage. Welcome, Ann.
Hi.
So technology innovation has been helping Netflix obviously transform for many years, and you've been busy expanding your reach to all corners of the world. How have you been at Netflix able to navigate through these changes and still remain successful?
Well, at Netflix, we only do one thing, entertainment, and we aim to do it really well. We live and breathe TV and films. We want everyone to enjoy them too, whether it's an easy escape or something that provokes debate. We're also obsessed with improving the consumer experience, whether that's no ads, complete control over when you watch and how you watch, better discovery, more enhanced sound and picture quality, or even pioneering new formats like interactive TV. And today we're just scratching the surface of what's possible. We know that if we stay focused on consumers, we're confident that more people in more countries will choose Netflix for their entertainment.
So what role do the technologies that we announced together last year, the video codecs, play in your ability to continue to enhance the consumer experience, Ann?
Yeah, Naveen, video codecs are a crucial innovation that help deliver a better experience for Netflix members. It's important now and also into the future because it enables better streaming quality at lower bit rates. That means we can send smaller files without compromising video quality. With better compression technology, we can offer more efficient services with existing infrastructure.
And so where is the industry headed then with regard to more efficient codecs over time?
The industry collaboration on the royalty-free codec AV1 has delivered up to 60% better compression efficiency over the legacy codec AVC and is poised for notable adoption starting this year.
Now, the collaboration we announced, can you speak a little bit to the business transformation that you expect to see? Because this one was about the sort of next generation of AV1. We call it SVT AV1, or Scalable Video Technology AV1. Can you talk more about what you see there?
That's right. When we were looking at the AV1 ecosystem, we realized that there was a need for a clean reference encoder that could be used by developers today, as well as could serve as a code base for next generation codec research. At Netflix, we decided that this was a problem we wanted to lean into. At about the same time, fortunately, Intel started developing its own open source SVT AV1 codec. So we decided to just join forces where we could each dedicate our expertise to different parts of the project. And thanks to our joint efforts, the optimizations on Intel Xeon have yielded significant quality and performance gains, making SVT AV1 ready for commercial deployment. You can expect to see AV1 adoption not only at Netflix, but from many others in 2020, thanks to the collaboration with Intel.
Anne, thank you very much. I look forward to continuing to collaborate with Netflix in the future. Thank you for being here. Now, when it comes to intelligence transforming businesses, there's perhaps no more profound change happening than in artificial intelligence. We believe that AI hardware will be a massive opportunity for the industry, a $25 billion opportunity by 2024. And at Intel, our strategy has been to provide customers with a heterogeneous set of choices to fit all of their needs at every power level, every performance level, from the edge to the data center. And the breadth of this portfolio approach that we've taken over the last few years is what enabled us to deliver $3.5 billion in AI revenue in 2019. Last year, I announced here at CES the Intel Neural Network Processor for Inference, an entirely new class of AI chip built specifically to solve our customer inference problems. NNPI is already delivering impressive results here. Versus our competitors, we're seeing up to a 1.6x improvement on natural language processing workloads and up to a 3.7x improvement in overall system-level performance. We're launching this product later this quarter, and we expect the NNPI to deliver performance per watt leadership in a 75-watt power envelope. Now, the AI market is obviously adapting and evolving very quickly, and we're investing, as Bob mentioned, to win here. We believe it's going to take multiple technology types to truly solve the complex problems our customers are dealing with. And to that end, last month we announced the acquisition of Habana Labs. Habana offers a programmable AI solution with a common architecture between training and inference. And we're excited about the capabilities that Habana is going to bring to our portfolio. We expect to see and announce exciting news about the Habana product line later this year. While dedicated AI products get a lot of the buzz in the industry, it isn't the only solution. The Intel Xeon Scalable Processor, in many ways, is the intelligence foundation for enterprises around the world. More data center AI runs on Xeon than on any other platform. In fact, Xeon is the only general-purpose processor with AI built in. A few years ago, we infused AI capability into Xeon for both training and inference, starting with AVX 512 and our first-generation Intel Xeon Scalable Processor. Last year, we continued that development and evolved by adding Intel Deep Learning Boost into the second-generation Xeon Scalable. And with Deep Learning Boost, we saw an incredible 30x improvement in AI inference processing done on Xeon. And I'm happy to report that in 2019, This workload-specific acceleration has helped make the second-generation Xeon Scalable our fastest ramping Xeon in our history. Later this year, with our third-generation Xeon Scalable, which is on track, we will be extending DL Boost with new enhancements for AI that will provide up to 60% increase in not just inference performance, but also for training performance. Last year at CES, we gave you an example of how AI on Xeon is being used for new use cases, emerging use cases that are fairly compelling and interesting. And one of the examples we gave you last year was 3D athlete tracking. We announced our intent to bring 3D athlete tracking, or 3DAT, to the Tokyo Olympics this year. As a reminder, 3D athlete tracking, it's a first-of-its-kind computer vision solution that uses AI to enhance the viewing experience with near real-time insight and visualization. 3DAT uses cameras to capture the athletes. It applies algorithms, and then it optimizes that solution using DL Boost to analyze the form, the motion, the biomechanics of the athletes. There's no special suits, there's no special sensors, just the data and the AI. I'm excited today to announce that this technology is going to be used to provide broadcasters the ability to broadcast events like the 100-meter dash and other sprinting events at the 2020 Olympic Games. There's incredible challenges here when you think about the 100-meter dash. You have to separate the athletes from the coaches and the spectators. You have to correctly identify each of the 8 athletes across multiple different camera angles. And that's all before that data is then fed into the skeletal tracking models to extract the body position, the velocity, the relative position of the athlete on the track. And then all of that has to be sent to the broadcasters in under 30 seconds so that they can do the replays immediately after the event. So the second-generation Xeon Scalable with DL Boost is what's going to provide the performance necessary to meet those demanding SLAs. Now, the intelligence delivered by 3DAT is also being used to enhance the way the US Olympic athletes train. And instead of me telling you about this, I thought it'd be interesting to hear from a real Olympian. So to tell us about how 3DAT intelligence is transforming the way Olympic athletes are training, I'd like to welcome 2-time Olympic decathlon gold medalist, Ashton Eaton. Great to see you, Ashton.
Good to be here.
So the decathlon, your event, 10 events, but I heard your favorite event, and the one where you hold a decathlon world record, is the long jump.
That's right.
What was that world record?
27 feet, give or take a few grains of sand.
I thought it'd be fun to show you guys what 27 feet looks like.
All right.
And this is how far Ashton jumped.
Are you sure that's 27?
We're standing 27 feet apart right now. So that's what he was able to do. Doesn't that blow your mind? So Ashton, maybe you could tell the audience about what the training process is like for an Olympic level athlete like yourself.
For sure. Yeah, a typical week, we train Monday through Saturday, and we'd spend about 20 hours doing stuff on the track. We'd spend about 5 hours a week doing stuff in the weight room, and then about 10 hours on recovery. So all told, you're looking at 30, 40 hours a week on performance.
So that kind of sounds like a full-time job.
Definitely felt like it.
And speaking of jobs, you're actually an Intel employee now, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So what are you working on, and why Intel?
Actually, this last summer, Intel invited myself and a bunch of other Olympians out to Olympic Day on campus in California. And that's where I met the 3DAT project team lead. And I asked him what he was working on, and he said, well, we're working on a system that can track and analyze human motion without the need for the athletes to wear sensors. And I was like totally shocked that was even possible, so I just started drilling him with questions. And eventually actually invited me to the lab to see the work. And after the tour, asked if I wanted to help bring it to life. And so I saw it as an opportunity to work with a technology leader on human performance, and said absolutely.
That's great. And so I understand the US Olympic team is now using 3DAT to enhance the training process. We have some video from the last training session at the Chula Vista Elite Athlete Training Center.
Yeah.
What benefit do you see 3DAT providing to Olympic athletes?
I think sport is so fascinating and important because it's about seeking and celebrating human potential. I think through sport, we actually answer the question, or try to answer the question, what is our species capable of? And we try to answer that by improving our performance. The way athletes do that today, well, actually, I think this technology has the capability to take us to the next level. And the reason I think that is because today, the way athletes get better is they go to a training session, they'll do a dozen or more attempts at an event, and you multiply that by 5 or 6 days a week, by a 40-week training year, and then by probably a 10-year career, and you're looking at 30 to 50,000 data points on each event that they're doing. And the way the athletes improve, which is, it's amazing how far we've come doing this, is largely by 3 factors. What they felt during the attempt, what the result was, and what the coach saw. I think that 3DAT could be the 4th factor in advancing human performance by bringing precision analysis to human motion. So now when an athlete runs down the runway in the long jump and tries to jump 27 feet, they'll not only know what they felt, what the result was, what the coach saw, but what every single part of their body was doing at every moment in time. And apply that over the tens of thousands of attempts an athlete will do in their career, there's an incredible amount that we're going to learn about how to improve. And once they apply that knowledge, I think the sky's the limit.
That's awesome. Well, this is really exciting stuff. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
And we'll see you around campus.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
See ya. So bringing intelligent insight into the way athletes train is just one way intelligence, I think, is transforming sports. Many of us also enjoy watching sports, and if you think about it, the typical sports viewing experience hasn't really changed in the last decade or maybe even in the last 2 decades. And so what I'd like to do now is to share a little bit more about how the intelligent edge, distributed computing are now helping us evolve the way sporting experience is going to be viewed. And to do that, I'd like to welcome Vice President, General Manager of Intel Sports, James Caruana, to the stage. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Well, you talked about how the experience of sports hasn't changed over the last couple decades, but we find ourselves at a time that consumer demands have greatly shifted, really evidenced by how fans create, interact, and share content experiences. So think about Snapchat, TikTok, Twitch. These are platforms where fans are becoming their own producer, and they're valuing real-time and interactivity. So here you have fans that are telling us how they want to interact with sports content. And what we hear, the more we talk to them, is that fans are looking to see the game from their own perspective, whether that's the quarterback, the wide receiver, a safety, or a referee. And the content creators are looking for the capability to share their unique insight with their followers. I mean, hell, Naveen, if you could sit on your couch, have a live game on the TV in front of you, be able to pick up a controller and interact with the content like it's a video game, these are the types of experiences that we're working with the sports leagues to create.
So this seems pretty cool. How does it all work?
Well, the baseline here is really volumetric video. It's the technology platform that allows fans the capability to lean in and interact, or lean back and get a personalized feed. So how it works, instead of placing cameras at a few strategic locations on a field and cutting from camera to camera to camera, as in traditional production, we place cameras around the circumference of a venue. And with those cameras, we capture the visual information, not as a 2-dimensional pixel, but rather as a 3-dimensional voxel. And when you capture the information as a 3-dimensional voxel, it gives you the capability to see the action, to show the action from any perspective on the field. And this is that underlying capability.
So you've been at this for a few years now, right?
Yeah.
So tell us what progress you've made.
Well, we've made some pretty fantastic progress. Our goal is to be able to achieve high-quality, cloud-based, streaming volumetric video. It's a mouthful. And we started in 2017 with what I'll call a mid-quality, on-premise, single-frame solution, and we decided to evolve speed first, quality second, towards our goal. And I'd like to kind of walk us through that process. So in 2017, we could produce a volumetric frame in 3 minutes. And with this volumetric frame, we would create broadcast enhancements like the one you're about to see here from the NBA. You have a traditional 2D feed, you go into a volumetric frame, and from there you fly the virtual camera and see perspectives where there isn't a physical camera. Now, we've been producing these broadcast enhancements. It started out with 3 minutes per frame. In 2018, we sped that up by a factor of 6 to 30 seconds per volumetric frame. And in 2019, we made a big jump, like as you said, taking advantage of distributed computing, computing at the edge, computing in the cloud, and we sped things up by a factor of 900x. So now we can produce volumetric frames instead of 30 seconds per frame, 30 frames per second. And with that, we've achieved the world's first large-scale, cloud-based streaming volumetric video platform. And it was really a monumental challenge for us because we had to push computing and networking to its edge to be able to process this amount of data. And what I'd like to show now is the output. I think that's what we all want to see, right? And I'd like to show you what now a mid-quality, cloud-based streaming volumetric video platform produces. And on a screen of this size, you'll get some pixelation, so you'll have to excuse us right now with that.
Cool, let's take a look.
All right. So you've got a Week 15 game here. This is the Cardinals and the Browns. And what you're seeing here is a virtual camera. There is no physical camera pointing at the field at this location. And this was produced in the cloud, streaming at 30 frames per second, and then the 2D stream came back down to Earth. And in order to do this, we had to process a ton of data. So the raw cameras produce 67 gigabytes of data per second. And that data gets pre-processed, compressed, sent up to the cloud. Once in the cloud, we spin up hundreds of machines to create the three-dimensional model. And then once we have that model, we can produce any number of streams with just a handful of additional streams like the one that you're seeing right here.
So what happens if we remove the bottlenecks of computing that you have today? What could you do?
Well, I talked a little bit before about some of the use cases that volumetric video can attack. A fan who wants to lean in and interact with content, a fan who wants to lean back and get a personalized experience, or a content creator who's looking to share their own personal perspective to their followers. So what we could do is take our current technology capability and really map it against some of these use cases to better illustrate those points. So what you have here is a little GUI that we mocked up, where on the left-hand side, you see examples of various streams that a professional or a casual producer could create. And with volumetric video, we can create infinite perspectives, any location, any position on the field. So as an example, we can show what is it like to be the quarterback during the snap. There is no camera on the quarterback. This is entirely created from our 3D model of the game. But let's say you love defense, right? What about seeing things from the safety's perspective? And let's say you want to go up a little bit higher, call it the bird's eye view camera, but again, from the defensive side, a view that you'll traditionally very rarely see. And I hope what you're seeing here is that the promise of volumetric video has in sports. We figured out the speed portion of the puzzle. Now we got to work on the quality portion of the puzzle. And that's where I think we've got to work really, really closely together, because to get from where we are at this mid-quality level to the high-quality level, we need to increase our computing by a factor of 6x. And that will allow us to go from a perspective of HD 20 yards from a player to a perspective of HD 6 yards from a player.
So you need 6 times more computing power.
Can you bring it?
I think we can do that.
All right.
Thanks,
Look forward
James.
to it.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
being
Naveen.
here. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's a quick look at some pretty amazing examples, I think, of how Intel is bringing the advantages of digital intelligence to the world from behind the scenes with our technology. But that's, of course, only one side of the story. To realize the full possibilities, we also have to advance the technologies and experiences on the client. And to do that, let me hand things over to GB.
All right. Hey, afternoon, everyone. I think that was just incredible stuff, and I'm excited to be here at CES again this year with all of you, and I want to share our plans to really drive excitement and new experiences in the PC. You know, we see the PC as an intelligent platform that helps enable people's greatest contribution. You know, the thing that's unique about the PC is it's where people go to focus, it's where they go to achieve more, it's where they go to do the things that matter the most to them. That's what makes it unique. And what makes Intel unique, increasingly, is our ability to innovate and optimize solutions at a platform level. Let's take a look. All right. So hey, our mission is to advance the PC experience across the entire industry. And that's why we started on a multi-year journey that we call Project Athena to drive that innovation. And that was really driven off of deep human-level understanding of how people use their devices. And it's more ambitious than anything that we've done in the industry before. And for the first time, we developed a specification with all of our partners, many of whom are here today, to really deliver on the key experiences that people care about the most, so that people know when they get a Project Athena-based device, they can be certain that it's been tuned, tested, and verified to actually deliver on that experience. And like all of our products that are, including Project Athena, we have the widest application compatibility and hardware compatibility to give you the best experience in the industry. So the response has been tremendous, and I'm incredibly proud to be standing here today and tell you that in less than a year, we have already verified 25 new Project Athena unique base devices that I have here on stage with me today. Now, what's even more impressive than just the number is really the breadth of designs, from consumer all the way to commercial, and they're really setting a new standard for mobile computing in the industry. Now, for consumers, that means 9+ hours of battery life, but like in real working conditions, actually using the device. Or of course, more than 16 hours of continuous local video playback. It means better responsiveness and performance, right? Helping launch applications faster, less time spent when you're going in between tasks, keeping you in the flow and keeping you focused. It also means fast charging capabilities, getting 4 more hours of battery life in just 30 minutes of charging. And then absolutely no lag time. All of those devices on stage, when you open the lid, will resume from standby in less than 1 second, and many more things. And in the commercial space, in addition to all that, we've got vPro capabilities and enhanced security and manageability for professionals and IT professionals all around the world. So with that, I did want to have Chuck and I just to quickly highlight a couple of designs that are new, launched in at CES right here today, and you've got a consumer example.
Yep, so here's the Acer Swift 3. It's thin, it's light, with a screen-to-body ratio of nearly 85%. It's incredibly immersive.
Yeah, it's a great consumer example, and I know you have one commercial example I really love.
Yeah, I love this one. Now, this is the HP Dragonfly Elite. It's also very thin, 360-degree hinge, built-in privacy screen, and also the first laptop that uses plastic recycled from the ocean as part of the construction process. Extremely cool.
Wow, that's really unique. Let's give him a hand. I think that's great. Now, the momentum for Project Athena is continuing in 2020. We now have over 120 companies onboarding, helping us drive all this innovation. And together with our partners, we're committed to doubling down and doubling the number of designs in 2020 to over 50. But our ambitions for Project Athena are even greater. We're going to continue to add partners and experiences, and I'm pleased to announce one today. You know, We've been working with Google now for years, from the very beginning. And we started really working with them to bring the highest performance experience possible to Chromebooks based on Intel Core-based processors in their Chromebooks laptops. Now, what I'm excited here today is to say we have extended our partnership with Google to include Project Athena for the first time, which means you're going to get all the leading security, manageability, ease of use, and nearly 3 million applications in the Google Play Store all together on exciting new Project Athena devices. All right? Yeah? Pretty cool? And further, I have the privilege today, it's not just a partnership, of actually launching the first 2 Project Athena verified Chromebooks on stage with me. And Chuck, you've got them right here, right?
Exactly. So we have the Asus stylus, the Asus Flipbook, the C436, again, incredibly stylish. And also, we have the brand new Galaxy Chromebook from Samsung, also very stylish, 9.9 millimeters thin.
That's right.
4K AMOLED screen. The colors are vivid, the screen is bright, and you get all the benefits that GB just told you with
That's
Athena.
Right. Super immersive, brand new display, great technology. Thanks, Chuck. And that's just the start. You know, you can expect us to drive more designs, more innovation all through the year in 2020. So where do we go from here? Now, you can expect a lot of new innovation from us going forward, but there's 2 areas in particular I just want to highlight today. One is connectivity, and the second is form factor. So in the space of connectivity, you already know that we drive industry-leading integration of Wi-Fi 6 in our PC platforms, and now also LTE-based module solutions. But we're going to go beyond that and extend 5G support into our PCs. Now, in fact, if you weren't watching over the holidays, in November, we announced a new partnership with MediaTek to deliver 5G modems in a module with us, optimized for our PC platforms. And we're making great progress, and we expect those solutions in samples to be out to our customers in Q3 of this year. So doing some great work there. Second, in form factor innovation, we came up on this stage at CES last year and then at Computex at in the middle of the year, talking about innovation in the form factor and in dual screens in particular. And today, I'm pleased to announce that we have actually released a new Project Athena-based specification for dual screen devices to all of our OEMs. But instead of just talking about the specification, I wanted to do something special and invite somebody out to show some of the innovation, including a product that they're launching here at CES, announcing today, and that's the president of Lenovo's commercial PC division and smart device business. Please join me in welcoming Christian Theismann. Christian, you want to come on out? There he is.
Hey, GB, Happy New Year. How are you?
Good, I'm doing great. It's good to see you. So, what do you have for us today?
Well, first of all, congratulations to all these Athena devices.
Thank you.
It's great. We're also announcing 2 devices basically today. One on the consumer side, our Yoga Slim 7 platform.
That's right.
And on the commercial side, our famous ThinkPad X1 Carbon in the next generation.
No, that's
so
right.
Very excited.
And you guys have been part of Project Athena from the very beginning.
From the very beginning,
And
yes.
co-engineering's been great. But I know you have something new and special that you wanted to show today.
Well, about 4 years ago, we chartered a joint project to really come up with a radical PC innovation for a new generation of power users who really want to have an all-day device and using it throughout all day scenarios. And I'm very excited that today is the day where Lenovo and Intel are jointly announcing the world's first foldable PC.
Wow. All right, let's give him a hand. That's great. Thank you. Christian, that's beautiful.
So this is a full performance PC device based on Intel's Core hybrid technology.
That's right.
It's 5G capable. It's a 13.3 OLED device, less than 1 kilo.
Wow.
And it's really built for all-day computing. You can use it really as basically a tablet. You can use it really to compare things.
You're doing this very well, by the way. This is
Thank you.
difficulty.
You can also use it as a video conferencing device where you also have supporting information on the second screen. So you have a dual screen device in one screen. You can use it with a pen to draw while you still receive information.
That's right.
You have an inboard keyboard, but you also have an external keyboard. And at the end of the day, when you go to bed, you'll still have a book.
Very, very good.
So
That's fantastic.
we're very excited about this. This is a new category of devices we are launching today.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Christian, very
Thank
much
you
for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the great co-engineering work. Absolutely beautiful. And appreciate being able to do the announcement today with us. And hey, and going forward, we're going to continue to drive innovation in the form factor and display. And I've got another example that I wanted to share to you today that we've been working with our partners at Dell to drive even larger size dual screen devices for productivity and creativity. And they've agreed to let us give you a sneak preview of that device on stage here today. So Chuck, you're going to do that?
Absolutely. So as you were saying, our partners in Intel are really working on making sure, Dell, exactly, making sure these systems are easy to use and also very productive. So this looks like a standard laptop at first blink, but keyboard comes off, goes underneath, and you can see we have now 2 large screens to work with. Very good. Now, we have 2 applications here. We got a browser and we got notes. If you want to move those applications around, it's just really a simple move to move them back and forth. I can then launch an application on the second one. And again, if I want to take and spread an application across 2 screens, I can have all that. And even though I start at the top, I can pin it to the bottom. And so you can see, when you're done, one thin device to work with.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, Chuck, very much. Really appreciate that. And thanks to our partners at Dell for letting us show that on stage today. Now, the Lenovo X1 device and the Dell Concept Duet, which is the platform Chuck just showed you, are really showing the promise of advanced usages in the PC. And you can also count on us, just like we did here at CES and at Computex last year, to continue to drive innovation forward. And I've got the privilege of showing you something no one's ever seen before from us, which is our new concept platform, the code name of which is Horseshoe Bend. And this device was specifically based on research that we did that suggested that users wanted an even larger foldable device for enhanced productivity and creativity. And surprise, we've got the corporate vice president of our mobile platforms group, Chris Walker, on stage to join me to show this thing off. So Chris, you want to?
Hey, I'm super excited to be able to share and show the world's first 17-inch foldable OLED PC as we create what's next in the laptop in 2-in-1. Now, as a concept platform, allows us to continue to push boundaries on what's next and solve engineering at a platform level. So we imagine more immersive browsing experiences. So as I'm planning my vacation, I get to go on vacation, I can pick an activity, right? Really get into it. Now, while I'm watching the video, I can continue to learn more about the destination or the activity, seamlessly. Now, as good as this looks, it looks even better when you go full screen. So now,
wow,
I'm in full screen video.
Love it.
And I have a full 17-inch desktop that you can use with keyboard, mouse, like you talked with Christian about. Right. Because you always have me on the go, I can take this 17-inch laptop with me all the time. Folds up, it's a footprint of an ultra-thin and light 13-inch system.
That's fantastic.
So we're super excited. It's so much fun to be able to partner with our partners in the industry and get this done and invent what's next in laptops on Intel.
Great.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Chris. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Give you a hand. Okay, I'm going to shift gears now because at the heart of all these wonderful platforms is a world-leading CPU. And last year I got on stage and we previewed our 10th generation Core products mobile processor called Ice Lake. And as you remember, we built industry-leading AI performance into that processor. So I've got a special treat that I wanted to do differently for you because everybody asked me about AI, machine learning on the PC. Why is it important? I've got a guest with me today. He's the principal worldwide evangelist for Adobe, Jason Levine, and he's going to show you some creative experiences that we've unlocked on Ice Lake with integrated AI. So Jason, you want to come out? Hey.
See you.
Jason, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I secretly wish I had that hair. Anyway. So hey, I know you've got this thing ready to go to show some great experiences based on AI.
Yes.
So why don't you take it away?
All right, so even before I start, so how many of you are Photoshop users? Thousands of hands.
Wow.
We thank you. So I'm going to showcase today some very super cool AI powered by Adobe Sensei, driven by the power of the 10th generation Intel on this amazing thin and light device, which really solves a lot of the issues that Photoshop users and designers face every day. And the first is quite simply making selections, right? So here we have an image that I shot in Africa, and of course we want to select this. Now, depending upon all the various tools that you have, it can take some time, even with a stylus, because we have fur or hair. Anything that isn't just a sharp, hard edge is time-consuming, right? Yeah. But again, with Intel, with Adobe, powered by Sensei, we can now simply come up to our select menu here. I'm going to choose Select Subject, and in seconds, something that could have taken minutes, is now done. And we have a perfect selection. Every strand of hair, every piece of fur, the bird, preserved.
Pizzazz. Welcome back to the CNET stage at CES 2020. I'm Ashley Skether with Aya Zakhtar and Bridget Carey, and that was a taste of Intel's press event. We got to get to Sony right now, though. It's happening. So let's hit up Sony, guys. I mean, surprises galore. I can't wait.
It's got to be more exciting than Intel.
It's got to be.
Kenichiro Yoshida.
Good evening. Happy 2020. Thank you for being here and joining us through live stream. Last year on this stage, I spoke about our purpose. Our purpose informs how we approach our business, making great content, products, and services that resonate with people while having a positive impact on society. I also spoke about our identity. Creativity is a powerful driving force that moves Sony forward. When it is combined with our technology, it is unstoppable. Today, let me show you Sony's ongoing evolution as a creative entertainment company. Across our businesses, we are focused on getting closer to people. Those people are the audiences, fans, and users who enjoy entertainment on our products. They are also creators of content across a vast spectrum of entertainment. Once upon a time in Hollywood, a Sony Pictures film was just honored with multiple Golden Globe Awards. And Sony Pictures Television's The Crown was also recognized. I believe this success represents our efforts in getting closer to both audiences and creators. Also, many of our talented music artists have been nominated for Grammy Awards, which will take place at the end of this month. Here at CES, we are showcasing our latest products that are helping users connect with their favorite creators' work. Our new Bravia TVs, for example, feature 8K detail matched with acoustic multi-audio for an immersive experience. And there is 360 reality audio, a new way of enjoying music using our object-based spatial audio technology. We also would like you to see our latest technologies that are transforming how people create and deliver their content to users. With our volumetric capturing technology, filmmakers now have creative flexibility to capture locations and sets in 3D, and then shoot them later in real time with photorealistic results. This will significantly improve production workflow of television, films, and music videos. Our AI-based real-time video analytics allows us to create a new kind of replay footage based on high-speed vision sensing. It can visualize the data gained from sports movement. To showcase the speed of sensing, we have prepared a table tennis demo. Our eye-sensing light field display delivers super high precision and contrast for the best spatial reality experience. With this technology, creators such as visual artists, designers, and architects can show their creative work to viewers from various angles. Sony continues to be a leader in immersive entertainment experiences, and gaming is no exception. To share a little bit more about the latest PlayStation news, it is my pleasure to introduce from Sony Interactive Entertainment, Jim Ryan.
Thank you, Yoshida-san, and good afternoon, everybody. 1 month ago, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the PlayStation brand. 25 years ago, we launched the original PlayStation, thanks to the creative vision of an engineer, Ken Kutaragi. That original PlayStation helped elevate video games to mainstream culture and popularize 3D graphics in home console gaming. This spirit of innovation and how Sony used technology to make a generational leap in real-time interactive entertainment continued with each successive platform, from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3. With our current generation console, PlayStation 4, we have never stopped innovating. We've constantly added and refined features to stay ahead of players' needs. And the hardware was designed to expand as technology advanced, with capabilities such as VR, 4K, and HDR coming later in the PS4's life cycle. That relentless focus on innovation, along with a content lineup of the best exclusive games, has propelled PS4 to record sales. As of Sony's Q2 earnings report, PS4 surpassed the lifetime sales of the original PlayStation, making it the #2 best-selling home console of all time, behind only PlayStation 2. As of today, I'm proud to announce that a total of 106 million PS4 systems have been sold to consumers. Also, a total of 1.15 billion PS4 games have been sold via our retail partners and the PlayStation Store. And PlayStation VR has sold through 5 million units. In addition to these sales milestones, our consumer engagement is stronger than ever, with 103 million monthly active users on the PlayStation Network and 38.8 million subscribers to our PlayStation Plus membership service. PS4 has just enjoyed its 7th holiday season, but we're not done yet. With our community of more than 100 million gamers, we will ensure we have a content portfolio that is diverse and includes games from our internal studios, as well as our partners, the largest publishers and independent developers alike. We're fortunate to have an unrivaled lineup of upcoming PS4 exclusives that fans can't wait to play, including Final Fantasy VII Remake, Marvel's Iron Man VR, and The Last of Us Part 2, just some of the titles coming to PS4 in 2020. PlayStation is the true embodiment of a creative entertainment company with a solid foundation of technology. And it's our mission to embrace the entire creative community elevating their content on our platform for PlayStation fans. That commitment will carry us through as we embark on the launch of our next generation console, PlayStation 5, coming this holiday. And I'm pleased to share with you today, for the first time, our new logo. With more people in the world playing more games on more devices than ever before, it's truly an exciting time for the gaming industry. Come this holiday, Sony will once again have the opportunity to shine a light on the world of PlayStation with our next generation console. We've announced several key features of the PS5 hardware, which has been engineered with customizations that will truly differentiate the platform, including future-proof technology such as ultra-high-speed SSD, 3D audio, Ultra HD Blu-ray, and a brand new controller with haptics and adaptive trigger buttons. With that foundation, PS5 will inspire developers to create expansive worlds with new gameplay experiences that are more immersive than ever before in how they look, sound, and feel. Our promise to the 100 million strong PlayStation community is to offer the biggest and best in content, and to deliver unique experiences to gamers with unprecedented speed. There's much more to share about PlayStation 5 in the months ahead, and we look forward to revealing more details, including the content that will showcase the platform and the future of gaming. Community is the bedrock of how we grow our company, and it's why our brand is so beloved. It's that promise that the PlayStation brand was built on 25 years ago, and we'll continue our mission to bring that to players all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for sharing exciting news. I am confident that PlayStation will continue to evolve as the best place to play. PlayStation offers an interactive entertainment experience that is immersive and real-time. Another form of immersive, real-time entertainment that Sony has focused on is sports. Sony has long been at the forefront of live sports broadcasting at countless world-class events. And we have accumulated deep technical knowledge in this area. With the launch of 5G, we see an opportunity to combine 5G's dynamic uplink capability with our real-time encoding and wireless communication technology. This gives greater flexibility and efficiency to creators and to the broadcast community. Just last month, Sony partnered with NBC Sports and Verizon to conduct a proof of concept at a professional football game in Houston, Texas. Let's take a look at what we tested and what we learned.
Mobile and Imaging Products and Solutions divisions worked with Verizon to create a 5G professional video transmission system. The new system was trialed during a December 2019 football game with NBC Sports at NRG Stadium in Houston. Sony professional camcorders were outfitted with prototype 5G connected encoders. These encoders leveraged Sony's mobile 5G capabilities and cutting-edge devices, along with Sony's imaging and professional solutions group's codec expertise. When teamed with Verizon's lightning-fast 5G network, a greater freedom of production was achieved, liberating cameras from fixed positions and eliminating the need for crews to set up cabling and infrastructure. This increased flexibility and easier setup, combined with outstanding picture quality and low latency, empowers a whole new level of production.
Now to talk a little more about how technologies can change the way we capture and deliver the intense action of a live sporting event.
One, go.
American Pharaoh is finally the one!
Ready your push. Here we go. Part 2 in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's welcome to the stage CTO of NBC Sports, David Matza. Dave, thank you very much for joining us today. First, can you share some behind-the-scenes stories from the stage?
Yeah, well, thank you, Ken, for inviting me here today. I'm super glad I get to talk about our relationship with Sony, which has gone back for many years. And I think a lot of people may not be aware that for years, Sony has been helping broadcasters on the content creation side.
Well, thank you for mentioning that.
As you just heard, we tested 2 5G connected cameras at a recent NFL game. Now, we've been using wireless cameras in sports broadcasting for almost 40 years, if you can believe that. But it's always taken a proprietary antenna systems and a complicated infrastructure that was quite cumbersome to install at each and every instance that we used it. This was not something you did at the last minute. Now, with the introduction of the Sony Xperia 5G millimeter wave camera, the flexibility and the ease of deploying a wireless camera is exciting to us because it involves simply clipping on a 5G wireless pack from Sony onto the back of one of our existing cameras and then delivering great broadcast quality pictures to our mobile units over the cellular network, which is going to be a tremendous help to us.
Thank you. Well, that's great. From a technology perspective, how do you think sports entertainment is going to evolve in the future?
Well, I think as expectations of the consumer evolves, we continue to have to evolve with them. This includes taking advantage of some of the consumer technologies, which you're going to see here on the floor this week, and also the gaming techniques that the younger kids are growing up with. We also continue to grow the use of AR for the presentation of graphics on screen, and volumetric steerable virtual cameras, which we use both for replays and for second screen activity. And of course, on the output side, we keep adapting for the multi-screen viewing, streaming, and small bite-sized chunks of programming. But some of the most striking effects continue to be in the camera and in its movement and position. And they're actually quite simple. We'll take a look at some of them here. The continued growth of high frame rate cameras really add to the experience where you see a very fluid motion that helps to engage the viewer in the competition field. Then you get to POV cameras. They give you a sense of speed and presence and cameras in places we never thought possible. And flying cameras like the wired Skycam that you see so frequently now in big sporting events, and then drones, which have become so popular in the last 5 years. They both give you a sense of motion that we used to only be able to see in big major market films, but we now can afford to do that in sports television. The most recent thing we've been working on is the development of the workflows around ultra high definition and high dynamic range. And then we derive the SDR pictures from those higher quality pictures. And that is the way we can bring this new technology affordably to our production, so we're excited about that. And when I look back, Ken, to when HD and surround sound first started, we used to say, we're trying to give our audience the best seat in the house. However, in the last few years, we've modified that statement, and now we say, let's make the experience even better than being there. And I can honestly say, Ken, we could not achieve that without Sony's help.
That's great. At Sony, we are trying to get closer to both creators and users. You are a creator in sports entertainment. My last question is, what kind of expectation do you have about Sony's contribution in this area?
Well, we've been partners with Sony for nearly 2 decades, and over time we've come to rely on Sony for 3 things. 1, paramount picture quality. There's just no equal here between the image capture and the compression and recording technologies that allow things like 5G live transmission and the migration to UHD and HDR. There's no compare. Secondly, reliability. None of the excellent pictures would mean anything if we could not reliably produce them in indoor, outdoor, and oftentimes extreme conditions. Sony product just works, and it's one less thing we have to worry about on a very large-scale sporting event.
I'm glad to hear that.
And thirdly, support. Sony is unmatched in helping us manage these massive deployments across the venues of these international events. Their engineers come on site with us oftentimes for 40 days. And in addition to helping keep the Sony product working, which is rare that they have an issue, they even pitch in and help keep the other vendors' products working, which I think defines teamwork.
Thank you, Dave. It was great to have you here tonight.
And I look forward to showing you our broadcast center in your hometown of Tokyo.
Yes, see you then.
This summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We showed how Sony is working with our partners, bring an even more exciting real-time entertainment experience using the latest mobile technologies such as 5G. It's not an exaggeration to say that mobile has been the mega trend of the last decade. I believe the next mega trend will be mobility. As vehicles become more connected, autonomous, shared, and electric in the coming years, they will also bring about positive social and environmental impacts. Today, and in the age of self-driving cars, safety continues to be an essential aspect of mobility. Sony will focus on supporting safety in mobility with world-class imaging and sensing technologies. And by doing so, we believe we can contribute to making a positive impact on society. Let's take a look at the video which shows the strengths of our technologies.
Safety Cocoon is a concept for enhancing car safety. Sony's world-class CMOS image sensor technologies enable the position of objects to be instantly detected, even in driving scenarios where existing sensors for automotive cameras struggle. Our solid-state LiDAR uses highly accurate distance measurement to gain a precise 3D grasp of real-life spaces. This also leads to improved recognition capability for long-distance objects. Sensor fusion delivers greater capabilities by merging sensors of varied attributes. However, conventional sensor fusion has faced problems with accuracy. Initial detection was conducted separately by each sensor, and the reduction of data caused inaccurate object detection. Furthermore, if the detection results from each sensor were inconsistent, the system could not properly recognize the object, even when the results were integrated. Sony's sensor fusion uses raw data to extract and integrate the optimal amount of object features. This significantly improves recognition accuracy, even in challenging conditions, such as rain, fog, and backlight. TOF in-cabin sensing uses distance measurement technology to detect and recognize people and objects inside the car. This information is used to provide an optimized infotainment system with intuitive user interfaces and to improve safety and comfort inside the vehicle. Our sights are set on the future age of autonomous driving.
As you just saw, we are working to provide a wide range of technologies that can act as super fast and intelligent eyes of a car. Our sensors gather information about the road and surroundings environment in real time. They also help the vehicles process timely and accurate information, anticipate potential hazard, and avoid accidents, even in the toughest conditions. As shown here, we are already seeing positive results. We will keep leading the industry with our imaging and sensing technologies that go a step beyond. Sony's contribution in the field of mobility is not exclusive to the technology of safety. We believe that evolution of mobility will also redefine cars as a new entertainment space, where passengers can be immersed in the content they love. We will accelerate our efforts to contribute to the future of mobility and a new initiative named Vision S, and to deepen our understanding of cars in terms of their design and technologies. We gave a shape to our vision. This prototype embodies our contribution to the future of mobility and contains a variety of Sony's technologies. There are 33 sensors to monitor the outside and inside of the car, proving the viability of sensing features and the capabilities of Sony's solutions. Regarding the entertainment aspect, one of our new offerings for in-car entertainment is 360 reality audio, for you to truly enjoy an immersive audio experience. It also comes with an intuitive human math interface with a wide screen that displays various driving information and entertainment content. Another concept that informs the development of this prototype is adaptability, based on the software-oriented design. The vehicle seamlessly integrates with the cloud and continually update its capabilities through always-on connectivity. And this prototype is built on a newly designed EV platform, allowing for future applications in other vehicle types, such as SUVs. The creation of this prototype would not have been possible without the knowledge and the cooperation of our partners in the automotive industry, including Magna Steyr, who supported us on the engineering of the vehicle. So I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of our partners listed here. We will continue to pursue the Vision S initiative, focusing on safety, entertainment, and adaptability. Today, we have shared our upcoming products and technologies in the audio-visual domain. We have showcased the evolution of PlayStation with its next-generation platform and continuing commitment to immersive gaming experience. We have shared how exciting partnerships will help us lead as innovators in the area of sports entertainment and 5G. And we have given you a glimpse of what's to come in mobility. We are committed to making a meaningful contribution to society, and we are excited about the road ahead of us. And we, Sony, will continue to evolve as a creative entertainment company with a solid foundation of technology. Thank you, and have a great CES.
Hello and welcome back to the CNET live stage from CES 2019. I'm Ashley Esqueva. Hello. Hello, Aya Akhtar, Bridget Carey.
Hello.
Guys, I can't believe we were here. We can say we were here at CES 2020 to witness the announcement of the PS5 logo.
That was amazing. I mean, they took this angular glyph thing.
Truly an all-time.
And they made it like rounder.
I feel so trolled right now.
Guys.
Like I'm a little upset. I was hoping to see some hardware, and I got real hype over on. I was watching the keynote. I got out of my seat and I was jumping in front of the screen, and nothing happened.
Ashley,
except the logo.
Ashley, Sony has a car
On
their
that
stage.
also was a surprise.
I did
also
not
was a
expect
surprise.
that. But you know what? Stage 1, previous CES, Sony makes a dog with sensors. Now they make a car with all the sensors that they've learned from Aibo, the dog. Dog, stage 1, stage 2 car. That is
Stage 3, Kit from Knight Rider. I like where this is headed.
Well, we were
I really
talking
like
about
it.
that with Sony executives. I was like, what was the point of all those sensors in Aibo? And they were talking about car
And you
technology.
spent weeks with Aibo.
I lived with him. He was a cutie pie.
He lived in your house.
But now, I mean, this is very interesting on what's going to come with this, with a vehicle and Sony. Like, I don't know. To me, I'm a little bit like, whoa, I have to take a step back and kind of digest all this.
I guess, what do you think of this? What do you think of this concept vehicle?
The Vision S. Yeah,
The Vision S.
Very curious about, like, did Sony partner with anybody to build this? They talked about having an EV platform for this. So that sounds like they're going to build multiple bodies on top of something. So it sounded like they're either getting into this, even though they said it's a concept. So what exactly are they planning to do? And why on earth would Sony ever really want to enter into the car game? That's super competitive. It's not really easy.
It's very difficult, as we've seen with Tesla. But Sony does have something. They have scale, right? So I don't know though. That is a very interesting question. Why would they get into that? I'm sure we will have a lot of coverage from our friends over at Roadshow about this new concept car that I will certainly be reading because I am very curious to see if they have some answers to some of those questions.
Every tech company is after, what do you do to make your life better, your commute better? What can we do with all this sensor technology? So this is their foot in the door to showing like where we're going to take it. We just saw presentations from Hyundai about
they're making a flying drone.
Right, and it's about how do we solve the problems of transportation, and if there's all this data collection, what else can we do with it? So, yeah, this is interesting.
It is interesting to me that they're even just rolling out a concept car. It's very surprising.
Yeah, the Vision S they were talking about, it getting continuous updates. It's supposed to get smarter and adapt to you as you keep going. So that's an interesting idea of almost like it's like the Chromebook. It's like, okay, it's constantly updated. You get the latest version of your car, I guess.
Well, that's what I mean. I drive a Model 3, and I get updates all the time. and it updates the car, and sometimes it's a performance update, sometimes it's a software update, sometimes it's a bug fix, and I think that's the future of automotive.
And Sony's known for screens, so they had that massive dashboard screen for entertainment. And
Never opposed. The bigger the screen, the closer to God. That's what I always say. I would need the biggest screen possible at all times. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. And then we are going to come back with some really cool products from Procter & Gamble, so stay with us. Welcome back, Internet, to the CNET live stage at CES. We've got Samsung's keynote coming up at 6:30 p.m., but right now we're going to get some first looks at some products from Procter & Gamble. Joining us now are Lisa Ernst with the Oral-B I/O, and on the far end of the desk, we have Lauren Thaman with the Opti Precision Wand. So let's start with the Oral-B I/O. I have an Oral-B toothbrush at home. It's electric. Tell us about this new, this looks very fancy.
It is pretty fancy, and in fact, it is completely different than the Oral-B product that you have at home, with one exception, and that is that the head is still round, as you can see.
Right.
Because we have found that that's the best shaped cup around your teeth and glide along your gum line for better cleaning. But everything from then is reimagined. So we've got a new magnetic drive system that directs energy to the bristle tips, so you get our oscillating rotating motion as well as these micro vibrations, so it feels really smooth on your teeth and gums. And what we found is because of that movement, people are able to brush on the inside of their teeth a lot better. And what that translates to is the best clinical and cleaning performance that we've ever seen with Oral-B. The other thing we have is this really fun interactive OLED display, and when you turn it on, it greets you, and you can.
My toothbrush has an OLED now.
Exactly, and it gives you the opportunity. So when you brush, we have an app.
Okay.
And we have the most advanced artificial intelligence in the brush that we've ever had. It tracks 16 zones in your mouth when you're brushing. So we've got a brush, and I'm going to connect this brush. And it tells me hello. You can see that.
Yeah,
so
let's
it
see.
greets
I'm
you
going
in
to
the
hold
morning.
this up to the camera too. There we go.
Right.
Then we can watch both of them. One of them's connected to the app.
And what color would you like it to show on your screen?
Oh, I like. Let's see. It's purple. So let's go with a nice purple as well. Let's match our.
And the light just turned purple for you.
Very nice.
All right. And now what we want to do, I'll take it back from you, is brush.
Okay. I'm gonna hold this phone up so that we can brush. We can see the app.
Right.
And see what's going
The
on.
other thing that's happening is you've got green now showing me that I've got the right amount of pressure.
Oh, okay.
As I brush, and
But
if I
you
go
push
too
too hard,
hard,
it turns
red. So you get feedback. And as I said, it's got a really smooth motion, and it just glides along the tooth surface.
Okay, and it's showing in the app here where you should be brushing.
Exactly. And it will give you a score at the end of your brushing to tell you how well you did in terms of covering all the areas in your mouth. And if you do really well and learn from the artificial intelligence, what we found is that we can get people, 80% of people will brush better than they ever did before. And if I stop now at about 44 seconds, which is the average time that consumers brush in the US, it gives me a frowny face, which tells me I did not do my job very well.
Not enough.
Right, because you're supposed to brush 2 minutes twice a day. So we're trying to make this as simple as possible for consumers to be able to use the brush, enjoy the experience. As you can see, it's really beautiful. As you said, it's fancier versus what you have at home today. And we really think that this is our best brush ever. And we know that we're delivering better clinical results so we can get people to gum health.
All right,
when
so
they were not healthy to begin with.
So if I want to upgrade, when can I upgrade? How much is it going to set me back?
Okay, so it'll be available at all retailers starting in August.
Okay.
It's going to be around $200 to $300, depending on all the features that you choose.
So competitive with other electric
all the
toothbrushes
super
in
premium
that
toothbrushes in the market.
Okay,
right.
great. Awesome. Well, that is really cool, and thank you for showing us this. I think
Thank
it's
you
really
for inviting
interesting. We
us.
have this new high-tech kind of OLED in there, and don't make your toothbrush sad, guys. That's the moral of this story. All right, Bridget, what you got going on over there? I hear there's some very interesting, some beauty things happening that I might be very interested in.
Well, Vegas is a place of magic, and I think they got some magic going on here. All right, I'm with Lauren. Can you tell us what you have, this makeup applicator?
Sure. This is Opte.
Opte.
Opte
Sounds very
scans,
fancy.
corrects, and detects hyperpigmentation in your skin.
Okay.
So what it does, and I'm going to demonstrate it on Jennifer here. She's our model. Opte easily has a blue light on it.
We're going to turn up your microphone really quick. Just give us 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Ayaz, by the way, I just want to say I'm so sorry. I feel like As we fix the audio issue that we're having, I just want to apologize because in fact, Bridget and I discussed it, and you are too perfect to need really anything here at the table at CES.
That a lot. I spent a lot of money on these teeth, so.
You've broken so many of the smart mirrors at the show because it's like too perfect.
Too handsome, I know.
Can't judge.
It's a real problem of mine, and I'm seeking help for it.
No, don't ever seek help. All right.
Opte has a blue light, and what the blue light actually does is it accentuates the color tonal differences of your skin. So it's doing that.
I want to get close up on her cheeks so you can see, and I'll move your hair back a little bit, Jennifer, if you don't mind. So it's scanning and also printing like makeup pigment on her skin.
Pigmentation on your skin. As you see, Jennifer has gorgeous skin, except for some minor imperfections. And what Opte does, it scans your skin, taking 200 frames per second of information, and then takes that information and it processes it through a proprietary algorithm, generating 70,000 lines of code. Sorry, it's a little awkward here. And then it uses that to generate.
With every brush stroke, it's getting a lot lighter with every stroke.
We're still having an audio issue. I want to make sure that everybody can hear what is happening right now because this is really interesting.
Yeah. It's scanning.
Okay, so explain to me a little bit about what's happening on Jennifer's face because this is it's both scanning and it's actually printing on her face.
Yeah, at the same time, and
it's scanning her skin and it's taking 200 frames per second. It's then taking that data, running it through a proprietary algorithm, generating 70,000 lines of code. That code is telling an inkjet printer where to precisely put down the optimizing serum in a camouflage pattern to instantly make these spots invisible to your eye and fade them over time.
So the difference is what people would normally do is take a big old hunk of concealer and just slather it on your face, but this is just doing very minimal makeup, essentially, just in the places that need it.
Well, it allows the natural beauty of her skin to be revealed because the light is able to be reflected from her skin. And as you can see, how the difference in, you want to go that way? The difference in,
video right now. We're checking out a little bit of the video that you guys have of this product. I think Bridget made a really good point where I think we've seen a lot of, especially with beauty bloggers on YouTube and everything, a lot of makeup, especially when you need to cover something that maybe is not easily covered by, a lightweight concealer or a tinted moisturizer. And this feels like a really good way to sort of attack those problem areas that you might feel like you have without really overdoing it.
Well, the amazing thing about spots or hyperpigmentation is the #1 indicator of not only attractiveness and youth, but health. And so women and men, actually, because men are now, you can use this without wearing makeup, are able to eliminate those things which allow people to maybe not, allow them to show up and be their real self. So it's been a really great thing to come to the market this summer.
Now, you were at CES last year, but now this product, what's different? What's perfected in it? Just the fact that you're coming to market?
So not only is the big difference is the user interface is much, much better. It's faster, it's more reliable, more portable, but it's also connected. So we're like a personal coach. We can tell if she's able to use it correctly, and then we're able to contact her and say, hey, you may want to try this. You're not holding it perpendicular to your skin. We're able to tell when the refill is almost out, so she knows to order a new one and never be without her Opte for a single day.
Do you need like a special match for everyone's skin, or like what do you load it with?
There's 3 colors, fair, medium, and deep, and those 3 colors cover 99% of the skin tones in the US. So that's really amazing that women from the very fairest to the very darkest skin can get a perfect match and camouflage their skin perfectly.
Is this something I can feel on my arm? Or okay, so I got some freckles here.
We'll try it on you.
Oh, it feels kind of like a toothbrush, or actually just like rubbing across you. And I don't even feel anything except like little light feathery bristles.
Yeah, you can see.
And there you go, it's already lighting up.
They just disappear right before your eyes. What I'd love to show you is...
It doesn't feel like,
no, it's like a feather.
Liquid, yeah. It just feels like the brushes are going...
One of the biggest things people do incorrectly with this, they think it's like a shaver, and they have to push it against their skin. But it's just the rollers here just gently roll it across your skin.
I can hear it go click, 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 click. I guess that's the printing, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the printing. There's the inkjet printer in here. Is the nozzle the size of a human hair.
Huh. Size of the human hair?
Yes. Well, this is really the amazing thing.
Okay,
watch this.
Let's get another close-up of Jennifer's cheek. And that way you can see how it is when she takes it off.
We're ready? Get way in there. See
Come
what
on,
it looks
get
like.
in
Yeah, see
close,
the
get
difference.
in
Yeah,
close.
really.
There we go.
You forget what your skin looked like before. And as you can see, it puts so little down, that's all that's on the paper. That's all that's on it's just a cleansing wipe. There's almost nothing.
So if someone wanted to invest in this, what are they going to have to get into? Like a subscription for more refills? Like what is the whole package?
We haven't finalized the exact pricing and package, but our expectation is the consumer will be able to get it whatever way she wants.
Okay. She
She either can buy the starter kit and then get refills. She could buy on her own. She could buy the starter kit and get a subscription, so she's never without her Opté. Each precision serum lasts about 2 months. 60 usage.
And it's detecting all sorts of imperfections or only certain kinds of?
It works pretty much on all imperfections except raised imperfections. It will camouflage the raised imperfections, but of course they'll still be raised.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is pretty interesting stuff. This is going to change for a lot of people who don't want to wear a lot of heavy makeup.
Yeah. How long was this in development for? Like around how long does a product like this go from kind of an idea or a concept to something that you're actually going to release to the public?
Actually, this took about 10 years to develop. One of the real reasons it took so long, we needed the tech industry to catch up to what we needed to be able to put in here. We needed smartphone cameras to be small enough and cost efficient enough that we were able to put them in here. We needed the printing industry to be able to have a thermal inkjet printer that could print white, which has never been done before. Thermal inkjet printers print dyes, which are liquids, whites are solids. So be able to keep that suspended in here and keep it actually be effective was a huge technological breakthrough. So it took so long, mainly because we were waiting for the tech industry to catch up with what we needed.
Wow, and that's going to be later this year.
Later this year.
Wow, very cool. Thank you. Thank you for this.
That's actually really impressive when you took the makeup off. Like that was amazing. Thank you so much, Lisa, Lauren. Really appreciate it. I'm ready to upgrade my toothbrush for sure. All right, guys, it's time for a break. We have a few new first look videos in from the show floor, and when we come back, we have Claire Riley with Impossible Foods.
Now you don't see it, and now you do. Chinese phone maker OnePlus usually keeps a quiet presence at CES, but at this year's tech trade show, it announced its first ever concept phone, the OnePlus Concept One. The phone features a special glass that uses an electric current to tint the lens of the rear cameras. When the cameras are not in use, the glass is opaque and black. When it's time to take a photo, the glass turns transparent and the cameras are visible. In addition to aesthetics, the feature will also create a neutral density filter for the camera, which can be controlled to tweak exposure. The idea is nifty enough, especially as a camera filter, and it works very quickly. It takes less than a second. But up close, it's a little bit underwhelming, especially since personally, I never had an issue with seeing my camera lenses. I know Apple and Google did get some flack last year when it showed off their huge camera bumps, but that was mostly about the thickness and the size of the camera bumps rather than the visibility of the lens themselves. Second, OnePlus emphasized how this feature embodies beauty in the unseen. And if this phone was all black, it would make it sleeker. But the company showed off the device with a gaudy McLaren design. All this leather and orange and stitching and extra lines aren't exactly minimalistic. It actually kind of reminds me of those ridiculous Vertu phones that cost $10K. And since this phone will no doubt be more expensive given all the R&D and materials that went into it, it's a wonder who this phone is exactly for, other than rich, die-hard McLaren fans. OnePlus worked on this for 18 months and got this idea while partnering with the supercar company when they released limited edition phones. You can see this kind of opaque transforming glass in the sunroofs and windows of luxury cars, but I've also seen this technology in office windows and fancy club bathroom mirrors. OnePlus explored the idea of hiding cameras last year with its OnePlus 7 Pro. That phone had a pop-up front-facing camera, so its display wasn't interrupted with a notch or a tab. OnePlus used last year's 7T Pro phone to demonstrate the concept, and the company didn't announce any availability details for the new phone itself. The new design isn't as ambitious or far-reaching as concept phones go, but it does mark OnePlus's first CES announcement, and it gives users a small glimpse of where it's going in the future. For more CES 2020 coverage, check out CNET.com, and remember to like and subscribe to our channel.
Hello and welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2020. Meat alternatives are all the rage right now, and we have Claire Riley standing by at the Mandalay Bay Hotel where Impossible Foods just wrapped up their press event.
All right, guys, we have just wrapped up the Impossible Foods keynote here at CES 2020, and this is potentially the most delicious of keynotes that I've been to because we got to taste the brand new Impossible Pork. You might have tried Impossible Burgers, you might have tried the Impossible Whopper, but there is a new meat in town and it's actually not meat, and it's actually really delicious. I have the CEO of Impossible Foods, Pat Brown, right here with me. Now, I had a taste of everything. It was all pretty delicious. It tasted like pork. Why did you decide to do pork?
Well, as you probably know, pork is the single most popular meat in the world, the single most widely consumed meat in the world. The mission of Impossible Foods has always been to completely replace animals as a food technology globally. The use of animals in food production is by far the most destructive technology on Earth, by far. both in terms of climate change and the catastrophic collapse in global biodiversity. So in order for us to achieve our mission, pork as the most popular meat in the world is incredibly important to us. Today, just to give you an idea of the scale of it, every second of every day, 24/7, all around the year, every second, 47 pigs are slaughtered to produce pork.
Wow, so
every second.
The hope is that by making delicious Impossible pork, we can save the pigs, but also save the climate.
Save the pigs and save the planet. That's exactly right. And not only that, but from a human health standpoint, producing pork from plants is vastly superior to producing it from pigs. So the Impossible pork that you're about to eat has 40% less calories, 60% less total fat, 40% less saturated fat, 0 cholesterol, more iron, equivalent protein, and unlike almost all the pork produced in the U.S., no fecal pathogens.
Oh, well, that's a delight. That's what I look for in my food. No fecal pathogens. Okay,
no,
am
you're
I going
good
to taste
here.
it?
You can eat it.
All right. So I've got the sumai here. I'm just gonna chow down. Oh, really good.
Okay.
I'm talking with my mouth full. It has the same mouthfeel. It feels kind of fatty. How is it different to the beef?
Oh, it's interesting. By the way, this I think you might find interesting. This is, as far as I know, the only handheld technology at CES this year that doesn't spy on you. Okay,
that's such a plus.
So that's makes it very special. A lot of the biochemistry that underlies flavor and texture of beef and pork is extremely similar. I mean, think of it this way. A cow's muscle tissue and a pig's muscle tissue in almost every way is extremely similar, right? The differences are subtle, but they're really important. So the main catalyst of flavor in any kind of meat is this molecule heme. Pork has a lower amount of heme, which is partly why the flavor is more subtle.
Okay, that's the molecule that gives blood its red color, right?
Yes, exactly that. It gives beef its red color, pork its pink color. But more importantly, it's responsible for producing all the unique flavors that you associate with meat. But that's not the only difference. The fat composition is different between beef and pork, and the different fatty acids contribute to distinctly different flavor profiles. And then there are textural differences as well.
Well, you can taste it in your mouth. It's sort of got that ground pork flavor. Obviously, this has been spiced and flavored based on the different dishes we have here. We've got banh mi, we've got the dan dan noodles, we've got a little bao bun here. So you can taste the different flavors with the spices, but it does feel, to a meat eater at least, it feels a lot like pork. I want to know, everyone watching, instead of me just eating this on camera quite selfishly, where can everyone watching get their hands on, where can we get some pork on our fork?
Oh, yes, great question. Well, obviously, given our mission, the answer is as soon as we can possibly make it happen. Right now, Impossible Foods is in this situation that a lot of people say is a good problem to have, but it's still a problem, which is that we have vastly more demand for our existing products than we can produce right now. So the whole issue for us is scaling production as fast as we possibly can.
And that's certainly something that, you know, people have spoken to me about. Impossible has just come to Australia, but that you have to be on the lookout for it, and you have to know where to buy Impossible meat. So I'm sure there's more people that want it that can't get it.
Right, and we don't want that problem to last for long. So we hired two of the best sort of business scaling people in the world Dennis Woodside, who was the CEO of Motorola Mobility, scaling cell phones and stuff like that, other handheld devices, and Sheetal Shah, who worked for also for Motorola and for Verifone, and they are like among the world's greatest experts on scaling technology and so forth. So that's what stands in the way, but we want to get in your hands as soon as possible.
All right, so after pork, we had a question earlier. You're going to work on bacon?
Oh yes, we've done some work on it already, yeah.
Excellent. And what's next after pork? We're about to wrap it up, so I want to know, what can I look forward to after this?
Well, without being any more specific, I would say if it's a food product that comes from animals, it's just a matter of time before we're producing it. We're working on other meats, poultry, fish, shrimp, dairy products, and so forth. I want it to be a surprise when we launch our next product.
Okay, well, you'll just tell me, and I won't tell anyone, I promise, okay? All right, well, from Impossible Foods at CES 2020, this is pretty much like pork, the other white meat. All right, cheers, guys. I'm going to have another bite.
And it's not selling your data either.
Back at the CNET live stage at CES 2020, and we have another interesting product from Procter & Gamble centered around the bathroom experience. This is Yufei Chai. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. Glad to be here.
You're from Charmin.
Yes.
And we are going to check out the Charmin robot.
Yeah, absolutely. This is this little guy here.
All right. What is going on? It's bare. There's toilet paper. What is the point?
Yeah, so for this small device, it's for a scenario. I've been there. I think a lot of us have been there before. You've just finished your situation in the toilet, and you realize you reach there and there's no toilet paper. So what do? Well, if you're lucky, you can shout for help, but if you're not and you're by yourself, then you're pretty much in a pickle, right? So this little device, upon realizing that this is the situation for its owner, would come out of its hiding and deliver a fresh roll of Charmin toilet paper straight to your feet.
All right, so should we do a demonstration?
Yeah, we could do a demonstration. That's fine. Bridget, why don't you take a seat on your beautiful white throne right there?
Maybe it should be a dry run.
A dry run. I like it.
Thank you, Ayaz.
I had to.
That was good.
All right, here's my white throne.
All right, so Bridget's there. Bridget and our roommates. I'm the worst. I forgot to refill the toilet paper.
Oh no!
It's been a half hour. She's been playing solitaire, doing what people do on their phones. Look, I don't know. I don't take my phone into the toilet with me, but some people like that sort of thing. So, Bridget, oh no, you're out of toilet paper.
What am I going to do? Help me! Well, what would someone do? Would they call or use an app?
Yeah, here it comes.
Okay.
Help me, Robot Kenobi. My only hope.
All right.
Here it
This
is.
is how technology is saving us.
Man, now I don't have to train my dogs.
One toilet bear at a time. Thank you. Just enough I need.
Just backs away. I saw nothing.
Would the idea be that I need an app on my phone to have it come get me, or would I use a voice call, or what? How,
Can I
how
use
would this
Alexa
work?
for this? Is this Alexa?
Alexa!
Alexa, bring me
That's
toilet
actually a
paper.
pretty good idea. So now, in terms of its current technology, as a prototype, it works with an app that I have on my phone. So it connects via Bluetooth, and with the press of a button, it will come out and in its pre-designated path, or
So you
something
teach
like
it.
that.
This is where my bathroom is.
Yeah.
Come get me.
Exactly.
Okay.
It'll come out to deliver the toilet paper, but potentially in the future, it's not a bad idea to connect with sound at all. So
Yeah.
instead of shouting for a roommate, you'll be shouting at Alexa or Google Home to deliver toilet paper.
We've all been there. There's always that shout. Hey!
And for those who are just alone, that would be nice. They
Now you're
shout.
not alone anymore when
Now
you
you're
have
not
your
alone anymore. You got a robot.
self-balancing bear.
A toilet paper robot.
Well, thank
now,
you.
okay, so Yifei, is this nice job, Bridget? Thank you. That's all those years at community theater has finally paid off. So tell us a little bit about, is this going to be commercially available? Is this a concept product that Charmin is putting together? Like, what's the deal with this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so currently it very much is a concept product because Charmin, at the end of the day, we're ultimately obsessed about bringing the best Go experience possible. So that doesn't end just with our premium toilet paper, but also a lot of other ideas that we're brewing as well. So back to your question, unfortunately, it is not available for sale. It's one of many little inventions, actually one of three that we brought here to CES that you can come check it out at the Go Lab.
Are you able to talk at all about what you have happening at the Charmin booth? Like what other things we might see? One of those other of three that we might be able to check out?
Absolutely. So the Go Lab is a part of P&G Life Labs. So you'll be able to see Robot, which is this little device, the number one. The second one is called Smell Sense. It's actually a device for another, common scenario where you go into a stall and realize someone had just used it, and you're, in the aftermath of what just happened in the stall. So Smell Sense is a little device that uses electronic nose to detect if there are unwanted scents. And through an app or through a different device, it tells you if it is indeed safe to go into the stall.
Forward scout.
Yeah,
Does it do
exactly.
anything to prevent
Neutralize?
that smell?
Yeah,
Or,
can it neutralize?
Or is it just saying, hey, you just don't go in there for 15 minutes?
Yeah, it's like,
So,
whoa, man. Don't go
Yeah,
in there.
of course. There are a lot of devices already on the market that either adds another scent to try to cover it up or try to, eliminate the scent. But for now, Smell Sense is a detection device. So, if you connected to a device that did such things, then it would be a great partner to have.
Makes sense. And then, so I hear that Claire, our intrepid Claire Riley, will be visiting Charmin tomorrow morning and checking out everything that you guys, the Procter & Gamble booth, which is full of really cool stuff like this. So I'm very excited to see Claire check out all of the different things that you guys have going on. Thank you so much for stopping by with the robot and bringing us some toilet paper.
Thank you.
All right, guys, up next, the final event of the night. Samsung is going to kick off their keynote. So stay with us. Welcome back to the CNET live stage. We are awaiting the start of Samsung's CES 2020 kickoff keynote. We're going to show you that in full, and then we'll be back tomorrow for opening day of CES officially. That is when the masses descend here at the Sands Expo and over at the Las Vegas Convention Center.
I'll kick things off right at 9 a.m. Pacific with the Daily Charge Show. Plus, we got booth tours galore, including Samsung, of course, but also John Deere. And we're going to visit their booth, and it's not just tractor tech over there.
And then we have a packed lineup of cool products and demos from the show all day long, from mobile phones to brainwave tech.
Me. Okay, let's talk about what we expect from Samsung and what we've seen already. So let's talk about Zero. This is a rotating television.
Yeah, so normally TVs are in that normal thing of being horizontal, but with
landscape mode.
With the rise of vertical video, for some reason Samsung thought, okay, what if we can automatically turn the TV so you can watch your vertical video in a natural way instead of having these giant bars on the side?
You know, I do take a lot of, no shame. Okay, we all do it. I take some vertical video because I'm too fast. The kid's running around. My hand's in this position. Now, maybe there's a future for that.
Okay, but can I be the devil's advocate here and say this is the worst? Because training people that it's okay to take vertical video and it's not okay, everybody. Take your video in landscape and don't buy a rotating TV.
Why don't we just solve the problem within the phone? So if I hold it this way, it's going to take it horizontally. I don't know.
That's been such a huge oversight by every phone maker for the history of this. Can it not know, okay, just change orientation? Why can't it do that?
Solve it in here.
Yeah.
But you know what? There's a couple other applications besides that with this. Obviously, you're seeing like entire displays if you're like scrolling, like we're all, you know.
This would be honestly great if you were hosting a show, for example, and you needed to show different, things in different orientations. Like, I get that.
Yeah.
I get the enterprise application, but I don't. If I see this in one of my friends' homes, we're not friends anymore.
It's like, no, I want to show you some TikToks. No, wait, this is going to look better. Don't look at this lines.
Okay, now that you mentioned that,
you got the TikTok TV.
I want to airplay it right to the TikTok TV.
You've heard
I'm
it here.
going to call it the TikTok TV now.
You coined it as the TikTok TV.
Samsung needs to cut you a check, my friend.
There's all kinds of different ways.
There's more than that with their TVs.
There is more. Okay, so we have the rotating TV. Then we got the wall. And the wall, I have found the wall to be one of the most interesting display technologies because right now behind us we have an LED video wall. These are tiles of video, and this is a similar technology. This is using micro LED. So this is what it looks like. It in person is incredible to see, and you can build.
It is 292 inches.
In that image, you see David Katzenmeyer is about 6'3", 6'4",
He is
easily.
a tall man.
So he's dwarfed by this thing, and it's using like Ashley said, micro LED, so they can actually turn off an individual pixel. So you
There
get
he is
pure
in
black.
the side there. You just hard to see
It's
him.
just an enormous television, and I love the idea of this, that you can keep adding these modules to make something larger
Make
and larger.
something bigger, or make something smaller, or I think this is a really, really cool technology.
Also, if you move from place to place, you can take it apart. I mean, it's something as silly as that. Like these
You
things
just put a bunch of tiles inside a box and be like, it's my TV, it's fine.
just reconnect it later.
Yeah, I'll
Not
just
a problem.
reconnect it later. It's like Legos. You don't want to step on them at night. That would be bad.
I mean, this would be my entire wall. I would just cover it up entirely. This is perfect.
That is my goal every year at CES. I want to find the TV that can fill up an entire wall in my house.
That's why they call it the wall, baby.
So this is a fully bezel-less solution for a screen. But to go back to a more traditional television, we have some pictures of an 8K TV. So if you thought 4K if you really were excited about 4K, well, that's over now. Get ready for 8K, because 8K TVs are here in a big way at CES. They've been here a couple of years.
Yep.
For a few years, we've seen one like Sharp has had one. But now this is like a straight up full 8K TV, and it has a skinny little bezel.
Yeah, Samsung says that the set's got 99% picture, and that's up from 95% for most TVs, which it doesn't sound like much, but apparently when you see this, it just looks like
outrageous.
You're just simply looking at an image. You're not seeing anything else, which is futuristic. I don't think still pictures give this thing
It does not do it justice at all. But I mean, you're talking, no joke. I mean, maybe a little short stack of paper.
You know what the things? These images look like bad Photoshop. Like this is what a TV would look like in the future. This is a real thing right now.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. Like it is absolutely beautiful in person, and they're calling it an infinity screen. So they say it's an invisible bezel, but it is there. It is just razor thin. It is absolutely stunning to look at in person. So those are some of the screens Samsung is going to be showing off.
Can we talk about what's going to be on those screens? Because I just got an email alert about something that's going to be at the Samsung booth with a partnership that Samsung has done with something called Fit Plan. And they're calling it Fit Plan with Samsung Health on TV, so that I believe they're going to provide workout content on Samsung's new 2020 TV lineup as included, as free. And this digital fitness app of Fit Plan is things that have step-by-step workouts with celebrity athletes like A-Rod, Ryan Lochte. He's got.
So is this kind of like similar to what Peloton does?
This is the idea of like we're all going to be wanting some sort of subscription service for working out. This is going to be that. So there's a picture I have where like they're just doing yoga in the home, and you could just do types of workouts and get out your workout mat and just do it. Right, and you buy an iPhone, you get Apple TV, you buy a Samsung TV, you'll get some workout footage. Everyone's just given some content in different ways now with these new subscription services as ways to promote the new
Well, I mean, if I'm paying an insane amount of money for a bezel-less, almost an invisible bezel television, I better get something with it.
It's always good to have a gimmick. You have to have a gimmick. All these TVs, at this point, TVs, apart from what we just saw with like near bezel-less or the crazy wall, it's like, okay, well, that's
like the wallpaper TV.
Yeah, here's a
like
rectangular
rollable.
box, another rectangular box. What does this box give me? Oh, fitness. What does this one give me? Service with something else. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I'm actually pleasantly surprised Samsung didn't create its own service.
Yeah, even though it's called Samsung
Sure, because they do that.
In
I
the
mean,
old days,
that is not an unusual thing for Samsung
they had
to
like
do.
S Health and then Milk, their audio service. Why was
Galaxy Fitness.
We need things to get you excited to upgrade. So let's include services. We're seeing services as a big theme at CES this year. So I'm not surprised. A lot of workout, a lot of wellness tech here.
Can I ask an honest question? If
Always.
I haven't upgraded yet to 4K, or if I have an early 4K TV that maybe doesn't have HDR, am I now at a point where I'm watching this, I'm seeing all these like new 8K TVs, am I now having to say, oh, well, maybe I'm going to miss 4K, and maybe I'm just going to wait a little longer for 8K.
That price is not at a place where I'm ready to wait yet, though.
Well, but I mean, 4K
Yeah.
was like that.
Yeah.
And so it's, and you got to wait, 4 or 5 years. But the thing is people hold on to TVs for a really long time.
And who's making the content that's 8K?
That's what I was thinking. When it comes to content creation, that's a big deal. We saw the Intel press conference talking about how can we edit these big videos. So the AMD, how can we bother to do that? So if there's more and more powerful computing, maybe we have content to drive these TVs. But until then, I think the best use for an 8K TV is putting up giant 4K images, 2 at once, 4 at once, or whatever you can do at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, it's not exactly. If there's nothing to watch,
You're not streaming it. You're not streaming an 8K show on Netflix.
yeah,
right
I mean,
now.
you're also thinking about your internet speed. How much are you getting there? Are you actually going to use a Blu-ray disc again to see the full quality? I think it's for 8K and 4K enthusiasts, really. 4K at this point, you can't not find it. It's everywhere. But I think it'll be a couple of years before we see remastered at 8K.
A real consumer 8K push.
Yep.
That makes sense. All right, so we've talked about screens, we've talked about services. What other things are we kind of thinking we might see from Samsung? I know, obviously,
A car.
a car.
Gonna get a car.
Yeah, just
Sony
like
did
Sony.
it.
Yeah, Sony did it. Maybe Samsung's gonna have a car. I mean, what if they just all had cars? Let's just all bring out cars. But I mean, they're gonna have phones. They're gonna have tablets available for us to see. Who knows if they're gonna be brand new? I know we've heard some rumors about a Galaxy event that's going to be happening maybe next month. So, so how much do you think we might see? I mean, Ayaz, you host our Android show, our Google show.
Yeah.
You host Alphabet City. Tell us a little bit about what you think Samsung is about to bring.
Well, when it comes to phones, they usually hold off on those things to their own event. I believe on February 11th they're having an event. It's supposedly the a foldable phone and the Galaxy S20, it might be called, instead of the S11. But whether they would show a device today, that would be a really interesting thing. They might show, I guess it's easy to see one of those futuristic Samsung concept videos. Because years ago they showed a foldable phone. Everybody's like, oh, that's so cool. Years later, it's a real thing. So maybe we'll see one of those human first, just like every other company, devices. And this is how it's going to integrate with your life. I think we'll see that. I don't foresee seeing new phones, although they just released, I believe, the Note 10 Lite and a couple of light phones out of the blue.
We'll probably see those on the
Yeah.
show floor. You'll be able to go check those out if you're interested or so inclined to go look at those.
Let's not forget about appliances and
smart home. That's
Right.
a really big category for Samsung that I think that they have been working really hard on. I mean, we saw the refrigerator with the giant screen inside it. That was exciting last year.
And it's the greater vision, right? What are you doing with all of these appliances and all the sensors? Artificial intelligence. It's going to be, I think, another point they're going to drive home. And what is neon? Will they be talking about neon at this thing? We've been hearing a lot of buzz about
good question.
This new big tease that they invested in. So I really don't have any answers. I just know that there's a lot of talk of what is neon, and we're supposed to know
Just
soon.
the whispers of what is neon.
Yeah,
I heard it
really
in my
is
hotel room this morning, just piped through the
they were
air
unveiled,
vents.
but had nothing to show except a booth saying what is neon.
What is neon?
I'm expecting no Galaxy Home stuff. I'm expecting no Bixby stuff because for some reason...
We haven't seen that speaker. That speaker is on the side of a milk carton at this point. I think we can officially declare it missing. I'm very concerned for its well-being.
I'm curious about how much further they're going to continue investing resources in AI on their own instead of going in
Bixby.
with with Bixby. And they bought I forgot the company's name now, but they bought another company that was the originators of Siri.
Was it Viv?
Thank you. They bought Viv, and it was supposed to bring us a smarter AI version of Bixby. That has not happened. So if they're going to continue, and they do make appliances, and they make so many different things, if they can have their own system that works, that would be interesting. Or would they finally go, okay, look, we're just going to play with everybody.
At what point do they give in and go, all right, we're going to go with Alexa?
Yeah, it's got Alexa in there, or it's got Google. You can decide that. Or who knows, if they go with Siri. That would take a crazy event. But then again, Apple TV Plus came to Samsung
Came
TVs.
to Samsung, so who knows?
I'm like, all right, why not? This could happen.
I'd be surprised. I think we're gonna. If I had to place a bet, I'm gonna say I'm gonna hear the word Bixby tonight.
Well, we are in Las Vegas, so that I will take that bet. And if you lose, you can buy me dinner.
All right.
And if not, I'll pay. I'll pay. So, okay, they're running a little bit late. That's what we were hearing. So
That's
let's.
okay.
I actually want to talk a little bit about Samsung's. Like last year, when in the booth there were, I don't want to say robots, because LG had like a bunch of, like a shopping robot and everything. But
a lot of assistant robots, right?
Yeah, like they're so. Do you think that this is going to be an arena they're going to kind of expand into? I am curious about this because I know we've seen it from LG, but not quite. Oh, I love that face Ayaz is making.
It'd have to rely on some kind of artificial intelligence. So if they did take Viv and they made that really work.
But Bixby the butler is not for you.
Yeah, if you've got Bixby
bots, the robo butler,
right? You don't want Bixby bot walking around. It's something like, oh, bring me the toilet paper. Bixby bot ends up in the kitchen. It's like, no. Because it doesn't know what it's doing.
It kicks your toilet
open. Just plows through the door. Here you go. Would you like phone numbers for a home contractor? It's like, I don't foresee that happening in any great way. At least I don't see it being executed properly at this time.
There's nothing I want more now than a SNL sketch about Bixby the robot butler. Just so funny. So funny to me. So no, you're going to say no robotics.
Okay, just because Samsung is not good at something doesn't mean they won't do it, in my experience. But the past several years, they've really slowed down on their crazy stuff, which is unusual.
Well, they're starting, so we are going to go right to the Samsung keynote. Check it out, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
This is not just the place where the world's best tech gets unveiled. It's where visionary ideas come to life. Because it's not enough to create amazing things. You have to create things that make a meaningful difference with people. Real people. Because they're the ones who decide what's worth talking about. What's ready for reality. It's tech that allows us to connect and explore and play in ways we can see and ways we haven't begun to imagine. And here, right now, is where we'll discover the ideas that will change our lives for the better. Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Consumer Technology Association, Gary Shapiro.
Good evening and welcome to CES 2020. As we start the new year, the future of technology has never looked brighter. Innovation abounds in areas like artificial intelligence, health and wellness, and robotics. Yet, there is a question looming over all of it. Will the industry adapt to the changing demands of consumers in the decade ahead? Well, tonight, one of the leaders in our industry is here to address that very question. I can't think of a better person to do it than H.S. Kim. He is the CEO of Samsung's Consumer Electronics Division, and during his nearly 3 decades at Samsung, HS has amassed a vast list of accomplishments. Because of his leadership, Samsung remains the #1 TV maker in the world. In fact, it's held this position for an astonishing 14 consecutive years. He also guides Samsung's R&D efforts globally including 14 R&D centers and 7 AI research labs around the world. All of these accomplishments demonstrate that he is unparalleled in his qualifications to lead Samsung into the future. And his vision is clear: turn the connected ecosystem into seamless, valuable experiences for consumers. So tonight, he'll tell you and show you what the future holds. But maybe more importantly, he'll tell you why the industry must treat the next 10 years a bit differently than the past 10. So let's start with a preview to give you a better idea of what this future looks like.
Look on the bright side, I'm taking it high. Look in the bright light, I'm losing my sight. I'm keeping it burning, I'm harder than ice. I'm climbing the high rise, I'm sick of this hype. I'm bringing the heat and I can't stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President and CEO of the Consumer Electronics Division at Samsung, H.S. Kim.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to CES 2020. I'm honored to be here with you, and I want to thank Gary and CTA for inviting me to give this keynote. 2020 is a big year. It's the dawn of a new decade, a decade full of promises and possibilities for our industry. I think back to the movies of my youth. They always show 2020 as a very futuristic time, complete with flying cars and time travel. But we are not quite there. But I do see 2020 as a start of a new era in technology. And now, well, we don't have any flying cars. What happens next is even more exciting than I could imagine as a boy. It is exciting because our world is changing. Rapid urbanization, evolving living spaces, and shifting demographics. In the coming decade, you will see the rise of the mega cities, dense urban areas with more than 10 million people. In fact, by 2030, there will be 43 megacities all over the world. This means we need to rethink the spaces we have to accommodate our diverse and evolving lifestyles and generations. Take a home, for example. It's becoming more than just a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom. For many, it's an office, a gym, an art studio, even a small business. But it's not just the people we need to accommodate. Today, pets are considered a part of the family. 67% of US households today own a pet and see themselves as a pet parents, not pet owners. So, who we are is changing. Who we take care of is changing. Where we live is changing. And the ways we live, our lifestyles are changing. But at the center is us, the people. The way we interact with our world is what drives this evolution. It's not about what you possess. It's about our individual needs. Consider this. 74% of us say we value experiences over products. We are not looking to spend our money on things. You are looking to buy convenience, peace of mind, and enjoyment. We are looking to experience life. This must drive our innovation. To get there, we need a new way of thinking, turning innovative products into seamless experiences and memorable moments, all enabled by products and services and empowered by the latest innovation. This is something Samsung is uniquely positioned to do. Beautiful and groundbreaking new hardware that transforms the consumer experience. 500 million connected devices sold every year, from mobile devices and PCs to cutting-edge appliances and wearables, and from end-to-end 5G solutions to on-device AI chipsets. Technologies that enhance connectivity and help our device do more for us. They'll also bring you personalized services and content designed for your lifestyle, giving your device the power to be anything you can imagine. When you bring all this together, we create meaningful experiences for you. This is why we will lead in this decade, the age of experience. An age that will delight, an age that will redefine, and an age that will bring us closer together. Now, what does this mean? Good or bad? Actually, this could be a challenge and an opportunity to rethink with the people at the center. Then we'll be ready for the age of experience. This evening, we'll show you a peek into this future. We'll not be showing flying cars and time travel, rather a leap into the age of experience. We will start with me, the individual. I start every day with an early morning workout. Like many of you, I value this morning experience. But like some of you, I think working out alone can be very tough. It could be so much better with a little extra help. So now, this experience will be enhanced. You will see the next level of personalized interaction, how AI and the latest hardware combine to understand and respond to our needs. Needs that are individualized and bring joy to our lives. And then you will see the future home, a space so personal, becomes your sanctuary. Our research shows that boundaries between physical and digital worlds are shrinking. The home we dream of eliminates those boundaries. It allows us all to make our home anything you need them to be. Finally, you will see the future of our cities. We are getting around is easier and safer. This is what we will show you today. Samsung in the age of experience. Now, to do this, we need a better understanding of lifestyles, personal preferences, how you use technology in your daily routine, how you interact with the space around you. This understanding allows us to enable experiences that fit your lifestyle, not have you accommodate to the technology. This is a Samsung mission, to create unforgettable moments that make your lives better, that make a difference for humanity, and create better world for us all.
We are no longer defined by how we look, but by what we're looking for.
I want this little one to be safe and happy, whether I'm in or out.
I wish I could do more about how much plastic is wasted around the world.
I want the place I work in to be as environmentally minded as I am. Quiero transformar y personalizar interiores sin restricciones.
Je veux pas chercher les dernières sneakers. Je veux qu'elle me cherche.
I've used to love experimenting with food in the kitchen.
But now it's hard to find the time.
Jeg vil egentlig bare spise ting jeg dyrker selv. Hvorfor ikke?
I love checking my health, eating, checking my email.
I'd like to check in on her journey to school whilst I'm on my way to work. I want her future to be amazing.
Okay, we know you want technology customized to you. That puts you at the center rather than the technology. But what will this look like? Well, this is a different and exciting future. New devices and technologies like robots that are life companions, helping you live a fuller, happier life. To show you, I want to invite a special guest to the stage. Say hello to Bali. Hi, Bali. Why don't you give him a big hand? This is a feature of a new personal care, designed to make your life just a bit easier. Bali, say hi to the audience. What you see here is just one example of Samsung's vision of a robot as a life companion. I think he likes me. Bali recognizes you and stays with you. I love this guy. He even knows to give me a little space. Watch this. How about walking together? Let's go. Can you move a little faster? He still follows me, right? Good job. Good job. I could use this technology around my office to make sure I'm not late to any meetings. Come here, Bali. Good boy. Of course, Samsung vision is more than just a cute robot. It's a vision of technology as an all-round personal life companion. Intelligent robots that live by your side and react to your needs every day. Robots that know you, support you, and take care of you so you can focus on what really matters. Now, Bali has to get going, but let's see what else he can do.
Hi, Bali.
Power line with your elbow.
Goodbye, Bali.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Vice President, Chief Research Scientist of Samsung Research, Sebastian Sung.
Hello, CES. Woo! CES. And welcome. Welcome to the wonder of AI rolling out into the real world. As you've just seen, Bali is part of the next evolution of IoT. More than just a passive device, he's actively helpful. Bali patrols your home to keep you safe. He is a fitness assistant that gets you moving, even when you'd rather lie on the couch and watch TV. Bali is a remote control that helps seniors connect with all the smart devices in their homes and calls for help if they need it. A new friend to your kids and pets, and a camera that records and stores special moments, kind of like a family photo album. For a little robot, he is pretty busy. Bali is just one example of how Samsung innovations are transforming how we care for ourselves. One size fits all is no longer the answer. We are all seeking solutions that treat us as individuals, solutions that truly care about us and serve our wellness needs. And this is the thinking we're bringing to Samsung Health, the next evolution of the wellness experience. Your wearables provide feedback tailored to you. As your needs change, so do those recommendations. If your Galaxy Watch senses that you're feeling stressed, it might suggest that you meditate. This is kind of stressful, so I'll take that recommendation. That felt good. Or when you wake up in the morning, it can switch your television to heart-pumping programs to get you energized. With Samsung Health, you get real-time engagement. Motion tracking checks your alignment in yoga class. You're not going to tweet that, right? It counts every move and also captures your heart rate during workouts. It's like having a virtual personal trainer. Keeping tabs on your daily wellness can help you notice
and address issues before you get sick. Samsung Health is convenient, immersive, and kind of fun. We know that caring for you is an important job, so important that it should be a team effort. I'm excited to say that Samsung Health is partnering with leaders in the healthcare industry to improve your well-being. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Funahashi of Kaiser Permanente to hear more about new digital-first approaches to healthcare.
Thank you, Sebastian. Cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of death worldwide. And over 1 million people in the US will suffer from a heart attack every year. And of those, nearly 20% will pass away within a year. If we could develop a medication that could save over a quarter of those lives, it would be a game changer. Perhaps the most popular drug on the market. Now, what if I told you such an intervention does exist, but it's not a pharmaceutical? Cardiac rehab reduces the risk of dying from a subsequent attack by nearly 30%. But most patients never enroll in these programs. And even when they do, less than half finish. And it's easy to understand why, because traditional rehab requires taking time out of your day to either have the rehab at a hospital or a medical office building. But what if there was a way we could directly bring that care to people wherever they are? That's the idea behind HeartWise, a virtual cardiac rehab program created through a collaboration between Samsung and Kaiser Permanente. Patients recovering from heart attacks are guided through a cardiac rehab program using devices like wearables and smartphones. This is a rehab program that you can perform whenever and wherever you want, while a clinician supervises your rehab through a secure dashboard. HeartWise is now the largest home-based virtual cardiac program in the world. And since we launched in 2018, completion rates have more than doubled that of traditional rehab, and readmission rates have plummeted from 15% to less than 2%. The marriage of technology and medicine brings healthcare to people where they are and when they want, and this means better, more accessible, and more equitable outcomes. The possibilities are endless. We're already exploring further applications from pulmonary rehab to mental health. And as technology gets smarter, the possibilities for synergy get even more exciting. Synergies that save lives. Let's hear a little bit more of that from Sebastian. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Funahashi. These are just a few of the ways we're shifting the paradigm, providing you with care that meets you where you are, that responds to your unique needs. We believe AI is the future of personalized care. And that's why Samsung Research operates 7 AI centers around the world. We are already integrating AI technologies into our human-centered vision. We see on-device AI as central to truly personalized experiences. With it, hardware and software will crunch your data using the chips inside your devices, rather than sending your data to the cloud for processing. On-device AI puts you in control of your information and protects your privacy, while still delivering the power of personalization. This is our long-term vision for AI-enabled products. And this brings me back to my old friend, Bali. Of course, we want Bali to be fun, smart, and helpful. But we also want Bali to keep our secrets. We want an AI we can trust. As one of the world's top companies for R&D investment, we are working hard to bring you all those things and much, much more. Thank you, and have a great CES.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President, Head of Samsung Design Innovation Center, Federico Casaleño.
Hello, CES. My colleague just showed you how technology can transform the way we care for ourselves. I would like to take that experience to the next level, into our homes. We are at the standing of the treasure of a new home, a home that will learn from your behaviors, anticipate your needs, adjust and respond in real time to personalize your experience. A home filled with intelligence and purpose. At the beginning, homes provided simple protection from danger and from the environment. The second phase of home technology was mechanical. We developed systems like plumbing and wiring. Homes went beyond basic shelter and became more comfortable and efficient. Today, we are at the start of a third phase. The home as a living organism. That's a radical idea, but it's not science fiction. It's coming right now. The term smart home has been around for a while. So let me introduce you to what I call the intelligent home. This home will be equipped with sophisticated sensors, AI, robotics. The goal isn't to add more devices and products, but is to enable us to live better with more powerful, intuitive, and simplified technologies. The intelligent home will be still an intimate and a personal space. In fact, it will be even more personal because technologies will tailor experiences for each of us according to our needs and values. It will be designed with inclusivity in mind to reflect our diverse world. It is often said that there is no place like home. The smart home will add a new meaning to this. There will be no other place like yours. Now, although the technology becomes more complex, the customer experience will get simpler and more personal. So an activated smart robotic vacuum will be able to sense where your floors are dirty and clean those areas more thoroughly. Or a smart thermostat can understand your preferences for both comfort and energy conservation, and then adjust the temperature. An intelligent home is flexible and will adapt to your needs. We have been anticipating this new flexible home with innovations, like our customizable bespoke refrigerator, that we are giving homeowners the ability to personalize their kitchens as their lifestyles evolve. Today, the boundaries between physical and digital are dissolving. One way we stay ahead of this trend is by connecting our home exercise and wellness routine beyond the home through technologies like GEMS, short for Gait Enhancing and Motivating System. We introduced this last year at CES as a walking assistant. But now it's evolved with more features. It is a sport and entertainment system, an experience that blends seamlessly with the modern home environment. GEMS is essentially an integration of an exoskeleton with powerful software, all connected to Samsung AR glasses, a Galaxy smartphone and watch, and other devices. GEMS recognizes your personal fitness needs and optimizes the experience for you. It also provides an amazing immersive workout experience. What if you could trek through the Himalayan mountains or walk under the water, all without leaving your home? Let's welcome Chadney to show us how GEMS works. Hey, Chadney, what do you have for us today?
Hi, Federico. I'm here to show how we can use GEMS to tailor fitness programs, workout routines, and get one-on-one fitness coaching from virtually anywhere. Let's start with our GEMS fitness menu first. I'll put on my AR glasses. And choose where I want to work out today. Then I pick my fitness trainer. I really like working out with her.
Hi, welcome back. Are you ready to work out today?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's continue our reverse lunge knee-ups from yesterday.
Got it.
Let's repeat this 5 times. Stand up straight, hands to your side. Take a large step back with your left foot, bending both knees 90 degrees so your back knee hovers off the floor. Then, lift up your left foot, bringing your knees to the chest. Now release your left leg and place it back on the floor. Maintain your balance and be careful not to fall. Okay, let's start. 1. Stand on your spot. Good. 2. Keep your balance. 3. 4. And 5. Looking pretty good. How did it feel for you?
Good, but it was a bit more intense today. Was it different?
That's because I increased the intensity by 1 level today. I knew you could do a great job. Remember to maintain your correct posture. See you again.
Hi.
That's pretty cool, Chadney.
Actually, it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. After one-on-one training with GEMS, I can get professional feedback through my mobile device. With my Galaxy connected to my GEMS, my workout results are aggregated and analyzed. It's telling me I need to lower my body closer to the ground for this workout. Since my daily walking balance is tilted to the left, I should keep that in mind.
That's great.
It really is. With GEMS and Samsung's AR glasses, it's easier to get fit. Any room can be a fitness studio, so I can work out whenever and wherever I want. Personalized training is really motivating for me, and best of all, Federico, it's a blast.
I love it. Thank you, Chadney. Thanks for the demo. Thank you. Pretty cool, right? So, in the new smart kitchen, Bixby analyze your GEMS workout and recommend healthy and balanced post-exercise meal. The good news, Your kitchen appliances will be your cooking partners, like a personal chef, a nutritionist, and a shopping assistant, all into one. Your refrigerator could automatically sense what's inside and suggest amazing recipes. It could also create intelligent food playlists every week, order and deliver the ingredients for your home-cooked meal every day. In your kitchen, you can efficiently make your favorite foods in different temperature at the same time with multi-zonal cooking technology. And take a look at this, our home self-contained growing station that put garden fresh produce on your table every night. Then there is Bod Chef, our food prep assistant. Dinner comes out in the right order and the way you like it. Using Bixby Vision, the smart kitchen can adapt to your favorite recipe for your family and friends. It can identify the perfect wine. It can even plan meals for busy roommates and kids on the go so they can have dinner together after work or school. The kitchen becomes a fully connected environment, optimized for your values, helping you to eat healthy and reduce food waste. It's no longer a place where you cook. It becomes a partner you actually cook with. As we say in Italy, buon appetito. Now, we can take this deeply personalized experience even farther, converting the living room from a place where we gather and watch TV to an actual community where we interact with people all around the world. And this is made possible by a convergence of software, AI, IoT, and hardware like our micro LED screen, which uses modular technology to create a screen that can be changed to any size or ratio you want. In this new intelligent living room, a place where you gather to share stories, to create memories, the TV becomes your windows to the world. It allows you to instantly connect to your loved ones, wherever they are. You can participate in your favorite online games with friends around the world and feel like you're all together on the field. With 5G-enabled large screen, everyone can be in the game, video chatting on multiple in-display screens. The potential to bring outside experiences into the home is literally endless. And we are just beginning. From simple shelter to the home as a living organism that understands your needs and connects us to the world. This is quite a journey. Samsung will bring you groundbreaking innovation designed for meaningful experiences. Grazie. Thank you, CES.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President, Head of Samsung Next Global, Emily Becker.
Good evening, everybody. Like some of you here today, I grew up in a tiny, tiny little town. You know, the kind with a main street of small businesses sandwiched between industrial mills and vast farmlands. But eventually, I was drawn to the energy and the diversity of major cities. So now I call the largest city in the US, New York City, the Big Apple, my home. And today, half of the world's 7.5 billion people live in urban areas. And by 2050, that number is going to skyrocket to 70%. Think about that, 70%. And with this massive growth, it's going to come some unique opportunities, but also some challenges. How do we design buildings with intelligent systems that are going to cater to these needs? And how do we move millions and millions of people to work every day? And how are we going to foster communities in these vast and very diverse populations? We are fortunate to live at a time where innovation can help us address these challenges, where we can integrate smart devices, platforms, and data to create truly smart cities. And new innovations have already begun to transform buildings, transportation, and our communities. So first, let's talk about the building blocks of our connected city. Because in the smart city, buildings, they're no longer static. Instead, they anticipate and adjust to your needs. They're essentially responsive and dynamic. And these smart buildings are often much greener as well, because they're designed with sustainability in mind. They can intelligently manage energy use and rely on clean energy sources, doing much, much more while producing lower emissions. And this is just the beginning. Because today's smart building, they operate kind of like your brain, with a central nervous system that keeps everything humming along without anyone noticing anything. So think about it, a burst pipe, that no longer has to disrupt our lives, because sensors will detect the leaks instantly and fixes happen faster with enhanced real-time data and predictive analytics. Means the smart building will alert management before something even happens. And we've partnered with Greystar, a local global developer, to design buildings with these smart systems built in from the ground up. These buildings leverage Samsung's smart appliances and SmartThings IoT platform to create truly connected convenience. So let's hear a little bit more about this from Greystar.
My name is Bob Faith, and I'm the chairman and CEO of Greystar Real Estate Partners. Greystar is a global owner and operator of rental residential housing. Technology is really changing the way people interact with the built environment, and we're having to work hard to keep up and make sure buildings that we operate are providing the technology that our residents demand. Imagine the future. A resident's going to be able to have total control of their unit and their communications with the building. The resident experience is smarter and more efficient, more effective, so they utilize less energy. Samsung has the ability to bring all of those technologies together, and that convergence of the technologies in one place is really critical to achieving our vision for a smart home. And I think that's one of the great things that Samsung brings.
So today, smart buildings just like those are a reality for residents in an apartment complex in Seoul, the Raymond Prestige. These super busy city dwellers who live in this smart building enjoy cutting-edge amenities that make their lives so much easier. So for example, a day, they call an elevator, turn out the lights, manage package delivery, and even find that mysterious parking spot with just a simple swipe or a voice command. And to ensure that the seamless connected experience happens for everyone, you know we need open collaborations between technology partners. And that's why we're very proud to partner with ASSA ABLOY, NXP, and others in the FIRA Consortium, which aims to standardize ultra-wideband technologies. Now, let's talk about how we're going to move all these people through the city every day. Because as the cities get more and more complex, So are your trips from home to work, school, and even play. And that's why we're integrating 5G, edge computing, and AI to ensure your journey is fast, safe, and effortless. And Samsung is already test driving vehicles equipped with 5G telematics control units. And these vehicles are going to make the most of 5G's high bandwidth and low latency to really transform the in-vehicle experience. Okay, so imagine you're commuting into work in the city, and bam, you hit traffic. It's my personal pet peeve. I know you're smiling, so you feel it too. Hate it. But now your car is going to communicate with the rest of your devices with real-time traffic information to coordinate your schedule so you don't miss your meeting. That would be a very nice change of pace. And with this lightning-fast data connection, your passenger can continue making video calls or even playing some high-speed video games with no lags to make the most of that long commute. And these intelligent vehicles are not just connected to your devices with 5G telematics. They're connected to the infrastructure of the city. So millions and millions of sensors will be transmitting real-time information about accidents, traffic signals, and road work, all to make your commute faster and safer. And they're going to sense beyond the driver's line of sight. They can detect danger more quickly and help us avoid collisions. And so we all know in the city, there are many ways to get from where you are to where you want to be. So yes, you might have driven in from the suburbs in your car, but then you need to zip across town to do an errand on a scooter or go on a subway to a meeting. That is why we're investing in mobility as a service. So you can get across the city in these multiple modes of transportation with just one single dynamically priced transaction, easily processed by your smartphone. And cities, they're obviously much, much more than just these buildings and mobility. What makes them really special, of course, the people who live there and how we engage with the city and with each other. Because the smart cities of the future will be able to access information and connect with each other in entirely new ways, as this digital world and physical space are going to merge in extended reality experiences. So now, come back with me to my hometown in New York City and imagine a spectacular day in Central Park, where friends and family use these smart devices to quickly wayfind to a surprise birthday party. And then where augmented reality expands the museum experience, lets us interact with dinosaurs that are now freely roaming among the crowds, and where friends, and some soon-to-be friends, will collaborate on interactive puzzle games, extending this digital social experience into this wide open space. That's a birthday party for you, huh? Because these are just a few of the ways that thoughtfully integrated technology connect us with our world and with each other. And all of these decisions that we're making today ensure the smart city is a place of promise, a little bit of excitement. Because we, all of us in this room, today hold the power to make our cities smarter, so that our children and that our children's children will love living in the city as much as I and so many of you do today. So now let's have H.S. Kim come on back and bring this all together.
Great job. Thank you. This is a Samsung in the age of experience, cutting-edge technology that shapes your experiences. A future home, the future home that seamlessly blends the physical and digital. A reimagined city in harmony with you. It's an exciting future. Yet, we believe this future must be safe and accessible so we can build a better place for all. To do that, I want to talk about 3 key areas: security and privacy, technology for good, and citizenship. First, we believe trust is the foundation of user experience. As an industry leader, our commitment to data security will never waver. With the Samsung Knox platform, we will continue to be best in class. In fact, we are bringing Samsung Knox from mobile devices to TVs, home appliances, and more. It means more than 1 billion Samsung devices are protected by Knox, and this number will continue to grow. We'll stay ahead by investing in identity protection and secure access to your favorite websites and mobile apps through Samsung Pass. Of course, in today's world, data is at the center of our experiences. So, in the age of experience, we'll protect your data. We will protect your privacy with due diligence. We'll securely manage your data from the moment you provide it until its disposal. And most important, giving you control over your information. To that end, Samsung will never share data with the third parties without prior and direct consent from you. We'll stand by this promise, no matter what. But we are not stopping there. We'll further ensure transparent data management by advancing our data protection effort with on-device AI, edge computing, and blockchain technology. Second, we have always believed that the benefit of technology must be available to all. We have heavily invested to bring technologies to life that fundamentally change lives. Take a Lumina, for example.
앞에 누군지 알 것 같아요?
머리는 단발, 여자아이. 뭔가 좀 익숙한데? 엄마인가? 엄마 맞아. 어떡해, 눈물 나. 너무 좋아요.
So touching, isn't it? We are improving the Lumina, making it lighter and more convenient, so more people can enjoy the benefit. The Lumina is not the only example of how technology is changing lives. GEMS is so much more than what we showed you today. It can be your fitness partner at home. It also helps the elderly and disabled take a step they thought were impossible, literally. Take a look.
We saw that immediately after using the GEMS trial, not only did the participants walk a lot more than they used to walk before, they improved their balance, their fear of falling reduced.
It helps me bend my knee, which is still a